This guy hops on a bus and asks the driver how much the fare is. Who knew everyone would laugh in his face, because anyone who even owns a single cent stands at the pinnacle of society. Who knew he'd whip out a genuine cent, and everyone stares in awe. Something felt off, so he took his spare pocket change to the bank. The teller nearly had a heart attack. Sum was astronomical. Turns out the value of everything in the world has plummeted a millionfold, but his money, completely unchanged. Enough preamble, let's not drag this out. Let's get started. The story opens in an apartment somewhere in the city. Lin Yifen's voice rings out, tinged with helplessness. What do you mean? We already agreed on everything. A bride price of 200,000, plus a deposit on a 1,300 square foot apartment. That's 2 million total. I've known Zioya since high school. I've scraped and saved for 11 years to put that together. Now you want another 800,000. I really can't come up with that much more. Juroyu Zioya's mother hears him say he can't cough up any more for the bride price and flies into a rage. What did you just say, boy? You make it sound like I'm selling my own daughter. Zioya Lin Yifen's girlfriend, Juroyu Zioya's mother. Let me tell you something, she's my one and only precious daughter. Raising the bride price is just a test whether you're truly sincere about her. Off to the side, Lee Dadwin opens his murky, cunning eyes sharpened by years of wheeling and dealing, and starts making demands of his own. Little Lin, I heard your late father left you a house. Prime location, too. As it happens, Zioya's cousin is about to start school. How about I talk it over with her daddy, you sell them the house? Problem solved, right? Lee Dadwin, Zioya's stepfather, hears them going after his father's house, too. Yifen stares at them in utter disbelief. Uncle, that house was assigned to my dad by his work unit. It can't be sold. Royu hears him still refusing to produce anything, and tears into him for being cheap. What do you mean it can't be sold? I think you just don't want to sell it. Yuya watches her mother seething with anger and immediately puts on her helpless, delicate daughter act, trying to calm her down. Mom, please don't be angry. I'll talk to Yifen again. To defuse the situation, she waves him off, signaling him to leave first. She follows him down the stairs, step by step. Once they're outside the apartment building, she immediately switches to her softest, sweetest voice to persuade him. Yifen, just listen to my mom, okay? You do have 800,000, right? As much as he wants to marry her, Yifen simply cannot come up with that kind of money right now. Zioya, you know my family's situation. I already scraped together over 2 million. My family truly can't squeeze out anymore. Seeing him keep refusing, Yuya puts on her poutiest, most sulky face. Do you even want to marry me or not? It's just a bit more money. Can't you just borrow it? There are tons of online lending platforms out there, aren't there? Seeing her like this, Yifen, driven by love, grits his teeth and says, fine, just give me some time. I'll go borrow the money right now. Wait for me, okay? I'll scrape it together as fast as I can and bring you home. Seeing him finally cave, she beams with joy and sends him off. That's more like it. Now hurry up and go. The scene shifts to a cafe somewhere in the Sidithe one, where Yifen currently works. A coworker sees him eating so late and does a double take. Mr. Lin, you're only eating now. You're pushing yourself way too hard. Yifen closes his eyes wearily and replies, can't be helped, money's been tight lately. Mid-meal, a conversation from a nearby table catches his attention. Zioya, I heard you're getting married. Yuya lifted her coffee cup and smiled. So, are you not going to give a wedding gift? Even if you're my best friend, the gift money better not be too little. Her friend was baffled that she was this greedy over a few bucks. She already hooked a sugar daddy, would she still care about chump change? Isn't the guy you're marrying that rich dude from before? The moment her friend brought up that old man, Yuya's face twisted with irritation. That scumbag was pure garbage. After getting me into bed, he turned around and acted like he didn't even know me. Threw 50,000 at me and told me not to come crawling back. Does he think I'm some kind of beggar? Her friend asked in shock. Then who are you marrying? Don't tell me it's that lovesick simp. Embarrassed as she was, Yuya still revealed who she was tying the knot with. Who else could it be? Found out a few days ago I'm over a month pregnant. Convenient timing, I'll just find someone to handle it for me. Once the kid is born and a bit older, I'll go after that old guy for a cut of his assets. Lin Yifen couldn't hold back anymore. She had not only cheated on him, but was treating him as a backup tire while openly humiliating him. Yuya didn't even know he worked at this cafe. Spotting him standing there, she barked orders. Hey, you over there, get us some water. We've been sitting here all day, and not a single person served us. Some people are born to be nothing more than waitstaff their whole lives. Hey, are you mute? Don't you even know how to speak? What kind of service is this? Not going to answer? Fine, I'll file a complaint later and we'll see if you still have a job. Staff break room. After retreating to the break room, Yifen couldn't endure it any longer. He crumpled to the ground in agony, clutching his head. Just then, a phone call pulled him out of his despair. His mother's gentle voice came through the receiver. Yifan, Lin Ning is about to start school. She's arriving in Wuchang City. Todd, remember to pick her up at the airport. Hearing his sister was coming, he replied at once, "Yes, I'll head there right now." After hanging up, he stripped off his work apron and stood alone under the shower in the staff bathroom, letting the water pound down as he gnawed at the pain of betrayal. Under the rushing water, he screamed hoarsely, "Money, money, money, it's all because of money." At that exact moment, a mechanical voice from nowhere echoed in Yifan's ears. System host's emotional state detected. Fury level maximum. Initiating world price restructuring to resolve host's distress. System all global assets and commodities devalued by 1 million. System host's balance within system bank remains unaffected. System bank interest rate 50.1%. Daily interest payout 256 yuan. He heard every word, but understood absolutely none of it. The sudden voice terrified him. What the hell? Who's talking? Forget it. I must be hallucinating from all the stress lately. He left work and headed for the nearest bus stop. As soon as he boarded, he instinctively asked the driver, "Hey, how much to the airport?" The driver burst out laughing, as if he'd just heard the joke of the century. "How much, you say? Kid, you must still be dreaming." The other passengers stared at him like he was a clueless fool bragging about nothing, their eyes dripping with mockery. "You've only got a few dollars, and you're already trying to spend them. Stop daydreaming. All that nonsense about hitting the jackpot and turning a couple of bucks into a fortune heather from tabloids or novelsits all fake. Yeah, just keep working hard. Who knows? You might even land a job paying a whole 2 jiao a month." Getting suddenly mocked and talked down to like that left Yifan completely bewildered. What's wrong with everyone today? Doesn't the bus only cost a couple of dollars anyway? What did I even say wrong? Driver, just tell me how much it is. I'll pay up so the people behind me can get on. The bespectacled man, seeing Yifan keep asking, figured he was just flexing. He jabbed a finger and sneered. "You wouldn't fetch a single dollar if someone tried to sell you. Who do you think you are? Some tycoon's heir from Wuchang City. Can't afford the bus, then get off. What I hate most are deadbeats like Yaoyang punks who loaf around all day, never doing an honest day's work, with nothing but delusional fantasies." The non-stop insults made Yifan's blood boil. "What's your problem? I'm riding the bus and asking about the fare. What's wrong with that? Besides, if you're going to daydream, you only dream about a few dollars. Just how poor are you?" The two passengers sitting up front, hearing Yifan keep saying bizarre things, had no idea what was going on. "What are you even talking about? Not a penny, not a jiao. We're saying dollars. Do you even know how much that actually is?" "Exactly. Just look at the clothes he's wearing. If he can pull out a single dollar, I'll swallow this entire bus." The bespectacled man bragged with absolute smugness. "I feel sorry for this kid, honestly. My car's in the shop today. If you can't afford the fare, just call me uncle. Maybe I'll give you a lift. I may not have much, just a 2 jiao a month salary, but lending you a penny or two is child's play." Yifan, hearing them go on and on with this nonsense, grew even more bewildered. He thought he'd stumbled onto a movie set and kept looking around for cameras. He couldn't find a single camera. Have all these people lost their minds? The bus driver, seeing him just standing there, started losing patience. "Hey, kid, are you getting on or not? No money, then get off." Yifan couldn't be bothered to overthink it anymore. He flicked a dollar coin into the air. "Is this what you need? $1. The passengers' eyes went wide with disbelief when they saw Yifan actually produce a dollar. "That's actually a dollar. That sheen, that texture, rate's no mistake. That's a genuine dollar coin." The bespectacled man took the hardest face slap of all. He was horrified, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Impossible, how can this be? That's a real dollar. How can you just casually pull one out like that?" Just then, Yifan suddenly recalled the mysterious voice he'd heard in the bathroom. "Wait, that voice I heard in the shower earlier, could what it said actually be true? Did the system really remake this entire world? Driver, I really don't have any small change. Could you break this for me?" The driver waved his hands frantically. "That's a whole dollar. The fare to the airport is only 2 pennies. Where am I supposed to scrape up 998 pennies in change?" Hearing this, Yifan was stunned speechless. $1 equivalent to 1,000,000 of the old currency. What are these people even on about? "Calm down, I need to take this slow. Looks like I'm not catching this bus today." Since he had no small change, he stepped off the bus. To figure out the current exchange rates, he went online to check. When he saw the prices of things he used to not even dare buy, he gasped in shock. Li 11 smartphone shock, price 1 jiao. Classic brand name backpack from the display counter, price 1 cent and 7 jiao. If I've been getting paid in all 100 yuan bills these past few days, Wouldn't they just be completely unusable? I need to make a trip to the bank. XX Bank. After waiting for a while, the female teller's voice called out. Number 1069, please proceed to counter 3. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? Yifen sat down and stated his request. I'd like to deposit some cash. The female teller offered a professional smile and asked, Of course, how much would you like to deposit? He casually pulled out the cash he had on him. Just these a few $100, rounded off. Also, please activate mobile banking for me. I want to be able to pay with my phone. The female teller's face went pale with shock when she saw the massive stack of cash in his hands. Sir, I can't authorize a transaction this large on my own. Let me get the manager for you. Yifen's cash was fed through a bill-counting machine, each note dropping through methodically. After a moment, the machine beeped verification complete. Xiaozia held the stack of cash so gingerly she didn't dare breathe and reported, System correct. Every single bill is a verified large denomination note. Further briefing for the host: the primary currency units in this world are dollar, jiao, cent, and penny. All large denomination notes have undergone special anti-counterfeiting treatment. After being briefed in the VIP lounge, Yifen confirmed once more with Xiaozia. $1 equals 10 cents, 100 jiao, and 100,000 pennies. Is that right? Done verifying. She held the stack of cash gingerly, looked at the man before her, and answered, Mr. Lin, your cash has been counted. A total of $271.4. Would you like to deposit the full amount into our bank? Yifen replied casually, Go ahead. While you're at it, break some into smaller denominations for Miasier to carry. Don't need much. $3 to $5 will do. Just then the door suddenly burst open. Yuya walked in clinging to her date's arm, cooing sweetly, Yes, yes. Although I have no idea what kind of background this Mr. Lin has, he's at least the treasured heir of some wealthy clan. Our mission is complete. That fool already agreed to marry me. He shamelessly groped her butt right there in broad daylight. Soon enough, you'll be someone else's wife. Think about it, docent, that make it even more thrilling. Yifen overheard the whole thing and couldn't help but scoff coldly. Hopping into someone else's ride. How could that not feel great? Yuya, I never realized just how disgusting you really are. She noticed him and feigned surprise. Lin Yifen, what are you doing here? You came to the banquet to borrow money for my bride price. What about me? A girl like me having a boyfriend and a husband isn't that perfectly normal? Instead of blaming me, why don't you check yourself? Maybe it's because you didn't give enough. Hearing her speak so shamelessly, even flipping the blame onto him for being useless, Yifen had no desire to continue the conversation. Right now, even looking at you one more time makes me sick. Manager Su, the paperwork is done. May I leave now? Xiaozia hurriedly blocked his path. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin. The bank director has been informed of your situation and is on his way. Please wait just a little longer. Yuya's companion, seeing that he had insulted them and was about to leave, shouted to block his path. Stop right there. This little punk thinks he can just slip away. You insulted my precious girl, shouldn't you apologize first? Seeing that the man not only showed no shame, but was trying to bully him, Yifen's expression darkened. Who the hell do you think you're trying to intimidate? Look at that bloated body, that frail, kidney-deficient frame of yours. If we actually came to blows, I'm afraid you'd be the one on your knees begging for mercy. The man was used to bullying others, and seeing Yifen fight back, he flew into a rage and started screaming. Do you even know who the hell I am? I'm the chairman of Tianyu Group, Wu Cheng's top taxpayer, raking in several dollars in taxes every single year. Whether you believe it or not is your problem. One word from me, and you won't be able to get a single thing done at this bank. Just then, the bank's security guards, drawn by the commotion, walked over. Gentlemen, what seems to be the problem? Seeing someone from the bank arrive, the man put on an act of fury, criticizing the bank's service quality. Perfect timing, get this brat out of here. How does a dead-broke loser like him even get into the VIP room? The security guard, already briefed beforehand, not only refused to side with him but issued a warning. Sir, please show respect to our bank's black gold VIP customer. The man acted as though he hadn't heard. What? Just then He Yaoqian appeared in a rush. This must be Mr. Lin, correct? I'm He Yaoqian, the branch director. As soon as I received the news, I rushed right back. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. You've deposited over $200 with our bank, making you a black gold VIP customer. Certain procedures require my direct handling. Additionally, you'll enjoy our bank's premium 247 concierge service. Yifen returned the handshake as a matter of courtesy. Thank you. After you, Yuya's companion, upon hearing the figure in the account, was utterly stunned. $200? That's impossible. Director couldn't he be using counterfeit money? Yuya, who had just heard him say he couldn't even afford the bride price, now seeing him possess such an enormous fortune, couldn't believe it, and demanded answers. That's right. He's clearly just a dead-broke loser who can't even scrape together a few pennies for the bride price. Hyaokian, seeing them dare to question both the bank's integrity and his professional conduct, grew furious. The authority of this bank is not subject to your scrutiny. Mr. Wang, you have repeatedly shown disrespect to our black gold VIP customer. Therefore, our partnership ends here. From this moment on, our bank will no longer provide any loans to your company. Hearing that Hyaokian was cutting off his credit line, the man's face went deathly pale. You can't do this. Director without the loans, we won't be able to maintain cash flow. The company will go bankrupt. Yuya, upon confirming that Yifan was truly wealthy, dropped to her knees in a panic and began pleading. Yifan, I was wrong. I admit I was greedy for that bald man's money, but you know what his body is like. Only you can satisfy me. Words this disgusting Yifan could no longer bear to listen. He spoke, issuing an order. Director please have all irrelevant parties removed. Hyaokian, seeing his VIP customer was clearly displeased, immediately ordered the security guards to act. Of course were the guards still standing around for. As they were dragged away, Yuya's companion kept on pleading. Director, without the loans, I'll really go bankrupt. By now, Yifan had arrived at the city airport. Yifan glanced at the time on his phone, guilt gnawing at him. Crap, I spent way too long at the bank. Zyro Ning must have landed by now. Did she give up waiting and leave on her own? Just then, a hand gave him a gentle push on the back. Mean big brother, how dare you make your adorable little sister wait at the airport for dozens of minutes? Hearing the familiar voice, he spun around with delight. Zyro Ning. Lin Ning saw him turn around and immediately pouted. So, how are you going to make it up to me? Now that he was wealthy, Yifan was more than happy to give his only sister whatever she wanted. Sorry about that. Something held me up. Whatever you want as compensation, just name it, it's yours. Lin Ning, still unaware of his wealth, simply whined for something cheap. It's so hot, ache me to get some ice cream. Hearing this, a warm current flowed through his heart, and a tender, doting smile spread across his face. This little girl still thinks she's a kid, huh? It is pretty hot, though. Let me look around and see if there's a good spot to grab a drink. Then I'll take you. Let's go. Zyro Ning, big bro's treating you to Starbucks. Probably don't have one back home, right? Lin Ning, hearing the mention of such an expensive spot, hesitated slightly. You don't have to, bro. Everything at the airport is so expensive. Let's just wait until we get outside. While walking, someone bumped right into him. Feifan had been eavesdropping on their conversation, and putting on a sly grin, chimed in. Classmate Lin Ning, it's just a cup of Starbucks. After all, let me treat you. Zhuang Bufan and Liao, Feifan Lin Ning's classmates. Bufan and Toto, not knowing he was her brother and assuming he was her boyfriend, smirked and said sarcastically, Bro Liao, Beauty Lin Ning already has someone beside Hergerly. He can't even afford to treat her right. Toto looked him up and down with contempt, clearly sizing him up as beneath them. This guy's entire outfit probably doesn't even cost 50 pennies. Asking him to buy a Starbucks drink for over 30 pennies, that's probably a stretch. Yifan saw that the entire group was openly hostile, yet seemed familiar with Lin Ning. So he asked curiously, Zyro Ning, do you know these people? She hid slightly behind him and whispered, We just chatted at the airport, that's all. They're all new students at Wuchang University. Let's go, bro. Don't pay them any attention. Yifan, annoyed by Feifan's group's attitude, let out a soft sigh. Kids these days spend their parents' money and still act like they're above everyone else. He was willing to let it go, but Feifan had no intention of letting him off the hook. Seeing Yifan walk away, the guy assumed he was easy to bully and raised his voice to mock him. Poor is still poor, can't even afford a cup of water, and still has the nerve to act all high and mighty. Toto's eyes flashed with jealousy as she chimed in with her own venom. Forget about her, bro Liao. Let's just go get our own drinks. Sitting with her, I'm afraid the stench of poverty might rub off on us. I'm definitely going to expose this weirdo in the freshman group chat. System Quest notification panel activated. Just then, a Quest interface materialized before his eyes, accompanied by the cold, mechanical voice of the system. System spending Quest activated. Host must spend 1 cent within 2 hours. Reward low-grade stamina pill. Seeing the Quest notification pop up, Yifan can't hold back any longer. He pulls a cent from his pocket and flips it into the air with a grin. Perfect timing. Toto has no clue her crew is about to get face-slapped. She's still clinging to Fei Fan, cooing sweetly. Forget these broke losers. Let's go get a drink, I'm thirsty. Seeing her seductive act, Fei Fan is instantly mesmerized. Sure thing, babe. I'll let you drink your fill later. Suddenly, the crowd behind him surges forward like maniacs. Someone even slams into him hard enough to send him stumbling. Shoved off balance, Fei Fan snaps, "Are you blind?" Two girls nearby whisper excitedly, "I heard Starbucks is giving everything away for free today." Is that for real? Whatever, let's check it out. It's not like we'll lose anything. Fei Fan overhears this and freezes on the spot. Wait, what? Everything's free, for real? Is service really free across the board today? The barista answers with a confident smile. Yes, sir. You can order anything you like without spending a single penny. All expenses in the store today are covered by that gentleman over there. Playing the generous rich benefactor, Yiffin announces to the entire shop, "Don't be shy, everyone. It's sweltering outlets all drink to our heart's content." The crowd erupts in cheers. "Thank you, big bro." He turns to Lin Ning and asks gently, "Well, is it good?" She takes a sip of her coffee, scrunches up her face, and gives her honest review. Too bitter. Seeing Yiffin treat the entire Starbucks, Fei Fan storms over and demands, What the hell are you pulling?" Yiffin furrows his brow and fires back. "What? Worried I'm targeting you? Relax, just say, 'Thank you, brother Fan,' and I'll throw you a bone too." Humiliated, Fei Fan grits his teeth. Trash is still trash. Spend a little pocket change and you think you can flex in front of me. You really think I'd touch this garbage? Let me educate Youthai's bottom shelf chain. Back in New York, even dogs wouldn't drink it. Everyone drinking nearby goes dead silent, their eyes boring into him like bullets. Seeing him pause, Yiffin leans in with a taunting smirk. "Go on. I'm listening." A hot-blooded punk like Fei Fan can't take this kind of provocation. He jabs a finger at Yiffin, sneering that only country bumpkins who have never set foot abroad would treat this place like treasure. "I'm no beggar, the hell would I drink your handouts?" Those words land like a bomb on a powder keg. The crowd's faces go dark with fury. They're ready to beat him into the ground. "You little punk, who the hell are you calling beggars? Big bros loaded and treating everyone, and you haven't seen you drop a single cent." Damn right, boys, let's teach this brat a lesson. Beaten black and blue, Fei Fan reaches out toward his crew for help. "Little Zhuang, save me." One of the guys sees him calling out to Zhuang Bufin's group and spins around, ready to smash both of them. "You know this brat." Seeing how aggressive he is, the two of them nearly piss themselves, frantically waving their hands. "And no, we don't know him." After letting the crowd work Fei Fan over, Yiffin strolls up and delivers his sermon. "You scum, don't think a little dirty money lets you sweet-talk my sister." Lin Ning, feeling a pang for his wallet, asks carefully, "Bro, was it really worth spending that much?" Yiffin chuckles, reassuring her. "This kind of chump change, your big bro can handle it. I'm not trying to show off, but my sister will never ever be looked down on." Seeing him protect her like this, Lin Ning breaks into the sweetest smile. "Bro, you're the best." The airport pickup zone. As they leave the airport, a notification pops up: "System quest complete. Host, please check your rewards." Yiffin is thrilled, cleared the quest with just spare change. Who knew buying out an entire day's revenue at Starbucks would cost less than a single cent? In the end, he still had to lean on Director He's investment to finish the job. The moment the pill dissolves in his body, a notification chime system hosts physical constitution enhanced to 3 times that of a normal human. Lin Ning shades her eyes and peers into the distance, asking curiously, "Bro, which car did you call?" Yiffin can't quite remember. He pulls out his phone. "Let me check the plate number." Spotting the car pulling up, Lin Ning squeals with delight. "That ride is so cool." Liu Ruyan, sitting in the car, sees Yiffin and frowns in confusion. "Lin Yiffin, what are you doing here?" Seeing her, he quickly gestures and explains. "Director Liu, I'm here to pick up my sister, just dropping her off at college." Hearing him call her director, Lin Ning asks curiously, "Bro, you know her?" Liu Ruyan suddenly snaps back to reality. "Lin Yiffin, did you forget we have a project presentation this afternoon?" Only then does Yiffin remember. Right, that. He may not need money anymore, but that project is still months of his blood and sweat. Seeing her brother's conflicted expression, Lin Ning, ever understanding little sister, decides to let him off the hook. "It's fine, bro. Work comes first. Go handle your stuff. Besides, you've got a chance to be with a gorgeous woman. Don't let it go to waste, okay?" Seeing her dare tease him, Yiffin's face darkens. "Gorgeous woman, that's my boss. More like a she-demon." Liu Ruyan overhears and snaps. "What did you just say?" Realizing he's been caught trash-talking, Yiffin's face flushes red. "And nothing, Director Liu. I was just saying I'll head back to the company with you. After all, the Lin family doesn't throw away money easily. Have been through too much for that." In the car, Liu Ruyan urges him, review the project proposal, quickly avoid any mistakes down the line. This is good for your own sake, you know. You've got a sister to take care of, and you need to push hard right now. If this project succeeds, your bonus alone will be tens of thousands. Hearing her words, Yifen blurts out instinctively, Director Liu is so kind knowing I haven't eaten yet. She's even drawing me a big fat pie. Seeing him dare mock her, Liu Ruyan pinches the inside of his thigh. Hard. Getting brave, are we? Dare to mess with me. Her move startles Yifen so badly he drops his phone. Stop messing around. Staring straight ahead through the windshield, she strikes a pose like a multi-level marketing guru, declaring with absolute confidence, my big pie, plenty of people would kill for a taste and never get the chance. The company Yifen works for gradually comes into view. Xiaozi dumps all of Yifen's things onto the ground, then barks at the staff to clean up after him. President Jia's brother-in-law hears Zhang Xiaozi. Now clean this mess up for me. Yifen sees this and demands furiously, what the hell do you think you're doing? Zhang Xiaozi sees him and flashes a mocking sneer. Lin Yifen, you don't belong to the development department anymore. My brother-in-law, President Jia, says this position is mine now. Seeing him dare throw his things on the ground, Yifen snaps, pick up my stuff. Now, Xiaozi sneers at his commanding tone. Oh, tough guy, what if I don't? You little mutt want me to teach you another lesson. Before Zhang Xiaozi's hand can even land, Yifen seizes his wrist in a vice grip. The wristlock snaps into place. Zhang Xiaozi howls in pain. What the sense when is this kid? So strong, that's when Jia Fei appears, barking in a low, threatening voice. Lin Yifen, let go of him this instant. Your abilities are far too lacking. I'm handing the project over to Zhang Xiaozi. He can finish up the presentation from here. Seeing the bastard point his finger and berate him while also stealing his credit, Yifen couldn't hold back anymore. I did all the work, and now you're handing the payoff to your brother-in-law. Have you no shame? Jia Fei, thick-skinned as ever, bellowed. I made the call. If you don't like it, get lost. Just then Ruyan appeared. She slammed her hand down on the desk. I object. Lin Yifen has been running this project from start to finish. Replacing him? Over my dead body. Jia Fei, his authority openly challenged in front of the staff, flew into a rage. Liu Ruyan, are you trying to tell me how to run things? Ruyan saw him trying to pull rank on her again and immediately fired back with a warning. Jia Fei, I am the company's legal representative. You have no authority to alter my rank or position. Second, if you sabotage this presentation, can you shoulder the blame? Seeing that he couldn't outmaneuver her, he flashed a vicious smile and left a thinly veiled threat. Just you wait. Watching him leave, Ruyan turned to Yifen, fuming. Don't pay any attention to him. Lin Yifen, let's keep preparing for the presentation. Protected by her, Yifen found himself re-evaluating her for the first time. This woman may be a demon at work, but she's actually pretty decent to her subordinates. In the conference room, Ruyan stood at the podium, radiating confidence as she delivered her closing statement. Director Fang, that concludes our full project presentation. Fang Ping gave a thumbs up, clearly impressed with the proposal. Excellent work. This exceeded our expectations. Truong Fuong Min from Julong Technology saw how pleased Fang Ping was, and happily high-fived Yifen. We're in. When her generous curves pressed against him, Yifen nearly lost composure. He sighed internally. Coach, is body-on-body contact during a ball-handling drill a foul? Since the plan was flawless, Fang Ping spoke up. Next, once Director Wang arrives, we can begin settling the outstanding debts. Hearing this, Ruyan asked in shock, debts? What debts? At that moment, Jia Fei barged in through the door, his expression fierce. Liu Ruyan, the company owes several million. They can't even cover payroll. You're the legal representative. How do you plan to handle this? Ruyan couldn't believe he would stoop this low. Debts? I've gone over the company's books. There's absolutely no such thing. She remembered that in her recollection, the shareholders had even praised her work. Yanyan, you're incredibly capable. We're getting old. It's time to hand the company over to you. Jia Fei had already fabricated the perfect frame-up. He sneered at her. Liu Ruyan, did you really buy into that long-standing trust nonsense? What you saw, was any of it real? Seeing that he'd truly gone this far, Ruyan's face drained of color. Falsified books, swapping out the legal representative. You've been plotting to frame me this whole time, haven't you? Even exposed, he showed zero fear. Instead, he laughed with relish. Who told you to be so naive? Seeing his brazen shamelessness, Ruyan's blood ran white-hot, burning like fire. I poured my heart and soul into this company. What right do you people have to do this? Just then, Jia Fei slithered toward Fang Ping like a venomous snake and hissed. I'll be honest with you, Ms. Liu Ryan, we have already established a new company. Julong's new partner is us. As for this company, our dear director Wang from Julong has shown mercy. He's willing to acquire all technical assets and documentation for the generous sum of 100,000 pennies. Hearing that figure, Ruyan couldn't contain her disbelief. 100,000 pennies? That doesn't even cover the equipment costs. This is nothing but a hostile takeover. GFA, victory all but secured, smirked like he was savoring her pain. Besides, if you can't pay off that debt, prison is your only option. An employee burst in with a report, Mr. Jia. Director Wang from Julong Technology has arrived. GFA saw He Yaoqian and Wang Yanhong enter, and his face instantly lit up with glee as he rushed to greet them. Director Wang, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Yanhong didn't even glance at him. Instead, he spoke directly to Yaoqian. Director He, handling this matter for you is simple enough. But this tycoon who deposited over 200 yuan in cash that you mentioned, who exactly is he? Would it be possible for me to pay my respects? Yaoqian chuckled, waving him off with an air of polite refusal. Someone of that caliber? I wouldn't dare disclose it casually. Wouldn't want to offend the wrong people. Yanhong considered for a moment. Yaoqian had a point, wouldn't push the matter. Fair enough. At that very moment, Yaoqian looked up and spotted Yifan. His eyes widened. Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? Seeing Yaoqian, Yifan was equally surprised. Wang Yanhong noticed how respectfully Yaoqian addressed him and murmured, Mr. Lin? Yaoqian covered his mouth and confirmed, yes, this is the very person you wish to meet. With Yaoqian's confirmation, Yanhong immediately strode forward and warmly shook Yifan's hand. Mr. Lin, I am Wang Yanhong, chairman of Julong Technology. I've admired you for a long time. I never imagined we'd have the fortune of meeting here. Yifan responded with polite courtesy. Chairman Wang. GFA saw how warmly Yanhong greeted him and immediately sensed something was very wrong. Chairman Wang, surely you've mistaken him for someone else. This Lin Yifan is just my errand boy. Hearing him dare call Yifan an errand boy, Yanhong erupted in fury. An errand boy? Your errand boy casually deposits 200 yuan in cash into a bank. Hearing that number, GFA's face went sheet white. 200 yuan. That's 200 million pennies. Yifan, as if casually, let out a small cough and spoke up, Chairman Wang. I hear you're planning to buy out my company's entire assets for 100,000 pennies. Seeing Yifan confront him directly, Yanhong forced a smile and waved his hands. Your company? But I didn't see your name on the shareholder registry. Had I known sooner, I wouldn't have dared get involved. Seizing the momentum, Yifan stepped forward to play the hero and save the damsel. The real game starts now. Director He, how much is the outstanding debt? I'll cover it. Ruyan stared at him, stunned. Lin Yifan, he cut her off. But I have one condition. These people are suspected of falsifying company books and conspiring to embezzle corporate assets. Director He, I want a thorough investigation. Don't leave a single detail unchecked. He Yaoqian, entrusted by his most important VIP client, adjusted his glasses with practiced professionalism and gave his guarantee. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, the audit will be conducted under our supervision. We guarantee a rigorous investigation. GFA still couldn't accept reality. How can this be? How? In the end, it was resolved like this: GFA was dragged off behind bar charged with embezzlement, tax evasion, fraud, and falsifying company records. Ruyan poured wine, her voice unexpectedly gentle. I truly owe you my thanks this time. Lin Yifan, thank you for protecting everything I've poured years of my life into. Come, let me toast to you. Her demure, deferential demeanor amused him to no end. Cheers, the company is still yours to manage, but be more careful this time. Don't fall into someone else's trap again. Already flushed red from the wine, Ruyan pouted coquettishly. But I'm so easy to fool. Come on, one more toast. As she stepped toward him, she lightly stumbled and let out a soft, alluring gasp. Yifan rushed to catch her, his voice filled with concern. Careful, are you all right? Ruyan winced as if in pain. I think I twisted my ankle. Could you carry me to the room upstairs? But don't you dare try anything funny. Yifan nearly laughed out loud. I promise, no problem. The two made their way to the door of a pre-booked room. Yifan gently set Ruyan down on the bed. Well then, Director Liu, get some rest. I'll be on my way. But as he turned to leave, Ruyan hooked her slender legs around him. She rose in one fluid motion and pulled him toward her. Her stunning face was now flushed crimson from the alcohol radiating seduction. Her sweet breath washed over his face as a low, husky, and utterly beguiling voice whispered, Looks like you're the one who fell into the trap this time. When temptation is served on a silver platter, only a fool would turn it down. He immediately pinned her onto the bed, leaned down, and sealed her soft moan with his own lips. After it was all over, Ruyan clutched her aching body, sobbing with regret. In the end, she'd been the one caught in the trap. She'd looked so innocent, yet he'd kept her going for 6 straight hours. Is there anyone else like you? Yiffin grabs a towel and wipes the sweat off his body. He freezes mid-thought upon hearing that. Probably the stamina pill. But I seem to recall someone being pretty damn confident yesterday. That sure doesn't sound like the same voice now. Does it? Back when the two of them were in the heat of passion, Ruyan had been cocky as hell, taunting him without a shred of hesitation. Come on, young mannies, that really your max attack speed. The scene was utterly seductive at describing it in full, would probably get the stream banned. Her plump red lips parted to reveal a nimble little tongue, flushed cheeks ripe as scarlet berries, and eyes glistening with moisture. He's an ordinary man. Add those provocative words on top, plus a face that gorgeous who the hell could resist. Her slender legs, sheathed in sheer black stockings, draped across Yiffin's body, and his blood ran hot like magma. At the peak of it all, Ruyan's voice breaks as she begs him. I give up, I surrender, okay? By the time Yiffin finishes getting dressed, the system pings a notification window. System spend 500,000 penny today to receive a random reward from the system. Yiffin's eyes lock onto the last 4 words instantly. Random reward. Right, I'll sink another investment into the company. Ruyan has finished dressing too. Hearing his offer, she shakes her head. No need. Yes, GFA's scandal spooked some partners, but now that the tumor's been cut out, I'm confident I can get the company back on its feet stronger than before. That's also the best way I can repay you. A major shareholder of the company shifts slightly, and a numb tingle immediately spreads through a very sensitive area, drawing a soft yelp from her. She gently peels off her stockings, looks down at her still swollen, reddened knees, and murmurs a soft reproach. My whole body aches, it's all your fault. Yiffin gently takes her hand and tries to comfort her. Then why not take the day off? But with her workaholic personality, she refuses immediately. Absolutely not. I have to go to work. I need to grow the company on my own and build something brilliant. Watching her leave, Yiffin feels exhaustion hit him like a wall. He yawns long and mutters, guess I'll catch another nap then, old Wang. What about him? Auntie Shen is hospitalized. Wuchang City First Hospital. After receiving the call, Yiffin heads straight to Auntie Shen's room. He sits by her bed with a paring knife and an apple, alongside Hebeng. Seeing both of them show up, she says weakly, it's nothing serious, just troubling you two for nothing. Hearing that, Yiffin smiles gently to reassure her. What are you saying, Auntie Shen? Even if nothing's wrong, I should still visit you regularly, right? Back during my internship, if I hadn't freeloaded dinner at your place every single day, I probably would have starved to death. Am I right, old Wang? His best friend, Wang Hebeng, hears this and laughs, scolding him. Kid, you never had an ounce of shame when it came to eating our food. Yiffin turns back and grins at the elderly woman. Here, Auntie have some apple. But behind his cheerful expression, Hebeng is brooding. The hospital fees are still short. He'd originally planned to borrow from Fanzi, but then saw that his company was in trouble and his sister was off at college. Thinking about it, the guy really has it rough. Forget it, I'll figure something else out. Just then, a female nurse walks in, flanked by 2 burly male nurses. Bed 42, that's the one. The male nurses wear stone-cold expressions as they move to take her away. Auntie Shen, time to get up. Come with us, we are transferring you. Seeing them arrive with clearly hostile intentions, Hebeng rushes forward to block them. What the hell do you think you're doing? Nurse, you are a little short on the bill, okay? I already said we'd pay the rest in a few days. Do you really have to kick her out right now? The female nurse pauses and glances back at the medical records. The bill? Didn't you just deposit 1 million penny? And you requested an upgrade to the VIP suite. We're processing the upgrade for you right now. Hebeng's jaw drops at the number entered into the system. What? 1 million? The female nurse smiles warmly and confirms. That's right, these gentlemen just made the payment. Once confirmed, they'd come with good intentions. Auntie Shen lets the 2 male nurses lift her up like a queen. The 2 male nurses carry her with utmost care, asking, Auntie Shen, this is our hospital's custom bed transfer service, exclusively for VIP patients. Are you satisfied, ma'am? Auntie Shen gazes at the chiseled pecs right in front of her face, thoroughly mesmerized. Satisfied? I'd say I'm very, very satisfied indeed. Upon hearing that, the 2 male nurses immediately escort her to the VIP suite. Then please hold tight, princess. They set off, scene change to the VIP room. After safely settling her onto the hospital bed, the 2 nurses even perform a little shirt lift flex for her viewing pleasure. Auntie Shen, if you need anything, just ring the bell. We provide 24-hour service for you. Auntie Shen got herself quite the feast for the eyes. She beams with delight. Wonderful. Haebang walks into the VIP suite, still unable to believe this is reality. Fancies this a hallucination from me worrying too much. Or maybe just punch me once. Yifen is the type who delivers without hesitation. He immediately gives his buddy a solid punch square in the gut. Haebang doubles over, spitting out stomach acid, choking out a curse. Damn it, you hit way too hard. Yifen shakes out his fist and scolds him with irritation. You deserve it. Auntie Shen was short on hospital fees, a huge deal, and you didn't even tell me. Do you even still consider me a brother? Haebang knows he was wrong to keep quiet, but he doesn't know what to say. It's not like after upgrading to the VIP room and making sure Auntie Shen was comfortable, Yifen prepares to leave. Before he goes, he doesn't forget to remind Haebang. All right, let Auntie Shen rest here for now. If you run out of money, just tell me. Being bankrolled by a rich friend makes Haebang want to cry tears of joy. Bro, seriously, thank you. Just then, a system notification pops up. System host quest complete. Reward my eyes are the ruler. Analytical skill acquired. Yifen reads it and has absolutely no clue what it means. What's this supposed to mean? What does this reward even do? From the adjacent VIP room, a gentle, worried voice drifts over. Dad, are you okay? Mayu walks over with a cup of water. Should I call my brother over? Mayu, a student of Wuchang University. Director Su sits up, gently takes the cup and replies, no need. Just a minor ailment, probably jet lag. I haven't adjusted to the climate yet. This time, I hope you'll also take part in some of the company's decisions. Take a look at this project. If we can acquire it, the Su family's entire position could reverse overnight. You're the top talent from Wuchang University, and this project aligns perfectly with your major. I trust your judgment. Mayu takes the project file, eager to dive in immediately. Dad, you just focus on getting better. I'll head back and study this project thoroughly. Director Su hums in acknowledgement, then adds carefully, one more thing, don't tell your brother about this. Heading downstairs, Mayu glances at her watch and calculates there's still time to make it to her seminar. As she descends, an old woman has already been watching her. The woman's eyes gleam with malice. That girl just came down from the VIP floor, definitely a fat sheep to fleece. As Mayu walks forward, the old woman shuffles over slowly, then deliberately bumps into her and fakes a stumble, falling backward. She clutches Mayu's leg and starts wailing at the top of her lungs. Someone's assaulting an old lady. Is there no one in charge here? Mayu blinks in confusion at the question. You just bumped into me. The two accomplices standing nearby immediately jump in to berate her. I saw the whole thing. What is wrong with this girl? That's absolutely shameless. She looks like a student too. Which school does she go to? I'm definitely going to report this. Yifen steps in and catches Mayu before she hits the ground. Careful, are you all right? As his gaze drops to Mayu's chest, glowing text flickers into view, materializing right before his eyes. System host detection activated. My eyes are the ruler 36C caught in his arms. She looks up gratefully. I'm fine, thank you. Yifen stares at the text, then glances at what appears to be an ordinary bust. A question surfaces in his mind. This is clearly a B cup at best, maybe a C, but the system reads 36. You've got to be kidding me. Is the system broken? The faker grandma, seeing that no one is paying attention to her anymore, lunges forward and clings to Mayu's leg, wailing. I'm just a helpless old woman, beaten and injured, and nobody gives a damn. Mayu has never dealt with anything like this before. Hearing the old woman's hysterical crying, she starts to cave, beginning to believe she really did bump into her. Maybe I was in too much of a hurry just now. I really did hurt this old lady. Right then, Yifen cuts her off. If you admit it, you've already fallen into their trap. She turns to him, eyes wide with curiosity. Trap? He doesn't answer her directly. Instead, he studies the old woman, thinking, I've been watching this direction the whole time, and my skill kept triggering automatically, but I can't exactly blurt out what it showed me. So he resorts to his math analysis instead. I had to rely on a mathematical breakdown to make my case. When the distance between you and the old woman was still less than 3 centimeters, she actively leaned her body toward you. On top of that, at 3 meters behind you, 7 meters ahead, the second-floor staircase at a 45-degree angle, and the ground floor at 70 degrees. Every single one of those positions has someone with a camera ready. Side angle, low angle, straight on. Overhead every viewpoint is a perfect shot. Mayu listens, visibly shaken. Who even talks like that? Yifen sticks his tongue out and admits, honestly, I made all of that up. But from any angle, these people look like a professional outfit, fully prepped and ready to go. Have you made an enemy of anyone recently? After his analysis, doubt finally creeps into Mayu's mind. Is that so? Sorry, ma'am, but I definitely did not bump into you just now. Hearing that, the old woman flies into a rage, jabbing a trembling finger at her and screaming. You little brat, you think you can just deny it. The hospital has surveillance footage. You can't escape this. Mayu, honest as the day is long and fearless as they come, agrees on the spot. I'll happily review the surveillance footage. But for events that happen within milliseconds, standard video might not be clear enough to tell. However, there's a new slow-motion algorithm that can verify video accuracy down to the 10th of a second. That way, everything becomes crystal clear. It might be a little expensive, though, but if the fault is mine, I'll cover all your losses. On the other hand, if it turns out to be a scam, can I leave the consequences to you? The old woman's nerve crumbles instantly. Intimidated by those words, she bolts. Forget it, I'm leaving. Watching the faker flee, Mayu presses her lips together and mutters, just as I thought. Yifen, half believing her bluff was real, leans in and asks, you actually know about that kind of technology? She flashes a mischievous wink. Nope, I made that up too, but hey, it worked, didn't it? Two kindred bullshitters meet. They share a quiet laugh. Delighted to find a fellow con artist, she introduces herself. Oh right, I'm Su Mayu. I really do owe you one for this. Seeing that she's introduced herself, he offers his name in return. Lin Yifen. Noticing how much time has passed, Mayu hurries to say goodbye. I'm a bit pressed for time today. When you're free, come visit my campus, I'll give you the grand tour. Watching her dart away, Yifen thinks to himself, how nice. Isn't that just a polite way of keeping me at arm's length? Whatever, people with big ambitions, but no sincerity aren't worth getting close to anyway. Is it already 6 o'clock? Lin Yifen's room. Back home, Yifen is like any other guy. He loves watching hot girl live streams. The moment he sits down, his phone is already in his hand. Heard there's a special event on the streams today. Should be good. The moment he opens the app, a PK battle room appears, a one-on-one showdown in the dance zone. The goddess Zyro-Ki and the adorable Wanwan are locked in a head-to-head PK inside the live stream room. He reads the title and mutters, looks like they're doing a PK battle on screen. Zyro-Ki blows a kiss at the camera, greeting her fans. Thank you all in the dance zone for your support. Love you guys so much. Her fanbase erupts comments, and heart emojis flood the chat like crazy. Here for the live. Baby, you're so gorgeous, how do I even? Too damn beautiful. Zyro-Ki PKing. PK. Wifey's too pretty. Baby, how can I ever get someone like you? Over on Wanwan's side, things are nowhere near as lively. While Zyro-Ki bears skin in a daring outfit, Wanwan is dressed head to toe in an adorable bear onesie, shouting into the mic. Fellow gamers, our zone's gotta charge in too. Let's go. The viewers see her getup and scratch their heads. What kind of cosplay is this supposed to be? Baby, stop playing around, lol. The gap is way too obvious. This ain't looking good. Nah, this is my vibe. I'm into this style. Zyro-Ki glances at Wanwan's viewer count and smirks. Wanwan, looks like you're about to lose. So what kind of punishment should I give you? Since you're a gaming streamer, how about you play a game using just your feet? The camera angle shifts, panning slowly from her feet, upward, sending the viewers into a frenzy. Zyro-Ki is #1 in the world, do it. Donated 3,500 yuan to her. That felt so good. As Yifen watches the live stream, his eyes flash with light. Skill activated, my eyes are the ruler. He drops a comment on Zyro-Ki's stream, questioning her body measurements. Lin Yifen, with legs that long, don't the proportions seem off? Even the table next to you is visibly warped. Zyro-Ki spots the comment immediately. She fires back furiously, insisting her body is 100% natural, her proportions are perfectly fine. It's been this same ratio for years. Were you even watching the stream seriously? The moment she finished speaking, a notification from the app rang out. Notification: user Lin Yifen has been muted in the stream for 365 days. Everyone watching the stream dug up Yifen's account. They furiously used their own accounts to spam offensive comments. Where'd this level 1 nobody come from? Slandering our Zyro-Ki. Must be from the rival side, didn't even finish watching before calling it fake. Classic sour grapeskin have it, so they trash it. Zyro-Ki took that comment to heart. She said coldly, everyone don't bother arguing with this level 1 account anymore. Mods handle it. Immediately after, a notification popped up. You have been kicked from Zyro-Ki's room. Kicked from the room just for one question. Yifen seriously doubted humanity for the first time. Does some no-name streamer really need to be worshipped this much? Can't even let someone speak. Fine, I'll just go to another channel. Wanwan saw that her donation still couldn't match Zyro-Ki's, and was on the verge of tears. It's over, the PK timer's almost up. Bros, can anyone help out? At that moment, comments from her fans appeared, all looking helpless. LV6, my noble gent. Alright, our tourist zone is all poor folks, you know that. LV23, honey brother. Who told you to PK against the queen of the dance zone? Just surrender already. LV-15 retired boss. Really love watching your streams, though. I am Lin Yifan, sent 5 spaceships. When that comment appeared, both Wanwen and Zio-Ki were stunned speechless. In Wanwen's live stream room, the chat erupted into a frenzy. 1 spaceship costs 88,000. Brother Faifin is way too generous. Big bro, you still need a little brother. With Yifan's 5 spaceships, Wanwen's score instantly crushed her opponent. Comeback, we're making a comeback. Wanwen immediately formed a heart shape and sent it to the kind-hearted Yifan. Thank you for the support, big brother Lin Yifan. Zio-Ki looked at the name that popped up and immediately remembered the account she'd kicked. Lin Yifan is the guy from just now. Bros, Zio-Ki is about to get overtaken, can you push a little harder? While she was rallying her fans to donate, Yifana's, if out of revenge, immediately threw even more money at Wanwen. User Lin Yifan sent 10 spaceships. Everyone watched the spaceships wave riding across the screen and screamed in shock. Oh my god, 10 more giant ships. A million credits tossed around like it's nothing. It's not that my team isn't Tringits, that the other side has a whale. Zio-Ki watched him drop 15 spaceships on Wanwen in one go and turned pale. How do you even compete with that? Wanwen won and cheered with pure joy. All right, Zio-Ki, time for your punishment. At that moment, a notification appeared on the live stream room. System user Lin Yifan has activated the global channel speaker. Muting Lin Yifan, huh? Fat lot of good that does, still can't shut him up. Item info global channel speaker. Obtain 1 unit for every 1 million NAP recharged. That's when the viewers realized they had ticked off their rival's big spender. Zio-Ki, hurry up and apologize to brother Faifin. Speak up, if big bro can't hear you, say it again. Zio-Ki, seeing he was loaded, immediately bowed deeply an apology. I'm sorry, brother Faifin, I was wrong. I'll accept my punishment now. While watching the stream, his phone buzzed with a message notification. He tapped into the messages and saw it was from Wanwen. Wanwen Zai, thank you for helping me out back there. Wanwen Zai, I only stream for fun, I don't need gifts or anything. Wanwen Zai, if it made you uncomfortable, I can return them to you. Reading this, Yifan suddenly felt bewildered. Return the money? This isn't some kind of scam, is it? No need, it's just pocket change. She screenshotted his profile info and sent it over, then made a suggestion. 256 followers, 166 following. Location Wuchang. Wanwen Zai, oh, I see your location is Wuchang too. How about this, I'll treat you to a meal, and we can add each other. Yifan's mind immediately went off on a tangent. Could it be that she saw me drop all those gifts, and is now casting a net to reel in a big fish? Well, female streamers are all pretty slick, but free food is free food. Turning it down would be a waste. Sure, I'll come. Linjiang Villa District, Wuchang. Through the light streaming into a room filled with designer handbags, Wanwen's mother saw her glued to the live stream without a glance in her direction and grew furious. This ungrateful child abandons her own mother here without a care, spending all day glued to that streaming nonsense. Hearing the complaints, she hurried out of the room and cooed sweetly. It's work, Mom. As soon as I'm done, I'll come straight to you. How could I ever not care about you? She hugged her dear mother, and the older woman's expression softened. Work, work, don't we give you several million NAP a month? Is that not enough? Look at this Paz i3 tourmaline of yours worth 43 million NAP. Your streaming income couldn't buy it in several lifetimes. Wanwen stuck her tongue out playfully. The job isn't just about money, it's mostly about passion. Plus, I get to meet interesting people, like the one today. Seeing her still absorbed in this, her mother reminded her again. I don't want to talk about this anymore. That matchmaking dinner the other party is the young master of Naniu Group. You need to take it seriously. Wanwen, seeing her mother trying to set her up again, said, Mom, I'm not ready for that kind of thing right now. Seeing her about to refuse again, the mother waved her off and said briskly, Fine, fine. I'm just passing along the message. Tell your father the rest yourself. Cut to the apartment complex where Yifan lives. He rubbed his hungry stomach and went looking for food. Now that he thought about it, he was actually pretty hungry. Might as well stop by Old Cow's place for a bite. Skewers, grilled flatbread, and a cold beer on the side. No, that's the life. At a street-side stall named Old Cow's Grilled Skewers, a desperate voice came from inside the shop. Sister Wang, could the rent be extended for a few more days? Business hasn't been great lately. As soon as I have the money, I promise I'll pay you back. Sister Wang, her face hard as stone, sneered, extended. Don't make me laugh. Am I running a business here or a charity? Can't pay rent? Then get out. I don't give a damn about market conditions. The rent you owe, I'll take your equipment as collateral. Old Cow froze and asked in disbelief. What? Before he could react, Sister Wang waved her hand and ordered her thugs to rush in and take everything. Old Cow panicked and pleaded. These ovens are all custom-made. They cost a fortune. I only owe you the rent. The thugs behind her didn't care one bit. They shoved him to the ground and spat, "Get lost. This junk wouldn't sell even if you scrapped it. Taking this for your debt? Consider yourself lucky." At that exact moment, a slender hand appeared and clamped down on his shoulder immovable. He whipped his head around in terror. Why couldn't he move? Yifen's face turned stormy. He whipped around to face her and spoke through clenched teeth. "Sister, Wang right. How much does he owe you in rent? I'll pay it for him." Hearing this, she froze, staring at him suspiciously. Sister Wang assumed he was just talking big and immediately refused. "Even if you pay, I won't agree. I was being generous back then, letting him rent the shop at such a low price. Now this area is about to become the Kanwu commercial district. Thou, can things stay the same?" Old Cow sneered the moment she opened her mouth. "How nice that sounds. Really, you're just chasing rumors that rent prices are skyrocketing." Sister Wang pointed at the neighboring shops and declared arrogantly, "I don't care. All 3 of these shops are mine. Big chain brands are already lining up to rent from me at shop, paying 20,000 pennies a month." Yifen couldn't take it anymore. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and dialed Yaoqian immediately. "Director He, is that you?" Meanwhile, Sister Wang went full gouge mode. "If you're willing to pay 30,000 to 50,000 pennies a month to keep renting, I might be willing to discuss it." Yifen ignored her completely, focusing only on his conversation with Yaoqian. After getting confirmation, he said, "The rush paperwork is done. Thanks for all the trouble. With a landlord as ruthless as you, there's nothing left to negotiate. This place belongs to me now." Sister Wang burst out laughing, dismissing him as delusional. "Belongs to you? Who the hell do you think you are? You think I'm some subletter? Let me tell you, I'm the primary owner. No price will make me sell. Now stop standing around. Keep going, move all their stuff out." When the 2 thugs rushed forward, he calmly spread both arms and blocked them dead in their tracks. The 2 men bounced backward like coiled springs. Sister Wang watched him so effortlessly, sent her 2 goons flying, and began to tremble with fear. "What do you think you're doing? Believe me now. I'm calling the police." After dealing with the thugs, Yifen dusted off his hands and explained, "What you bought was only the usage rights to this shop." Right on cue, 2 construction workers driving excavators appeared. He leaned casually to the side and declared coolly, "What I bought is the land for this entire commercial district." The crew from the construction site walked over and asked him, "Boss, any instructions?" Sister Wang saw the excavators rolling toward her and froze solid. "What are you people trying to do?" Yifen tilted his chin up and said, "All I have to do is give the word, and I turn this place into a construction zone right now. Then I let it sit for a few months. Let's see who you rent to then. It's just a small loss. No big deal. I can absorb 200 yuan. Sister Wang heard the number and nearly had a heart attack. 200 yuan, that's 200 million pennies. What kind of person did I offend? "Big boss, please spare me. Big boss, my family's investments have all failed over the past few years. All we have left is the rent from this commercial district to survive on." Hearing her sob story, Yifen's expression didn't change one bit. "So what's your solution?" Sister Wang, knowing she was in the wrong, immediately offered a deal. "Starting today, Old Cow's rent gets cut in half, and all utilities are free. How about it?" Seeing her come to her senses, he nodded with satisfaction. "Now you're being reasonable." After completing a successful face slap, the system issued a congratulatory notification. Received the sucker's nose reward. System main quest triggered establish a company. System counter corrupt enterprises. Item unlocked the sucker's nose detect the presence of scam victims in the surrounding area. After the dramatic interlude, all that remained were grilled skewers wafting their irresistible aroma. Old Cow brought over a tray of skewers and a bottle of beer, saying enthusiastically, "Tonight's meal is on me. Eat and drink your fill, don't be shy." Zio Lino, boss literally, thank you today. Being called that made Yifen feel a bit awkward. "Don't call me boss, just make sure my late-night meals are taken care of. Gotta admit, your food's still the best." Old Cow beamed with pride. "You've got taste, not to brag, but the Cow family's secret recipe has been passed down for decades. Now that I've passed this test, I'm full of confidence. I'll definitely bring the Cow name to glory." Ruyan was called over at that moment. Looking at the spread of food, she asked with confusion, "You're such a big shot, and you specifically called me out just to eat grilled skewers. Though I have to say, they taste pretty good." Yifen watched her eat with such relish and thought if she knew this barbecue cost 200 million pennies, what would she think? Either way, this main quest is probably meant to help the people around me steer them clear of scams and shady characters. Looks like the sucker's nose detection hasn't been activated yet, though. Seeing him suddenly lean in close and sniff at her, she blushed and protested, What are you doing? We're outside, there are people everywhere. If you're into it, we can go home and you can sniff all you want. Yifen felt the conversation veering into R18 territory and straightened up immediately, getting to the real reason he'd called her over. Ruyan, the reason I asked you out tonight is because I want to set up a new company. I need your help with some initial groundwork scouting locations, setting up office equipment, that sort of thing. Ruyan picked up her beer glass and pouted slightly. So he sees me as his little errand runner. Fine then, what kind of company are you planning to open? Any special requirements for location and equipment? Though Yifen had decided to start a company, he still had no idea what kind. He could only vaguely outline his requirements. Haven't decided on the type yet. Maybe an investment company, more prime the location and the more upscale the equipment, the better. A sudden thought struck him: if Liu Ruyan gets scammed while shopping for office supplies, and I step in to help her dodge the trap, would I get a reward? Ruyan clinked glasses with him immediately and agreed. Sure thing, I've got experience setting up companies. I guarantee every element will be priced at the best value. Yifen, worried she might go overboard, cautioned. Don't just throw money around because there's a lot of it. We'll need funds for plenty of things down the road. After a round of drinks, she started feeling tipsy and called out, Boss, wrap up an order of chives with 5-spice pork belly. Make it extra spicy. Old Cow, busy at the grill, called back immediately. Coming right up. Yifen heard her order and suddenly felt something was off. What are you up to? After finishing their meal, the two walked toward Yifen's apartment. Ruyan kissed him softly and murmured, You're so heartless. I've been slaving away managing your company, and you're out here chasing other women. Caught off guard, he denied it. I haven't. She saw him deny it and smiled knowingly. The perfume on you doesn't lie. I don't need anything else. Just be there when I need you and recharge my energy. Can you do that? With a fish jumping straight into the net, Yifen wasn't about to refuse. Deal. Liu Ruyan heard this and pulled him along faster. Then let's hurry back to the room. When neither of them was paying attention, a shadowy figure emerged from a dark corner, eyes locked on the two of them. The instant he appeared, the sucker's nose skill triggered an alert. Skill activated. My eyes are the ruler. Yifen discreetly glanced back and assessed the stranger. The shadow maintained a steady distance as he'd been tailed the entire way. Knowing someone was following them, Yifen refused to put her in danger. He stopped her and groaned, Wait, Ruyan, my stomach hurts. Must have been the skewers. I can't make it tonight. Head back without me. Ruyan, who had been anticipating the main event, pouted in frustration. You damn man, trying to bail on me. Next time you owe me double, no dodging. Yifen waved goodbye and promised, Got it. Next time guaranteed. You've been tailing me long enough. Come out and show yourself. Face scar, so he'd been spotted and didn't bother hiding. Sharp senses, kid. But if you insist on poking your nose where it doesn't belong, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. The moment he finished speaking, two thugs behind him charged forward, armed with wooden clubs. One swung his club hard, but Yifen tilted sideways and dodged clean. The other tried to sneak in a cheap shot. Yifen snatched his club mid-swing and stopped it cold. Even so, he was struggling. The opponent's raw strength was no joke. This guy's power is insane. I popped a stamina pill and it barely keeps me even with him. Look, we've got a misunderstanding here. But did we really have to jump straight to violence? Whatever it is, let's talk it out. I'll throw in some cash. We'll call it even. What do you say? Before he could finish, something blazed toward him at blistering speed, startling him so badly he dropped the bills. Face Scar gripped his blade and grinned viciously, licking his lips. Kid, you still don't have a clue who you've crossed. Money means nothing here, and nobody's around to hear you scream. Remember this, stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Right at that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder and a voice remarked, Not bad, these muscles are pretty solid. All the old folks in the area swarmed in and started scrutinizing him. This kid really is a training fiend. I heard they're recruiting extras over here. We just came to check it out, pay up front before we act. Don't even think about scamming us. This old lady Ruyan held a stack of cash in her hand, reassuring them. No scam here, no scam at all. Thank you for your trouble, everyone. 200 yuan each, right here. Here you go. Lin Yifen watched the person who had already left turn back, bewildered. It was Ruyan. She tossed the bills into the air for everyone to scramble for, then shot him a smug look. Kid, you still think you can pull one over on me? Sis here has seen it all. I'm not that easy to fool. The old folks confirmed it was real money and burst into excited cheers. We actually got paid. All right, this old man will definitely give the performance of his life. Hey, kid grandson, you see this? Grandma's gonna be on TV. Lin Yifen looked at the middle-aged and elderly squad Ruyan had assembled and couldn't help but laugh. Money supposedly can't even summon ghosts. yet it somehow recruited our most powerful fighting force. He wasn't buying it. Just then, one of Scarface's underlings broke down crying after being reminded of his grandmother by an old lady nearby. "Ma'am, you look just like my grandma." The old lady, seeing him cry so pitifully, felt a pang of sympathy and softly murmured, "My dear grandson." Scarface saw his plan falling apart and cursed in fury, "Idiots! Let's go." He then led his men and fled the scene. The old folks watched them run off, confused. "Why'd they leave? They're not acting anymore." Royan curved her eyes into a gentle smile and explained, "Sorry, Grandma. We're only filming for today. I'll call you all again next time." Lin Yifan watched the three fleeing figures and fell into deep thought. Those three are definitely not ordinary. Who's really pulling the strings behind them? The next morning at the bank, Xioxia strolled in carrying a coffee cup, yawning wide. "So sleepy, at least I'm not late." Just as she took her first sip, a shout made her spit it all out. "What kind of behavior is this, young lady?" Zilly stood at the front of the group, criticizing her unprofessional demeanor. "In banking, personal image is everything. You're lazy and sloppy. How can customers trust you with their money?" The others chimed in, piling on the criticism. "Service image is extremely important. You represent the bank, understand? The younger generation really doesn't have the discipline we had back in our day." Ambushed by a mob of scolding strangers out of nowhere, Xioxia was completely bewildered. "Who are these people?" Hiyaukian saw the crowd gathered at the bank entrance and asked in confusion, "Why is everyone congregating at my humble little shop?" Xioxia walked over, looking utterly clueless. Director, he saw her blank expression and realized she had no idea who these people were. "Xioxia, let me introduce you. This is the Director of Development Bank, and the gentleman beside him is the head of Morgan Bank's China Division. And this last one is the Director of Huikang Trust." Hearing that every single one was a director of a major bank, Xioxia's face went pallid. They were all titans of the financial world. "Why are they all here?" Hiyaukian, somewhat displeased that they arrived unannounced, spoke with a hint of irritation. "Listen, everyone, you are all prominent figures. Why are you standing around at the entrance like this? It's not a good look. How about we all head to the VIP lounge to rest? The moment Director Lin shows up, I'll notify everyone immediately." But his explanation only made the big bank executives even more agitated. "Director you've already had your chance to get close to him. We still haven't even met Director Lin." "Exactly. He pulled off an acquisition of that magnitude overnight. There will definitely be more moves coming. Morgan Bank isn't about to let a client like this slip through their fingers." Xioxia listened to their complaints for a while before finally understanding we're all here for young Master Lin. The development bank director spoke up excitedly. "On top of that, we can even help you supervise and train your staff. How many people would kill for an opportunity like this?" Hiyaukian heard this and glanced at Xioxia beside him, reminding her, Exactly. Xioxia, you're a deputy director, know you should learn more from these senior experts." She immediately bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, sirs." The crowd, learning she held such a senior position, was collectively stunned. A deputy director, such a young deputy director. "Old how did this happen? Where are your standards, man?" Hiyaukian, bombarded with criticism, hurried to explain, "Don't talk nonsense. What kind of person do you take Hiyaukian for?" But the bank executives still weren't buying it. "Then explain, how did she become deputy director?" Xioxia received a text from Yifan and immediately called out, "Mr. Lin, you'd like to deposit another 597 yuan. Of course, the bank can arrange door-to-door service for you." Hearing this, the directors' faces lit up with excitement. "Young Master Lin, you mean Director Lin, correct? Of course, who else would drop 597 yuan like it's nothing?" Hiyaukian finally had his chance to explain. The one who directly handled young Master Lin's business was Xioxia. Now do you understand how she became deputy director? Learning she was the one who personally served Yifan. The same people who'd been criticizing her moments ago suddenly turned overwhelmingly warm. "Xioxia, you're incredible. You're the pride of us bankers." The banking crowd. "Xioxia, where did you and Director Lin first meet?" "Xioxia, let me treat you to dinner. Let's sit down and have a proper chat." Time flew by until noon. Xioxia, after fending off those old foxes, rushed to Yifan's place and was practically gasping for air. Seeing her panting like that, he handed her a bottle of water. "You've worked hard, drink up." Xioxia took the bottle and said respectfully, "To protect Mr. Lin's privacy, all of this is just part of the job. I had to switch 3 different cars and cut through 4 streets before I finally shook off those big shots. I never imagined so many people were tailing me. However, the 3 from yesterday were definitely not these financial bigwigs. Yiffin was still mulling over yesterday's events and the cryptic words Scarface had left behind, meddling in other people's business. Could he be talking about that small-time streamer I crushed in the competition the other day? Yo, bro. Just then his phone buzzed. On the screen appeared a message from her onesie, 6 p.m. at Yeamu restaurant. I'll be waiting. Seeing this, Yiffin decided to go enjoy the meal and get to the truth. She might just hold the clue he needed. Following the appointment, he arrived at Yeamu restaurant. Upon entering, Zhang Shun greeted him, "Welcome. Are you looking for someone or dining in?" Caught off guard, Yiffin was slightly embarrassed. Come to think of it, I don't even know her real name. I can't just call her by her screen name, can I? Zhang Shun noticed his confusion and offered, "If you haven't made a reservation, we still have tables available. I can show you to one." Right at that moment, the restaurant manager appeared and barked at him. "Zhang Shun, what do you think you're doing? The VIP room Miss Lu's favorite is the Lingland Suite. I've told you several times already, and you still got it wrong. Do you actually want to work here or not?" Scolded Zhang Shun can only bow repeatedly. I'm sorry, manager. I'll go replace it right away." The manager, still furious, berates him further. "If we lose this customer, selling you off wouldn't even begin to cover it. What are you looking at? We're not hiring security guards here." Out. Dressed in such rags, and Zhang Shun actually dared think he was a customer. Absolutely clueless. Just then Wanwen calls, he picks up. "Hello." Wanwen's sweet voice comes through the phone. "Hey, where are you right now?" Yiffin tells her, "I'm in the hotel lobby." The manager, annoyed at being ignored, waves him off impatiently. "Take your call outside." Right at that moment, Wanwen appears and places her hand on his shoulder. "Hey, you're Lin Feifan, right? I'm Lu Wanwen, also known as Wanwen." The restaurant manager sees her appear and the fact that she's calling him so familiarly drains the color from his face. Miss Lu, is this your guest?" She hasn't noticed his condescending attitude from earlier. She replies casually, "Yes, why?" Yiffin's expression darkens. He speaks with biting sarcasm. "I'm a customer, not here applying for a security guard position." The manager's face drains of color. He stammers an apology. "I'm so sorry. It was all my fault for not knowing better. I'm truly sorry." Yiffin can't be bothered to argue with someone this snobbish. "A dog's eye judges everyone as beneath it, whatever not worth my breath. So, where are we sitting?" Wanwen hears this and thinks he's joking. "I didn't know you were such a joker, applying to be a security guard. That's hilarious. Let's go." Under the manager's guidance, the two walk to their table. A vase of fresh lily of the valley sits elegantly on the table. He says awkwardly, "The lily of the valley Miss Lu likes is all arranged. Dinner menu same as usual tonight." She hums in agreement, then asks considerately, "What about you, Feifan?" Hearing her still use his online nickname, he furrows his brow and corrects her. "Didn't I tell you my name is Lin Yiffin? That was just your username, though." Wanwen grins, her eyes curving into crescents. "I think it's more fun calling you that." Yiffin, having no idea what to order, says, "I've never been to a place like this. I'll have whatever she's having." Hearing this, the manager sneers inwardly. Just a freeloader riding on someone else's coattails, as expected. "Miss Lu, the wine's still your usual. Will a Shadao Margox be all right?" Wanwen ignores the manager and asks Yiffin, "Feifan, do you drink?" As for something this high-end, Yiffin has never even tasted it. "You're turning down the wine." "I'm not used to drinking wine. Got any Coca-Cola?" The manager, as incapable of elegance as a dog trying to grow ivory, starts running his mouth again. "Hardly any of our customers order Coca-Cola here." Coca-Cola as a mixer, Coca with wine, no. That's a truly bizarre combination. Yiffin is getting irritated by the manager's constant blathering. "So do you have it or not?" The manager replies with a taunting edge. "If you insist, of course we have it." He's just Miss Lu's boy toy and actually thinks he's someone important. Dressed like that and daring to set foot in here. What kind of day is it that scum like these keep flooding in one after another? Not far away, Uncle Hang sits with Diantium, but his eyes never stop scanning for other targets. "Where are all the top beauties of Wuchang?" He scans the room. She's the only decent one around. "I'll need you to handle this, little Diantium." She immediately understands what he wants her to do. She whines cutely, "So annoying making me do this kind of thing again." A while later, a perfectly prepared plate of crab is placed on the table. "Miss Lu, here is your Alaskan king crab." Wanwen stands up. "Feifan, I need to use the restroom. Go ahead and eat." Something about the back-to-back timing strikes Yiffin as off, but he can't quite put his finger on it. "That sounds kinda weird." The moment she leaves, Diantium arrives. She gasps as if seeing it for the first time. "Isn't this top-grade Alaskan king crab? Those claws are massive and so solid. Could you treat me to some?" Yiffin stares at this complete stranger asking him for food, bewildered. Who are you? Yifen looks startled and turns the question back on Diantium. You want me to treat you? So even a fancy hotel like this has beggars, huh? Diantium's face flushes crimson with rage. Does he really think I can't afford this? Fine thing, go gnaw on that crab by yourself. How disgusting. As she passes by Yifen, she deliberately lets her backside graze against his hand. Then she shrieks, he groped me. Right in Yifen's face, he stands there stunned. Who groped you? Diantium plays the innocent victim, wailing as if she's been violated. You obviously stop pretending. Falsely accused. Yifen is so furious he can barely speak. Lady, I didn't touch you. She puts on a disgusted expression and attacks him. Not only is he stingy, he's also a creep. With that, she grabs the glass of water off the table and splashes it straight at him. You disgusting creep, drop dead. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, Yifen dodged, but the bald man at the table below isn't so lucky. He screams, my toupee. Wanwen comes back upstairs. She eyes the person who ruined her dinner with Yifen, clearly displeased. Miss, I think you've gone a bit too far. You've clearly misunderstood my friend. I hope you'll apologize to him. Diantium, in disbelief, points at herself. Apologize? What reason do I have to apologize? He obviously touched me first. And who are you to demand I apologize? Who do you think you are? You can't even keep your own man in check. What gives you the right to tell me what to do? At that moment, the manager hurries over, having been summoned by Wanwen. Miss Liu, as per your request, the Cam family has been thoroughly investigated. We zoomed in and slowed down the footage, and sure enough, girl was the one who approached first. Wanwen fixes her with an icy glare and says through gritted teeth, hear that? Diane Zin, her frame-up scheme exposed flat out, refuses to back down. So what? I know, I just stumbled a little, and he seized the chance to reach out. Besides, what kind of girl would go around smearing her own reputation? Either way, I'm not apologizing. Seeing her stubborn refusal to admit fault, Wanwen decides to teach her a lesson she won't forget. Here's what we'll do, manager. Relay a message to every fine dining restaurant in Wuchang City. This person is suspected of staged collision extortion. Blacklist her completely. No entry allowed. The manager doesn't dare refuse. He hurries to respond, of course, Miss Liu. I'll contact the other restaurants immediately to coordinate. Hearing herself banned from every upscale restaurant in the city, Diane Zin finally realizes she's hit the wrong iron plate. Who exactly is this girl? How does she have this much pull? Wanwen raises her phone and snaps a photo of Diane Zin. The girl flinches at the click of the shutter. She screams in panic. What are you doing? Are you filming me? Wanwen smirks at her and replies, I'm posting this on Weibo myself so everyone can be on guard. Don't worry, Faith and you stood up for me last time. This time, it's my turn to protect you on my home turf. I won't let you get the short end of the stick. Only now does Diane Zin truly panic, finally grasping just how stupid she's been. Wait, if every high-end restaurant in the city blacklists me, how am I supposed to network with rich people and make money? Beihang, sensing the situation going south, steps forward and places a hand on her shoulder, putting on a soothing act. Apologies, me friends had too much to drink. It's all a misunderstanding. I think there's no need for any announcements. How about I treat everyone to this meal? Consider it making new friends. Sound good? Diane Zin hears this and anxiously calls out to him. Young Master Fu's expression turns ice cold as he snaps. You apologize to them both right now and get lost. In the end, Diane Zin, though unwilling, has no choice but to bow deeply and apologize. I'm sorry, miss. Wanwen gracefully takes a seat across from Yifen. She looks at Beihang and asks curiously, who are you exactly? I don't think we've met. Seeing her address him, he hurries to introduce himself. I'm Fu Beihang, young master of the Fu family from South District. I just arrived from South District, so it's only natural you wouldn't recognize me. Wanwen glances at Yifen and gently asks for his opinion. Brother Fafen, he says he wants to treat us. You okay with that? Being invited, of course, there's no reason to refuse. Sure, go ahead. I'm just here for the free food anyway. Only now does Wanwen break into a wide grin, turning to Beihang. You're really treating us, so we can order anything we want, right? Beihang doesn't answer right away. He sneaks a glance behind him before replying, of course. Please enjoy yourselves, miss. Watching Yifen casually sip his water, he flashes a smug grin. Red wine is poured into their glasses. As the waiter walks away, Beihang is still reveling in his own cleverness. The plan hit some bumps, sure, but in the end it worked. A handsome, wealthy young man who can freely enjoy luxurious dinners versus some broke kid across the table who'd need to work months just to afford one meal. In the end, who would she choose? One look and the answer's obvious. The more straightforward ones will fall into his arms that very night. The shyer ones might put up a little resistance first. Either way, this catfish technique, young master here has pulled it off more times than he can count. After finishing dinner, Wanwen happily springs to her feet. Let's go, brother Fafen. I've eaten way too much. Come take a walk with me by the river. Beiheng watches them about to leave without sparing him a single glance, his face going pale. You're just going to leave without even saying goodbye to me. Going for a walk, miss. I happen to be free too. How about we all go together? Wanwen, seeing him trying to butt in, snaps with irritation. Why would we go with you? Beiheng refuses to give up. In that case, at least exchange contact info, he says, but Wanwen shuts him down cold. There's really no need. The cashier, seeing Beiheng about to follow them out, rushes over with the bill. Leaving so soon? You haven't settled the bill yet. The number on the slip hits him square in the face, jaw-dropping, doesn't even begin to cover it. His voice shoots up to a pitch that could shatter glass. What the hell, own single meal cost me 3.2 million jiao. Wanwen looks at his stricken face and lets out a soft laugh. I saw through you from the start. Thought a little pocket money meant you could play girls? What a piece of trash. Can't even cough up 3 million jiao. Why don't you call me Big Sis Wan? I'll cover it for you. Being played like a fiddle sends Beiheng into a blind rage. Damn it. Let me tell Yaunabody makes a fool out of me. Yifen steps forward, clamping down hard on his wrist. His voice is a low, dangerous warning looking for trouble. Pinned down. Beiheng winces and whines. That hurts. Brauho's side are you even on? Spit it out. Yifen throws his hand off and replies coldly, nobody's side. Got a problem with that? Beiheng, realizing the other man has the physical edge, resorts to empty threats. Fine, you are king of the hill here, I get it. But come to South District and I'll show you what's what. Wanwen, finding the whole exchange tiresome, walks over and links her arm through Yifen's, pulling him away. Come on, brother Fafen, don't waste your time on him. Outside, night has fallen completely. The only light spills from the restaurant behind them. Zilly rushes in from outside, spots him, and calls out excitedly, Young Master Lin, I'm here. The sweat drenching his clothes and his ragged breathing make it clear just how fast he sprinted to get here. Wanwen sees him appear, her face showing clear surprise. Uncle Jian. Beiheng, who has also spotted Zilly, goes visibly pale. Isn't that Director Jian from South City Development Bank? Why is he here? Zilly pays no heed to their bewildered stares and strides forward with a beaming expression. Thank goodness Zyro Wan, you two haven't left yet. You must be Lin Yifen. Young Master Lin, it's an honor to finally meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jian Zilly, from South City Development Bank. Representatives from other banks begin arriving one after another, each eager to claim him. Young Master Lin, you must consider investing in Huikang credit for your next move. Young Master Lin, on behalf of Morgan Bank, I extend our most sincere invitation to you. Beiheng, seeing all these top banking representatives showing up specifically for Yifen, grows even more. Stunned, half the major financial players in the entire South District have personally come to meet this man. Who the hell is this guy? Facing the crowd of representatives, Yifen speaks with calm composure. My terms are simple, however, can help me track down the person who attacked me that night. He gets my investment next time. Zilly hears this and immediately sees hope. A fair competition. I accept. The bald man chuckles lightly, showing his determination. This investment is as good as mine. The Morgan representative carries an air of supreme confidence. When it comes to intelligence networks, Morgan Bank holds the clear advantage. Young Master Lin, wait for our good news. After accepting his terms, all three head straight for their cars, eager to complete the mission as fast as possible. Wanwen watches them all rush off, and finally realizes it's because of her that he's been swarmed like this. Sorry, brother Fafen, I think my Weibo post is what exposed you. I'll delete it right away. He hears this and chuckles softly, reassuring her. It's fine, I'd have to work with them sooner or later anyway. At that moment, Beiheng emerges from the corner. Seeing him show up yet again, undisguised annoyance flashes in Yifen's eyes. Fu Beiheng, right? What do you want now? Beiheng called his men over, his expression brimming with confidence as he declared, Didn't I already say so? Let me show you. Brothers, bring it out. But what happened next left him completely stunned. In Beiheng's hand was a coconut water can with a fresh, eye-catching design. Wanwen stared at it, utterly baffled. Coconut water? Beiheng and his two underlings suddenly launched into a performance setting an entire can of coconut water each in one go, right in front of the two onlookers. Then the whole crew broke into bright smiles and shouted out a slogan that sounded suspiciously rehearsed. Nanchang coconut water is absolutely delicious. Brother Lin, this is our local specialty. I'm from Nanching, please, give it a taste. Yifen watched the whole scene, more confused than ever. What the hell are these guys up to now? Suddenly, Beihang rushed over and threw himself at Yifen's legs, wailing. Brother Lino, I mean Lord Lin. Earlier there were too many people around. Please, let me apologize to you now. I heard you're looking for capable people, Brother Lin. I can help, I can be useful. Besides, I know the underground scene even better than those guys do. Hearing this, Yifen decided to show a little mercy and let him off the hook. Fine, I'll give you one chance. Seeing Yifen agree, Beihang burst out with joy. Thank you so much, Brother Lin. Once the farce died down, the restaurant owner appeared, a black card in hand. Young Master Lin, I'm the owner of this restaurant. Please accept this VIP card. Was there anything unsatisfactory about our service today? Yifen seemed to ponder for a moment, then cast a meaningful glance at the man standing behind the owner. Nothing unsatisfactory at all. In fact, I should thank your floor manager. Hearing the tone in his voice, the restaurant owner grew uneasy. He smiled awkwardly and glanced back at the manager, who stood with his head hanging low. Yifen continued, thank him for teaching me that rich people only drink top-shelf liquor, not Coca-Cola. The restaurant owner didn't need a second guess to understand what had happened. He barked in anger, you're fired. I'll make sure every high-end restaurant in the association hears about this. The manager, despite having braced himself, looked like he wanted to drop dead on the spot. It's over, I knew it was over. Under the starlit sky, the university campus gleamed with an extra touch of brilliance. Lin Ning waved goodbye to Mayu. Goodbye, senior. Thank you so much for today. Mayu smiled softly and waved back. Then Lin Ning, I'll be heading off. Spending the day with Mayu made Lin Ning incredibly happy. How lucky running into Senior Su in the self-study room, and even getting her guidance. She couldn't help but replay this morning's tutoring session in her mind. For this kind of problem, I'd recommend Professor Feng's textbook on economics. It'll be really helpful for you. The more she thought about it, the more excited Lin Ning became. She could barely contain herself. Top of the major, a brilliant academic prodigy, the campus belle of Wuchang University, and she didn't have a single ounce of arrogance about her. If I were a man, I'd probably fall for her too. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Still riding that high, Lin Ning had barely opened her dorm room door when she heard the sharp, spiteful voice of her roommate. I say she had it coming. She's all alone anyway, advantage is on our side. The moment she stepped in, all three roommates turned to stare right at her. Lin Ning had no idea what they were talking about. What are they saying? That's when she noticed her notebooks, thrown into the trash bin in the corner of the room. She hurried over in shock and pulled them out. Why are my books in the trash? The short-haired girl spoke with a completely indifferent expression. I saw you toss them on the floor, so I figured you didn't need them and helped you clean up. Lin Ning spotted the large wet patch on her mattress and cried out, what happened to my bed? The long-haired girl frowned slightly, looking annoyed as she explained. Zio Zai spilled some water by accident, just a little. It won't affect your sleep. You're not going to make a big deal out of this, are you? Zio Zai sneered at her, deliberately provocative. Yeah, that's right. What are you gonna do about it? That was the moment Lin Ning realized she was being bullied. Confusion and hurt washed across her face. Her expression darkened as she looked at the three of them. The three had no idea what was about to hit them, how terrifying it would be. All three smiled smugly at Lin Ning. Time flew until the next morning. Yifen received a call from a teacher and rushed to the school. There are actually people who dare bully my sister. Zio Ning, are you okay? Seeing Yifen appear, Lin Ning looked slightly guilty. Bro, I'm fine. The three bullies saw him arrive, and every single one of them averted their eyes. Gone was every trace of their earlier arrogance. Yesterday, Yifen had learned there were three of them against Lin Ning, who was all by herself. That only made his fury burn hotter. Don't worry, Zio Ning, I'll protect you, that's a promise. Teacher Zhang spoke up calmly at this point. Mr. Lin, you're Lin Ning's older brother, correct? As I mentioned on the phone, there was a bullying incident in Lin Ning's dormitory. Yifen stepped forward and shook her hand, speaking politely. Teacher Zhang, I have a general understanding of the situation. I believe this dormitory bullying incident is extremely serious. If not dealt with promptly, it could escalate into a much bigger problem. I demand this matter be handled with the utmost seriousness. Teacher Zhang gently pushed up her glasses, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Indeed, Mr. Lin, the school shares the same view. That's precisely why we asked you to come. Now, Lin Ning, do you have anything to say in response to your three roommates' accusation that you bullied them? Yifen couldn't believe his ears. Wait, teacher, are you saying my sister is the one who caused this? Teacher Zhang looked at his bewildered expression and replied helplessly. From what we've gathered, I'm afraid so. That was when one of the girls suddenly burst into loud, theatrical sobbing. My mother has never even yelled at me like that. I don't want to go to school anymore, I want to go home. School bullying is truly terrifying. Yifen stared completely baffled. Sis, is this really what happened? That was when Lin Ning recounted what had happened the previous night. After realizing she had been the target of bullying, she had stood frozen, staring at them for a long moment. And then Demon Lin Ning emerged to teach those shameless brats a lesson. Well then, let me lend you all a hand. With that, she charged straight at them. First, she grabbed the short-haired girl by the head. Wearing that thing won't save you. Might as well face reality early. The wig the girl had so carefully put on was ripped clean off by Lin Ning. The girl screamed in terror. After dealing with the short-haired girl, Lin Ning snatched her own bedsheet and lunged at the next one. The long-haired girl was wrapped tightly and strapped to the top bunk. A wet bed doesn't affect sleep, right? Then today, you can use it. The long-haired girl screamed in panic, desperately calling for the last one to save her. I'll handle this one. The burly girl threw a punch and charged, but Lin Ning lifted her up effortlessly and slammed her hard into the floor. Thrown down like that, Xiao Zai immediately lost all ability to resist. After finishing off all three, Lin Ning dusted off her hands and declared proudly, "The women of the Lin family aren't inferior to anyone." After hearing her account, Yifen suddenly recalled just how strong his sister really was. Almost forgot. When it came to raw toughness, he wasn't even half as good as her. Turns out, back in their hometown, diving into the ponds, hauling in nets, catching fish, all of it fell on his sister's shoulders. But Miss Zhang, don't you think something doesn't add up? My sister had no reason to do that, so why would she? Miss Zhang lightly touched his shoulder, gesturing for him to follow. Mr. Lin, could you come over here for a moment? Mr. Lin, there may be more to this than meets the eye. But right now, all three students have given consistent statements, and Lin Ning has already admitted to what she did. So for now, the best course of action is to focus on consolation and mediation to keep this from escalating any further. Of course, I assure you the underlying cause will be thoroughly investigated. At this point, Yifen understood perfectly well what she was really saying. He'd take it upon himself to find the real culprit. I understand, Miss Zhang. Leave the rest to me. You three, we step outside and discuss how to settle this. Seeing his mild-mannered approach, the three girls immediately got cocky. Hey, mister, this isn't something simple, you know. If you want to settle this, you'd better show some sincerity. Exactly. Think about your sister's reputation. Looking at the three idiots before him, Yifen let out a cold laugh and waved his hand dismissively. Sincerity, huh? Right on cue, a delivery worker rushed over carrying armfuls of goods, per his earlier request. Mr. Lin, your express delivery has arrived. Yifen took the items and held them out in front of the girls. The latest flagship phone, a leather handbag, designer perfumes, this sincere enough for you. The three girls stared at the luxury items before them, greed plastered across every face. Well, that works, I suppose. Suddenly, Yifen let go. Everything crashed to the ground. He furrowed his brow and warned them coldly. I dare give these to Yao, but the real question is, do you deserve them? The short-haired girl frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Yifen's expression darkened. Tell Muhi, did you target my sister? If you hadn't provoked her first, she would have had no reason to fight back. Caught off guard by the question, all three girls exchanged nervous glances. Nothing to say? Yifen's voice turned ice cold. Fine, don't talk, but the value of what's on the ground here I can pay double, triple, even 100 times over. There's always a way to dig out the truth. But if I find out on my own and broadcast it across the entire school twice, the outcome will be a very different story for you. Just then, the short-haired girl, terrified beyond words, caved and spilled the truth. We actually had no grudge against Lin Ning. The long-haired girl couldn't hold out either and broke down. A guy from our department paid us to bully her. Xiao Zai pulled out a photo of Zhuang Bufin, pointing out the mastermind. Yes, that's the one. Zhuang Bufin, it was him again. Yifen clenched his jaw in fury. A single-unit apartment for a university student. After making the bed for Lin Ning, he reminded her gently. All right, don't go back to the dorm anymore. Just stay here, it's much cleaner. Pampered by her brother, Lin Ning beamed with joy. You're the best. I'll look around the area, get familiar with the neighborhood, and see if I can make some friends. Meanwhile, in another unit, Mayu was crawling around on the bathroom floor in frustration. After failing to fix it time and again, she finally gave up. Strange, why did the pipe break? Guess I'll just call someone to take a look. She opened the door only to find Lin Ning standing right at the door across the hall. Sensing her gaze, Lin Ning turned around and spotted Mayu. Senior Sayu live here too. Seeing her, delight flickered in Mayu's eyes as well. Lin Ning. Through the gap in the doorway, Lin Ning had already spotted Mayu's leaking sink. Senior Su, it looks like there's a leak over here. Mayu gave a soft hum, I was just about to call someone to check it. Lin Ning immediately volunteered, brimming with confidence. Why bother calling anyone? Let me handle it. Hearing that, Mayu was taken aback. Lin Ning crouched down to examine the sink, then gave a confident guarantee. It's a small thing, don't worry about it, senior. Just then, Yifen walked over and caught a familiar scent. Something about it felt strangely alluring. It was her. Mayu recognized him at a single glance. You're the one from the hospital. Seeing her, he chuckled and teased. You still owe me a campus tour, don't tell me you forgot. Mayu, not yet knowing he was Lin Ning's brother, gave a light laugh laced with warning. If you followed me all the way to the girls' dorm just for that, I might have to call security. Hearing that, Yifen felt a chill run down his spine. Does this girl seriously think I came here to hit on her? The goofy girl over there is my little sister. I'm here to help her with registration. Hearing his explanation, Mayu turned in surprise to look at Lin Ning. Oh, so that's how it is. Suddenly, Yifen's dormant system chimed in with a new quest. System host, the sucker's nose has activated. Its reading is accurate as person before you is a grade A sucker. System quest, initiated rescue the sucker. Lin Ning finished the repair and stepped out, stunned to see the two of them chatting. Broyu no senior Su too. All right, come check it for me. Mayu was surprised to see she'd actually fixed it. That fast. Noticing her brother staring after Mayu, Lin Ning called out softly. Brother. He was still lost in thought about the system quest, never expected it to be her. Mayu went in to check the faucet, and when she saw it was truly fixed, her face lit up with delight. No more leaking. Lin Ning, you're amazing. Beaming from ear to ear at the praise, Lin Ning was over the moon. Of course, I live right across from Yao. Next time something like this comes up, just find me. But the words had barely left her mouth when karma struck. The faucet suddenly came loose, water spraying everywhere. Mayu was drenched on the spot, every curve of her figure now clearly visible through her soaked clothes. Lin Ning let out an awkward laugh. Looks like there might have been a tiny little oversight. Yifen was still deep in thought over the system quest. It said he'd resolve the issue, but gave him zero intel. He couldn't just walk up and say something like that out of nowhere. For some reason, his mind conjured up an image of himself kneeling before Mayu, begging, Miss Su, please let me save you. Yeah, the security guards would definitely think he was a creep. Seeing him spacing out endlessly, Lin Ning asked curiously, Bro, are you thinking about Senior Su's problem? Don't worry, for the sake of your lifelong happiness. Your little sister will absolutely not refuse to help. Leave the initial investigation to me. Just then the apartment door opened. Mayu, now in a fresh set of clothes, said gently, Lin Ning, it's all fine now. Lin Ning knew it was her fault. Turned Mayu's sink from bad to flat-out worse. Guilt-ridden, she offered to treat Mayu to dinner as an apology. I'm sorry, Senior Su. How about I treat you to dinner to make up for it? Just the two of us, no brother allowed. Hearing that, Mayu's mood instantly soared. Sure, let's go. I was just about to take you to try some great spots nearby anyway. Lin Ning squealed with excitement. Yes. Seeing Lin Ning's signal that the mission was a success, Yifen couldn't help but smirk. That one. Her guard is way too high. Having Zyro Ning fish for intel isn't a bad move either. Next up, the other side. He stared at the golden signboard before him for a long moment, then called Zyro Zai. The Hongshan Ray Strathis is the place, right? Zyro Zai on the other end hastily confirmed. Boss Lin, I've already checked. Zhuang Bufin is there. At that moment, Yifen's eyes locked onto Zhuang Bufin, who was on his phone not far away. What do you mean, whether I'm paying or not? Whatever, I've got a race to get to. Having confirmed the target's location, Yifen didn't forget to leave a parting warning. Fine, I won't pursue your little scheme, for now, but if you ever try something like this again, I will not let it slide. Zyro Zai didn't dare even breathe wrong after that. She keeps insisting. No way. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Right at that moment, the estate's security guard blocks his path, refusing to let him in. Yifen doesn't understand, so he asks why. The guard's face darkens as he explains only race cars are allowed in. It's the rules. Hearing that, he glances around as if searching for something. Spotting a nearby motorcycle, he points at it and asks, What's that? The guard is confused but still answers, That's my ride to work. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifen slaps a thick wad of cash into the guard's hand and buys it on the spot. All right, I'll take that one then. The guard stares at the cash in his hand, jaw dropping in shock. Yifen wastes no more words. He hops on, straps the helmet on properly, not bad. The gear's actually pretty complete. Liu Ji looks at Zhuang Bufin's red sports car and gives it a nod of approval. Zyro Fan, not a bad ride. Looking at it, he must have poured a lot of effort into it. Hearing the compliment, Bufin puffs up with pride. Brother Liu truly has an eye for things. This is a car I just finished modifying. ZF Ace gearbox, original Pirely invincible rims, turbocharged burned through months of savings. Today, she finally makes her debut. Suddenly, an engine roar cuts through the air, making him flinch. It's Yiffen, charging in on his steel steed at breakneck speed. He launches off a ramp, soaring high before slamming down hard onto the roof of Buffin's sports car, caving it in. After utterly wrecking his car, Yiffen casually pulls off his helmet, his expression utterly nonchalant. One impact and it's already falling apart. This car's build quality is pretty terrible. Seeing his prized ride smashed to pieces, Buffin's face goes chalk white as he lets out a shrill scream. My baby hasn't even had her first real run, and someone already destroyed her. Get off my car right now. Buffin stares at his mangled wreck, his heart tearing apart. My beloved car. I haven't even dared to drive her yet. Yiffen climbs off the bike, exuding the aura of a tycoon showing off. However much it costs, I'll pay you back. But the fact that you bullied my little sister, that we settle right now. He grabs Buffin by the collar. Buffin freezes in shock, staring at the face before him. Finally, he remembers who this man is. So it's you, that annoying bastard. This is what you get for messing with my brother. Let me tell you something, even if he's gone overseas, I still won't let you off the hook. How about we settle this with a race? If I win, you get on your knees and fix my car. Yiffen hears this demand, and his face turns pitch black. So let me get this straight. If I win, you get on your knees and apologize to my sister. Buffin glances behind him and asks, "Where's your car?" Yiffen immediately points at the steel steed behind him. "Right here, what, you don't see it?" That's more than enough. Buffin sees that he actually dares to race him on a beat-up electric scooter and bursts out laughing. Turns out this guy's out of his mind. At this moment, 3 expensive sports cars along with Yiffen's electric scooter all line up at the starting position, ready to race. The referee's countdown rings out. 3, 2, 1, go. Buffin floors it down the track, feeling everything blur past him at dizzying speed. He falls in love with his car all over again. This speed money well spent. That bastard definitely won't catch up. He won't even smell my exhaust. Might as well forfeit already. Yiffen fires back at the mockery. Ever heard the saying, the dumb bird flies first? What's your rush? Is everything in position? A voice crackles in from the helicopter above. The reply comes back, ready, Director Lin. Confirmed, Director Lin. From the helicopter, someone hurls projectiles downward. Iron spikes clatter onto the ground right in front of the black car. The moment the tires roll over them, the sharp spikes pierce through, blowing out the tires instantly. The people inside the car with blown tires scream in panic. What the hell? Where did these spikes come from? Didn't anyone check the road? Buffin watches the black car's tires blow out and shudders at the thought. Holy shit, good thing I've got invincible tires. Otherwise, I'd have been done for 2. Suddenly, at that exact moment, Yiffen guns the throttle and surges past Buffin. Buffin's eyes go wide with shock. He can't believe what he's seeing as Yiffen zooms past him in a blur. How the hell is he not affected? Yiffen recalls his past experiences and smirks coldly, muttering, "This is the skill I honed from years of dodging delivery drivers and old ladies crossing the street." Seeing Yiffen pull ahead and take the lead, Buffin's determination to win skyrockets. I absolutely cannot let him win. It's right at the next turn. The roar of an engine right behind him makes Yiffen's eyes widen. He sees Buffin's car tailgating him aggressively. You've got some nerve coming this close. Buffin has already gone berserk. He screams repeatedly, "Slow down. If you don't slow down, don't blame me." Yiffen knows there's no dodging it. He can only brace himself, raising his arms to take the impact. Buffin doesn't slow down at all. He rams straight into the stone wall ahead. After getting out of the car, Buffin doesn't see Yiffen anywhere. He looks around frantically. Where is he? Right then, the sound of a helicopter overhead catches his attention. Yiffen dangles from a harness pulled up by the helicopter. He lets out a soft sigh of relief. Close call. Good thing I know how to fly. Seeing Yiffen land completely unscathed and drop to the ground in front of him, Buffin's face drains of all color. Seeing that stunned expression, Yiffen grins with satisfaction and gives the order. Looking at you, I don't think you're getting away. All right, kneel. Didn't you say the loser has to kneel and apologize? Hurry up, I'm recording. Buffin watches him pull out his phone and actually start filming. He can't believe it and screams, "Do you really have to go this far?" Seeing him keep stalling, Yiffen loses patience and barks, "Cut the chatter. You lost, so you pay the price." Liu Ruyan appears at this moment and speaks up. "You two agreed to a wager whoever wins calls the shots, right?" Yiffen looks at her and replies, "That's right, got a problem with that." She smirks coldly and says with satisfaction, "Sorry, but the final winner of that race was me." so he doesn't have to listen to you. Hearing this, Bufan's hope reignites instantly. He shouts excitedly, "That's right, Brother Lu. Even though I lost, he didn't actually win either." Yifan sees them trying to weasel out with wordplay, and his face darkens with displeasure. "Playing word games. You won't do it. Fine, I'll handle it myself. I told you you bullied my little sister, and I will settle that score with you." Bufan sees him advancing, and nearly wets himself in terror. "What are you going to do? Let me tell you, even my father has never laid a hand on me." Right then, Sumayu's sudden appearance freezes him in his tracks. She swings her hand and slaps him hard across the face. Looking at this spoiled brat who always causes trouble, she is absolutely livid. "Dad won't lay a hand on you, but your sister sure as hell has the right to discipline you." Slapped across the face, Zhuang Bufan glared at her, humiliation burning in his eyes. Her sudden appearance seen the revelation that she was Bufan's sister left Yifan bewildered. Mayu crossed her arms and interrogated Bufan. "Mom and Dad sent you to Wuchang universities, that just so you could spend every day chasing girls, street racing, and bullying people. You've really let me down. I'm cutting off your credit cards so you can face the consequences of your actions." The moment he heard "cut off," Bufan crumpled, clutching her leg and begging, "I'm sorry, sis. I know I was wrong. Please don't cut my cards." Yifan snapped out of his daze and asked, "You're his sister?" Seeing his surprised expression, Mayu scratched her cheek and laughed awkwardly. "We're full sibling, same parents. I take our father's surname, and he takes our mother's." Lin Ning rushed over, looking guilty, and explained. "Senior Su asked me why I booked a single room. I told her the reason, and she got so angry she dragged me here. But we are you here, bro." Lu Renjia listened to their exchange for a while before putting on a solemn face and lecturing Bufan. "So we're all friends here, looks like this was all just one big misunderstanding. Young Zhuang, you need to apologize properly. Everyone takes a step back here. And my friend, you've got to give me a little face too. I'm from the Lu family of Nancheng. If you ever need anything, just let me know." The moment Yifan heard those words, his expression soured with disgust. "Nancheng again. Don't you people from Nancheng have your own homes? You're always out here bragging wherever you go." Renjia's face darkened instantly. Yifan showed him zero respect and declared flatly, "I don't care who you are. You lost. Deal with it." As if to prove his point, he threw a punch that shattered what was left of Bufan's already wrecked sports car. Watching the parts scatter into the air, Bufan's face twisted with heartbreak and raw terror. Having displayed his strength, Yifan loomed over him with a threat. "If your legs won't kneel on their own, I'll make them." Bufan turned to his sister Mayu with desperate, pleading eyes, but she was fed up with his entitled attitude. She crossed her arms and stood back time to face the music. With no one coming to his rescue, Bufan lowered his head, grinding his teeth in bitter resentment. But ultimately, paralyzed by fear, he dropped to his knees before Lin Ning and kept his word. "Sorry," he mumbled it so quietly that Yifan wasn't having it. "Louder, say it so my sister can actually hear you." Renjia fumed at being brushed aside. How dare this bastard disrespect him? But then again, with Bufan making such a pathetic scene, it only killed whatever chance the kid had with Mayu. Silver lining. Once she got Bufan's apology, Lin Ning had no interest in dragging things out. She tugged at Yifan's arm sweetly. "All right, that's enough, bro. Let's head down the mountain early. Senior Su said she'd take me around the area tomorrow." Mayu hummed in agreement and suggested, "There's a department store over there where you can pick up daily essentials, and some clothes that are on sale right now." Lin Ning's heart leaped with joy, and Senior Su had almost the same body type. Maybe they could even swap outfits. Yifan read her expression in an instant and called her out. "Don't even dream about it. You two aren't the same size. You wouldn't fit into her stuff." After saying that, his gaze drifted to Mayu, looking at how both of them had their generous curves squeezed so tightly into their clothes. He couldn't help but wonder, do they even squeeze themselves in like that? "Aren't you worried about ruining them?" "Such a waste." Lin Ning stared at him in shock. "Bro." Caught by his blatant stare, Mayu blushed furiously. How does he know? Realizing he'd said too much, Yifan forced an awkward laugh. "Just thinking out loud, don't mind me." Watching them chat so intimately, Renjia's jealousy nearly ate him alive. What the hell happened between this bastard and Mayu? Bufan flinched, startled and terrified by the sudden shout. He crept over and whispered in her ear, "Sis, let's ride down the mountain in Mr. Lu's car later. It's getting dark, the mountain roads aren't safe." Seeing Bufan being so tactful, Renjia was deeply pleased. "Good boy." He shot Yifan a sly glance, but to his surprise, Mayu refused. "No need, Mr. Lu. I'm not used to riding in supercars." But even after being rejected, Renjia refused to back down. "It's a supercar, sure, but the interior is actually very spacious. Mayu, and if not my supercar, then what you're going to squeeze into this guy's little electric scooter. Even if he wanted to give you a ride, you wouldn't all fit. At that moment, a white car pulled up, its headlights sweeping over them. Renjia, standing directly in the beams, was nearly blinded. Beibeng spotted the car blocking the road and blared his horn. Whose car is this? You're parked in the middle of the road. He opened the door and stepped out. Spotting Renjia, he sneered mockingly. Well, if it isn't the second young master of the Liu family. Looking a bit less grand than usual today, aren't we? You dare drive that rust bucket worth a measly 2 million. Seeing him, Renjia's expression shifted to confusion. Fu Beibeng, what are you doing here? Beibeng bristled like a porcupine. Don't compare me to a spoiled second-gen rich kid like you who only knows how to blow daddy's money. My car may not be pretty, but every cent that paid for it came from my own pocket. Hearing that, there was no way Renjia could let it slide. He fired back. Without the Liu family's resources, what could you ever accomplish? You could work yourself to death and still not afford the shipping fee for my G900. Beibeng dismissed him with contempt, unwilling to waste another word. He walked up to Yifen and greeted him respectfully. Let's go, bro Lin. What a surprise running into you here. I'll give everyone a ride down. Before Renjia's eyes, the two were whispering back and forth, looking incredibly close. Beibeng looked at Lin Ning and Mayu, then waved them over warmly. Are these two friends of yours, bro Lin? Hop in, all of you. Seeing Beibeng for the first time, Lin Ning grew wary. Bro, can we trust this guy? He's not some kind of human trafficker, right? Yifen assured her. Relax, nobody's kidnapping you. Branded a potential kidnapper, Beibeng put on a wounded expression. Sis, that really hurts, you know. With her brother's assurance, Lin Ning grabbed Mayu's hand and pulled her along. Senior, this car looks pretty roomy. Come on, let's all go together. Yanked along suddenly, Mayu blurted out, Wait, Zyro Ning. Beibeng clicked the key fob and opened the door, saying respectfully, Right this way, bro Lin. Take the front seat. Bufin glanced at Renjia's dejected face and spoke up nervously. Mr. Liu, I tried my best. Rage blazed through him like wildfire. Renjia kept repeating to himself, Calm down. Liu Renjia, stay calm. You've been grooming this fat sheep for so long you absolutely cannot lose your composure now. That said, young Zhuang, I've been discussing some business matters with the Su family. Has Mr. Su mentioned anything to you? Caught off guard, Bufin frowned. Why would he tell me? It's not like I have any say in those matters. Renjia smiled knowingly. But your sister would know, wouldn't she? The truth is, Mr. Su is transferring management of the Su Corporation over to your sister. If this keeps up, you're going to be in deep trouble. You don't want to spend your whole life living under your sister's thumb, do you? Hearing this, Bufin's mind was instantly ensnared. Renjia had him right where he wanted him. Boss Liu had seen the guy walk right into the trap. Ren grinned, wicked and satisfied. Beihang floored the accelerator, and all four of them roared away from that scandalous racetrack. In the car, Yifen asked curiously, Sounds like you've got some history with that guy. Hearing him bring up that name, a troubled expression settled on Beihang's face. Liu Rent, the Liu family's second young master. I wouldn't say we're close. He's just the biggest disgrace among the second-gen rich kids in South City. Sensing something juicy, Yifen eagerly egged him on. What happened? Come on, tell me. Spill it. Encouraged by Yifen's signal, Beihang laid out every last one of the guy's scandals, start to finish. What do you all think? He's a model student, never causes trouble, never fights, never chases girls, and yet always tops every exam. Chess, calligraphy, painting, literatures, mastered it all. Doesn't that sound way too perfect? Sumayu, not quite getting it, asked, So what's the problem? Beihang answered with a pained grimace. Of course there's a problem. My old man beat and scolded me my entire childhood. The hell couldn't I be like that guy? Now that I've got the chance, I won't rest until I give him a proper beating. Hearing it was nothing more than petty jealousy, Yifen said flatly, No wonder people say you don't look like a good person. Noticing they were nearing the university, Sumayu asked Beihang to pull over. This is fine, I'll walk the rest of the way. Thanks for the ride today, everyone. Yifen glanced at their location and asked, Still about a kilometer away, right? Lin Ning looked at Sumayu by the roadside, giggling as she explained, Sister, Su doesn't like being too conspicuous at school. Wait a sec, I'll walk with you. Sumayu happily agreed. Seeing how close she'd gotten to Lin Ning, Yifen chuckled to himself. She looks sharp enough, but turns out she's just another easy mark. Noticing Yifen couldn't take his eyes off Sumayu, Beihang teased with a sly grin. Not bad, Linji. Playing both sides are we. One hand on the Liu family's princess, the other on the school's ice queen beauty. Hearing him ramble, Yifen cut him off sharply. Stop guessing. You said you had some intel. What is it? The story flashes back to when all four were still at the racetrack. Bufin had leaned in and whispered something in Yiffin's ear. He reported confidently that the task Yiffin had assigned was complete. Also, Lingetho's 3 guys you wanted found. I've tracked them down and have them under control. Just give me a little time to squeeze them, and they'll spill who's pulling the strings. Recalling that menacing look on Bufin's face, Yiffin immediately washed his hands of it. That's all you. When the cops come knocking, don't drag my name into it. Seeing him deny involvement before anything even happened, Beihang assured him helplessly. Who the hell is that guy, driving that ugly piece of junk, and still acting that arrogant? The girl beside her, who knew a thing or two, snapped immediately. Idiot. That's a Bugatti. It's worth tens of millions, and there are barely any in the entire country. The white-haired girl's expression shifted from contempt to shock. The knowledgeable girl rushed over, eager to get close to Beihang. Hey, handsome, is this your car? It's so sleek and stylish. Mind if we get to know each other? When a beautiful woman throws herself at you, Beihang naturally doesn't refuse. Sure thing, babe, but I've got business to handle. I'll come find you later. The girl cooed in response. Okay, don't you dare ghost me. I'll be waiting. Yiffin stared at the building ahead, confused. What is this? Noticing his blank expression, Beihang explained. Linji, sometimes money alone doesn't cut it, but swap it for club models, and it's a whole different game. A couple walked in through the entrance. Scarface, the guy who tried to ambush him, was now surrounded by beautiful women. Beihang pointed toward him. There. Linji, he's right over there. Hasn't left for 2 days. Everyone inside is my peeplanot. A single whisper has leaked. The manager saw him coming and rushed over immediately to greet him. Young Master Bei, you've arrived. Anything you need, just call me anytime. Yiffin looked at him and asked, any way to get a video recording? The manager's expression changed instantly. He refused the request. Recording video? Sir, please don't joke around. This place has a strict no-filming policy. That would be a serious rule violation. Yiffin casually pulled out his wallet. 1 million pennies. The manager blinked in confusion. What? Yiffin pointed at Scarface and laid out his terms. I just need a few clips of those guys over there. Not enough. How about another million? 2 million, 5 million. Staring at the staggering sum laid out before him, the manager broke into a cold sweat, struggling to refuse, but the words just wouldn't come. Seeing him still hesitating, Yiffin impatiently scooped the money back. Fine then, no big deal. Seeing the cash about to disappear, the manager couldn't resist any longer. He lunged forward and grabbed Yiffin's wrist. Wait, what I meant was, recorded video is boring. Big bro, I'll live stream it for you. The manager then ordered his staff to haul over a massive TV screen. Once everything was set up, he beamed. Sir, everything's ready. Anything else you need, just holler. Watching Yiffin blow 5 million pennies just to keep tabs on Scarface, Beihang's jaw nearly hit the floor. Linji, I thought I was a big spender, but I never knew money could be spent like this. Yiffin watched the screen showing Scarface flirting with the girls and explained. Trust me, I don't want to watch something this disgusting either. But there's no other way. Isn't life all about settling your grudges? Beihang saw the menacing look on Yiffin's face and felt a chill crawl down his spine. Linji, if I hadn't backed down back then, would you have done the same thing to me? At that moment, both of them fixed their eyes on the screen. The waitress whose eyes Scarface had just licked in shock. She went pale and confronted him. Sir, your tastes are a bit unusual. That's going to cost extra. Scarface sneered coldly. Yeah, I'm a freak all right, but you haven't seen what our boss is really capable of. Our boss wanted to woo some college girl, so he planted a whole crew at the hospital just to make her life hell. The waitress's voice came through the TV. Make her life hell? What do you mean? The waitress kept prodding him to talk. Wasn't it supposed to be a romance? Then why make her suffer? Scarface, completely unsuspecting, grinned lecherously and made his request. Come a little closer and I'll tell you everything. Boss doesn't just want to play the hero saving the damsel. He gets off watching someone hit rock bottom first. Think about it first. You destroy the campus belle's reputation. When she's at her absolute lowest, boss swoops in. If you were her, wouldn't you be moved to tears? After that, whatever he says goes. She'll do anything he wants. If everything went according to plan, Sumayu would end up on a bed, completely at his mercy. After hearing this sinister plan, the waitress commented with a look of horror. So that's how it works. Your boss really is a sicko. That campus beauty, is she doing really badly right now? At the mention of this, frustration and fury twisted across Scarface's face. Nothing came of it. Some idiot ruined the whole plan. We were going to teach him a lesson, but the bastard got lucky and slipped away. And just like that, every word of the conversation was captured. Yiffin recalled what Scarface had sneered at him that night. Stick your nose in other people's business, and don't blame anyone when you get taught a lesson. So that's what it was. No wonder he came after me. At this moment, the female server speaks up, subtly leading the thug into revealing the mastermind behind all this. Who's your boss? No hidden agenda. I just want to know who to steer clear of in the future. The scar-faced man grows irritated at her relentless questioning. You think I'd just tell you? One of the lackeys cuts in, bro. We've got that appointment at the hotel later. We should be getting Miss Sue's birthday party ready, right? Hearing that, the scar-faced man's face drains of color instantly. We need to move. If we're late and screw up the boss's plans, we're all dead. Yiffin ponders for a moment, then makes his deduction. If my guess is right, the one pulling this scarred freak's strings is none other than Zhuang Bufin. Uncle Hang hears this, and putting on the act of a loyal underling, insists on going to rough Zhuang Bufin up. If it's really that brat, I'll make sure he regrets it. Dare to compete with my bro Lin for a woman. Let's see if he even qualifies. Yiffin, seeing someone willing to handle the matter on his behalf, decides to just let Bei Hang do as he pleases. Fine, suit yourself, I'm heading out. You really want to stay in this dump? Bei Hang gives a sly wink. Of course, all those gorgeous girls out there are waiting for me, I mean. There's still a bit more I need to keep an eye on here. Yiffin couldn't care less. Before leaving, he gives a firm instruction. Anything comes up, contact me immediately. Walking out of the room, booming music and writhing dancers slam into his senses. As he moves through the crowd, Yiffin can't help but replay the events from moments ago in his mind. Even so, Sumayu is only being targeted for Nosh, can't exactly be called the main victim. Could he have some other motive? System detection, alert aura of a major sucker identified. Eliminate the primary threat within the time limit to receive a random reward. In another corner of the venue, Zioya's creditor arrives. He spots Miss Zhang and flashes her a predatory grin. Knew you'd show up. That outfit really does look stunning on you. I wasn't wrong, was I, Miss Zhang? Miss Zhang sees his filthy hand reaching toward her and instinctively jerks away. Is that enough? You all promised that if I wore this outfit, you'd extend the deadline by another 3 months. Hearing that, he lets out a sinister, cackling laugh. Oh, Miss Zhang, you're quite the comedian. A pair of black stockings to knock off 100,000 pennies. You think there's such a sweet deal in this world? One of the lackeys chimes in, barking at her to strip. Sweetheart, if deals like that existed, how would they ever fall to someone like you? Tell you what, take them off for me right now. I'll wear them every day. Seeing them go back on their word, Miss Zhang's face turns ghost white with fear. You clearly agreed before. Seeing her try to bolt, he signals his men. They move in, blocking every exit, leaving her no way to run. Don't be hasty, aren't we here to negotiate? Miss Zhang, how about this? Go up there and dance for me. Nothing crazy, just 5 minutes. Dance for 5 minutes and I'll extend your deadline by 3 months. Deal. Hearing this, Miss Zhang immediately stammers out a refusal. But I don't know how to dance. He refuses to let up, pressing harder. Does that matter? We just need to see a little attitude. Miss Zhang, you wouldn't want your online loans going overdue, would you? Imagine your school leaders and classmates finding out. Cornered and threatened to this extent, Miss Zhang has no choice but to comply. Fine, but you promised said no going back on your word. Seeing her finally cave, he smirks with satisfaction. Rest assured. Then Miss Zhang, tears of humiliation brimming in her eyes, drags herself step by step toward the pole on stage. Watching Miss Zhang standing on stage, about to perform a pole dance, he smiles with cruel satisfaction. People with steady jobs, no matter what, they always pay up in the end. The best part? There's plenty of other entertainment along the way. Once she's done performing, I'll have the whole thing on video. Then I can control her however I want, right? Never would he have thought that after giving up all hope and settling for a dead-end job, there would still be a chance to start over. He recalls how he'd begged and groveled when Yiffin cut off his investment capital. Please, director, give me one more chance. That bitch Zyro Yath moment I had nothing left. She bolted. Who would have thought this old man could still restart his career? After gathering enough courage, Ms. Zhang grabs the pole, ready to dance. At that moment, Yiffin appears and stops her. Ms. Zhang, don't let them deceive you anymore. Seeing him, she panics and accidentally calls him the wrong name. Lin's Lin Ning. Yiffin doesn't mind the mix-up and speaks up to counsel her. I overheard everything from over there. Trust me, those 2 scumbags won't leave you alone. They'll definitely use this to blackmail you. Seeing his scheme ruined, the man storms over, cursing. Who the hell are you? What kind of trouble are you causing here? Yiffin looks at him, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Forgotten who I am. Need me to remind you more clearly. Seeing Yiffin, the man trembles like a mouse before a cat. But for the sake of face, he forces himself to stay tough. Debts must be repaid, that's the way of heaven and earth. What are you going to do about it? Yiffin repeats the man's words in a mocking tone, Debts must be repaid. The man sees Yifen standing there, refusing to leave, and grits his teeth, cursing in his mind, damn it, it's this jinx again. Don't tell me he's going to screw up my business a second time. At that moment, Yifen turns to give her a quick lesson on the law. Ms. Zhang, there's something I need to tell you. If you have evidence proving the online lending group charged usurious interest rates and used violent debt collection tactics, you only need to repay the principal. Ms. Zhang never expected this. She quickly asks again, is that really true? The henchman hears this and angrily retorts, what do you mean, just the principal? The contract is clearly in black and white. He naturally understands the law. Seeing his subordinate getting worked up, he immediately raises a hand to stop him. Don't say too much. Realizing Yifen has them cornered, he opens his mouth to threaten. But if I discover you're running a scam or using lending as a front for fraud, then the nature of this changes entirely. I believe the bank already refused to lend you money, correct? So where did your lending capital come from? Maybe I should have someone investigate. Seeing that he's about to be exposed, his tone weakens. At the very least, she has to pay back the principal. Yifen sees he still won't give up and lets out a soft snort. Terrified, the man doesn't dare say another word and immediately bolts. Ms. Zhang's debt is cleared. I'm not taking a single cent. Don't contact me ever again, Brother Wang. The henchman sees his boss running and hurries to chase after him. Wait up, Brother Wang. Ms. Zhang, grateful for his help in clearing her debt, speaks up awkwardly to thank him. Lin Ning's older brother, thank you so much this time. Seeing her keep calling him Lin Ning's brother, Yifen reintroduces himself. My name is Lin Yifen. Hearing this, Ms. Zhang looks a bit flustered and explains her situation. I'm sorry, my father was in a traffic accident and needed money urgently. I really had no other choice. Yifen doesn't judge her for it. He softens his tone and reminds her to be more careful from now on. People like that, the more you give in, the harder they push. Ms. Zhang, being a teacher, naturally understands this, but she was still helpless. I usually know better. I even tell my students to never get involved with online loans. But when it happened to me, I just couldn't stay calm. I'm such a mess. Seeing it's getting late, Yifen pulls out his phone and books a rideshare for her. Come on, don't beat yourself up over it. It's already this late. Let me call you a cab back to campus. Miss Zhang takes one look at her current state and immediately objects. She can't go back to campus like this. Sneaking back in the dead of night in this outfit? Not exactly appropriate. He studies her for a moment, then suggests, how about you stay at a hotel? He leads her to the nearest hotel. They walk in side by side. At the front desk, he requests a room. The receptionist takes his ID and says softly, yes, please wait a moment. Just then, a female staff member standing nearby spots him and freezes. Yifen hands the key card to Miss Zhang. Go on up, I'm heading home. Miss Zhang blurts out instinctively, thank you, Lin Yifen. Anjij. Hearing that, Yifen stops dead, staring at her in confusion. Miss Zhang realizes she misspoke. She slaps a hand over her mouth in embarrassment. She was going to call him Lin Yifen, or Lin Ning's brother, so why on earth did that come out? The hotel manager lightly taps the receptionist on the shoulder and whispers, Zio Ru, Zio Ru. The receptionist called Zio Ru looks up confused. What is it, manager? The manager holds out her phone for the girl to see. Look, is this the same person? Zio Ru glances at the photo on the screen. Her pupils dilate in shock. She looks back at the manager, confirming. That's him. The manager immediately leans in and whispers into Zio Ru's ear. Zio Ru, what do we do? Seeing it's taking forever with no room in sight. Yifen frowns. Still not done. The manager hurries over with a warm smile. I'm so sorry, sir. The standard room you booked is fully occupied. We only have a themed suite available, May. I offer you a complimentary upgrade. The moment she finishes speaking, Zio Ru bolts toward the elevator like her life depends on it. Miss Zhang, hearing this for the first time, asks in surprise, they do that? Yifen also finds it suspicious. You're not going to tack on hidden fees, are you? After sending Zio Ru off to prepare, the manager assures him firmly, rest assured Yahua Hotel would never pull such underhanded tactics. If you're still uneasy, I'd be happy to show you the room personally. Yifen doesn't refuse. Fine, let's take a look. The manager bows respectfully. Right this way, please. Meanwhile, the girl who had approached them at the clubhouse is now nestled against Beihang's chest, cooing softly. I wonder if you can get one of those here. What do you think, babe? Beihang suddenly spots a familiar figure ahead of him. He squints. Hold on, isn't that big bro? Dinji's elevator arrives at the floor. The manager leads the two of them to the prepared suite. This is a private elevator, reserved exclusively for the themed suite. They ride straight to the room. Yifen surveys the room before him, his expression turning peculiar. Is this theme even appropriate? The manager doesn't notice his expression at all. Rest assured all amenities, including the water bed, the hanging hammock, and the double soaking tub, are complimentary. Miss Zhang parts the curtain and peers. Inside then lets out a yelp. Yifen spins around. What's wrong? Before them is a room decked out with chains, restraints, and an array of adult accessories. Miss Zhang raises a trembling finger, pointing inside. What is all this? The manager explains with a perfectly composed expression. Rest assured everything is single-use, completely safe and hygienic. If you're satisfied, you can take the entire set home at no extra charge. Yifen stares at her deadpan expression. A vein throbs on his forehead. Is that the important part? The manager, not understanding why he's so agitated, decides not to push her luck and beats a hasty retreat. Then I'll leave you to be. I won't intrude any further. If you need anything at all, don't hesitate to call. After she leaves, Yifen glances at the room one more time, then turns on his heel to leave. I'm heading out too. Enjoy the room all by yourself tonight. Suddenly, Miss Zhang reaches out and grabs his arm. She presses close, her face flushed, voice flustered. Lin Yifen, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing her grave expression, he straightens up. Miss Zhang, go ahead. I want to apologize about what happened with Lin Ning in the dorm. I only found out later that someone was pulling the strings behind her back. As a teacher, I should have noticed sooner and gotten to the truth. I didn't pay enough attention. I didn't understand my students well enough. I'm sorry, both of you. Seeing that's all it was, Yifen gives her a look that's equal parts exasperation and disbelief. So that's what this was about. Seeing her still drowning in guilt, he speaks up to reassure her. Zhuang Bufin has already been dealt with. And as for Xiao Ning, I've already moved her into a private apartment. You don't need to worry, Miss Zhang. Even so, Miss Zhang can't let go of the knot in her chest. She asks carefully, could you give me Lin Ning's current address? I'd like to talk to her about this in person. Seeing it's nothing more than that, he agrees immediately. No problem. After seeing Miss Zhang off to rest, he steps into the elevator and descends to the first floor. The moment the doors open, Beiheng is standing right there, waiting. He grins like a cat that got the cream. Linji, I've finally found your weakness. Yifen thought the guy was still back at the clubhouse. Seeing him here is a surprise. What are you doing here? Beiheng ignores the question entirely and latches onto the fact that Yifen walked a girl up to a hotel room. I saw it with my own eyes. You led a girl upstairs. Pretty late at night, don't you think? Want me to prescribe you some health-boosting supplements? Yifen sees him talking nonsense and raises his leg to sidestep past him, but still offers a brief explanation. She's just an acquaintance of my sister's. I was just making sure she was safe and had a place to rest. Beiheng's mouth says he understands. His face says, we're bros, bro, I get it. I get it, I totally get it. A friend in the morning, a little sister in the afternoon, and a little sweetheart by midnight, am I right? Just then, the hotel manager appears out of nowhere, looking flustered. Mr. Lin, you're leaving already. Was there anything unsatisfactory about our arrangements? Yifen finds her panic completely baffling. I never said I was staying here. Is there a problem? The manager barrels on as if she didn't hear him, voice frantic. Mr. Lin, your surprise inspection came far too suddenly. If there's anything that fell short of expectations, please tell me. The entire Jiahua team will correct it immediately. Yifen doesn't understand a thing. A surprise inspection. The director is stunned and asks him to repeat himself. That's right, didn't you come here to inspect? He asks her back, completely unfazed. Why would I need to inspect anything? The director stares at his bewildered expression and asks hesitantly, because you are our newly appointed largest shareholder. She pulls her phone from her breast pocket as if to prove her words, holding up the screen with the appointment notice right in front of him. The notice just came through. I saw it immediately. I assumed you were here specifically for a surprise inspection. System time limited, quest complete. Reward controlling rights over Yahoo Group acquired. After reading the notification, he realizes in shock that this was a gift from the system, the reward from just now. He hadn't even had time to check it. Beiheng suddenly speaks up, praising him. Nice. Damn, brother Lin, you really know how to play the game. Bought an entire hotel just for yourself to leave no trace. Gotta say, every rich kid I know is nothing compared to you. Seeing him start spouting nonsense again, Yifen immediately flexes his authority. You're the director, correct? Run a thorough check on this kid and the documents of whoever he's staying with. If anything's missing, he doesn't get to check in. Director Yan Jin complies with the order. Understood. President Lin Beiheng panics. Don't be so serious, brother Lin. I've already sorted out the small stuff. Now you're telling me to relocate. Way to kill the mood. Ladies, I'm very close with your boss. He's just joking around. After giving Beihang a proper scare, Yifen leaves the Yahua Hotel with a satisfied grin. Time flies to the next day. In an apartment complex in Wuchang, Auntie Shen looks at him and asks gently, "Zaya, Fan, how's the braised pork?" Yifen eats with sauce smeared all over his mouth like a kid. Delicious. Tastes exactly like it did back in school. Seeing him eat with such gusto, Auntie Shen beams. As long as you can eat well, that's what counts. It's all thanks to you. I've made a full recovery now. My body feels so much better. I can go out dancing, no problem, and the old man is even asking for your WeChat. Heibeng leans in and whispers in Yifen's ear, assuring him, "Yifen, the money you fronted, over 700,000, I'll pay it all back. The rest I'll return gradually." Yifen keeps picking up food with his chopsticks while urging him on. "Pay me back, hurry it up. Make money fast and get your marriage with Zyro Qi sorted too. That'll put Auntie Shen's mind at ease." At the mention of this, Heibeng sighs sadly. "Don't even bring it up." Seeing him like that, Yifen pushes him. "Stop dragging it out. If there's something, just spit it out." Finally finding someone to confide in, Heibeng spills out everything that's been eating at him. "Zyro Qi's been avoiding me lately. We barely even talk anymore." Hearing this, Yifen thinks for a moment and asks, "If I remember right, Zyro Qi works at a car exhibition, correct?" Heibeng doesn't understand why he brought that up. "That's right, why?" He finishes the last of his rice. He puts down his chopsticks, stands up and says, "Let's go. Might as well check out some cars while we're at it." The two head to the Su family's car dealership. The moment they step inside, they're greeted by a bustling scene. Zyro Qi is startled to see them both standing there. "Heibeng, brother Fan, why are you two here?" Heibeng sees her, his face clearly lighting up with joy, and explains, "Ganzi came to look at cars. You know this place inside out. Mind showing him around a bit?" Hearing this, Zyro Qi immediately agrees. "Sure, I happen to have some free time right now." "Then, brother Fan, let's head over that way." At this moment, Heibeng notices the wound on her knee. "Hold on, Zyro Qi, what happened to your knee?" Caught off guard, she answers awkwardly, "I accidentally bumped into something." Hearing this, Heibeng presses with concern. "Bumped into what? How did you bump into it?" Zyro Qi doesn't want to talk about it and brushes him off. "Just stop asking." At this moment, a female employee from the dealership appears and speaks up with a nasty tone. Our sweet, innocent little Zyro Qi, still clinging to a sugar daddy, told her to deliver materials, and she ends up tripping right into a customer's arms. Truly shameless. Seeing the two of them trash-talking Zyro Qi, Heibeng is absolutely furious. "What the hell are you saying? She's my girlfriend. Are these two co-workers of yours?" Yifen takes one look and reads the situation instantly. He smirks coldly, mocking the pair. "Zyro Qi, when did you switch to working at a plastic surgery clinic? Those two co-workers of yours look like they rolled off the same assembly line." The bun-haired employee frowns and sneers. "Oh, now I remember, isn't this Zyro Qi's broke boyfriend?" The other one piles on, flaunting her wealth while trashing them both. "So poor and so out of touch. Let me tell you, I've had my face done twice. The procedures probably cost more than what both of you make in an entire year." Hearing them flaunt their wealth, Zyro Qi remembers yesterday's incident and can't hold back her fury. "If you're so rich, why didn't you compensate me for the material damages from yesterday?" The woman sees her bring that up and scoffs, dodging responsibility. "Please, you can't even walk straight and trip on your own feet, ruin the materials, and now you want to come after us for compensation. Seriously?" The bun-haired woman piles on, criticizing her as well. "I swear this girl has gone broke crazy." The long-haired woman looks at her with a provocative smirk and mocks. "So you tripped, why don't you go ask the floor for compensation?" Seeing them shirk all responsibility, Zyro Qi's face turns deathly pale. "I clearly tripped because you two tripped me when I walked past." She still remembers it vividly yesterday. As she was carrying supplies past the bun-haired woman, the woman stuck her foot out and sent her tumbling. The wound on her knee is exactly because of that. At the time, the long-haired woman even sauntered over with pure malice and tallied up the damages. "This comes to a total of 2,000. Looks like you'll have to pay up." After listening to all three of them go back and forth, Heibeng finally understands why she's wounded on her knee. He looks at Zyro Qi with a heartbroken expression. "So that's how you got those injuries. It must have really hurt." She forces a smile. "It's fine, just a little scrape." The two women see them ignoring them and grow irritated, firing off more venom. Playing the victim. No wonder she rakes in so many deals. Who knows what she's doing behind the scenes to land them. Now she's out here acting all pure and innocent. Heibeng can't take it anymore. He steps forward and demands they apologize to Zyro Qi. "Apologize to her? You don't get to insult my girlfriend." Apologize. The bun-haired woman panics seeing him get so aggressive. Are you out of your mind? At this point, the long-haired woman is also scared stiff. She screams out, calling for her man. Babe, get out here now. At that moment, someone walks over and shouts, "Who dares lay a hand on my two precious darlings?" The moment she spots him, she clings on like she's found her savior, tattling in a whiny voice. Honey, it was these people. Look at what they did to my hand, it's terrifying. Wonwon, walking behind him, catches sight of Yifen and freezes in surprise. Joy flashes across her eyes as she asks, "Brother Feifin, what are you doing here?" Hearing the familiar voice, Yifen turns and is equally stunned to see her. Wonwon notices the commotion around him and approaches curiously. "I came to pick up something for my dad. What happened here?" At that moment, the two nasty, girl sensing their sugar daddy, has arrived huddle closer to him. The two sides form a standoff. Noticing Wonwon standing with them, he furrows his brow and says arrogantly, "You're Miss Lu's friend, correct? Then apologize to my darling and we'll call it even." Yifen hears this and sneers coldly. "Apologize? Is there something wrong with your head?" Seeing Yifen dare to mock him, the man's face twists with rage. "Miss Lu, your friend here has no respect. Then I won't be polite either." Wonwon isn't fazed in the slightest. In fact, she seems almost amused as she warns him. "Is that so? Then by all means, don't be polite. Just know whatever consequences follow, you'll be bearing them yourself." Hearing this, the man panics. "What do you mean?" Wonwon has no patience for this petty man. "Besides, our agreement can be put on hold for now." Every word out of her mouth is laced with protectiveness toward Yifen. The man gradually loses his nerve. What the hell is this kid's relationship with the Lu family's young lady, for her to value him this much? The two girls see him going silent and start to panic. "Honey, I can't apologize to that poor girl." "Exactly. It's too embarrassing and it's your face on the line too, honey." As much as he wants to play the hero for these women, the thought of the contract money makes him hesitate. Losing the Lu family's deal could cost him profits exceeding $1 million. Sensing his hesitation, the bun-haired girl flushes slightly and pleads, "Honey, if you're good to me, I'll be good to you too." The long-haired girl knows exactly how primal his desires are. For the sake of her own pride, she puts on a seductive act offering up something he's always craved. Not that she can't give it to him. In the end, for the sake of a beautiful woman, the man decides to shoulder the burden and confront his opponent head-on. "Sorry, but my darling did nothing wrong. If you disagree, go call the cops." Seeing him act this stupid, Wonwon drops all pretense of courtesy. "Then I'm also revoking our earlier agreement." Yifen steps forward and places a hand on her shoulder to stop her. "There's no need, Wonwon." After saying that, he turns as if to leave, catching Wonwon completely off guard. The man sees this and assumes Yifen is scared. A smug grin spreads across his face. All four of them walk out of the car dealership. Wonwon, feeling guilty that she couldn't help him, looks deeply apologetic. "Brother Feifin, I'm sorry for causing you trouble earlier, but Yifen already has a plan in motion, so he couldn't care less about any of this." "It's fine, it wasn't really trouble." Wonwon is baffled that he didn't utterly demolish that man. She never expected the usually ruthless Feifin to be so merciful today, letting that guy off the hook so easily. Hearing her say that, Yifen suddenly feels a bit embarrassed. "What's that supposed to mean? You make it sound like I'm some kind of vindictive person." Wonwon, seeing him try to play the saint, is speechless. "You literally are." Hebeng chimes in right on cue. "I can vouch she's not wrong." At that exact moment, Yifen drops a cryptic line. "Actually, the genuinely kind one here is you, Wonwon." She hears it but has no idea what he means. Meanwhile, back inside the car dealership, the two nasty girls are heaping praise on the man, flattering him to the heavens. "Honey, you're amazing. Tonight, I'll make you feel like you're on top of the world." Just as he's basking in their adoration, his phone suddenly vibrates in his pocket. The man is still riding high on his ego, completely oblivious that he's about to become a bankrupt nobody. "A poor punk trying to act tough in front of me. He should be tucking his tail and running." The moment his eyes land on the text on his screen, his pupils contract in disbelief. His face drains of all color as he gasps, "Lin's supply chain. How is that possible? Not just don't touch Methai's time, even little invincible. Every single car manufacturer has immediately cut off my supply. If this is true, every undelivered order will require massive compensation. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who has the power to pull something like this off?" That poor punk. The bun-haired girl notices him going silent and grows confused. "Honey, why aren't you saying anything?" "Too happy to speak." He looks at her, and the memory of how stupidly he acted for these women comes crashing down on him. He violently shoves her hand away and erupts into a scream. "Get the hell away from me. All of you get out." Meanwhile, outside, Yifen receives the report and smiles with satisfaction. He turns to Wonwon with a confident smirk. It's fine. Just wait to collect a few million in compensation, assuming he can still pay up. Time flies. A sleek black luxury car speeds along the coastal road. Zio Ki sits in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel with excitement. Brother Feifan, you just bought this gorgeous new car and you're already letting me drive. Aren't you afraid I'll wreck it? Yifen chuckles softly. Consider it a test drive, he says with full confidence. Zio Ki giggles. You're teasing me, Brother Feifan. Don't tell me you're planning to hire me as your personal driver. Yifen immediately plays along and makes the offer. That's exactly right, interested. Full benefits and perks included. Zio Ki agrees on the spot. Sure thing, as long as Brother Feifan trusts me, I don't care about the salary. At least you won't be like Director Yang's kind. And I'll have fewer headaches. Hey Bang, hearing this, is reminded of those 3 scumbags from the exhibition and seethes with anger. Those bastards at the car expo. Zio Ki, if you'd told me sooner, I wouldn't have let you suffer that humiliation. Seeing him getting angry on her behalf again, Zio Ki softens her voice to calm him. Come on, Hey Bang. Your mom was sick these past few weeks. I know how stressed you've been. I didn't want to add to your burden. I figured I could just endure it for a while. It was just a minor scuffle anyway. Seeing her always having to swallow her pride like this makes Hey Bang's heart ache even more. Zio Ki, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Seeing the pain in his eyes, Zio Ki replies cheerfully, It's okay. As long as I have you, I'm not suffering at all. Watching the two of them lovey-dovey in his own car. Yifen, officially the biggest third wheel alive, feels utterly out of place and speaks up. How about I just drive for you too? Wouldn't want to hold you lovebirds back. Eyes on the road, watch the road. Thanks to his timely warning, Zio Ki slams the brakes just in time before rear-ending the white car ahead. Realizing she nearly sent them all to the police station, she apologizes sheepishly. Sorry, Brother Feifan, I mean boss. After that little hiccup, the car finally pulls up at Ruyan's company. Seeing Yifen arrive so late, Ruyan pouts and says, You brat, you still remember me. You had me rush all the way down. What's the big announcement? Yifen pushes Zio Ki forward and makes introductions. This is your new boss. You can call her Sister Liu. Then to Ruyan, her name is Zio Ki. From now on, she's your personal driver. Ruyan hears the arrangement and lets out a soft laugh. A personal driver? I get that kind of treatment now. Zio Ki giggles and gestures toward the car. Sister Liu, Brother Feifan has already prepared a new car for you. Yifen smiles and nods. Take it for a spin. Ruyan's eyes light up the moment she sees the car. She rushes over and throws her arms around him, nuzzling against his chest. At least you have a conscience. Worth every penny I spent renting this office for you. Hop in, let's take it for a test drive. Right at that moment, his phone vibrates in his pocket. Yifen pulls out his phone and answers. Hold on, Ms. Zhang, what's wrong? What did you say? Zhuang Bufin snuck into Zio Ning's dormitory. I'm on my way. Show Zio Ki around for now. I've got something to deal with. Seeing him leave again, Ruyan lets out a wistful sigh. Fine, she stands there with Zio Ki, watching Yifen's departing figure. Ruyan recalls that mind-blowing night from before and shivers with anticipation. A sly smile crosses her lips as she whispers to herself, Next time, I won't let you escape. Meanwhile, at Yuncheng University's dormitory, the female dorm manager is chasing Bufin around the building, swinging a broom. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Who the hell sneaks into a girl's dormitory for no reason? Bufin, the so-called pervert, sprints until he's gasping for air. Auntie, what are you doing? Ma'am. At that moment, Ms. Zhang appears and blocks the manager from attacking Bufin. Wait, stop hitting him. He's my student. Hearing this, the dorm manager grows even angrier and raises her broom for another swing. Student? What kind of student picks locks? Just then Bufin runs straight into Yifen, who's just arrived. The moment he sees Yifen's face, his own goes deathly pale. Yifen seizes his arm and wrenches it upward, barking, going somewhere. Feeling his joint about to dislocate, Bufin screams in agony. My arm is breaking. The terrifying force behind Yifen's grip nearly makes him piss himself. Seeing him about to scream again, Yifen immediately slaps a strip of duct tape over his mouth, then restrains him and drags him away with Ms. Zhang. Here's what happened. Zhuang Bufin arrived at the dormitory, looking absolutely furious. He was cursing up a storm as he stomped up the stairs. That was when Ms. Zhang walked over to the dorm and spotted him. When he reached the floor with Mayu's room, he couldn't seem to figure out which door it wasted there for a while, scratching his head and glancing around. After locating the room number, he crept toward the door handle. Ms. Zhang, hiding in a corner, witnessed the whole sneaky scene. Everything after that is exactly what you saw. Afterward, I brought the dorm manager over after getting in touch with you. This is what he snuck into your sister Lin Ning's room and took. Take a look, could it be some important document? Lin Yifan freezes upon seeing it. He asks her again with a hint of suspicion. Ms. Zhang, this doesn't look like something that belongs to Zairo Ning. Where did he get it? Ms. Zhang recalls the room number and says with absolute certainty, it was room 207, no mistake. I saw him walk out with it. Hearing that, Yifan corrects her helplessly. Ms. Zhang, Lin Ning's room is across from 207. It's 209. Realizing she got it wrong, Ms. Zhang gasps in shock. What? Oh my, sorry about that. Bufin and I got the wrong room. How could I mix that up? Bufin, who'd been beaten and tied up like a criminal, hears this and flies into a rage. I went to grab something from my own sister's room. What about it? Let me tell you something, if you don't give me a proper apology for today's stunt, you'd all better watch your backs. Yifan tosses the planner down in front of him and asks in a cold voice, oh really? Does your sister know you snuck into her room? Want me to call her over? Hearing that, Bufin stammers out a guilty rebuttal. That's between me and my sister. At that moment, Manting appears and shouts, which one of you called the police? Seeing the police arrive, Bufin immediately straightens up like he's found his backbone and yells, I did. I called the cops. This old hag beat me, and this guy over here broke my arm. Female officer Wang Manting. Manting bristles when he calls her auntie. Who are you calling auntie, kid? This little brat is really asking for a beating. All right, let's head back and sort out the situation first. After saying that, she tilts her head slightly and glances at him. The moment she sees him, she blurts out in surprise, Lin Yifan. He hadn't expected to run into her here either. Manting's police cruiser pulls up in front of the station. Yifan sits in the chair like he's sitting on hot coals, fidgeting non-stop. His face cycles through a mess of expressions, awkward, cornered, ready to bolt. Manting takes the main seat, surveys everyone present, and speaks in a stern voice. Both sides, speak your piece. Mayu forces an awkward smile and makes the request. Sorry, but we'd like to drop the case. Zhuang Bufin is coming home with me. Bufin can't believe what he's hearing and shouts, drop the case? Sis, are you kidding me? Look at the state I'm in. I can't even lift my arm anymore. He then reaches over and touches the arm Yifan had wrenched up. He jabs a finger toward Yifan and screams, this punk has to kneel and apologize, and pay me compensation. Mayu, seeing him refuse to let it go, finally loses her patience. Zhuang Bufin, don't you think you've caused enough trouble already? I haven't even gotten on your case about the documents yet. Before this, you swore that with me keeping an eye on you in Wucheng City, you wouldn't pull any stunts. Our family sends you a separate allowance every month. If you can't even listen to me now, then I'll have Mom and Dad cut you off completely. The moment he hears she's threatening to cut off his money, Bufin visibly backs down. Don't be like that, sis. I'll listen to you, let's just go back, okay? I only looked at those files because I wanted to help you out. Hearing his explanation, she snaps irritably, no need, just take care of yourself first. Hearing that, Bufin surrenders helplessly. Yes, don't worry, sis, it won't happen again. Seeing him back in line, Mayu softens and asks with concern, does your hand still hurt? She tries to take him to the hospital, but Bufin keeps swinging his arm around to prove he's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore, look, I can even spin it around. Come on, sis, let's go eat. Seeing them about to leave, Yifan also tries to slip away. Well, since the other party dropped the case, I'll be heading out too. But just as he turns to leave, Manting's sharp voice cuts in, who said you could go? Dropping the case only cancels the civil complaint. If the medical report comes back showing injuries above minor, it becomes a criminal matter and I can still arrest you. Hearing that, Yifan sits back down obediently and asks nervously, so where's the report? Manting watches his meek expression and grins mischievously. It's not out yet. Miss Zhang, listening from outside, turns pale with fear. Is getting arrested really that serious? Officer, I can testify on his behalf. Mr. Lin Yifan acted without intent at the time that reduced the chance of detention. Hearing her call him that, Manting asks with a puzzled look. Mr. Lin Yifan realizing she misspoke again, Miss Zhang curses inwardly. Damn it, my mouth ran ahead of my brain. Seeing her this worried about him, Yifan steps in to reassure her. It's fine, Miss Zhang. You should head back first. I can handle things here. If they need a witness, they'll contact you. Miss Zhang still looks uneasy. Really? He answers firmly, trust me. Hearing that, Miss Zhang doesn't push further but leaves one last parting shot. Fine, I'll go write up my report first. Call me anytime you need me. The two of them stand in silence, watching her leave. Suddenly, Manting drags out her words in a mocking imitation of Miss Zhang's tone, teasing him. Mr. Lin Yifan, so that's your type now. No wonder you never reached out all these years. You probably forgot about me a long time ago, didn't you? Hearing her interrogating him like a suspect, Yifen fires back with an irritated retort. Wasn't it you who dumped me back then? That's right, Wang Manting was my first love. Strictly speaking, she was also my senior back in school. Getting arrested and thrown in a holding cell by your first lovies, there any reunion more awkward than this? Manting turns away, feigning a wounded tone. I get it, I get it. Young men never appreciate the girl right in front of them. Lin Xiang Sr. is the real treasure. Yifen still has some lingering feelings for her. Hearing that, he instinctively denies it. She and I aren't like that. She's just Xiao Ning's homeroom teacher. Just then, Officer Zhang appears. Xiao Wang, the medical report is in. Take it and thank the man while you're at it. Thanks, Officer Zhang. You got lucky, kidman injury. Hearing that, Yifen immediately wants to leave. Then I can go now, right? But there's no way Manting is letting him off that easily. Not yet, my shift just ended actually. Go shopping with me. She says shopping, but somehow they end up at Manting's apartment complex instead. She bends down to take off her shoes and waves him in. All right, come in. Yifen, realizing this is her place, asks in confusion. Officer Wang, didn't you say we were going shopping? Why are we at your place? She states the reason flatly. Don't I need to change first? As it happens, you can before he can react. She yanks him inside and he blurts out. Easy, easy, let's talk this out, no need to get physical. This is way too chaotic. Ing curves her eyes into a smile. Exactly, why else would I invite you in? You can help me tidy up while you're at it. Yifen can't believe his ears. Me. Manting flops onto her bed without a shred of embarrassment in front of him. Yep, back in school you helped me clean up a few times. Hurry up. Other people would kill for the chance. So tell me, how many girls have you dated over the years? Be honest. Don't even think about lying to me. Yifen, grilled like a suspect under interrogation, can only answer helplessly and truthfully. The only one I was ever serious about, well, we've already broken up now. The words barely leave his mouth before she fires a kick straight into his back. Yifen takes a kick to the leg out of nowhere, completely confused, and asks what she's doing. Manting is so furious she wants to stomp him again. All these years I haven't touched another man. What gives you the right? He grabs her foot tight and protests through gritted teeth. Break up already. Can't you even let me have freedom to date? Isn't this kind of behavior affecting the national birth rate policy? Hearing him dare talk back, Manting flies into even greater rage. Did I ever break up with you? Who brought that up? When it comes to that subject, Yifen is more aggrieved than anyone. She vanished without a word that year. Gave no reason, wasn't that an implicit breakup? Come to think of it, where exactly did she go back then? I asked around everywhere and got nothing. Knowing she was in the wrong, Manting still wants to teach him a lesson. Wanna know? Fold my bras for me first. In the end, Yifen has no choice but to obediently clean up her things. Right at that moment, Manting raises her phone and snaps a photo of him holding her underwear, then acts like she accidentally hit the shutterletting out a gas band, just happens to capture the incriminating evidence. If something like this leaked, what would become of a girl's reputation? Yifen never expected her to pull a stunt like this. He lets out a shocked yelp, oh God. This is entrapment. After successfully pranking Yifen, Manting sticks out her tongue with a mischievous wink, her eyes brimming with malicious glee as she threatens him. Little fan, you wouldn't want Uncle Lin and Xiao Ning to find out you're that kind of person, would you? He looks at her helplessly. Fine, what do you want? She thinks for a moment. Haven't figured it out yet. Anyway, come pick out a gift with me next week first. My father's 60th birthday banquet. Hearing this, Yifen tries to dodge. I'll go if I have time. But Manting sees right through his attempt to weasel out. She jabs a finger at him. You will make time, let's go. Out shopping they go. Seeing how excited she looks, he realizes just how naive he'd been. I still haven't changed my clothes. Manting opens her wardrobe and asks Yifen's opinion. So you pick, what outfit do you want to see me wear? She reaches for the round glasses on the table, puts them on, and grins mischievously. Big sis or little school girl, I can do either. Her seductive act nearly makes Yifen lose all restraint, but right at that moment, Manting's phone rings. Seriously, they need more police now. I'm on my way. Seeing her called away for work, Yifen is overjoyed. Officer, looks like you don't have time now. She walks to the window, points outside, and gestures. Quick, look, there's an emergency over there. He naively walks over as she says, there's nothing which side. A fire or a fight? Right then, Manting steps in close, her face inches from his. The moment he turns around, she presses her lips to his. She smiles with curved eyes, points at her own lips, and says mischievously, it's right here. The emergency is don't forget me. Now I've gotta go protect justice. Yifen stands frozen in place, watching her leave. Her innocent words make him laugh out loud. Protect justice, that's exactly the kind of thing this little fool would say. Right, time to get down to real business. In a certain building in the city, Zilly reports confidently from the other side of the screen. Mr. Lin, we're all set. Yaoqian is puzzled by his urgent summons. Mr. Lin, you urgently gathered Uzis, there's some business that needs handling. Yifan replies with a cold smirk. I'm not here for business. I'm here to chew people out. Yaoqian has no clue what he's talking about. Chew people out? Right then his expression shifts, turning savage. He roars, look at you lot combined, you could prop up half the southern region's economy. And yet calling you fathers would be an insult to any ordinary second-gen rich kid. Zilly speaks up hurriedly. We apologize, Mr. Lin. Investigating and tracking individual targets really isn't our specialty. The others chime in awkwardly. Exactly every trade has its specialty, Mr. Lin. If you need corporate investigations, we guarantee higher efficiency than any agency out there. Hearing their assurance, he smiles with satisfaction. You said it. As it happens, I do have a company to investigate. No competing this time. I'll invest 1 billion naps in each of your firms. I want you to build an intelligence agency that serves only me. All information and resources consolidated in one place. Hearing the figure, all three shout in disbelief. 1 billion? Mr. Lin, are you serious? Yifan calmly confirms. Of course, the prerequisite is doing the job well. 4 billion naps sounds like a fortune, but it's really just a few thousand real yuan half. A month's profito build my own intelligence network. Dirt cheap. Hearing this astronomical figure, the three are ecstatic enough to float on cloud 9. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, as long as our Huikang is willing, absolutely no corporation will have any secrets. The bespectacled man goes even further, will even track when the toilets are empty for you. That's when Yifan finally states his real request. I want to investigate a new French energy company. If Su Mayu is being played for a fool, the company she's about to partner with likely has problems. In a certain hotel room, a beautiful woman watches Beihang panting heavily and asks with concern, Baby, what's wrong? Beihang, completely drained, trembles, I can't, I'm so dizzy. Today I definitely can't anymore. The woman doesn't lose interest. Instead, she pulls out a certain toy and suggests, if you can't, then let me take a turn. Beihang stares at the thing. Alarm bells ring in his mind. What are you doing? The woman holds the toy, smiling seductively, and whispers in Beihang's ear. Room service gave us so many fun toys. I want to try them. It'd be a waste not to. He immediately bolts upright to escape. Don't, please don't. At this point, there's no escaping. His pig-like screams echo all the way outside the hotel, startling every passerby on the street. After having his chrysanthemum forcibly opened by the beauty, Beihang silently swears he can never go back to that room again. Right on cue, a female staff member appears carrying a pot of soup. Mr. Fu, this is a nourishing tonic soup for you. Drinking it will help your body recover. Beihang immediately takes the pot and asks excitedly, your hotel has this kind of thoughtful service. The staff member smiles, all per the owner's instructions. Still oblivious to being set up, Beihang happily gulps down the entire pot of tonic soup. The owner that would be Mr. Lin, wouldn't it? Mr. Lin really does look out for me. The female staff member recalls Yifan's instructions. Oh right, me friend has that kind of preference, you understand. Feel free to prepare some props for him. Of course, using them is quite harmful to one's health, so prepare some recovery tonics for him. The staff member finds this odd, but complies nonetheless. Yes, sir, rest assured. After pulling off his little scheme, Yifan is thoroughly pleased with himself. After this, that brat probably won't bring up the hotel incident again. A somewhat familiar voice sounds from just ahead. No more small talk. Scarface is commanding a group of men hauling supplies somewhere. Come on, carry it up. Be careful, I'll have your heads if you break anything. Beihang recognizes him at a glance. He sent that one of that brat Lu Renjia's lackeys. He turns to the hotel manager and asks about it. What's going on here? The manager hears his question and responds with a rehearsed smile. That gentleman has booked the entire top floor of the hotel for a birthday party. These are just some of the props. Hearing this, Beihang's sharp instincts kick and he pieces the situation together. A birthday party? Could it be for Su Mayu? The manager, surprised that he knows her, asks eagerly. Indeed, it's for a Miss Su, so you know her too, Mr. Fu. Once he confirms it's really for Mayu, a plan flashes through his mind. Of course I know her. After all, this birthday party is being thrown for your boss's woman. The manager still doesn't quite understand and asks humbly, Mr. Fu, please elaborate. Beihang realizes the hint isn't landing, so he spells it out. Put simply, that brat is trying to steal your boss's woman. My big bro's woman. Lin Yifan's manager panics, his expression turning frantic. Then, should I cancel everything right away? Beihang already has a plan to humiliate Renjia. He grins wickedly. Cancel? Why would we cancel? The bigger the better. Scarface surveys the beautifully decorated rooftop and nods in satisfaction. Not bad, Director Liu. The setup looks great. Here's $1 million, consider whatever's left a tip from our young master Liu. Director Liu sees the card being offered and waves it off. No, 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 money doesn't matter. What matters is making Miss Sue's birthday party tonight absolutely perfect. Don't you agree, sir? Scarface didn't expect him to be so agreeable. He bursts into a hearty laugh. Good, then it's settled, Director Liu. The bastard must have picked up on the boss's extraordinary status wanting. To butter him up means he at least has eyes. Watching from a corner as they head for the exit, Beihang pulls out his phone and calls Yifen, urging him to come quickly. Bro Lin, get to the rooftop of Yahua Hotel, right no come watch the fireworks. Yifen, lounging at home, gets called out to watch fireworks and refuses with irritation. Are you out of your mind, Fu Beihang? Who the hell watches fireworks in the middle of the night? If you like them so much, why can't you just buy a few hundred crates yourself? Beihang doesn't explain. Instead, he plays coy and acts mysterious to lure him over. Bro Lin, listen, you can skip any other fireworks show, but this one you absolutely cannot miss. All right, see you on the rooftop. Everything's already set up. Director Liu responds with a confident smile. Leave it to me, sir. We've got this covered. Meanwhile, Mayu is also on her way to Yahua Hotel. Curious, she asks Bufin, "Little fan, why are you bringing me here?" Hearing her question, he gently reminds her, "Sis, have you forgotten what day it is today?" Even so, Mayu still can't remember what's special about Todilit alone, that it's her birthday. Right at that moment, fireworks launch into the sky and explode overhead. What makes these fireworks truly cutting-edge is that they can display a countdown timer right in the sky. Mayu stares in awe at the magnificent spectacle unfolding before her eyes. What is this? The people down below, seeing the fireworks go off, are also completely thrilled, chattering excitedly. Looks like someone's celebrating something. Oh my God, the numbers are changing. They're using fireworks as a countdown timer. That's obscenely extravagant. Seeing her still confused, Bufin sighs and spells it out. Sissance, it hits past 12. Since you were born on December 21st, this birthday celebration is counting down to 12:21 a.m. And then the celebration begins. Mayu assumes he's the one who organized all this. Her expression softens as she says gratefully, "Little fan, I appreciate the thought, but didn't I tell you there was no need to prepare anything?" Seeing she thinks he's the one behind it, he chuckles softly and denies it. "Then you've got it wrong, sis. I'm not that romantic. All of this was prepared for you by a mysterious person." Mayu asks curiously, "A mysterious person?" Scarface sees the fireworks go up and immediately calls Renjia. "Boss, the drone light show is up next. Once the show wraps up, you can walk over with the bouquet and wish Miss Sue a happy birthday." Hearing that the plan is going off without a hitch, Renjia smiles with immense satisfaction. He excitedly rewards Scarface. "Excellent work. Once this is over, your bonus triples." Hearing this, Scarface's voice on the other end overflows with shock and elation. "Triple thank you, boss. Oh right, the hotel expenses for this eventos and it come to about $1 million. Renjia, the stingy boss that he is, realizes the misunderstanding and quickly corrects him. "What are you thinking? A 3% raise. Do a good job and I won't shortchange you." Scarface, slightly deflated, replies, all right, boss. Only now does Renjia notice what Scarface mentioned earlier. "Wait, what was that about the hotel expenses?" Scarface brings over the bouquet and quickly answers, "I said the hotel didn't give a discount, they actually tacked on an extra 500,000. Renjia, eager to please his woman, waves it off without a care. "Don't sweat such chump change. As long as the job's done, everything else is easy. It's almost time, let's go." Scarface follows behind, nodding. "Yes, boss." What he doesn't realize is that Scarface, fed up with his penny pinching, just skimmed even more off the top. "Damn it, if you're tighter with your boys than you are with your woman. Don't blame me for blowing this cash at the club." Mayu grows impatient as Bufin keeps stammering without giving a straight answer. Little fan, just who prepared all of this. He's already spotted Renjia from afar, but keeps the information to himself. "Honestly, I don't know either, sis, but let's just watch and find out." Right then, amidst the sky full of fireworks, Renjia appears with a bouquet in hand, greeting her warmly. "Mayu, happy birthday." Hearing the familiar voice, she turns around in surprise and asks, "Bro Lou, you're here too." Renjia is about to claim he's the one behind the party, but suddenly changes his mind. "No need to wonder why I'm here, right? After all, just keep watching, you'll figure it out." The people below, seeing the fireworks display nearing its finale, shout excitedly, "Look, look! There are words now. Now that's how rich couples roll." Holy shit, I just watched a year's worth of my living expenses go up in smoke as fireworks. Mayu looks up at the words appearing in the sky and gasps in astonishment. Bufin, catching Renjia's signal at just the right moment, speaks up. That's obviously for Lu, isn't it? Bro Lu, gotta say, you really went all out. But what about those extra letters ly? Who's that supposed to be? Renjia, seeing something that was definitely not in the plan, is about to blow his top. He glares and questions Scarface. "What the hell is this? Scarface, did you even finish elementary school? You can't even spell." Scarface flinched under his glare, trembling as he replied. "No boss around, could the hotel have messed up?" Bei Hang stood off in a corner. He'd been waiting all night for Yifen to show up, but there was no sign of him. He scratched his head in agony and decided to sacrifice himself to buy time. "Damn it, big bro still hasn't shown up. Guess I have to step up first. Miss Sue, this is a small token from my big bro. He hopes you like it." Mayu heard this and asked in surprise, "Your big bro?" Bei Hang answered with a rose clenched between his teeth. "Brother Lin." Lin Yifen. Mayu murmured the initials carved on the bamboo letter. Lin Yifen's initials actually seemed to match. Scarface saw Bei Hang appear and ruin Renjia's plan, so he roared in fury. "What the hell? Which bastard are you showing up to crash this? Manager Liu, get out here." Manager Liu was already nearby. Hearing the shout, he rushed over at once. "Sir, I've been right here. How may I help you?" Scarface jabbed a finger at Bei Hang and barked. "What's the meaning of this, Yahua Hotel? Our boss Liu is throwing a birthday party here. How dare you let these nobodies crash it? Throw them all out." Manager Liu played dumb. "A birthday party? A birthday party? Sir, since when has anyone booked a birthday party here?" Scarface saw him dare to deny it and raised his fist to punch him. "What the hell are you trying to screw me over?" Manager Liu didn't flinch. Instead, he asked for proof that the party had been booked. "Sir, you claim there was a collaboration. May I ask to see the contract? Or even a payment receipt would do." Only then did Scarface realize he'd been played. "No wonder you didn't take the money, damn it. You were planning to screw me from the start." Manager Liu, determined to play the turtle and hide in his shell to the very end, kept denying he'd ever accepted a booking from the man. "I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about." Renjia listened and asked in confusion, "You didn't take any money?" "No money received." Scarface saw him getting angry and panicked, asking, "Then, let me ask you, if this isn't a birthday party, where did all this stuff come from?" Bei Hang cut in right on cue. "Didn't I already say this was all set up by my big bro? Are you deaf?" At that moment, Yifen finally strolled in late and unhurried. He let out a long, exhausted yawn and complained, "Fu Bei Hang, what kind of stunt are you pulling? Fu Bei Hang, what kind of stunt are you pulling? Let a man get some sleep, will you?" Seeing him arrive, Bei Hang rushed over and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you're finally here. Sorry about that, Missu Big Bro. I was so worn out preparing tonight's party that I went to catch a quick rest. But when Renjia saw it was you, he was so pissed he was grinding his teeth. This guy again." Thanks to Bei Hang's words, Mayu also misunderstood that this was all Yifen's doing. Lin Yifen hadn't expected Bei Hang to do so much on his behalf. Renjia, realizing he'd been duped, grew even angrier and directed his fury at Manager Liu's attitude. Yahua Hotel is an international chain, no matter how you look at it. A regional manager like you pulling something this big, you're not afraid I'll report this to your headquarters. Manager Liu, seeing his golden backer had arrived, showed no fear at all. In fact, he went and taunted the man. "So that's how it is. Mr. Lin is the biggest boss of our Yahua. You can take it up with him directly." Renjia was so stunned he stammered, "Don't tell me he's the person in charge of Yahua's entire China region." Manager Liu corrected him. "Of course not." Hearing this, Renjia thought he'd been scaring himself and breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought so. How could a major international corporation be run by a guy like that?" Manager Liu then dropped the real bomb. "What I meant is Mr. Lin is the single biggest boss of the entire Yahua group." Renjia couldn't believe it. "What?" Yifen listened to the whole exchange and understood absolutely nothing, staring at them in bewilderment. "I just woke up and got dragged here. What the hell is going on?" The atmosphere turned tense and awkward. Renjia didn't want to pursue the matter any further. He turned around, trying to salvage his image in front of Mayu. "Regardless of all that, Mayu, if you do me the honor, I'd like to host a private birthday party for you, and we can discuss our collaboration while we're at it." Mayu smiled faintly and declined. "Mr. Lu, a private birthday party won't be necessary. As for the contract, I'd like to review things more carefully before deciding." Hearing her refusal, Renjia was shocked and demanded, Why? Wasn't that project already confirmed multiple times? We both agreed it was perfect. Mayu only needed to recall the bizarre behavior Zhuang Bufin had displayed these past few days to guess what kind of tricks he'd been pulling. We haven't even established a proper business relationship yet. Mr. Liu, to be honest, your deliberate scheming with my little sister's plans makes me feel you've overstepped your bounds. Zhuang Bufin, seeing the truth come out, spoke up guiltily. I'm sorry, sis. I'm sorry, sis. Renjia looked at the boy's pathetic expression and cursed under his breath. Useless brat, I knew he couldn't get anything done. After suppressing his rage, he forced a smirk and arrogantly threatened Mayu. I've made my sincerity quite clear. If Miss Su doesn't accept, perhaps I'll find a better business partner instead. New energy is booming right now. You could make money with your eyes closed. If the Su family won't cooperate, I'll just go find someone else. Let's go. Though he said that, the moment he turned to leave, his expression darkened instantly. Bei Heng watched him slink away like a defeated dog and threw up a thumbs down, mocking him. Someone like you thinks he can showboat in front of my big bro. Big bro, this is what I set you. Are you happy with it? Yifen heard this and asked in surprise, this was your idea? Was it? Bei Heng clasped his hands together and gestured toward Manager Liu. Not entirely credit also goes to Manager Liu for playing along. He was even dramatic enough to cup his fist like a martial arts hero. Manager Liu responded with gusto, thank you, Deputy Bro, for the recommendation. Mayu then spoke up, Lin Yifen, I have something I'd like to say to you. Do you have a moment? Let's talk over there. Manager Liu watched them walk off to a corner, eyes gleaming with gossip. This is gonna be good. Go, Deputy Bro. Bei Heng puffed up with pride. Of course, Big Bro's charm, do I even need to say it? Come on, let's stop getting in the way. Come on, let's stop getting in the way. Once they reached a secluded corner, Mayu said a little shyly, Lin Yifen, thank you for doing all of this for me. You put a lot of thought into it. I'm really touched. But I want to tell Yao you don't need to go to all this trouble anymore. Yifen froze for a second upon hearing her words. Is she giving me the friend zone card right now? It seemed Bei Heng's antics had made Mayu misunderstand that he had feelings for her. She was carefully choosing her words to let him down gently. I know this might hurt you, but compared to letting you keep trying in vain, I think it's better to be upfront. The Su family is at a critical turning point right now. Can't afford to be distracted by anything else. Yifen didn't bother explaining. He yawned wearily and said, all right, got it. Anything else? Nope, I'm heading back to sleep. All right then, you should get some rest too. His calm demeanor left Mayu stunned. He's so composed about it. I get it now. Lin Yifen must have been hit so hard that he's just pretending not to care. Well, that's probably for the best. At least this way he can let go. I stopped thinking about all that. Lin Yifen steps out of the Yahua hotel. He pauses, replaying what just happened in his mind, feeling nothing but confusion. Do girls these days really think everyone has to like them? So what? Just because she's a bit pretty with a bigger chest? Right at that moment, his phone buzzes in his pocket. Chili calls in with a report. Boss Lin, the company you wanted investigate, there's been progress. The report has been sent to your inbox. Yifen skims through the report and mutters, just as he suspected there are problems. Chili, still on the line, quickly adds, Boss Lin, if you need more detailed intel, please be patient. Give me a week, and I can get you whatever you want. Yifen murmurs on the other end. That's about enough. Come on, old man, keep snooping and they'll catch on. I don't have that kind of hobby. System congratulations. Phase quest complete. System skill, my eyes are the ruler. Has been upgraded, microscopic perception unlocked. Right then, a couple stands in front of him, locking lips. The woman coos softly against the man's lips. Baby, I'll head home first, okay? After a farewell kiss, she happily spins around and leaves. Noticing him staring, she speaks up with an irritated huff. What are you looking at? With my eyes are the ruler. Now activated. Yifen instantly spots that the bag on her arm is a knockoff. The stitching along the edges is sloppy. The lining is wrong, and the base is way too thin. For a knockoff, that's honestly not bad. Hearing that, she panics and shrieks, a knockoff? Go die. The fact that he could deduce all that surprises even himself. He never studied any of this before. How did he just know? System consecutive quest completions will yield progressively richer rewards. Yifen grows more and more intrigued by this so-called system. The system's rewards may seem intangible, but no amount of money can buy them. Not a loss in the other end. Chili, not hearing a response, speaks up. Yo, Boss Linden, with old man already. For the sake of the rewards, Yifen retracts his earlier words. Of course, old man. I'm a kind, simple-hearted person. I just can't stand seeing a girl get scammed. Wanwan happens to overhear this and asks curiously, who can't you stand seeing get scammed? Seeing her, he asks in surprise, "Wanwan, what are you doing here?" His gaze makes her face light up instantly. "Brother Yifen, my dad dragged me to a tea-gathering earlier of those stuffy middle-aged men meetups. I barely escaped. There were gorgeous fireworks over there earlier. Do you know what's going on?" Yifen answers her questions one by one. "That's right. What happened? So where's that camera of yours?" Wanwan pulls out her camera with a proud grin. "Today's my day off, perfect for gathering material. Perfect timing, brother Yifen. Where do you live? Can I come check it out?" Hearing this, Yifen is stunned and double takes. In the end, he brings her back to where he's staying. Seeing she's actually following him home, he asks helplessly, "Hey, you're running around this area at night. Aren't you worried about danger?" Wanwan giggles, completely unfazed. "I told you I'm gathering material. You are not going to do anything weird in front of the camera, are you?" "Brother Yifen," Yifen asks, "are you live streaming?" She quickly denies it and explains what she's actually doing. "Nope, just recording a video. This episode's title is The Super Tycoon's Mansion. When I run out of content, I'll drop this to grab some views. When that happens, you have to play along for me, okay?" Being asked to appear on camera makes Yifen a little awkward. "People will definitely watch, trust me." While heading upstairs, he spots Granny Zhang arguing with someone. "Are you trying to bully this old woman?" The bespectacled man glares at her menacingly. "This is the price. Sell or don't your call. Otherwise, just wait for your son to rot in prison." Seeing Granny Zhang's terrified expression, Yifen immediately shouts, "What do you think you're doing?" Spotting someone approaching, they exchange silent glances, toss out one last warning, and quickly leave, giving her one final day. "Think it over." Seeing her cowering in fear, Yifen softens his tone and asks gently, "Granny Zhang, what's wrong?" Under the star-filled sky, the three apartments still have their lights on. Wanwan sits beside Granny Zhang and gently says, "Here, come sit down." Yifen hands her a glass of water to calm her down. "Granny Zhang, drink some water. What on earth happened?" Granny Zhang waves him off with a kind smile. "Thank you, Xiao Lin. I'm fine, it's just, I can't rent this place to you anymore. I came here to tell you that. Xiao Lin, I'll return your last month's rent and your deposit." The moment she finishes speaking, the system perks up like a hound catching a sentinel quest triggered. System, the sucker's nose detection skill detected the presence of a great wronged soul. Rescue the great wronged soul within the time limit to claim your reward. Hearing the system issue a quest, Yifen lets out an intrigued "oh." He sits down and casually asks, "Granny Zhang, why is that? I've gotten used to living here. I was even planning to offer more money to buy this whole place from you." Hearing he's come into money, Granny Zhang beams with happiness for him. "Xiao Lin, I'm so glad you're doing well now. And your girlfriend is so pretty too." Wanwan, mistaken for his girlfriend, freezes in place. Granny Zhang doesn't want to sell at a loss either, but she's facing serious financial hardship. "Unfortunately, there's no other way. I need to sell every last unit. My son's company is in trouble, needs money urgently. Those two you just saw, that was them trying to buy my properties." Yifen remarks sarcastically, "The way those two were acting, I thought they were here to rob you." Granny Zhang frowns and says wearily, "They basically were robbers. I've done the math, Xiao Lin. Even though our Hong Song neighborhood is old, the average price per unit is over 10,000 per square meter. I have over 10 units that are worth at least 10 million. They know I need money fast, so they're only offering 4 million. Forget it, forget it. Taking a loss is better than letting my son rot in prison. Can you understand?" Seeing her in such pain and with the system quest freshly triggered, Yifen makes his decision. "In that case, I'll buy them all, 15 million. Granny Zhang, how does that sound?" Hearing this, Granny Zhang stares at him in stunned disbelief. She breaks into a joyful smile. "Of course, if I can sell to you, I'd even accept a little less." Hearing this, Yifen immediately pulls out his phone and transfers the money. "Ma'am, check your messages. See if the card you usually collect rent on has received the notification." Granny Zhang takes out her phone and stares at the number on screen, frozen in place. "This is real. 100,000, a million, 10 million. Xiao Lin, you actually did it." He chuckles softly to reassure her. "What else would it be? Why would I come all the way out here in the middle of the night just to scam you?" Mrs. Zhang is an honest woman by nature. The moment Yifen transferred tens of millions into her account, she completely freaked out. "Just wait a moment, little Lin. I'll go home right now and bring the property documents over for you. Tomorrow we'll go handle the ownership transfer." Yifen quickly stopped her. "We can't do it tomorrow, Mrs. Zhang. It's the weekend, the offices are closed." The moment she heard that, Mrs. Zhang snapped back to her senses. "Then Monday, then. First thing Monday morning, we'll go take care of it." Seeing her this worked up, Yifen could only shake his head and gently persuade her to go home and rest. Listen to me, Mrs. Zhang. Go home and get some rest. Here, let me walk you out. Mrs. Zhang immediately spun around and refused his kindness. You've got your girlfriend here, and you want to walk an old lady like me around. What for? Go on, no need to see me off. This old lady's got money now, I'm calling a cab. And if I happen to get a handsome young driver, maybe I'll even chat him up a little. Hearing that, Yifen could only sigh in resignation. All right, just be careful out there. Mrs. Zhang might be a bit rough around the edges, but she was always a fair landlady. Whenever a tenant hit hard times and couldn't make rent, she'd happily defer payment for a month. After hearing Yifen's explanation, Wanwen finally understood why he'd helped the old woman. Oh, so that's why. That's why you stepped in to help, Brother Feifen. Yifen chuckled and shook his head. Help? Not exactly. This is an old residential block. Look further down the road at the price I paid, it's pure profit. No way I'm losing on this deal. Wanwen slumped into the chair, stretched lazily, and mumbled, Hong Tung District. Why does that name sound so familiar all of a sudden? Then it hit her a conversation between her father and some investor. Let me tell you all a piece of insider information. Today the city just approved the new development zone. Really? Where? She'd been too busy sipping her drink at the time, so the details were hazy. Was the new development zone they mentioned Hong Tung or Yongliu? She couldn't remember. Seeing her nodding off, Yifen raised an eyebrow in disbelief. She can fall asleep even here. This girl's got some nerve. Good thing I'm an upright, decent man. Otherwise, the consequences don't bear thinking about. What body wash does she use? Smells pretty nice, actually. Suddenly, Wanwen jolted upright, her head rocketing up like a battering ram, cracking straight into Yifen's chin. He nearly bit through his own tongue. Yifen clutched his throbbing jaw and snapped. What the hell are you doing? Wanwen stared at his grimacing face, then suddenly gasped in realization. Did I just fall asleep? She flushed crimson. Sorry, Brother Feifen. Looking at that innocent, doe-eyed expression of hers, he had no choice but to swallow his frustration and let it go. Lucky nothing serious happened. Don't let it happen again, got it? Wanwen stuck out her tongue playfully, then stood up to leave. It's getting late, I should head home. Yifen immediately pulled out his phone to call her a cab. All right, let me walk you to the car. Wanwen suddenly gasped in panic. Oh no, me tourmalin, I think I lost my tourmalin. Brother Feifen, please help me look for it. Yifen blinked, completely lost. Tourmalin, what tourmalin? I haven't seen you wearing any jewelry. Whatever it was, Wanwen clearly treasured it deeply. She tore through the room in a frantic search. I wasn't wearing it, I deliberately kept it in my bag. It's a Pandora bracelet my mom gave me. If I lose it, she'll beat me to death. Yifen quickly asked, what does it look like? Wanwen struggled to describe it, blurting out, it's green, very eye-catching, you can't miss it. After a brief search, Yifen fished out a bracelet adorned with a green gemstone. This it? He asked. Wanwen's eyes lit up the moment she saw it. Yes, that's the one, thank God. If I'd actually lost it, I wouldn't know what to do. Seeing how precious it was to her, Yifen reached out to help put it on her wrist. Something this precious, and you just toss it in your bag. Here, let me put it on for you. The sudden offer made Wanwen stumble backward in surprise. She looked away shyly, avoiding his gaze. Actually, I don't usually wear it, but when I go to formal events with my dad, I need to look presentable, so normally I just keep it with me. Hearing that, Yifen backed off. Fair enough, just keep it safe then. Wanwen clutched the bracelet to her chest and looked at him with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Feifen. I'll get going now. She hurried toward the door. Yifen called after her, watch the stairs. Wanwen laughed softly. I know. If I'm any later, I'm gonna get an earful. Racing down the staircase, Wanwen paused to catch her breath. Her heart was pounding. What was that just now? Why did I suddenly want to kiss him when Brother Feifen got that close? Her mind drifted unbidden to his handsome face and those full, inviting lips. Horrified by her own thoughts, Wanwen slapped both hands over her face and screamed internally. No. Lu Wanwen, you're a streamer. How could something like that even cross your mind about a fan? Wait, actually, Brother Feifen doesn't even watch my streams. He's not really a fan. He's never once tuned into my live stream, so that doesn't work either. But still, things like this. How can a girl be the one making the first move? Lu Wanwen, have some self-respect. Back inside, Yifen recalled the system's earlier alert. Come to think of it, according to the system's notification, that earring probably wasn't a real Pandora piece. When he'd picked up the bracelet, the system had displayed the following. System tourmaline gemstone detected. Ice flaw fracture identified. Not a genuine artifact. Yifen immediately filed it away in the back of his mind. Not my problem. Whatever, it's not like it flagged any Wraith-level energy signatures anyway. I'll ask about it next time. Right now all I want is sleep. Come to me, my warm, cozy bed. But just as he was about to drift off, bang. Bang, bang, someone hammered on the door. It was Manting. She pounded on the door like a woman possessed. Lin Yiffin, open this door right now. I know you're in there, don't you dare pretend you're not. Yiffin dragged himself out of bed, opened the door, and found Manting standing there in casual clothes. He stared. Sis, it's the middle of the night. What exactly are you doing here? She brushed past him into the apartment, coolly surveying the surroundings. Didn't you promise we'd go gift shopping this weekend? Hello, did you already forget? The word shopping hit him like a bucket of cold water. What time do you think it is right now? Pray tell which shopping mall operates at midnight. Manting declared with supreme confidence. So what? Tomorrow's the weekend anyway. You're spending it with me either way. She suddenly began scrutinizing him, eyes darting around like she was conducting a sweep. Yiffin frowned. What are you doing now? After completing her inspection and finding zero traces of any woman's belongings, Manting nodded, satisfied. Good, no stowaways, because if I'd found anything, the consequences would have been severe. Yiffin was so done with her antics that words failed him entirely. He turned and walked back toward the bedroom. Do whatever you want. I'm going back to sleep. Manting rushed to block his path. Wait, let me make you a midnight love meal first. Eat, then sleep. But this midnight love meal was anything but smooth sailing. Kaboom! Another explosion erupted from the wok. Yiffin pinched the bridge of his nose. 2 hours, 2 whole hours, and this is your midnight love meal. Manting refused to accept blame. This is not my fault. I'm sure it's the stance. I had the posture wrong. Just wait one more try. Yiffin couldn't take it anymore. He gently but firmly pushed her aside and took over. Okay, I'll do it. Before you blow up my entire kitchen. After getting banished from the kitchen, Manting slumped onto the chair, grabbed his jacket and brought it to her nose. She narrowed her eyes at Yiffin in the kitchen and thought, no other woman's scent on him. But there is one here. Progress is slow, but I can't let my guard down. A while later, Yiffin emerged carrying 2 steaming bowls of noodles and set them on the table. He sighed wearily. Eat! Manting's eyes sparkled the moment she saw the noodles. Just the smell alone. How long has it been since little Fanfan cooked noodles for me? I've been craving this ever since I got off work. Yiffin snorted. So that's the real plan, huh? You said you were cooking for me, but the whole point was to make me cook for you. Manting raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Whose fault is it that you're still just as easy to boss around as you were back then? She slurped a mouthful. Hurry up and eat. After this, we should work out a bit. Can't go to bed on a full stomach, right? Yiffin's brain short-circuited. Work out at this hour. It's the middle of the night. We really don't need to. Manting caught his misunderstanding instantly and deliberately put on a seductive expression to mess with him. Oh, we are doing this. I'm going to make sure you're so exhausted you can't even crawl. After a while, Wang Manting's breathless voice drifts out from inside Lin Yiffin's home. Yiffin, I really can't anymore. How are you still going? He calmly pumps out 2 more push-ups. 176, 177. Seeing Manting give up, he casually springs to his feet, a thoroughly insufferable smirk plastered across his face. Didn't you say we only stop when both of us call it quits? Keep going. Think about your duties with a body this week. How are you supposed to protect anyone? You're still a few dozen reps behind me. Finish your set first, then we'll continue. Manting, who came up with this challenge in the first places, now absolutely furious at being mocked. Damn it, you secretly got this strong while I wasn't looking. Noticing the sky has already brightened, Lin Yiffin is slightly surprised. It's already this late. The mall should be open by now. All right, get up, shower, and change. Let's go buy that gift. Unable to beat him and, now drenched in sweat, Manting pouts and mutters under her breath. Should have just stayed at the office for overtime. The 2 of them head into the mall. Lin Yiffin asks, have you figured out what you want to get him? Manting has already made up her mind a saxophone, hearing her choice. He's a little surprised. A saxophone? I didn't know Dad played. Manting pauses, then explains, not really, just picks it up for fun. You didn't know, he's retired now. He just putters around the house every day. Looks like there's a music store over there, let's check it out. Xiao Quan spots them entering and immediately steps forward. Welcome. What can I help you 2 find? Manting asks right away, do you have any saxophones? Xiao Quan hears her request and immediately leads the way. Of course, right this way, please. What pitch range are you looking for in a saxophone? We're currently out of stock on the high-pitch range. Manting thinks for a moment. Mid to low range, he likes classical music. Xiao Quan takes her requirements. and pulls out a saxophone that checks all the boxes. In that case, I'd recommend this Cassini model. Pure handcrafted construction, impeccable craftsmanship, and pitch accuracy. Absolutely flawless. This is the last one in our store. Since they're handcrafted, the next restock could take years. Only one left. Manting's mind is made up on the spot. I don't really know much about these things, but it doesn't look bad. All right, let's go with this one. Seeing her decide on the spot, Xiao Quan beams with delight. Of course, I'll print up the invoice for you right away. At that moment, a woman dripping with airs of wealth struts into the store. She immediately describes the exact saxophone Xiao Quan just sold to Manting. I heard you carry some kind of top-shelf saxophone, Harith, really expensive one. Get me one. Xiao Quan knows exactly what she wants the moment she hears it. But since Manting already claimed it first, she has no choice but to approach and explain. Ma'am, are you looking for the Cassini? I'm terribly sorry, but this young lady was just about to pay for it. The woman's face twists with rage. Already sold. She digs into her clutch, whips out a black card, and shoves it in Xiao Quan's face. Do you know what this is? A black gold VIP card from Hengji Mall. Cancel her order and sell it to me. But professional duty demands professionalism. Xiao Quan can only offer an apologetic smile. I'm very sorry, ma'am. That goes against store policy. The woman slaps her across the face. Policy? What policy? I spend millions here every year just to follow your little rules. Do you even have a brain? Manting sees the woman resort to violence and immediately steps in. Let me remind you, assaulting someone is a crime. The woman doesn't flinch. Instead, she sneers in defiance. Crime? What crime? Why don't you ask her what actually happened here? Right then, Ping-an rushes over, looking flustered. I'm so sorry, Ms. Liu. Our employee was out of line. Xiao Quan, have you lost your mind? Apologize to Ms. Liu immediately. You know who I am? The woman's confidence surges back. Ping-an straightens his tie and bows respectfully. Of course, Ms. Liu, though you've never graced our store with your patronage. Your reputation precedes you throughout the entire Hengji complex. Having you visit us today is truly our honor. Seeing how well he knows her, the woman grows even more brazen and starts barking orders. Good that you know. Fire this girl immediately, then make those two broke nobodies hand over that saxophone to me. Hearing herself called a broke nobody, Manting's temper flares. I'm telling Yao you've crossed the line. Lin Yifan puts a hand out to stop her. It's fine, step aside, I'll handle this. Seeing that confident look on his face, Manting inexplicably backs down and lets him take over. What the hell is he planning? She sees him walking toward her and raises her hand dismissively. What do you think you're? What is it, loser? Trying to play hero? Do you even know whose turf this is? Lin Yifan suddenly cuts in with an unexpected question. Ma'am, have you been constipated lately? The question hits a nerve. She stammers, how do you know that? Wait, what does that have to do with you? Listen up, hand over that saxophone right now, and I'll give you 2,000 yuan as a tip. Think about it, that's a whole month's salary for you poor losers. Lin Yifan recoils in exaggerated disgust. Has nothing to do with me, of course. It's just that your waist is backed up and your gut stench is coming out the wrong end. No wonder your mouth stinks so bad. Humiliated beyond reason, she swings her hand to slap him. You dare talk back to me? Lin Yifan catches her wrist mid-swing, his voice ice cold. That's exactly what I needed you to do. Keep it away from me. I don't want to catch something. Shoved to the ground, she screams in fury. You dare push me? Guards. Is everyone at Hengji dead? Throw this poor bum out of here. Old Zing, get over here now. Realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, Ping-an stammers. Ms. Liu, please wait. I'll go get someone right away. Old Zing is summoned over. Seeing her sitting on the ground, he rushes to her side. What happened? What's wrong, darling? The woman puts on a pitiful, victimized act, tears welling in her eyes. Old Zing, where were you? I wanted to buy a saxophone for Xiao Hui. But this broke-ass nobody not only refused to give it up, pushed me to the ground. Old Zing doesn't bother checking whose fault it is. He sides with her immediately. Don't worry, darling. He turns to Lin Yifan with a threatening glare. Let me tell you something, kid, if anything happens to my girl, not even chopping you into pieces will be enough to pay for it. Lin Yifan finds the threat absolutely hilarious. If anyone should be saying that, it's me about your girlfriend. A woman like her, the moment she spots a handsome guy like me, she rushes right up to get her hands on me. Looking at you, sir, I can tell her usual diet isn't great, but surely she shouldn't be this desperate, right? Hearing those words, old Zing roared in fury. What did you just say? She tugged at his arm, trying to say something. Old Zing assumed she was afraid he wouldn't stand up for her and quickly reassured her. Don't worry, baby. I'll make him pay for you. But she clutched her stomach and let out a pained cry. Noits my stomach. It hurts so bad. Seeing her like that, old Zing asked anxiously, "What's wrong, sweetheart? Did that bastard push you too hard?" She felt another violent cramp tear through her gut and blurted out in a panic, "It's that kind of pain, I need a bathroom right now kind. My stomach's bloating up and my legs have no strength." Yiffin looked on with amusement and casually reminded him, "Looks like you better let her go relieve herself first." Old Zing saw that she genuinely couldn't hold it any longer and pulled her up. But before leaving, he threw out one last threat. "If you've got the guts, don't you dare leave. I'll settle the score with you later." Yiffin watched the two of them stagger out of the store and thought to himself, who knew this was what the system's reward would do. Yesterday, after he completed the money transfer, the system had chimed in with a congratulatory notification. The quest, Rescue the Ultimate Sucker, Granny Zhang, was complete. Reward received skilled divine physician's death-defying talisman. When the woman had swung at him, Yiffin seized the opportunity to shove her and activate the ability at the same time. Perfect chance to test it out on her. Old Zing helped her toward the restroom. Seeing her face had turned deathly pale, he hurried to comfort her. Bye, just hold on a little longer. I'm getting you there." But his move was far too effective. Esh couldn't endure it. "I can't anymore. Old Zing, I can't hold it." Right then, Ping'an showed up with a crowd in tow. "Miss Liu, don't worry. I brought the security team to help you." His booming voice carried across the entire center. People started gathering around. "Hey, look over there. I heard someone's giving Miss Liu trouble. Who's the punk? Must have a death wish messing with our Miss Liu. Let's go see the show." Old Zing watched her shudder like she was about to completely lose it, and his face went pale. "Hey, you're not seriously going to do it here, are you? Hold on just a bit longer." But Ping'an was already blocking her path. She had reached her absolute limit. I can't." The moment those words left her mouth, a vile stream of stench like rotten fish erupted from beneath her. Everyone present was nearly knocked unconscious by the putrid stench. She panicked and lunged toward Old Zing. But the reek had already terrified him senseless. He immediately flung his arm away and denied knowing her. Get lost. I don't know this woman. Don't come near me. Holy shit, it stinks to high heaven." He was already 100 meters away. Manting covered her nose and sighed. "That's seriously cruel." Yiffin shrugged lightly, feigning helplessness. "How was I supposed to know rich folks play it like that? The legendary Hengji, right? I wasn't sure before, but now I'm positive it's the real deal." After witnessing the woman's complete disgrace, Ping'an cleared his throat and put on airs. "Well, that settles it. There's no more Miss Liu now. Consider it water under the bridge. From now on, be more careful about who you associate with. If something like this happens again, there won't be any cleaning it up." Xiaowan was scolded but couldn't retort. She could only meekly reply, "Yes, Manager Chen." Just then, Ping'an's phone rang. He had to pick up. Boss Lei was calling. Xiaowan, meanwhile, frantically went searching for the horn. "Where's that horn?" Ping'an answered the call with a beaming face. "Boss Lei, what can I do for you, sir?" A furious voice exploded from the other end of the line. "Chen Ping'an, what the hell kind of mess have you got me into this time? You have 5 minutes. Get your ass out here now." Ping'an heard this and tried to explain. "Wait, Boss Lei, what happened? Is this about Miss Liu?" But he was immediately cut off with a roar. "Miss Liu? I don't know any damn Miss Liu. Let me spell it out for Yao. You just messed with the boss's boss." Ping'an's face drained of color. "Boss Lei, could you please explain a little more?" Seeing that he still had the audacity to ask, Lei roared into the phone, "And you still can't figure it out? Fine, get lost. Go die wherever you want." Meanwhile, Yiffin had retrieved the horn for Manting. "Here, you're horned." She looked at the horn and asked in surprise, "Where did you get this? Did you pay for it? You didn't steal it, did you?" Yiffin suddenly leaned into his mischievous streak and teased, "Nope, haven't paid. So go ahead, cuff me." Manting knew he was joking. She scolded him lightly. "Cut the nonsense. How much? I'll transfer it to you." Yiffin waved his hands. "No need for that. I've got a friend who has connections here. I just made a call. He said it's a gift for you. When the incident happened earlier, he had called Bai Hang to ask. Hengjiasent, that a brand your company owns in the south side of the city. You got any connections there?" Bai Hang heard the question and answered immediately. "Hengji belongs to a junior of mine's family. Whatever you need, just say the word, Brother Lin." Hearing this, Manting accepted the horn and smiled. She turned around and asked curiously, "Speaking of which, earlier you wouldn't let me step in. Were you trying to protect my image?" Yiffin's heart skipped. He hurried to deflect. "What image? What are you talking about?" Manting calmly analyzed. "Think about it. What if a conflict broke out and someone filmed it? If netizens discovered I'm a police officer, wouldn't that be a career ender? Not only would the right become wrong, but it'd also tarnish the entire profession. You thought about that, didn't you?" Yifan, cornered by her closeness, fumbled for words. And no, that's not it. I was worried that if a fight broke out, before the other guy could even land a hit on me, you'd already have me in handcuffs. Manting nodded at his explanation. That actually sounds pretty likely. Never mind, then where are we going later? It's not every day we get a chance to hang out. Right at that moment, his phone rang. A call from Yahua Hotel. Manager Wang says the hotel got reported. Sorry, Manting, something's come up. I have to go handle it. Your uncle's 60th birthday, make sure you call me, okay? Seeing that he had business to attend to, she didn't try to keep him. All right then. Manting stood in silence, watching him walk away. For her, the tremor in her heart had never faded, not even by a fraction. She watched his retreating back and swore to herself, her voice firm. I may end up cuffing you, but before that happens I'll stand right beside you. Because I made a promise. Uniform or not, I won't let anyone hurt you. At Yahua Hotel, a drop of crimson blood hit the water's surface, turning it into a pool of red. A woman's anguished voice echoed through the room. Why did it end up like this? Why, if this world has no place for me anymore, then I don't want to live either. Just then, a hotel staff member noticed the checkout time had long passed with no sign of the guest. She opened the door to check. Hello, housekeeping. What's that smell? That's weird. Seriously. The moment she pushed open the bathroom door, she saw the woman holding a knife, ready to plunge it into herself. A blood-curdling scream tore through the hotel. Yifan arrived at the hotel as soon as he got the call. He demanded urgently, what happened? Is someone dead? Director Liu hurried to deny it, then began to explain. Nothing. That guest had a very serious skin condition. Her entire body was covered in sores and lesions, and she ended up cutting herself with a knife. She's been rushed to the hospital now. Thankfully, her life isn't in danger. That's when the husband showed up. The moment he arrived, he blamed everything on our hotel. It's because your hotel is filthy. My wife had a face like a jade flower, and it's your hotel that gave her this skin disease. Now she doesn't even want to live anymore. What kind of goddamn hotel are you people running? Murderous hotel, scum hotel. Sensing Yifan's questioning gaze, Director Liu Guoju spoke up. Mr. Lin, our hygiene protocols and sanitation standards here are extremely strict. There's no way something like this could happen on our end. They're clearly here to cause trouble. Yifan watched the whole scene unfold. There was nothing left to misunderstand. He kept his composure and gave a calm order. I know. Just go back to your normal duties. Director Liu stepped forward and tried to explain politely. Sir, we fully support any professional inspection. If the results show that our room's environment caused your wife's condition, we will cover all medical expenses until she makes a full recovery. But the man was utterly unreasonable. He suddenly exploded, lunging at Director Liu. I don't give a damn about your inspections or assessments. If you don't compensate me, I'll bring people here every single day to make a scene. Seeing his attitude, Director Liu had no choice but to ask, Then, sir, how much compensation are you looking for? The man held up his hand. 5,000. Director Liu blinked in surprise. Did you say 5,000? The man shoved his phone forward impatiently. That's right, 5,000. Transfer it from your personal account. Don't use hotel funds, so nobody can accuse me of extortion. Director Liu, not wanting to escalate things, agreed to the demand. Fine, I'll transfer it to you. That was when Yifan stepped in and cut him off. Hold on. Director Liu turned to explain. It's fine, Mr. Lin. These people are just trying to shake us down. 5,000 to get rid of a bunch of thugs. That's actually pretty cheap. Sir, now that we've reached an agreement, I trust you know what to do next. If not, I'm calling the police next time. The man pocketed the money and turned cooperative, waving his hand casually. Relax. Got the money. I guarantee I won't bother you again. Let's go. Yifan watched the man leave after just 5,000 and frowned with suspicion. He mobilized all those people for just 5,000. Something doesn't add up here. The man led his crew out of the hotel and right into Scarface, who was waiting outside. Seeing the job was done, Scarface cracked a satisfied grin. Yifan spotted him from inside. That's him. Scarface swaggered into the hotel like a man holding all the cards. You must be Mr. Lin, right? Saw you were busy earlier. Got time to talk business now? Yifan, knowing full well he was the puppeteer behind all this, stayed calm and asked, What exactly do you want to talk about? Scarface opened his mouth like a bandit and immediately tried to buy the hotel at a dirt-cheap price. Young Master Liu really likes this hotel of yours. 5 million, how about it? Director Liu erupted in outrage. That's absolutely ridiculous. 5 million can't even buy the damn lobby. Security, get these people out of here. Scarface held up a bag of white powder with a smug, threatening grin. Recognize this? If you don't sell, I'll report your hotel for suspected drug trafficking. Narcotics. Yifen glanced at the powder and activated his analysis. A composition breakdown appeared before his eyes. Analysis initiated. Fake or real. Controlled substance confirmed. Purity 89.7%. It was the real deal. Are you out of your mind? You're not afraid I'll call the cops. Scarface didn't flinch. Instead, he taunted him further. Go ahead, call them. I'm betting you won't dare. When the police arrive, I'll tell them I'm the dealer and your hotel was helping me stash and distribute the product. Manager Wang here is a witness. He's already received 1.5 million in bribes from me. Director Liu was dumbfounded. You're insane. You can't just make accusations like that. He doesn't even have your account number. The words barely left his mouth when a bank notification chimed from his phone. Notification. You have received a transfer of 1,500,000. Scarface held up his phone, grinning with triumph. What do you have to say now? The evidence is right there. That was the moment Yifen understood why the man earlier had only demanded 5,000. It was all a setup, and Scarface thought he had Yifen cornered. He sneered with satisfaction. You made our young master Lou suffer, and you think there's no price to pay. Relax, with this amount of product, they won't sentence me to death. 12 years tops, but this hotel is finished. It'll never open again. And if that's not enough, young Master Lou still has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Today it's an infection scandal. Tomorrow, maybe someone shows up to off themselves in your lobby. Yifen didn't show a shred of fear. He burst out laughing. Scarface stared at him, bewildered. What the hell are you laughing at? Yifen looked at him like he was staring at a complete idiot, then mocked him openly. What a dumbass. And here I thought there was actually someone competent backing this little operation. He snatched the bag of powder right out of Scarface's hand and held it up with a loud, contemptuous laugh. 90% purity? That's not even worth garbage, and you think you can buy our hotel with this? Scarface's expression twisted into visible panic. How do you know that? He himself had never even used the stuff. He'd had to pull strings just to get one small bag. He still remembered what the dealer had told him. This is 90% pure. 20,000 a pop. Yifen saw the panic on his face and knew his words had shaken the man to the core. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous, mysterious tone. You think someone my age becomes the head of Yahua Hotel on what? Luck. You think a deal like this, where does the biggest supply chain come from? Scarface stared at Yifen's menacing expression, and something clicked. His eyes went wide with horror. You mean? Seeing the realization dawn on him, Yifen turned and gave the order. Manager Wang, take him to my wine cellar. Let him see what real high-quality merchandise looks like. Director Liu didn't fully understand, but he complied, understood. By now, Scarface had already been shaken by Yifen's overwhelming presence. Hearing those words only deepened his terror. Wine cellar? What wine cellar? Could it be? I've stumbled onto a real kingpin. Yifen slammed the bag of white powder onto the table and stared Scarface down with a hard expression. Now look at this. Tell me, what is it? Scarface picked up the bag, his face full of confusion. Isn't this just sugar? Yifen didn't even blink. He lied through his teeth without a hint of shame. At least you can recognize product. This is a new molecular flavoring agent. Beneath the 0.1 millimeter ultra-thin sugar coating, it's 99.7% pure. A touch of sweetness to heighten the rush, nothing like the garbage you're peddling. Director Liu looked at the package. The powder in Scarface's hand left him utterly bewildered. Wasn't this just the stuff I use to boost my blood sugar when it crashes? 100% sugar. Lin Yifen watched the mixture of confusion and terror on the man's face and smiled with cold satisfaction. Weren't you about to call the cops? Want me to help out, maybe give you a few more? You think one is enough. Psychologically manipulated beyond reason, Scarface began to genuinely believe Lin Yifen's nonsense. I'm so stupid. I'm really truly stupid. Why the hell did I go and provoke a big shot like this? Someone of this caliber definitely has connections in both the underworld and the legit world. Holy shit, I'm dead. Boss, I was really wrong. I was forced into it, I swear. I skimmed 500,000 from Lu Ren's shares, caught me and blackmailed me. Please, big shot, give me a chance. I want to do business with you. Lin Yifen understood men like him all too well. He calmly exposed the man's true intentions. It's not that you know you were wrong. It's that you know you have nowhere left to run. What exactly have I done for you to disrespect me like this? Seeing the big shot's cold demeanor, Scarface was so terrified he pulled out a knife ready to offer his own hand as atonement. I'm willing to pay the price. Even if it costs me my hands and feet, I'll accept it. Lin Yifen didn't actually want blood spilled here. He lunged forward and snatched the knife away. Kids shouldn't be playing with sharp objects. His blazing speed made Scarface tremble in fear. So fast unless you've spent over a decade crawling through the underworld. There's no way you'd have reflexes like that. He set the knife on the table and put on a cold, contemplative expression. No need for that, let me think. True, if I let you go, others would just come knocking anyway. Manager Wang, the hotel will be shut down for 1 week. Handle the customer compensations. Also, allocate $2 million for a staff vacation. Hearing the order, he immediately responded, "Yes, sir." CEO Lin, Scarface, confused by his orders, stammered, "Boss, what do you mean?" Lin Yifan looked at him calmly and replied, "Isn't Lu Renj trying to threaten me? Consider this the fruit of your efforts. I'll give him another 500,000, that should be just fine." At that moment, Manager Wang chimed in, touting the company benefits to lure him over. "See that? This is our CEO Lin. Paid leave, 4 dishes, and a bowl of soup at the company cafeteria. In short, every employee benefit you can think of, we have got them all. And then some. Nothing like that Lu Renj you work for." Hearing about the benefits above, good heavens, tears streamed down Scarface's face as he wailed, as if he'd just seen his long-lost parents. "Manager CEO Lin, I want to roll with you guys." Seeing him take the bait, Lin Yifan smiled with satisfaction and agreed. "Then let's give it a trial run and see how things go." The firm confirms. Eager to prove his loyalty, Scarface hurriedly spilled everything about Lu Renj. "CEO Lin, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Lu Renj is desperately trying to win over the Su family. Can you guess why?" Manager Wang thought for a moment and offered his guess. "Isn't it just a small timer trying to control a big player?" Scarface immediately shot back. "No way, if that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lu Renj is a scumbag, wants to leave the Su family completely wiped out, with no heirs." Hearing this, Lin Yifan's interest piqued. He signaled the man to continue. "Elaborate." Scarface, having fully committed to betraying Lu Renj, he laid it all out, detail by detail. The Su family clan was currently in decline, and everyone from top to bottom was on edge. He spotted exactly that vulnerability. He set traps to drive the Su family to ruin, and then heal, seize their daughter and their entire fortune. Having heard the full story, Lin Yifan understood everything. A calculating glint flashed in his eyes. "Got it, go back and report to Lu Renj first. As for what comes next, leave it to me." Scarface cheered with delight. "Understood, big shot." A thought crossed Lin Yifan's mind, and he paused to give another order. "Oh, right, that supplier of yours. Hand over their identity information. Can't let anyone ruin the rules." Scarface replied respectfully, "Yes, big shot." Lin Yifan walked out with his hands in his pockets, a sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. When the time came, he'd hand it off to Wang Manting Perfect, Liayuan Tea House. Su Mayu sat elegantly in her chair, studying the contract before her. Across from her sat Lu Renj. Having heard Scarface's report, he raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. "I thought he'd be some tough nut to crack. One little scare and he obediently shut the place down. So, is that acceptable? Also, you're sure it's 550,000, right?" Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Scarface suppressed the excitement in his heart and answered firmly, "Of course, Boss Lu. How would I dare make the same mistake twice?" Hearing him confirm the job was done, Lu Renj smiled with satisfaction. "Glad you know better. Sign it. Mayu, no one is more sincere than I am. For every distribution, I'll pay you an extra 10% above market price." After reviewing the contract, Su Mayu's expression remained unchanged. She said just one sentence, "I'm quite satisfied with this ratio, but I'd like to review the other terms first." Lu Renj, convinced everything was already in his grasp, showed no urgency whatsoever. "Take your time. If you prefer, we can head upstairs. There's a private room. If you get tired from reading, you can rest there." The moment he finished speaking, Su Mayu pulled out the pen she always carried. Seeing this, Lu Renj broke into a smug grin, but then she suddenly raised her hand, signaling she needed to check her phone. She seemed as if she'd spotted something unexpected. Her expression shifted with a hint of surprise. After reading it, she immediately stood up, halting the contract signing with Lu Renj. "I'm terribly sorry, but something's come up. Let's pause here for now." Her sudden departure left him completely baffled. "What's going on? Mayu, do you want me to come with you?" Unable to stop her, he clenched his teeth in fury right at his lips, and it slipped clean away. It drove him insane. Son of a so damn close. By now, Su Mayu had reached the underground parking garage. Ruyan's familiar, flashy car appeared. Ruyan sat in the driver's seat and apologetically explained the situation. "Miss Su, why so suddenly? I can only speak with you briefly here in the car. I hope you understand. My surname is Liu. I'm the representative of an investment consulting firm, Yanhuo Investment. Hearing this, Sumayu was full of questions. Yanhuo investment. Ruyan looked at her puzzled expression and gently explained. Your father, Mr. Su, is an important client of our firm. He entrusted us with an investment analysis task. This is a survey report on the investment target that we've just received. Please take a look. As she read, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Lear Man committed technology fraud. Where did you get this document? Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Ruyan offered her assurance. This is a report from Country F's financial news. Miss Su is welcome to investigate it herself. Not only that, the parent company behind it seems to be one you've already dealt with. Mayu seemed to have guessed which company it was, but she still hesitated, not entirely sure. After a moment's thought, she got out of the car and expressed her gratitude to Ruyan. I understand, thank you. Ruyan smiled softly and said goodbye. Let's keep in touch when you have time. She stood there watching Mayu leave, then saw Yifen appear behind her. She couldn't help but scold him lightly. Honestly, I already have to manage the company for you, and now I'm helping you chase girls too. I'm practically turning into a housewife at this point. Yifen hadn't wanted to ask her for help, but ever since that rejection, he felt a bit awkward about interacting with Mayu. I'm the one with zero interest, which is why I asked you to do it. If I showed up in person, she'd definitely start getting ideas again. He was afraid Mayu would hand him another good person card and spout that nonsense all over again. Lin Yifen, you're such a good person. Thank you for doing so much for me. Good person card. Ruyan saw the look on his face and suddenly felt the urge to tease him. I suppose that makes sense. How could a mature woman like me compare to a young girl? Am I right? Yifen, seemingly oblivious to her vinegar-soaked tone, said rather matter-of-factly. She's not that much younger than you, you know. Ruyan understood his implication instantly. She confronted him angrily. You know her that well, and you still claim you're not interested. Glared at by her furious eyes, he guiltily protested. I'm a kind and chivalrous person. Ruyan, seeing him still not taking her seriously, grabbed him by the collar, intent on giving him a lesson. Come on, get in the car with me. Yifen was dragged along, his face flushed as he tried to resist. What are you even? Ruyan saw him trying to refuse and cut him off firmly. I thought you were the chivalrous type. I want to see just how capable you really are. The following scene is intended for mature audiences. Unable to view. Skipping to when the two have finished their car activity. Ruyan's face was flushed an unusual shade of red, as she muttered under her breath. Wasn't this car supposed to have a luxury suspension system? It didn't do a damn thing, and it hurts like hell on top of that. Yifen let out a satisfied breath and laughed at her. That's your own fault. Total noob and still insisted on playing. Hearing that, Ruyan bit him hard. Hearing the phone ring, Ruyan wanted to pick up, but what just happened had left her without an ounce of strength. Help me out here, I really can't move anymore. Yifen had no choice but to reach behind her and pull the phone from her back pocket. Ruyan looked at the incoming message and relayed it to Yifen. Miss Su wants me to prepare a formal document to report Lear Man to Country F's authorities. But don't send it right away. What is she planning? A woman's mind is like searching for a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Yifen gave up trying to figure it out. Who knows, whatever needs to be done, I've already done it. All that's left is for me to collect the reward. Wang Manting wasn't she out on a drug bust right now? Manting's excited voice came through the other end of the line. Babe, you've hit the jackpot again this time. This time, we didn't just bust the drug operation on the island, we also got a crucial lead. Yifen's interest was piqued. Let's hear it. Manting recalled the heartbreaking scene of the girl involved, then disclosed the investigation's findings. His buyer is a man surnamed Lu from Nanchang. He was previously a suspect in the disappearance of a female college student. We couldn't find any evidence before, but this time we got a breakthrough from their transaction location. Yifen frowned, confused. Disappearance. Manting was still on duty and couldn't talk long, so she had to hang up. Anyway, just wait for my good news. When it's all over, I'll reward you properly. Time flew by to the afternoon. Renge was called over and he asked smugly, Mayu, you've finally made up your mind. Armed with the documents from Yifen's side, Mayu now harbored nothing but pure contempt for Renge. Before we proceed with this partnership, there's one more issue. I've heard that Learman's payments haven't been fully settled. The moment those words left her mouth, his expression darkened with wariness. Seeing that reaction, Mayu was now 100% certain the documents were real. If that's the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to go through with this partnership. Renge feigned confusion over this information, claiming he needed to verify it. Is that so? Mayu, give me a moment while I confirm this. With that, he turned and walked calmly toward the door. Once outside, His expression turned thunderous as he furiously confronted Scarface. Where the hell did that woman get this information? Scarface put on a worried expression and asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" Renge shot him a look of pure disgust. "What do you think? We almost had the deal sealed. Transfer 10 million into the account. We need to placate her first." "Move it." Scarface complied immediately. "Don't worry, boss." After Scarface wired the funds into the account, Renge strolled back into the room with composure and said confidently, "Mayu, I just confirmed with my assistant. It was a misunderstanding. Rest assured, nothing like that will happen." Mayu took a slow sip of water, her words carrying a hidden edge. "Are you certain, Mr. Liu? After all, an investment of tens of millions is no small sum." Just then, Scarface gave an okay sign. Seeing that, Renge felt reassured and gave his guarantee. "Rest assured, you can verify it by any method you like, Mayu. If there's any issue at all, I'll return your entire investment." Mayu had clearly seen through his dirty little trick. Her expression didn't soften one bit despite his repeated assurances. "No wonder you're the boss. Mr. Liu really knows how to squeeze people dry. But Learman is also your asset. You're just moving money from your left hand to your right." Hearing this, Renge confronted her in shock. "What did you just say?" Mayu looked at him with nothing but disappointment, then decided to expose his cunning scheme. "Learman is nothing but your shell company, Mr. Liu. You used your own people to put on a show and trick me into a corner. Am I wrong?" Realizing she already knew the truth, a surge of fury erupted within him. "You already knew, and you still played me." Mayu saw that he not only lacked the decency to be ashamed, but actually dared to curse at her. Her expression turned ice cold. "You can commit fraud in your business dealings, so I'm not allowed to retaliate. Looks like you transferred quite a hefty sum to Laman just now, didn't you? The authorities have been cracking down hard on shell companies like these. I've already sent them the report. I'm confident they'll freeze and confiscate the funds immediately. Consider it a lesson. That's exactly why I'm here." Renge, still seething with rage, charges after them, ready to beat that wretched woman Mayu to a pulp. Mayu doesn't want to hear his nonsense. She walks to the car and speaks to Bu Fan. "Zyro Fan, let's go." But Bu Fan had already been on Renge's side all along. The moment he unbuckles his seatbelt, Mayu is stunned. Little Fan, he holds a stun device in his hand. "Don't blame me, sis." As soon as the words leave his mouth, he presses the stun gun against Mayu's body. Renge watches her lose consciousness, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "You wanna go up against me?" After that, Bu Fan drives Mayu to an abandoned factory on the city outskirts, her body bound so tightly she can't move. Mayu can't believe the brother she cherished so dearly has betrayed her. "Bu Fan, are you insane? Do you want to destroy the Su family?" Hearing her reproach, Bu Fan screams in fury. "The Su family? The Su family has nothing to do with me. Everything belongs to you. Mom and Dad only ever cared about you. The Su family's future is yours too. So what about me? What do I ever get?" Hearing his twisted reasoning, Mayu is devastated to her core. "So that's why you helped him." Even now, Bu Fan is still naive enough to believe Renge will play fair with him. "Brother Liu already promised me. After this, I'll be the head of the Su family, and I'll finally be free from your control." Seeing that Bu Fan truly harbors murderous intent over nothing but wealth, Mayu feels both self-blame and crushing disappointment. "And to think someone like you is my brother." Hearing her tone, Bu Fan sneers, showing he couldn't care less. "That's right, I don't need a sister like you either. From now on, once Su Mayu disappears, just obediently follow Brother Liu and you'll be fine. Don't worry, I'll drop by from time to time and pass along some news about Mom and Dad. Brother Liu, she's all yours." Renge looks at him with satisfaction. "Good, you can rest easy now." Bu Fan doesn't notice the pistol in Renge's hand. In that instant, Renge presses the barrel against Bu Fan's waist and pulls the trigger without a moment's hesitation. Bu Fan stares at him in utter disbelief. Liu Renge gazes at that agonized, incredulous expression and feels a strangely pleasant satisfaction. Pretty bizarre, isn't it? A fool has far more potential to fail than to succeed. Keep him around, and there's no telling how much trouble he'd cause. After dealing with Bu Fan, he slowly walks toward Mayu. He holds up the contract, a vicious smile curling on his face. Right, the contract that still needs signing still has to be signed, doesn't it? After all, even if you're not around, I can still demand the Su family pay a hefty breach of contract penalty. Now then, give me your hand. Even after witnessing Bu Fan's fate, Mayu keeps her composure and challenges him. "Liu Renge, aren't you afraid?" Renge reaches over and pries Mayu's index finger out, answering calmly. "Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. I'm afraid this place is so remote. What if someone suddenly shows up? But then again, nobody would hear you scream, would they? Why don't you try screaming?" Right at that moment, A gray car comes crashing through the factory door. The massive impact startles Renj. The car, shrouded in dust and smoke, screeches to a halt about 5 meters away. Yiffen steps out, looks at the two stunned figures, and says, "The navigation system is pretty damn accurate, huh? Right on time. All my effort would have gone straight down the drain otherwise." Manting appears from behind, gun in hand. Her voice ice cold. "Lu Renj, I hereby suspect you of kidnapping, attempted premeditated murder, and related charges. You are under arrest." Renj never expected Manting to show up in full police uniform at this critical moment. He snaps his gun toward her, fully on guard. "Officer, don't you move, or I'll..." As if Manting would ever stand still. She exploits his momentary panic, lunging forward at blazing speed. Her arm snaps back before delivering a devastating palm strike. Then she pivots behind him, wrenches his arm into a lock, and takes control. "You're the one who shouldn't move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how many pieces your joints will break into." Yiffen watches her series of seamless, fluid movements, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. "That impressive, huh?" Pleased by the praise, Manting can barely contain her grin. It's nothing, just a few martial arts championship wins. After cuffing Renj, she leads him outside. "Let's go. Other officers are waiting outside to help you." Yiffen unties Mayu's restraints. She looks at Manting with deep gratitude. "Thank you." Yiffen, as if afraid Renj isn't angry enough, adds a few more words to twist the knife. "Mr. Lu, I gave you 500,000 and you returned 500 million. That's far too generous of you." Renj has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. 500 million? Has this guy lost his mind? Manting, annoyed by his hesitation, barks at him to move. As they walk out, she speaks. Even though he's been arrested, Renj shows no fear. He's still waiting for Scarface to come bail him out. Defeated but not entirely finished. "I've still got 2 billion in the accounts. I'll mobilize every resource bill out at the very least, and once I'm back, I won't spare a single one of them." But from behind the iron bars, he sees his own subordinates marching and all wearing handcuffs. He can't believe his eyes. "Aren't these my company's employees? How did they end up in here too? Hey, what happened to you guys?" Hearing a familiar voice, one of them turns around and sees him, stunned. "Boss, everyone said the company was in trouble and that you'd already fled. I was the only one who still believed in you. Boss, I never imagined you'd get locked up before us." Hearing that, Renj grows even more bewildered. "The company's in trouble. What happened?" Seeing his expression, the employee asks through teary eyes, "Boss, you really don't know?" Renj panics. "Spit it out." The employee finally explains someone leaked the company's books, and now auditors are investigating tax evasion requiring compensation of over 10 billion. Hearing this, Renj's face goes pale as a sheet. "What?" As if that weren't devastating enough, the employee reveals one more thing. "On top of that, the stock price has crashed. We found out someone shorted the stock beforehand and made off with 500 million. Boss, did we offend someone? Got any leads?" Only now does Renj understand why Yiffen said those words to him. "Mr. Lu, I gave you 500,000 and you returned 500 million. Far too generous of you." He collapses to the floor, all strength drained. "It's over. I have nothing left." Scarface, despite being handcuffed, looks far from miserable. He even thanks Yiffen. "Thank you, boss. You really are incredibly thoughtful. Even at a time like this, you still looked out for me." Yiffen listens, completely baffled. What did I even do? Turns out this guy got arrested and misunderstood the whole situation, thinking Yiffen arranged everything so that he, the undercover operative, could live in peace. If my role as a mole got exposed, even with Lu Renj dead, others in his circle would come after me and might even target my family. But if you arranged for me to get locked up too, nobody would ever suspect me again. Yiffen gives him a thumbs up, playing along. Not bad, very enlightened. Even now, Scarface still has no idea he's been played. He swears to Yiffen with deep gratitude, "Boss, I swear I'll reform myself properly and come out strong. Other than hanging out with you." Seeing all of Renj's men finally behind bars, Lin Yiffen's satisfaction buried deep beneath a veneer of composure turned and walked away. It's finally done. Time to head home and collect the system rewards. Old Cow walks up to Lin Yiffen's door, knocks loudly, and calls out, "Boss Lin, here's the grilled food you ordered." Hearing the knock, he opens the door and offers his thanks. "Thanks, buddy." Old Cow even brought it up personally. Old Cow waves his hand dismissively thanks to Yiffen helping out last time. It was nothing. It's nothing, nothing at all. Business has been pretty good lately, and that's largely thanks to Boss Lin bailing me out. This is a local specialty wine from my hometown. Give it a try. Hearing it was a local specialty, Lin Yiffen says cheerfully, Is it really that good? Old Cow can't contain his enthusiasm once the topic turns to wine. Completely naturally fermented. This wine isn't just delicious, it carries deep meaning. Boss Lin, this place is so quiet, all it's missing is a lady of the house. And wouldn't you know it, the name of this wine sounds just like wedding. They say any man and woman who share a bottle will quickly find their way to marriage. Lin Yifen listens to his analysis, and the meaning behind it, then asks with an amused laugh, seriously, real or not? Old Cow answers with ironclad conviction, absolutely true, me wife and I got together thanks to this very wine. But Yifen, living in this day and age, would never fall for such things. What century are we in? Feudal superstitions won't do. Old Cow sees him dismiss it and earnestly advises, don't be so quick to doubt, it's infused with quite a few traditional herbs. In modern scientific terms, it can promote some kind of romantic compound or something. Take your time with it. I'll head back down to tend to the other customers. He waves goodbye to the old man. Sure thing, thanks, Old Cow. After Old Cow leaves, he sits down to eat while sipping the wine. The wine is smooth, mellow, and rich with sweetness. Pretty good, actually, but there's no way it's as magical as Old Cow claimed. Tastes great, though. I'll buy some more from Old Cow next time. What's wrong, Old Cow? Did you drop something? When he opens the door, the person standing there is Su Mayush, has clearly dressed up carefully before coming. Lin Yifen, I asked Zio Ning for your address. Is now a good time? I have something I want to say to you. Hearing she wants to talk, Lin Yifen steps aside to let her in. Sure, come on in first. Su Mayu steps inside shyly and says softly, thank you, Lin Yifen, I owe you an apology. All my life, I've lived like a machine, me eyes fixed only on my own direction and goals, blind to the feelings of those around me. That's why my brother Zairofen ended up the way he did. I never truly understood why he betrayed me, but maybe the reason was me all along. Seeing her come here to pour her heart out leaves Lin Yifen somewhat confused. Maybe Sabat, why is she telling me all this? Suddenly, Su Mayu looks at him with a strange intensity and says, but you're not like that. You're like a knight, always silently protecting me, never saying a word, never asking for anything in return. Lin Yifen had only been following system quests. All along, suddenly hearing this makes even less sense to him. What did I even do? Seeing his expression, Su Mayu says with a blush, I looked into it. My father never actually contacted any consulting firm. That car belonging to Ms. Leah, the registered owner, is you. You arranged all of that for me. I'm only finding out now. Seeing her heading down the same path as before, Lin Yifen quickly cuts her off. You don't need to overthink it. Everything I did had my own purpose, maybe, just to deal with that kid. But Su Mayu isn't buying any of his deflections this time. None of that matters. What matters is this starting today. I want to live like a real person, Somyeon, with flesh and blood, and face my own feelings head-on. The moment she finishes, she lunges forward and kisses him. After planting the kiss, Su Mayu immediately scrambles to her feet to flee. Even if you don't accept it, that's fine. I'm going. Bye. Lin Yifen catches her arm and asks with concern, are you okay? Su Mayu gazes at him hazily, her eyes burning with desire. Lin Yifen, why do I suddenly feel like Old Cow's wine really does have aphrodisiac properties? At this point, the situation is no different from wine, already poured into a glass. The only thing left to do is drink. Su Mayu straddles Lin Yifen, babbling nonsense and ready to do something reckless. Pinned beneath her, his face goes pale. The pungent aroma of the wine hits his nose, making him feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Why does the wine suddenly smell so strong? Could it be residual alcohol? But why such an intense reaction? By now, the wine has completely stripped Su Mayu of reason. Only the most primal instinct remains. She begins undoing the straps on her dress and voices her deepest desire. Lin Yifen, can you make me truly yours? Lin Yifen is stunned into a daze by the spring scene before him. Su Mayu gazes at him with flushed devotion and whispers, Lin Yifen, can you make me real? Not wanting to take advantage of a desperate situation, Lin Yifen grits his teeth and activates his abuelita tapping. Her once, snap out of it, an old traditional medicine doctor's pressure point technique. Thanks to this, Su Mayu, who had been completely lost in delirium, gradually regains her senses. She shyly retreats, stammering, this is. Lin Yifen knows it was the wine's effect and gently comforts her. You've come to your senses now. This isn't your fault. Su Mayu turns to find her shoes on the floor, hurriedly puts them on and bolts. I'm sorry. While she flees in a panic, she runs into Fu Beihang in the hallway. Seeing Su Mayu sprint past with a flushed face, he exclaims in shock. Fu Beihang's arm gets wrenched so hard he nearly passes out. But even with his arm nearly broken, he still can't shut his loose mouth. Bro Lin, I definitely won't tell a soul. I just came here to specially congratulate you. Lin Yifan hears his reason for coming and frowns in confusion. Congratulate me for what? Hearing the question, Fu Beihang says with glee, I heard everything. That punk Lu Renge got taken out by Bro Lin, so the boys can't help but celebrate. Come on, Bro Lin, let me take you out on the town. A charity auction 30% of the proceeds go to charitable organizations. Lin Yifan stares at the shameless guy before him, utterly dumbfounded. Don't tell me you're actually the charitable type. From inside the auction hall, the MC's voice booms out. The charity auction 50% of the auction proceeds will be donated to charitable organizations. Fu Beihang sees his expression and scoffs, deciding to enlighten him with some knowledge. You don't get it, Bro Lin. Bro Lin, first off, this is a tax write-off. And second, just look around, events like these always attract tons of celebrities and influencers. You getting what I'm saying? Lin Yifan looks at the crowd of beautiful women and replies flatly, I get it. Yu Xiaoxiao debuted as a child star. Fu Beihang spots her and excitedly gestures for him to look. Bro Lin, look, isn't that Yu Xiaoxiao? Lin Yifan sees her, but can't understand why he's getting so worked up. Looks like it, yeah, but what's there to get excited about? Fu Beihang scratches his head and explains sheepishly. When I was a kid, I loved this drama called Father and Daughter. She starred in it alongside Zhang, who played the Grandmister Beautiful and Smart. She was my dream girl growing up. Yifan listens to all this and still has no clue what he's talking about. So what? Beihang smiles and explains, nothing at all. When I grew up, I realized I only liked the role she played. And for the actual person, I felt nothing. Besides, she never starred in any good films after that. So I thought she'd retired and left the entertainment industry for good. Never expected to run into her here. Yifan thinks for a moment and figures maybe all child stars end up like that. Xiaoxiao appears right then, pouting and scolds him. Lin Yifan, when are you ever going to change your habit of talking behind people's backs? Yifan can't believe she still remembers him. Realize that now, have you? Seeing the look on his face, Xiaoxiao smirks triumphantly. Of course, I heard that familiar muttering from a mile away, and knew right away it was you. Beihang watches the two of them interact so familiarly and looks puzzled. Xiaoxiao then asks, so why are you here? Yifan, too lazy to explain, simply answers, just came along with him. Beihang steps forward, shakes her hand and introduces himself. Hello, I'm Fu Beihang. Hello. Being his friend, she responds very courteously. I'm Yu Xiaoxiao. Knowing he's acquainted with young Beihang, her loose tongue starts running again. Brother Bei, what's going on? How come no one can escape your clutches? The moment those words leave her mouth, Yifan kicks him hard enough to remember for a lifetime. What the hell are you thinking? You're her fan, yet you don't even know where she's from. We're from the same town, okay? Beihang kicked unjustly protests. About that, Bro Lin, I had no idea where she was from either. Only then does Yifan realize that the information about her hometown has been kept secret. Right, that makes sense. The fact that he actually knew a child star piques Beihang's curiosity enormously. So how exactly did you two get to know each other? Yifan recalls the past and briefly recounts. Back in middle school, she wanted to transfer to the best school in town, and our homeroom teacher asked me to tutor her privately after class. Xiaoxiao sees him recounting this in such a reluctant tone and gets annoyed. Back then so many boys were fighting over that spot, and you didn't even want it. Good grief, but Yifan dense and clueless as a versace. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know how much of my time you wasted at internet cafes and gaming arcades? Xiaoxiao, hearing him complain, gets furious. I only didn't have time for school because I was busy filming. In the end, the results proved that talent can't be underestimated. Yifan, seizing the moment, even proudly takes credit. All the credit is innocent, it all thanks to my excellent teaching skills. While the two are bickering, Jibin appears. He sees her talking to Yifan and immediately walks over. Xiaoxiao, didn't you agree to let me take you to the VIP section? Chatting with this group of people here is completely beneath your status. Let's go. Xiaoxiao, upon seeing him, shows visible disgust and recoils. She moves closer to Yifan and rejects him outright. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I'm perfectly fine here. If you think that's wrong, maybe it's because we're simply not the same kind of people. Come on, classmate, let's go in. Jibin has never been rejected to his face, like thrice especially not in front of another man. His face darkens as he glares at her. A nobody of a star, what is there to be so smug about? Yifan curiously asks, Who is that guy? Xiaoxiao slowly reveals his identity. Chen Jibin, riding on his father being the richest man in the cities, the type who loves pulling young actresses into his little circle. I couldn't care less about his dirty money. Beihang, caught under Yifen's judging gaze, quickly defends himself. Don't look at me like that, I've never broken a girl's heart. Yifen sits down next to Xiaoxiao and mocks him with a laugh. Now I finally understand why you were famous so early, but aren't hot anymore. Hearing this, she isn't angry at Alanstead, she's incredibly proud. Isn't that because I'm upright and pure, like a lotus rising from the mud, untouched by filth? Yifen removes her hand from his shoulder. He asks with a grin, because you love making enemies everywhere. That guy is the son of the richest man in the city. What are you going to do if he decides to get revenge? Right then, the MC takes the mic and introduces the next item to everyone. The next item comes from Miss Yu Xiaoxiao. This is the apprentice uniform that Miss Yu wore when she became a disciple of National Peking Opera Master Zhang Lan. Although Master Zhang Lan has passed, the spirit of Peking Opera he left behind is still worthy of our remembrance and study. Welcome, everyone. Let the bidding begin. When her item is presented, the entire venue falls eerily silent. One glance and Beihang can already tell whose handiwork this looks like that guy's doing. Deliberately suppressing the bids to humiliate Yu Xiaoxiao. That's all this is. Right then, someone in Jibin's camp deliberately speaks up. Who told her to offend our young Master Chen? Truly pathetic. Don't go thinking you're something special. All you've ever done is ride on Master Zhang's name. Yifen, the protagonist of this whole harem setafao, could he possibly let Xiaoxiao lose face? He raises his paddle and calls out clearly, 5 million. The MC, hearing the number, exclaims in shock. This gentleman bids 5 million. 5 million once, 5 million twice. Jibin, seeing him dare raise his paddle against him, scoffs with contempt. A mere peasant dares to seek attention. 7 million. Seeing him raise his paddle, Yifen smirks wickedly and mutters, he took the bait. The moment Jibin raises the price, Yifen immediately ups it by another million. 8 million. Jibin follows closely, determined not to lose to Yifen. 9 million. At this point, Yifen tauntingly adds just 500,000 more. 9,500,000. Seeing him only increase by 500,000, Jibin sneers. A loser is still a loser, can't carry the weight anymore, can he? He tauntingly raises it by 490,000 to 9,990,000. As if challenging Yifen. Little you, soon you'll be kneeling before me in regret. Before anything even happens, he's already imagining the scene of her desperately kneeling at his feet. Yifen sees him actually following through on the bid, and can't help but be surprised. Rich second-gen kids really are built different, dropping nearly 10 million just for a set of clothes. Beihang grins mischievously and says, what if he's into clothes that still have the original scent? Seeing Yifen stop bidding, Jibin finally realizes he's been played. Damn it, I've been scammed. What am I, running a charity here? All I saw was you shouting prices. I never saw you buy a single thing. Cornered by these words, Yifen replies with a deliberately ambiguous answer. What's the rush? If something catches my eye, I'll make my move. Jibin, utterly furious at being played, threatens. Let me tell you something, if I find out you can't even afford to bid, and you're deliberately causing trouble, don't blame me for not being polite. Right then, the auction house brings out the next item. The next auction item, the Lingbai stone. Starting bid 5 million. According to the seller's commission, this is a family heirloom over 200 years old. If it weren't truly necessary, he wouldn't have been willing to bring it to auction. Lingbai stone rare in production, noble in jade quality. The people in the auction hall looked at the unremarkable-looking rock, and all sneered with contempt. It's just a fake mountain rock like this, who'd even want it? Exactly. Hurry up and bring out the good stuff already. Yifen looked at the stone, his eyes lighting up with brilliance. The wait was finally over. 6 million. When Jibin saw he was about to buy it, he sneered with open contempt. Mockery. I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just an idiot spending millions on a worthless hunk of rock. Want me to go scoop a few truckloads from the riverbank for you? The moment his words fell, Rui Anping appeared and affirmed with conviction. Sir, this is not a decorative rock. Based on my observation, this is a horse-saddle Lingbai stone. Among Lingbai stones, it is exceedingly rare, exquisite mineral interpenetration, masterful craftsmanship. It takes at least several thousand years to form stone quality like this. The moment everyone saw him appear, the atmosphere in the room instantly erupted. It's old Rui, the living fossil, old Rui, the pinnacle of classical Chinese garden design. Rui amping anything that catches old Rui's interest is definitely no ordinary object. Anping looked at the people below and expressed his desire. This may be nothing more than a collectible curio for all of you, but for me, it is the final missing piece in my current design blueprint. Young friend, I'm willing to offer 10 million for this horse saddle stone. that is already the highest price on the current market. Would you be willing to show me the courtesy of yielding this decorative rock to me? Yifen lightly rubbed his chin, looked at the old man, and gently refused. My apologies, I also need this for something. Besides, the old sir has gotten one thing wrong. Hearing this, Amping froze for a moment. What? He corrected the stone's true classification. This is not a horse saddle Lingbai stone, it is a white jade Lingbai stone. 20 million. The MC, unable to withstand this astronomical figure any longer, slammed the gavel. 20 million once, 20 million twice. Deal. Rui Amping, prompted by his reminder, took another careful look. White jade Lingbai stone, could I have misjudged it? Someone who understood nothing curiously asked him. Old Rui, did he say white jade something or other? Is it even rarer than the horse saddle stone? He gently shook his head and gave a brief explanation. White jade stone is actually less rare than the horse saddle stone. Right now, the highest price for a finished piece on the market is only around 1 million. The people in the hall heard this and glared at him with irritation. So the kid deliberately jacked up the price that high, just throwing money around to make people miserable. Jibin, seeing that Yifen had offended even Rui Amping, gleefully laughed at his misfortune. He didn't even give old Rui face. So what if he has money? His RNG luck is just terrible. At this moment, Yifen calmly explained, that's not it at all. I placed such a high bid simply because it's worth every penny. Jibin, hearing him say that, furiously challenged him. Old Rui already said it, white jade is worth 1 million at most. Are you claiming to know better than old Rui? Yifen, seeing that Jibin kept biting and wouldn't let go, raised the stakes. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. 20 million wager, whether I lose or profit. He agreed without a shred of hesitation. Fine, when you lose so badly you can't even afford pants, don't blame me. Amping had lived long enough to sense whether the young man bore any ill will toward him. Precisely because he detected none, he studied the stone before him even more carefully. This young man was not targeting him. But then why did he say that? Could it be that he'd missed something? I see it now. Something so simple, and yet I didn't think of it. The true value of this stone doesn't lie in the stone itself, it lies in the craftsmanship and the person who once owned it. In simple terms, to carve white jade stone into this shape and achieve stone quality resembling horse saddle stone requires extraordinarily masterful technique, meaning this is undoubtedly the work of a grandmaster artisan. And typically, the artisan's labor costs more than the stone itself, multiplying its value severalfold. Only illustrious noble families, even royalty, would have dared commission something like this. Jibin listened to the explanation and stood there, completely shell-shocked. Oh, old Rui, you're saying that? Amping looked at his pale, stricken face and explained with pity. If this stone truly once belonged to a noble or royal household from some era, its value must exceed 30 million, making a 200 million bet entirely plausible. Everyone present heard the figure and gasped in shock. 200 million. Fu Beiheng looked at him with eyes full of admiration and exclaimed, Good Lord, CEO Lin, we came here to spend money, but you came here to pick money up off the ground. Yifen casually glanced at him and said, Well, you'd actually have to pick it up first. Amping now looked toward him, his voice brimming with admiration. I never imagined that after studying natural scenery for more than half my life, my eye would be outmatched by the younger generation. Truly, one lives to learn. I am not worthy of this stone. It belongs with you. Seeing him say this, Yifen clasped his hands and bowed in return. Then I thank you, old sir. He walked over and placed his hand on the stone. The instant he touched it, a stream of pure, clear spiritual energy surged from within, flooding his entire body with an indescribable sense of vitality. The reason I want this is simple: to absorb spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, the reward for rescuing Su Mayu unlocked the ability to absorb spiritual energy. And the best conduit for that? Jade-nurtured mountain stones, painstakingly cultivated over centuries. Not bad at all. It's like a portable power bank. Oh, that's right, old Rui, I have a proposition. Amping heard this and looked at him with anticipation. What is it? Yifen smiled faintly and offered a rather generous deal. I'm only buying this stone to use for a period of time. Once I'm done, if old Rui still needs it, you can buy it back at 20 million. Hearing this, Amping stared at him in astonishment. 20 million. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Seeing the doubt on his face, Yifen answered with complete certainty. Of course, I'm not in this to make money. If old Rui thinks it's too cheap, you're welcome to donate the difference to charity. How much you give is none of my concern. Everyone present was stunned speechless by his words. Good Lord, now that is what you call vision. It was estimated at 200 million, and he got it for just 20 million. Handsome, tonight you've just pulled off a deal worth hundreds of millions. I'd love to discuss business with you too. After making his offer, he suddenly raised a finger and continued. Of course, I also have one small request. Would old Rui be willing to help me with it? Anping, given that Yifen was willing to resell the stone to him, was inclined to agree to almost any request. Mr. Lin, please go ahead, he said, adjusting his phrasing before listening to the request. I enjoy appreciating precious jade stones up close. If it's not too much trouble, could you help me find a few sources? Anping, seeing it was such a simple request, agreed immediately. If that's all, I'm acquainted with quite a few museum directors. I should be able to help you, Mr. Lin. Yifen heard this and smiled with satisfaction. A deal struck with a single word. A flawless plan. Not only could he absorb the spiritual energy within the stone, he'd also get access to a whole trove of premium artifacts. Some items in those museums couldn't be bought even with money. Anping suddenly let out a long sigh and murmured with gratitude. I truly thank you, Mr. Lin. After all, I fell in love with this stone at first sight. Honestly, finding another one like it, I'm afraid none would come close. Yifen saw the gratitude in the old man's eyes and felt genuinely humbled. See, in the end, he even has to thank me. Right at this moment, Jibin, driven mad by his humiliating loss, storms out of the room in disgrace. Out of the way. Everyone get the hell out of my way. Damn it, 30 million blown over Thisme old man is going to absolutely lose it. Beihang is already waiting at the door. Jibin freezes the moment he spots him. Seeing his desperate attempt to flee, Beihang sneers. Yo, where do you think you're going? Yifen looks at Jibin and scoffs at his fleeing figure, the son of the city's richest tycoon. And you're trying to skip out on a measly 30 million. Accused of welshing, Jibin panics and starts stammering. And no, I'm not skipping out. I just can't access the funds right now. Once the Kungtung Community Renovation Project gets approved, I'll have the money. I swear I'll pay you back. Hearing him mention that location, Yifen is taken aback. Isn't Kungtung Community where I live? What renovation project? Who told you that? Jibin doesn't fully understand either, but he tries his best to explain. It's just insider talk circulating among industry people. Who cares if it's real or not as long as someone guarantees it? I'm putting my money in. After hearing his explanation, Yifen finally understands why Mrs. Zhang's son threw himself headlong into investing. No wonder her son's business suddenly went south. No wonder Mrs. Zhang had to rush to sell her house. Turns out, it was all a setup from the very beginning. Beihang, wanting to make it official, brings over an IOU for him to sign. All right, sign the IOU and you're free to go. Forced to sign an IOU before being released, Jibin is seething with rage. Damn it! When has this young master ever been humiliated like this? Yifen pulls out his phone to answer the call. What's wrong, Mrs. Zhang? From Mrs. Zhang's voice from the other end of the line sounds both frightened and exhausted. Little Lin, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't sell that house to you anymore. I'll return the 15 million to you as well. By now, Yifen already understands the full picture and immediately recounts what her son told him. Mrs. Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, your son just called with more news, didn't he? Saying 1 million isn't enough to resolve the company's crisis, and he needs even more money. Mrs. Zhang is stunned that he guessed so accurately. Wait, little Lin, how did you know? Yifen chuckles softly. These are just standard tricks those people pull. Don't worry, I'll come by tomorrow to go over this with you. Mrs. Zhang still trusts him more than her own son. Hearing this, she immediately agrees to wait for him. All right then, I'll wait for you tomorrow. Xiaoxiao leaves the auction hall at this moment, coming over to thank him for his help earlier. Lin Yifen, thank you for tonight. After all these years, Lin Yifen has completely changed. Yifen ignores the flicker of emotion in her eyes and responds flatly, Oh, it's nothing. By the way, do you have a jade bracelet or anything made of jade on you? Let me borrow it for a bit. Xiaoxiao blinks in surprise and asks, Jade, will this do? Yifen takes a quick look and says, That works, give it here. Stones and jade don't just boost spiritual energy, they also serve as conduits. The effects of an ordinary TCM practitioner's treatment on someone last only a few days at most. But if sealed within jade, those effects can persist for several months. Look at Yaoqi deficiency, weak blood, limbs going numb, and your head's drenched in sweat. Must really hurt, right? From now on, wear this and the pain will go away. Every month will be as light and easy as it used to be. Xiaoxiao, hearing him so casually bring up such a sensitive topic in public before simply walking away, mutters in frustration. Who talks about these things in a public place? But then again, he hasn't changed one bit. By now, he arrives at Mrs. Zhang's apartment complex. Sitting across from him are Zhang Yuan and Mrs. Zhang. Looking at the man, he asks Mrs. Zhang curiously, Who? The man furrows his brow and slowly introduces himself. I am Zhang Yuan, chairman of Yuanmeng Group. You must be Lin Yifan. Let's skip the pleasantries and over Mrs. Zhang's properties and be quick about it. Seeing the ill intent written all over his face, Yifan fires back angrily. You want me to hand them over, and I just obey. Seeing him stubbornly refuse, Zhang Yuan switches to threats. Kid, take my advice, recuperate, and we both walk away happy. You don't even qualify for household registration here anyway. Take your refund and call it even. This isn't something you can hold on to. Mrs. Zhang, despite her reluctance, still can't let go of her son. Little Lin, I'm sorry. Mr. Zhang says that as long as I hand over the house, he'll guarantee my son's safety. Seeing her anguished expression, Yifan helplessly points out the truth. Ma'am, haven't you realized it yet? They're in cahoots with the people who set up your son. They want to pressure you into selling your house cheap, then flip it for a massive profit once the Kengtung community renovation approval goes through. As for your sons, troubles, that's nothing more than their bargaining chip. Zhang Yuan, his dirty schemes exposed, glares at him furiously. You little punk, you seem to be quite well informed. Tears trickle down Mrs. Zhang's cheeks onto her pant legs. Even knowing it's a trap, for the sake of her son's life, Mrs. Zhang can only cry helplessly. Knowing or not knowing, what difference does it make? Little Lin, we're just ordinary people. All I want is to make sure my son is safe. Seeing her like this, he says with confidence, what if I told you I have a way to help you? Mrs. Zhang stops crying and looks at him in disbelief. Little Lin, forget it. It's just money. You don't need to get involved with these people and drag yourself into this mess. Yifan, completely unfazed, leans back and props his feet on the table with absolute arrogance. Bring it on. Let's see what they can do if I refuse to back down. Zhang Yuan, seeing his brazen attitude, finally loses his patience. He claps his hands, signaling his men. You little punk, you like playing tough. Why don't you take a good look at whether you've got the chops for it? They charge from behind, ready to teach him a lesson. Refuses the cup of respect, so they'll force-feed him the cup of punishment. The two closest ones throw their fists. POW, POW. The impacts ring out non-stop. The two who rushed him get knocked flat on their backs. After dealing with the thugs, Yifan turns his gaze to Zhang Yuan and says smugly, sorry about that, looks like I really do have what it takes. Right at that moment, two men in police uniforms appear. Police, nobody move. Zhang Yuan, seeing the police arrive, immediately points the finger. Officers, it's him. He assaulted innocent civilians. Arrest him now. The officer walks over and grabs Yifan's wrist, barking at him. Yifan retorts, officer, they're the ones who gathered here causing trouble. Look at how many of them there are against just me. How could I possibly have the advantage? Stop your nonsense. I've witnessed your criminal behavior myself. Cuff him and take him away. Zhang Yuan, seeing Yifan restrained by the officer, grows confident. He turns around and saunters over. He exchanges a look with the officer clearly. The two have some kind of arrangement. Then he gazes at Yifan and thinks smugly, kid, what exactly are you going to use to fight me? Yifan catches the exchange between Zhang Yuan and the officer and thinks with a cold smirk. So that's how it is, huh? Yifan is quickly escorted to the police station. The corrupt officer in cahoots with Zhang Yuan roughly shoves him into the interrogation room. Get in there. Behave yourself. Yifan shoots him an annoyed glare. He surveys the room and says icily, mixing up right and wrongness, abuse of power. He was about to sit, but the officer kicks the chair away. The officer snarls at him, who gave you permission to sit? This is my turf. When I tell you to do something, you do it. Zhang Yuan appears at this moment, a stack of documents in hand, ready to pressure Yifan. I know you've got some money, but there are no cameras here, and you can't hire a lawyer. There's only one way out: sign the papers like a good boy, or I can grind you down to nothing. With that, he tosses the contract onto the table next to where Yifan stands. Yifan stares at Zhang Yuan, his tone ice-cold and unyielding. I know your schemes are clever. Too bad when it comes to the old houses in Hongsong residential complex. You won't get a single unit. Zhang Yuan's face darkens at his stubborn defiance. Who the hell do you think you are? Let me be straight with Yao, excluding Granny Zhang's group. Dozens of households have already agreed to sell their homes to me. Zhu, spit it out. What did you just say? They all want to raise the price. Nonsense. Are they so broke they've lost their damn minds? If we jack up the price for them, what the hell is left for us to profit? On the other end of the line, Zhu speaks weakly. But boss, they're all saying someone's offering 5 times the price to buy the old houses in Hongsong residential complex. Zhang Yuan is stunned. His eyes suddenly lock onto Yifan's hand-five fingers raised. Who the hell is crazy enough to do that? It was you. Seeing that Zhang Yuan has figured it out, Yifan says calmly, I told Yao you won't get a single unit. Half an hour ago, these people probably weren't just targeting Granny Zhang. If I don't respond within half an hour, Ruyan, Handle things exactly as I instructed. Ruyan doesn't ask questions. She follows his orders immediately. Fine, who told me I was born to be his secretary? Under the blazing sun, Cheng Zhuang Ruyan sits at the entrance, raising her voice so everyone can hear. Hong Song residential complex buying homes at 5 times the market price. All units 5 times over. Someone gasps in shock. 5 times. An old man, unconvinced, hurries over to ask her, "Miss, are you really buying homes in Hong Song residential complex? 5 times the market price?" Ruyan answers with absolute certainty. "Of course, sir." Seeing the old man rush over to Ruyan, Erju sighs in exasperation. "Sir, didn't you already agree to sell to us?" After Erju relays the situation, Zhang Yuan slams the table and roars in fury. "Are you out of your mind, buying houses at that price? You'll bankrupt yourself." Seeing Zhang Yuan's rage, Yifen smirks and speaks evenly. "Sorry about that. When I buy things, I never care whether I take a loss. But if someone makes me unhappy, I'll make damn sure they don't earn a single cent." Zhang Yuan's blood boils. He lunges forward and grabs Yifen by the collar. "Damn you, the director of the Wuchang Development Zone." Yao Zhiyuan, hearing the commotion, Zhang Yuan whips his head around and sees Zhiyuan. He hurls a contract into Zhang Yuan's face, fury blazing in his eyes. "You couldn't even secure the houses. Zhang Yuan, what the hell kind of business are you running? Do you have any idea how critical this development project is? How many future projects depend on it?" Scolded and humiliated, Zhang Yuan dumps all the blame onto Yifen. "Director Yao, it's really not my incompetence, it's this punk deliberately sabotaging us." Yifen takes one look and recognizes Zhiyuan instantly. "Isn't this Director Yao of the Wuchang Development Zone, a figure who appears on the news every single day?" Zhiyuan fixes Yifen with a murderous glare and asks Zhang Yuan, "I've never seen this kid before. What's his background?" Zhang Yuan answers cautiously, "Director Yao, I've never heard of this person either. In Wuchang City, he's probably just a nouveau rich." Yifen regards him with cool composure. Hearing that Yifen's status amounts to nothing more than that, Zhiyuan erupts in rage. "A nouveau rich? A single nouveau rich managed to block all of you. You're all useless." Seeing Zhiyuan take his anger out on his subordinates, Yifen can't stand watching anymore. He speaks up. "A director of a development zone, colluding with local contractors, coercing residents, and scheming to frame people. How many years in prison do you think that earns?" Facing the threat, Zhiyuan snatches a gun from a nearby officer's holster and presses it to Yifen's forehead, answering with arrogant contempt. "So what? You got proof, and even if you dodo, you really think you'll walk out of here alive to file a complaint?" At that moment, his secretary appears, reporting the situation with practiced professionalism. "Director Yao, everything's been arranged. No one gets in without your order." Zhiyuan grows even bolder, taunting Yifen. "See that? Hand over the properties, or I have 1,000 ways to deal with you." Yifen ignores him and focuses on the secretary instead. He remembers seeing this man before when he was with Wanwen. "Isn't the evidence standing right here? I recall you people said there were no cameras here, correct?" Zhiyuan's expression shifts. Something feels deeply wrong. "What are you trying to do?" Yifen gives his wrist a casual twist. The handcuffs shatter to pieces. "Take a guess." Before Zhiyuan can react, Yifen's fist flies. One by one, Zhiyuan's subordinates drop to the ground. After flooring Zhiyuan, Yifen pulls out his phone and unlocks the screen. "Mind if I borrow this?" Half an hour later, Zhiyuan lies on the ground, unable to stand, watching Yifen lounge casually in a chair, scrolling through his phone, veins popping with rage. "You dare assault a government official? I'll make sure you rot in prison for the rest of your life." Yifen lifts his foot in front of Zhiyuan and smirks. "Get out of here first, then we'll talk. This one's right back at you." Seeing Yifen tapping away on his phone, Zhiyuan panics. "That's my phone. Who are you calling?" Yifen shrugs innocently. "Calling? I don't know any officials, just watching a live stream." Zhiyuan sputters. "A live stream?" Outside, Zhu Ning has been waiting for a long time with no sign of Zhiyuan emerging. Anxiety creeps in. "Director Yao has been quiet for too long. Is everything okay in there?" Hearing the voice, Zhiyuan shouts frantically, "Captain Zhu, get in here. This Lin Yifen is a terrorist that attacked me." Hearing this, Zhu Ning kicks the door wide open. "What? Don't move, hands up." Zhiyuan, emboldened by Zhu Ning's arrival, sneers. "You're done for Lin Yifen, aren't you good at fighting? Come on, try it now. Let's see who in all of Wuchang City can still save you." Right at that moment, Commissioner Shen appears, his voice deep and grave. "I wonder might I be of some help, Director?" The police chief sees an officer with a gun aimed at Yifen and roars furiously. "Zhu Ning, what do you think you're doing?" Zhiyuan, who was so arrogant a moment ago, turns deathly pale with terror. Commissioner Shen Jiyuan, still grasping at straws, tries to lie his way out. Commissioner Shen, what brings you here? This is all just a misunderstanding. Wanwen stands beside Commissioner Shen and snorts. A misunderstanding. Director Yao, your secretary conspired with contractors from the Menjuan Group to threaten the residents of Hongsong Residential Complex. Is that also a misunderstanding? To shut him up for good, the commissioner raises his phone. The evidence is right here. Take a look. On the screen is video footage of Jiyuan's secretary threatening Mrs. Zhang. Jiyuan goes sheet white and deflects. Commissioner Shen, that was entirely his own doing. It has nothing to do with me. Right at that moment, Yifan speaks up. Oh really? Director Yao, have you forgotten what's stored on your phone? The sudden question caught Jiyuan off guard, couldn't keep up. Keep what? Bank balance? No way. I already transferred everything to an overseas account ages ago. Quit playing mind games. Lin Yifan, even if some of the things I've done to you might involve minor disciplinary issues. Slandering me means falsely accusing a public official. That's not a light charge. Yifan saw that he still hadn't figured it out and kindly reminded him, let me give you a hint. It's the chat history you left on a live stream platform. Jiyuan still didn't get it. A live stream platform? Seeing that the man still didn't understand, Yifan glanced toward Wanwen and had her explain. Miss Lu here is a streamer. She saved video evidence of your aide threatening Director Zhang, and the fastest way to reach her was through her live stream. Wanwen flashed a V-sign, giggling at them. The story rewinds a few minutes to when Wan was live. Thanks to #1 powerhouse of Wuchang City for gifting me a yacht. #1 powerhouse of Wuchang City. Wanwen, I'm Lin Yifan. Check my ID. Wanwen's eyes widened at the message. She gasped, bro Feifan. Yifan continued. I used your account to contact Miss Lu, but guess what I found? Jiyuan seemed to realize what he was about to say. Cold sweat poured down his face. Yifan stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and exposed his dirty laundry for everyone to see. Director Jiyuan, looks like you're quite the collector of fine art, aren't you? Always bringing your treasures to streamers for appraisal. As it happens, I know a thing or two about that. From what I can tell, every single piece is authentic and extremely valuable. Let me guess, these are gifts from contractors who catered to your personal tastes. Zhang Yuan snapped, losing it entirely. Jiyuan, you heartless scum. Because of your little collection, I went through hell and back to get those things. And you actually suspected they were fakes. Jiyuan, conscience-stricken, shouted in defense, merchants are all crooks. Who knows if people like you swapped in counterfeits to swindle me? The moment the words left his mouth, he froze, realizing he'd just incriminated himself. The investigation officer, having heard enough, spoke up. Thank you for providing the evidence. We will pursue this lead accordingly. Take him away. Jiyuan was restrained by the police, still thrashing and protesting. Without me risking my neck to attract investment and drive development, how could Wuchang City have grown this much? What's wrong with earning a little extra? Those were things I deserved. Every last one. I deserved them. After leaving the police station, Yifan said gratefully, Wanwen, this time it was all thanks to you. If you hadn't submitted that video in time, I probably wouldn't have gotten out of this so easily. Wanwen smiled softly. Good thing the lead investigator was a fair and honest official, but bro Feifan, you didn't even remember my contact info and had to find me through a live stream. Right at that moment, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Dabao held up a blue jade stone. Hey buddy, is this yours? It was on the ground. Wanwen took one look at the stone in his hand and exclaimed, oh, that's mine. Dabao handed it back, then earnestly reminded her to hold on to it tight this time. Not that she seemed grateful. Yifan saw her drop it yet again and couldn't help but scold her, exasperated. How many times is that now? Wanwen knew she was clumsy. She could only laugh sheepishly and explain, when I keep it in my pocket, it just slips out if I'm not careful. Right then, just as Dabao was about to leave, a massive chest blocked his path. A girl in an adorable cat costume purred. Big bro Dabao, is that you? I spotted you from afar earlier, but couldn't greet you in time. Dabao stared at her for a moment before recognition hit. Your Tao Tao, the one who contacted me online. She shyly replied, that's me, big bro Dabao. You're way more handsome in person than in your photos. Dabao, flattered, started sweating. Really? Tao Tao noticed him sweating and gently reached up to touch his forehead, concerned. Is it hot out? You're completely drenched in sweat. Oh right, want me to grab you something to drink? Dabao, young and naive, was instantly charmed by the gesture. He couldn't even form a sentence. Anything's fine. I can't believe I actually have a high-quality female fan. Mom, your son has been single his whole life, but it looks like love is finally on the horizon. Yifan grew interested. Buddy, you meeting someone from online? Dabao looked confused. Pretty much, yeah. Why? Yifen had already spotted the problem but couldn't spell it out directly. He could only give a veiled warning. Since you just helped my friend out, let me give you a word of caution: careful with people you meet online. Don't let us make you reckless. But Dabo took it as meddling and snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? Yifen didn't react to the attitude and emphasized once more. What you see with your eyes isn't always the truth. You, be careful. Dabo didn't understand why Yifen was saying this. But after years of thriving online, he had a certain confidence in his judgment. Listen, buddy, you don't need to worry about that. I'm not bragging, but my eyes are basically golden fire eyes. Golden gaze, that's me. I've been hustling online since I was a kid. Nobody who can scam me has even been born yet. Worry about yourself instead, pal. Seeing that Dabo had made himself perfectly clear, Yifen decided not to push further. Fine, your call. Tao Tao returned with the drinks, calling out sweetly. Big bro Dabo, I got them, here you go. Come on, let's find somewhere cool to chat. Dabo was practically dragged away without a second thought. Sure. Watching the lovesick grin on Dabo's face, Yifen let out a deep, weary sigh. Right then, the system's island until No suddenly spoke. System host has completed all beginner quests, entering the next phase. At the notification, he slowly turned to look behind him. Oh, finally, a quest prompt appeared with 3 options. Before claiming rewards, host must select main quest difficulty. Hard, normal, very hard. Seeing the 3 choices, Yifen cursed internally. Oh, come on, stop making my life miserable. Just pick the easy one. He then cheerfully tapped an invisible button in the air. Wanwan stared at him, completely baffled. Then she turned toward the girl who just walked off with Dabo. It seemed she'd misunderstood something. Her face scrunched up in irritation, and she rammed her head into Yifen. You guys are all the same? Yifen, head-butted out of nowhere, was utterly confused. Wanwan, what are you doing? Wanwan, as if she'd seen right through him, accused him angrily. Don't think I didn't notice. Just now, Bro Fafen was staring at that girl for a really long time, wasn't he? Unfortunately, because of Wanwan's headbutt, Yifen had accidentally selected very hard. A notification popped up, making Yifen jolt. System host has selected extreme difficulty main quest, build your own business empire. Quest 1 within 1 week. Recruit 3 top-tier industry professionals. Quest 2 within 1 month. Upgrade all subsidiaries into a national-tier leading enterprise. All quests must be completed within the designated TIMEFRAMES. Failure penalty host will lose the urination function. Reading the failure consequences, Yifen's face twisted in horror. What the hell? Wanwan, after finishing her accusation, realized she might have headbutted him too hard. Bro Fafen, did I hurt you? Your face doesn't look too good. Yifen, having just received the most nightmarish quest imaginable, turned on Wanwan with a death stare. Hurt me? Wanwan, that wasn't just painful, you nearly sent me to the afterlife. Another quest this ruthless, becoming the top of China's, that really something I can pull off. The moment Rui Amping saw him pick up, the old man's voice crackled with excitement. Young Lin, remember last time you told me you wanted to see some stones? The Wuchang City Museum just got a new exhibition piece in. I'll be waiting for you there. After hanging up, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he murmured, the pinnacle of the field hasn't it just dropped right into my lap. At the Wuchang City Museum, a stone sat before him, its surface covered in bizarre yet hauntingly beautiful floral vein patterns. Yifen took one glance and instantly recognized its origins. This is chrysanthemum stone formed in the Yueshi region, isn't it? Chrysanthemum stone comes in 2 types. The first type features chrysanthemum patterns, formed by accumulated ancient biological petal fossils. But this one is formed entirely from natural minerals. The petals are marble, and the center of each petal is black flint. Elder Rui, am I right? Amping burst into delighted laughter when Yifen identified its origins with just a single glance. Young Lin's knowledge is truly deep. Driven by his mission, Yifen leaned close and whispered into Amping's ear. Elder Rui, there's actually something I'd like to trouble you with. After hearing him out, Amping's voice dropped low, a knowing look settling on his face. I understand the whole situation now. Young Lin, in our line of work, the most important principle in life is caution. In anything we do, one small misstep can destroy a reputation and a lifetime's worth of savings. But I trust in your character. I agree, I'll join your company. Hearing the old man's consent, Yifen grabbed his hand in a joyful handshake. That's wonderful, Elder Rui. My company is short on Piplido. You have anyone talented on your end? Introduce a few to me. Rest assured, the best compensation package in the industry. Despite the enticing offer, Amping hesitated slightly. Young Lin, I'm afraid that might be a bit difficult. You know it's not just about the money. I can make some calls and ask around for you. "Oh right, young Linhave, you gotten the company's certification sorted out yet?" Caught off guard by the question, Yiffin froze on the spot. "What certifications?" His clueless expression hit, amping like a bolt of lightning to the skull. After leaving the Wuchang City Museum, Yiffin scratched his head with a pained expression. "Now we've got a real problem. Even with Elder Rui's reputation backing me, nobody's agreed to join yet. Am I going to spend the rest of my life hooked up to a catheter?" Suddenly, shouting and cursing from inside the Aohua Hotel caught his attention. Scum, a man like that should be locked up. Apparently he's even some shady live streamer. Give a man money, and he forgets what morality even means. He walked into the hotel and asked, "Director Wang, what's going on?" Director Wang rushed over, looking at him as if seeing a savior. "Boss, you're back. Apparently some streamer brought a fan to our hotel and caused trouble. To put it nicely, he said he was going to sleep with the fan in reality. He was trying to assault a girl. The victim didn't consent and resisted immediately." A woman stepped forward to comfort Dao Jia. "Don't worry, miss. There are plenty of us here who'll definitely help you seek justice." Seeing it was Dao Jia, Yiffin smirked faintly. "So it's him." Suddenly, Dao Jia choked out through sobs. But I'm actually a guy." Everyone who had been on his side assuming he was a girl went completely stiff. A guy. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, he unbuttoned his shirt and yanked it wide open, revealing his flat chest. "That's right. I like cross-dressing. What's wrong with that? Does that deserve being bullied?" It was this pervert. He kept saying he had a thing for my type and absolutely insisted in having me. He couldn't get a word out. Seeing everyone glaring at him with nothing but disgust, De Bao was in agony but couldn't even defend himself. "Come on, clearly, he's the one who seduced me." Before he could explain, the righteous citizens charged in, fists and feet raining down on him. "Scum, you only know how to bully the weak. Take 5 of my punches if you dare." Back off, back off. Looks like you've been possessed by demons. You look like a piece of intestine and you dare say he seduced you. Right, what kind of guy would sacrifice his own dignity just to frame you? Watching everyone rally behind him, Dao Jia smiled with satisfaction. Yiffin took one glance and read, the situation instantly was almost certainly a setup. That kid was radiating a bitter aura just now. I already warned him, told him not to listen, didn't I? Director Wang noticed the weariness on his face and quickly reassured him. "Boss, don't worry. Even though this happened inside our hotel, it absolutely won't damage our reputation. In fact, since we always stand up for the victims, we can actually leverage the publicity to promote our corporate image." A thought suddenly struck him. "Wait, you said that guy is a streamer, right?" Director Wang didn't understand why he asked, but answered anyway. "That's right. Apparently, he's some kind of artifact appraisal, live streamer, something like De Bao appraisal." "Why, boss?" To verify, Yiffin pulled out his phone and scrolled through it. Staring at De Bao's profile page, he thought, no wonder he looked so familiar. The streamer that District Chief Yao had been trying to contact it was him. With audiences this massive even after the live stream ended, he had to be top tier in the artifact appraisal streaming world. By now, reporters had caught the scent of a hot story and swarmed in. Shutters clicked incessantly, camera flashes blazing until everything became a blur. Some were already crafting sensational headlines on the spot. Breaking De Bao appraisal, famous streamer in Apex, predator exposed for sexual assault on fans. Didn't see that coming, did you folks? A real man takes on challenges head-on. Streamer De Bao truly understood the meaning of those words now. De Bao stared at the completely spiraling situation, his mind going blank. It clearly wasn't like that. "Why are you framing me?" He recalled Dao Jia's innocent face, the way he had leaned in mysteriously and said, "Bro De Bao, I'm a big fan of yours. I have a family heirloom I want to show you. Since it's a family heirloom, we can only find a private place for you to see it alone. Let's get a hotel room. Help me, someone help me. This person is trying to assault me." Watching him suddenly scream, De Bao panicked beyond all reason. I didn't do anything." He watched as everyone turned to glare at him with nothing but disgust and condemnation. De Bao had never felt such regret. He cursed himself for being so stupid. Anything he said now would be useless. "I'm sorry, Mom." He wrenched free from the officer's grip with all his strength. The officer yelled, "He's trying to run, get him." He didn't dare look back, just sprinted blindly forward. Staring at the solid wall ahead, De Bao silently composed his last words. The dream of letting Mom and Dad hold their grandchild. I'm afraid it'll never come true now. Fortunately, Yiffin rushed in and stopped him just in time. "Don't splatter blood on the wall. If smashing your head in doesn't kill you, the repair costs will." De Bao cried out in shock. "Big bro, I was so stupid, honestly. If only I'd listened to you earlier." Seeing him weep uncontrollably, Yiffin sighed helplessly. All right, stop crying. Join me, I can help you. Hearing that, Dabao immediately dropped to his knees. Big bro, can you pull the surveillance footage from the room to prove my innocence? Yifen looked at him with a mix of pity and exasperation. Stop dreaming, how would there even be footage? By now the crowd had closed in, all shouting in unison at Dabao. Scum. Lowlife deserves to be castrated. He's getting away. Daojia watched with barely contained excitement as everyone turned on Dabao exactly as planned. He put on his most tormented expression and turned to leave. Thank you, everyone. I'm feeling too distressed right now. I'd like to leave first. Director Wang, of course, wasn't about to let him walk away. Please wait a moment, sir. Blocked from leaving, Daojia asked with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? Director Wang raised his voice in a professional tone and said, We sincerely apologize for the incident you experienced at our hotel. To ensure the safety and rights of our guests, we will arrange a staff member to accompany and assist you before the police arrive. Zhang Dao immediately refused in fear. Call the police. No need. I don't want to make a big deal out of this. Right at that moment, a pink-haired girl appeared, her expression absolutely furious. So now you don't want to make a big deal out of it, Mr. Jiang. Last month when you slandered us, threw a tantrum, and demanded compensation, you sure didn't feel that way. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the person in charge of the new Charm Talent Agency. Mr. Jiang here is a former employee of our company. He fabricated claims that we bullied him into depression, severely damaging our company's reputation. But have you forgotten that the medical certificate you forged used a template from a provincial people's hospital that's been abandoned for years? The reporters smelled blood in the water and immediately swarmed in for the kill. Is this true? Cornered with no way to explain, he could only shout, This is my private business. At that moment, one of his victims appeared, his tone dripping with contempt. Private business, my ass. You're a serial con artist who falsely accuses people of sexual harassment, groping strangers on the subway. That was you, wasn't it? Look, everyone, look. It was clearly deliberate fabrication. He even stuffed underwear into someone's bag. Seeing his past deeds exposed, Zhang Dao immediately demanded, Who the hell are you? The man, seeing he still dared to ask, roared in fury, Who am I? You don't recognize me. You destroyed the entire career of my championship team. Remember now. Right then, a bespectacled man in the crowd recognized him. I recognize him. He looks like the director of TBD team. Is this a live exposé or what? No wonder their team was absent from the outdoor battle tournament. Naturally, Zhang Dao refused to admit guilt. He shoved the man away and screamed, I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of my way. Right then, another person appeared, voice seething with rage. Hold it right there, Zhang Dao. You spiked my coffee with alcohol, got me arrested for drunk driving, and made me miss a critical court case. Too bad you didn't expect the dashcam to have dual lenses that could record inside the car, huh? Dabao watched as person after person appeared to expose Zhang Dao's dirty deeds, and stood there frozen. Boss, this is... Yifen had calculated everything. He chuckled softly. Just because we couldn't start by dealing with your case doesn't mean the other side has no weaknesses. Right then, a man in the crowd seemed to have found something and shouted, I found it. Look, everyone. Isn't this the guy who disguised himself as a blind massage therapist last year to defraud disability benefits? Someone cursed in fury upon hearing this. Damn it. Just last week he was still scamming money through a fake sister on a charity fundraiser app. Just as Zhang Dao tried to make a run for it, the police arrived. Mr. Zhang Dao, you have been flagged as a key suspect in multiple criminal cases. Come with us. The victims who had been scammed were overjoyed to see him arrested. Ha, who would have thought screwing people over would come back to bite you in the ass? Even at this point, he still didn't think he'd done anything wrong and fought back shamelessly. So what if I fought back? You got scammed because you deserved it, every last one of you pretending to be righteous. When I was running my cons, weren't you self-righteous lot the ones slipping room cards into hospital wards? The reporters once again caught the scent of a hot story and immediately shot glances at the people around them. Dabao, tears and snot streaming down his face, sobbed, Now do you all believe me? I was framed. Really, bro fan, this time it's all thanks to you for proving my innocence. If you hadn't stepped in, I might as well have crossed the bridge to the underworld. After Dabao signed the framework contract, a system notification popped up. Quest progress, recruit 3 top-tier industry professionals, 23 complete. While Yifen was still checking the system progress bar, Dabao, brimming with devotion, said, Bro fan. From now on, I'm setting up a bed right next to the company's live stream studio. No more missed streams, guaranteed. I swear I'll repay you properly. Right then, Ruyan rushed over clutching a medical record. Fanny, look at this even though we've already handled the PR and posted clarifications debunking the rumors. They keep getting deleted almost immediately. Plus, there are tons of bot accounts disrupting public opinion. On the screen were all the negative comments about him. Every single one targeting one goal tarnishing Dabao's reputation in Hangcheng City. Last year, my close friend was catfished by him into going to a hotel. He wasn't even famous back then. There are chat logs as evidence. Link to web archive. I told you this kid was sketchy. Someone dug up photos of them, sharing a backstage dressing room at a music concert last year. He and that male model had their faces pressed together in that room. They're just trying to whitewash it now. People in the industry know the truth. This livestream team spends millions of yuan every year on public opinion manipulation. To whoever's blowing the whistle, watch your back. Yifan read through the comments planted by the enemy's hired water army and was left speechless. Looks like we've offended someone powerful. Think does anything ring a bell? Regarding this, Dabao looked completely clueless. I honestly have no idea. If I had to say, there was a really hot old coin model making waves in the appraisal circle a while back. I accidentally mentioned that the shipment volume was way too high. Something was off. That can't be what this is about, right? Anyway, boss, I'm not gonna overthink the other stuff. I'm just a small timer. If someone wants to target me, it's too easy. From now on, I should be more careful with how I act and what I say. Seeing him reach such an epiphany, Yifan nodded approvingly. Good, that's the spirit. Now get to work. Go to a sales live stream. Hearing this, Dabao froze and asked back in disbelief. Sales livestream. Bro, fan, we're in totally different industries. Are you telling me to sell real stuff or fakes? Yifan was exasperated by the stupid question. Fakes, obviously. What genuine collectible could ever be mass-produced? Upon hearing the word fakes, Dabao's face went pale. He didn't dare do it. But boss, Dabao here has never earned money that goes against his conscience. Yifan, seeing him trying to dodge work, Yifan flipped the ruthless capitalist switch and went into threat mode. Who was it that promised to work hard to repay me, huh? I signed a contract with you to make money. If you don't hit 1 million yuan in sales today, you're not coming off that live stream. After strong-arming Dabao into compliance, the boss laughed heartily. Meanwhile, at the Zing Group building, from Zinghe's phone came the passionate voice of Dabao doing his sales live stream. Listen up, everyone. Today, Dabao isn't going to sugarcoat it. I'm here to sell you fakes. This limited edition damning Lake Kinghua porcelain vase, I won't BS you, and say it's a centuries-old heirloom. This is a modern handcrafted limited edition premium kale and clay with 3D printing technology. Original price 948 yuan. Today's flash sale only 9 yuan just this live stream. Buy at home, stick some flowers in it. Even if it breaks, you won't shed a tear. Everyone, hurry up and place your orders. Zinghe saw that Dabao's livestream channel was still active and flew into a rage, smashing his phone. How is this Dabao guy still livestreaming? His subordinates, seeing him lose his temper, all trembled with fear. Zing rolled a jade ball in his hand while berating them. You can't even handle one measly nobody. What kind of operation are you running? The subordinate who was scolded couldn't hold back and tried to defend himself. Boss, it's not that we didn't try. He has someone backing him up. Which company? They've been pouring money into this non-stop. If things keep going at this rate, it's not looking good. Jingyao hears this, furrows his brow and asks, which company? The subordinate blurts out Yifan's company name. Fan I Group, never heard of it. Must be a new outfit. They're just trying to ride this opportunity for some cheap clout. Hearing the utterly unremarkable company name, Jingyao regains his confidence and issues an order. In the antiques business, it's always been my turf, Jingyao's turf. Let me teach these clueless newcomers how things work. They're about to get a real education. Do it my way. At the Deng family antique market, Manting dressed casually like a little bird nestling against Yifan's side calls out in a coquettish tone. Little fam, I barely get a day off. We on Earth, did you pick this as our date spot? Yifan sees her pouty expression and awkwardly explains, I never said it was a date. I'm swamped. You are the one who insisted on coming, remember? Here's what happened yesterday. Rui Amping called and kept stressing that Yifan had to be here today. Yifan, I managed to snag a spot at the Eastern Treasures appraisal and exhibition event. After relaying the old man's words, Yifan casually makes the suggestion. So let's head over and see if we can snag a bargain. Though clearly unhappy about it, Manting still goes along. Fine, whatever. Then I'll graciously accompany you out of the kindness of my heart. She says that, then turns to look around. When they reach a ceramics stall, she immediately calls him over. Lin Yifan, the shopkeeper, says this vase is from the Ming Dynasty. Yifan takes one look and delivers his verdict. Fake. Manting refuses to give up. She walks to another stall, picks up an item, and declares, Lin Yifan, look at this bronze incense burner, it's definitely real. Yifan only needs one glance fake. If it were real, the shopkeeper would have been arrested ages ago. Manting is dead set on finding something genuine. She picks up a jade necklace. Jadeite, isn't it beautiful? Yifan watches as every single item she picks up turns out to be fake nothing but helplessness. Sweetheart, that's glass not jade. Didn't you say you weren't interested when we got here? So why are you more into it than I am? Manting sidles up to him like a little bird, eyes curved in a happy smile, and says, well, I've never been to a place like this before. Besides, it's actually fun. Right at that moment, his eyes land on something laid out on a cloth on the ground. He walks up to the vendor and asks, how much for this fire poker? The vendor sees someone interested in his stick and immediately grins slyly, quoting his price boss. This is authentic Heichang Huanghuali wood. One price it in 1,000. Unable to contain her curiosity, Manting whispers in his ear, is this a treasure? Yifan doesn't know how to explain, so he simply says, sort of. But just because he says it's Huanghuali doesn't make it so. 800 yuan. Take it or leave it. The vendor, seeing how absurdly low the offer is, wrinkles his face and pushes back. Come on, kid, bump it up a little. Yeah. Fan doesn't want to push too hard and agrees. Fine, I'll throw in another 200. He pays the vendor, then picks up the firewood and shakes it lightly. The moment he touches it, a system notification frame materializes. System item identified Millennium ZITAN PERWOOD. Seeing the text above, he grins to himself. This is worth dozens of times more than Huanghuali. The shopkeeper didn't recognize it, can't say I scammed him. But fine wood deserves fine craftsmanship. At least the system proves useful now and then. System host selected the highest difficulty quest. Reward unlocked skilled crafter's hands. All artisanal and handicraft techniques across the universe automatically downloaded. System mastery achieved from jade carving and woodcraft to nanotechnology. All techniques complete. Yifan immediately sits down. He pulls out a razor-sharp blade from inside his coat and makes the first cut into the Millennium Zitten pearwood. Knowing this will take a while, he tells Manting to go ahead, walk around for a bit. I need to work. Seeing him ditch her again for work, Manting huffs. Fine then, I'll find treasures on my own. After a while, Yifan whittles the Millennium Zitten pearwood into a pipey, a strangely shaped piece at first glance. But the closer you look, the more its exquisite craftsmanship reveals itself. Yifan is quite pleased with the result. Just then, Li Sanjiang walks by and spots the pipe in Yifan's hand. He stops dead in his tracks. The young man looks at the old fellow, puzzled. What's wrong, sir? Sanjiang extends his hand, requesting to touch it. Young man, may I borrow that pipe for a moment? After getting his hands on the pipe, the old man lets out a sharp gasp. As I suspected, Zitten pearwood. Yifan sees that the old man recognized the material and chuckles softly. Impressive eye you've got there, old-timer. Seeing him about to leave, the old man rushes to make an offer. Young man, name your price. I want to buy that pipe. But Yifan never had any intention of selling. He refuses on the spot. Sorry, sir, it's not for sale. After wandering the antique market for a while, Manting is bored to the point of wanting to leave. So boring, none of this stuff is any fun. Now this thing of yours is interesting. Seeing her grab it roughly, he warns anxiously, don't mess with it, I need that. I'll make you something else next time. But Manting, still bitter about being ignored earlier, gets a mischievous idea and tucks the pipe into her chest. Nope, if you want it, come and get it yourself. Her stunt freezes Yifan in place. He swallows hard, staring at her. Right at that moment, Sanjiang arrives with 2 other men pointing at him and shouting, That's him! That's the one, don't let him get away. Seeing a whole squad of old men come hunting him down, Yifan curses in frustration. The hellies, this some kind of geriatric mugging ring. Sanjiang catches his breath, puts on a dignified air and steps forward. Young man, don't be hasty. I am Li Sanjiang, a collector. Everyone here is a heavyweight in the industry. After saying that, he immediately turns his greedy gaze toward the pipe in Manting's hands. His face wearing a kind smile, but his words drip with threat. Young man, you can't hold on to Zitten pearwood like this. Hand it over. Seeing the old man so stubbornly persistent, Yifan flatly refuses again. Old man, I already told you it's not for sale. Let's go. Seeing him about to leave, Sanjiang reaches out and claps a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Hold on, young man. You refuse to sell that. Wouldn't happen to be because this wood has a shady origin, would it? Hearing this, Yifan narrows his eyes dangerously. What exactly are you implying? Can't have it, then destroy it. What a dirty old man. The old man raises his voice righteously and demands to report him. I suggest we call the police and have them thoroughly investigate the origin of this wood. Who knows, it might lead to the uncovering of a tomb raiding case. Yifen catches the old man's true intent instantly. So that's the playpen, a tomb raiding charge on me. Sanjiang turns back and asks the man behind him, "What do you think?" Bureau Chief Sheen, a man by nature averse to confrontation, hears the talk of filing a police report and hesitates. This doesn't sit right, does it? Sanjiang sees the man doesn't share his thinking and roars with irritation. How is it not right? You get to add another collectible to your shelf, and I won't have to worry about another Zitten Pearwood piece flooding the market and tanking the value of mine. His piece is crafted better than Mininion can see. It's no ordinary object. If it turns out to have a suspicious background, you'd be making a huge contribution. Yifen has zero interest in listening to this nonsense. He turns to leave this place of trouble. "You old folks hash it out, I'm leaving." But Sanjiang won't let it go. He points toward Bureau Chief Shen and reveals the man's identity. "Let me be straight with you. Young Manthi's gentleman here is from the National Cultural Heritage Bureau. You don't have to sell, sure, but then you'll have to hand it over to the state." Hearing this, Yifen turns back and looks toward Bureau Chief Shen. But it's Sanjiang's next words that make Yifen's expression darken instantly. "You'd be wise to hand over the item, pocket some cash, and walk away, or wait until they slap a tomb smuggling charge on you, and then you'll know regret. Let's see which one you pick." Manting is a police officer, understands exactly what these slanderous words mean. "What the hell are you playing at? Are you people trying to frame someone?" Sanjiang doesn't even realize he's threatening the wrong persona woman with a fierce streak. He smugly turns to Bureau Chief Shen and asks, "Whether it's slander or not, that can only be determined after expert appraisal. Isn't that right?" Bureau Chief Shen can tell the old man has ill intentions. Meanwhile, Manting has already pulled out her phone and activated the recording function. After the old man finishes speaking, Manting immediately flashes her phone to counter-threaten him. "I've recorded everything. Worst case, I'll report this to my superiors and let them decide what to do." At this point, Yifen, who's been silent until Nofinly speaks up, "No need for all that trouble. I know exactly what this issue saw something good and got greedy." After saying that, he pulls out his razor-sharp, blade glinting with a cold, menacing light and steps right up to the old man. The old man sees his intimidating stance and immediately flinches. "Let me tell you something. Kid don't even think about using violence in broad daylight." Shenju saw him pull out a knife and panicked. "Calm down, young man." Yifen made a threatening punch motion and said with a fierce grin, "No worries, I'll gift you a mark." Manting watched in alarm. "Yifen, don't!" Sanjiang screamed in terror. His voice shot up to a shrill pitch from sheer fear. "Help! Someone's trying to kill me." Yifen's movements were lightning fast. He clamped down on the old man's hand and barked, "Don't move, or the injury's on you." In the blink of an eye, exquisite crabapple blossom patterns adorned the old man's white Sun Yat-sen suit. Looking at his handiwork, Yifen was utterly pleased. Not bad at all. Behind him, the gathered onlookers whipped out their phones and snapped away. Toyed with like this, how could Sanjiang swallow his fury? The old man roared in rage. "You little, how dare you humiliate me? You think I can't have you thrown in prison for the rest of your life?" Hearing this, Yifen looked baffled and asked, "Didn't you just claim to be a collector? You can't even recognize what's right on your own body. What's that supposed to mean?" Sanjiang asked, taken aback. It was then that Shen Ju seemed to realize something. He asked Yifen in astonishment, "This carving technique, could it be the 1,000-dragon silk thread style?" Seeing the old man recognized his technique, Yifen replied with satisfaction, "Not bad. Old but not blind, at least." Sanjiang's face burned hot with shame. He asked cautiously, "Old Shen, are you sure about this?" Shen Ju studied the engravings on the jacket, his eyes glinting with awe. A supreme technique carving so seamlessly, it births all manner of imagery without a single trace of force. There's no mistaking it. To think I'd witness it in my lifetime. This humble one descends from Shen Tianji, 72nd generation inheritor of the Lubin Hall lineage. I dare not presume which great master the gentleman studies under. How could Yifen simply claim this came from the system? He turned around with an air of mystery and replied, "I can't tell you that. Weren't you lot just trying to accuse me of tomb raiding?" Shenju hastily apologized on Sanjiang's behalf. This junior was blind and failed to recognize a true master. "Please forgive us, great master." Seeing Shenju treat Yifen with such reverence, Sanjiang asked cautiously, "Old Shen, what's this guy's background? Is he really that formidable?" Shenju, seeing Sanjiang still clueless, sighed in exasperation. "You don't know. A hidden successor of the Lubin heavenly craft lineage in our circle. You'd have to bend 3 fingers in a bow before you could even speak that name. Remember the bronze Guang vessel that sold for 200 million overseas last year. When it was unearthed, it was already shattered to pieces. One of their secluded masters restored it. Those antiques that fetch fortunes on the market. To them, they're just practice pieces to hone their craft. Back when I was a trainee at Lubin Hall, I didn't even have the qualifications to enter the inner chambers. Judging by this great master's technique, he's almost certainly a direct line disciple. People like him could crush us with a single finger. Now hurry up and apologize. Sanjiang, who had been clinging to a sliver of hope, stood frozen on the spot. Even you're saying this? Oh, great master, please forgive my dog eyes for failing to recognize your greatness. Please, I beg you don't hold it against me. You honored me with such a precious gift, and I was too blind to recognize Mount Tai. Rest assured, I will treasure this jacket. I'll take it home and frame it on the wall. Yifen cleared his throat. No need for that. Manting, repelled by the old man's aged musk, scrunched up her face in disgust. This man reeks. Just then, Yifen seemed to remember something. Oh right, there's one more thing. Sanjiang asked eagerly. What is it, great master? To promote his company, Yifen said. Consider this jacket a gift from the Fanai Group. Sanjiang froze for a second, then immediately caught his meaning. Fanai Group understood, great master. Curious about his carving technique, Manting couldn't help but ask, when did you learn all this? Yifen replied half-jokingly, self-taught. Got a problem with that. Manting furrowed her brows and elbowed him knowingly. Don't think I don't know what you're really up to. He stared at her, utterly lost. What am I up to exactly? Manting immediately blurted out her suspicion, hissing, something like targeting innocent young women and using them to satisfy your perverted desires. Seeing her twist him into some kind of monster, he said helplessly, if you've got nothing better to do, go catch more thieves. Stop making things up. Suddenly, Manting grabbed his arm and wouldn't let go. Wait! He was losing his patience. What now? Manting glanced down at his lower body and said knowingly, I've read criminal psychology books. I know some urges are simply irresistible. If you really feel the urge, then let me handle it just. Don't hurt other people. Seeing her going off the rails again, Yifen muttered in exasperation, You're insane. I'm going to buy a Coca-Cola. Seeing him dismiss her words, she chased after him furiously. Don't walk away, I'm being serious here. At the Eastern Treasures exhibition, a subordinate bowed before Jingyao and reported, Boss, I've arranged everything as you instructed, but I've heard that Fanai Group has a hidden master backing them. If that's the case, could this be? Hearing this, the man sneered with contempt. A hidden master? What hidden master? I've already checked with Lubin Hall and the hidden studio. There's nothing to it. I don't even know where that rumor started. Does that Fanai guy think he can fool everyone just by flying a big flag? Today's lesson is one Fanai will learn whether he likes it or not. Back at the company, Yifen asked Dabao about the shipment situation. Had they recovered the 10 million yet? Hearing Yifen's casual tone, Dabao's face drained of color as he stared in shock. Boss, are you serious about that? I thought you were joking. But strangely enough, lately people have been sending gifts to the warehouse every single day, saying they want to thank Master Fanai. Upon hearing this, Yifen immediately knew who was behind the gifts. Looks like Li Sanjiang was a smart man after all. Just then a man appeared and blocked their path. You Dabao, the one selling blue and white porcelain in the livestream room, right? Dabao, thinking it was a fan, beamed and answered proudly. That's me, not bad taste, eh? 39.9 yuan, that's a steal, wouldn't you say? The man's face twisted with rage as he seized Dabao by the collar. Steal my ass, you people ruined my daughter, he turned to the crowd. Look, everyone, Fanai Group and Dabao's livestream company sold artifacts with dangerously high mercury levels. My daughter got cancer because of this. Dabao knew he sold counterfeit goods, but no fake could actually cause illness. He tried to reason with the man. Brother, you've got it wrong. My blue and white porcelain caused this. But the man wouldn't let go. He even pulled out a file of ceramic composition analysis and flung the papers into the air. How is it not? I already had it tested. Here are the results, read it yourself, my poor daughter. She's only 2 years old. That was the last straw. Yifen picked up the scattered composition reports and studied them intently. Before anyone realized it, a massive crowd had gathered outside the company entrance. Each person held a large placard with words condemning Yifen's company. Outside, they chanted protest slogans. Scumbag company go bankrupt. Fanai Group must fall, heartless scum. Poisonous enterprise, Fanai Group. Who sells products online like this? Dabao read the report, unable to believe his own eyes. The report bore the official stamp of the Market Supervision Bureau. It was no forgery. Boss, what do we do now? Should we disperse this crowd first? Yifen already has a counterplan ready. He calmly reassures him. No need, the bigger the crowd, the better. At that moment, Zinghe appears, bellowing at the top of his lungs. The agitated crowd freezes, all eyes snapping toward him. Stop, everyone, stop cursing. The crowd, seeing someone who seems to be on Yifen's side, erupts in fury. Who the hell are you? Are you here to defend Fanai? Get lost. Yifen, seeing Zinghe appear, doesn't look worried in the slightest, as if he'd predicted it all along. He chuckles. See, the stage is already set, isn't it? Amid the crowd's jeers and curses, Zing calmly steps forward and introduces himself. Everyone, I am Chen Zing of the Zing Group, and also the chairman of the Collectibles Association. Rest assured, I will give everyone a proper explanation regarding this matter. The collectibles trade is a heritage palace that nurtures the soul. Yet some people resort to despicable tactics against consumers. The Fanai Group, in their greed for ill-gotten gains, doesn't even spare children. What they trample isn't commerce, it's the very boundary of human decency. I, Chen Zing, hereby swear, as long as I remain in the collectibles industry, I will never let this cancer continue to harm the world. Of course, words without action mean nothing. Our Zinghe Group is a socially responsible enterprise. We will establish a compensation fund and take charge of reimbursing every one of you. Someone hears the word compensation and rushes forward excitedly. Zing, your Zinghe Group will actually compensate us. Really? The female secretary presents a contract, her tone firm and assured. Of course. Simply register your purchase information, and you will receive compensation after verification. Immediately, the crowd showers him with thunderous support. Cheer after cheer rings out without end. CEO Chen is so generous. Now that's a man with real vision. Zinghe basks in the adoration. Collectibles are treasures of our nation. I hope fellow enterprises can join Hanseven if we don't profit. We must elevate and protect these items. As for the Fanai Group, they will be permanently blacklisted from the collectibles world. All their products will be delisted from every platform. The Zing Group will not tolerate such trash tarnishing our traditions. A group of people looking to ride his coattails immediately steps forward, voicing their support. On behalf of the Boya Pawn Shop, I hereby pledge my support for Chairman Chen. Tianlu Appraisal stands with Chairman Chen as well. So does Moyan Studio. Sensing his plan's success, Zinghe flashes a triumphant smile. The man behind him lunges forward, grabbing Yifen's arm to drag him away. Get the hell out of here. Touched, Yifen flicks his wrist, sending the man flying. Don't touch me. Zinghe sees him dare to shove his man and puts on a furious front, threatening him. You must be CEO Lin of the Fanai Group, correct? I'm giving you face by letting you leave on your own. Otherwise, things will get very ugly. Yifen, seeing him still putting on that holier-than-thou act, can't help but laugh. CEO Chen, your acting skills are good enough to demolish half the drama camps in the entertainment industry. If you ever want to make a movie, you absolutely must come find me. I'll invest in you. Stung by the sarcasm, Zinghe stares at him, baffled. What do you mean by that? Yifen, seeing him still playing dumb, decides to cut straight to the point. What do I mean? Going through all that trouble just to frame me? You really don't mind wasting your energy, do you? All these people are paid extras you hired, aren't they? Where are their orders? I want to see them. Hearing him demand the orders, Zinghe's composure cracks. He clenches his teeth, steadies his emotions, and pulls out the invoices, slapping them down in front of Yifen. The blue and white porcelain vases you sold online are defective ethes is hard evidence. Look for yourself. It's already trending. At that moment, Yifen casually drops a question. I know you instructed the workers at the blue and white porcelain factory to overdose the raw materials with mercury. But are you sure the workers actually followed through on your orders? The subordinate, as if struck on his sore spot, snaps back reflexively. Why wouldn't they? I personally brought the stuff back myself. Wait, that's not what I meant. He recalls how he himself carried a defective sample vase from the blue and white porcelain factory and bribed the workers. There, I'll take this back for testing. Just follow the plan exactly. Once the job is done, I'll throw in an extra $1 million. After completing the task, he even smugly chuckled to himself. At that moment, the police appear, pushing through the crowd, blocking the way. Make way, please. Zinghe panics at the sight of the police. Why are the police here? The officer presents his phone as evidence, explaining the situation. We have audio recordings proving you bribed workers at the factory to overdose the production line with mercury. Come with us. At this point, Uncle Hang steps out from the crowd, revealing a crucial detail. Sorry about that, only vase with excess mercury was the custom-ordered one. All the others were produced normally. Officer, a custom-ordered product shouldn't count as an illegally manufactured product, right? The officer's expression remains calm as he reassures him. Don't worry, although there's a safety concern involved. Fortunately, you confessed in time. Xinghai takes in the scene before him. What more is there to understand? His one smug face goes pale as a sheet. Yifen, seeing he hasn't suffered enough, piles on with another cutting remark. Spending $1 million on a fake blue and white porcelain vase, CEO. Chen really is generous. Oh, by the way, don't they say excess mercury causes cancer? You were the one handling it the whole time. Be careful now, wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Right at that moment, black veins of energy appear on the subordinate's hand, spreading across his entire arm. He screams in terror, "My hand! Why is my hand turning black? Chen Xinghe, you said it was fine. If I actually get cancer, you're dead meat." The officer, seeing him lunge at Xinghe, rushes over to restrain him. "What do you think you're doing? Come with us, no?" Xinghe, seeing the man's panicked expression, quickly tries to calm him down. "What are you worried about? This isn't the first time. Has anything ever gone wrong before? Keep your mouth shut in there, don't say what shouldn't be said, and I can still protect you. Even if something goes wrong, I can still get you treated. Does your mother still need that retirement fund or not?" On the other side, Dabo looks at the livestream viewer count and cheers in excitement. "Boss, the livestream just blew up." Sanjiang, thanks to the livestream, finally locates him. The old man shouts in delight, "Master Lin, I've finally found you." Seeing him appear, Yifen asks curiously, "Li Sanjiang, what brings you here again?" The old man rummages through his pocket, pulling something out with an excited voice. "Master Lin, I thought you might like Huang Huali wood. Take a look at this. If it's useful, it's yours." "Boss Zhen, you're here too." "Right here, this Huang Huali wood bought from you, actually. Just happened to offer it up to Master Lin as a gift." Xinghe listens, completely baffled. He cautiously asks, "Master Lin? What kind of master is he supposed to be?" Yifen glances over, no longer interested in responding. "I already told you I don't need it. Besides, yours isn't even real." Hearing this, Sanjiang stammers, It's not real. Impossible. I spent 20 million buying it from CEO Chen." Yifen picks up the block of wood and squeezes it lightly, showing him. "Told you, but you didn't believe me." Watching the fragments crumble away, Sanjiang wails in agony. "Master Lin, I know you didn't like it, but if you don't, at least don't crush it to pieces. Weightize is a veneer layer. Those tiny specks in the wood grain are actually fine magnetic filings. Son of a Chen Xing, you dare sell me counterfeit goods." Seeing the counterfeit goods scheme exposed, Tran Xinghe spins around to bolt. "Sorry, I've got something to take care of." Everyone watching the live stream is left stunned speechless as they witness his appraisal in action. Real or fake, at a single glance, this guy is absolutely god tier. God tier, my ass. He's just a rich idiot, that's all. What the hell does he actually know? Even Li Sanjiang is practically a grandmaster. This young guy's skill level is definitely no joke. I don't understand the appraisal myself, but I know one thing is insanely cool. Dabao silently watches the stream of comments pouring in, all expressing their admiration for him. He realizes this is a golden opportunity for promotion, and immediately swings the camera toward Yifen. "Everyone, this is Lin Yifen, CEO of the Fanai Group. If you like what you see, make sure to hit that follow button." At that moment, the system delivers a quest completion notification. Collect 3 top-tier employees. Task was easy enough to finish just like that. Yifen is thrilled beyond words inside. "I should really thank Tran Xinghe for filling in the remaining hype quota. How embarrassing, the real professional expert all along was me." Dabao thinks back to the frame-up orchestrated by Xinghe. His sharp instincts pick up on something off, so he asks Yifen, "Right, boss, I've got one more question. Why did Tran Xinghe try to bribe someone at the blue and white porcelain workshop? And how did it just so happen to be one of our people?" Seeing the suspicious look on Dabao's face, Yifen lets out a soft chuckle and replies, "You really think that was a coincidence? The entire workshop is mine. Whichever employee he approached, doesn't matter, it be more accurate to say. I bought up all these workshops precisely to bait him into walking right into my trap." He recounts how, when he first made the buyout offer, the workshop owner fiercely rejected it. "Not for sale. My family built this workshop over 3 generations. The workers here are like family to me. If I sell to you, where are they supposed to go?" But the matter was effortlessly resolved by Ryan courtesy of money. Yifen calmly asks, "Well, what do you think?" One glance at the red suitcase stuffed with cash, and the workshop owner, or rather, former owner, immediately bows his head in apology. "Sorry about that, director. I got a little too loud just now." Dabao is utterly floored by the meticulous calculations behind Yifen's plan. Bait him into walking right into the trap. "But boss, how did you know Xing would try to pull the counterfeit coin move?" Yifen glances at the ancient coin in his hand and explains, "This coin is a forgery. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to tell. But it can't fool me. Dabao takes one look and immediately makes the connection to the previous incident. Sure enough, this coin is the problem. The counterfeit was supplied by Xinghiso. They were trying to set us up all along. Seeing that Dabao finally understands his meaning, Yifen smiles with satisfaction. Xinghe is ruthless and vicious in his method switch, makes him all the easier to exploit. Dabao stares at Yifen's devil-like demeanor and breaks into a cold sweat. Boss, it kind of seems like you're the more devious one here. Yifen, the so-called devil, puts on an innocent expression and asks, "What was that?" Seeing the dangerous glint in Yifen's eyes, Dabao immediately takes a step back, stammering, "Nothing, nothing at all." With the matter settled, Yifen promptly shoves him back to the live stream. All right, nothing else to dodge it back to streaming. Like I said, if you haven't hit 1 million in sales, the stream doesn't go off. Hearing he has to go back to work, Dabao lets out a pained groan. Why do I still have to sell? At this moment, Lin Ning receives word of the online smear campaign against Yifen and rushes over to check on the situation. Bro, are you okay? Yifen notices Mayu following behind Lin Ning and asks curiously, Zio Ning, and you too, classmates, how come you're both here? Lin Ning runs up and hurriedly explains. Sis, Mayu saw the news and said your company was in trouble. Mayu still hasn't seen the update that he already turned the tables. She hands over a media response dossier. Lin Yifen, I've prepared several contingency plans for you. Take a look. The toxicity issue is a bit tricky, but we can lean on authoritative certifications and legal measures to reclaim the narrative initiative first. Yeah, Fan reads through the detailed report, a glimmer of appreciation appearing in his eyes as he looks at Mayu. Thanks, very thorough work. Just a shame the intel wasn't quite fast enough. Mayu hears this and doesn't understand. What do you mean? He finally prompts them to check their phones. Just take a look at your phones. You'll get it instantly. Lin Ning picks the most recent headline and reads it aloud. Her eyes go wide. The tables have turned. Xinghe's trap exposed, Fanai Group vindicated. And what's this about? The most handsome expert appraiser. You scared me half to death, bro. Why didn't you tell us sooner? We were panicking like crazy. Who had time to check the latest news? She smacks him. Even with Yifen's thick skin and sturdy build, he can't quite take it and winces. Easy, that hurts. Time flies, and night gradually falls over Yifen's company. Lin Ning lets out a satisfied sigh. Fully stuffed now. Thanks for treating us. Yifen looks at her piglet-like demeanor and teases. If I hadn't stopped you, you probably would have eaten the entire restaurant clean. Come on, let's take a walk outside, walk off dinner. But Lin Ning suddenly stands up and declines. Sorry, Big Brocant this time. Professor Shen's class is tonight. I don't want to miss it. Make sure your wallet's ready for next time, though. I'll come again. Keep it up. Watching her just leave him behind like that, Yifen suddenly feels a pang of bitterness. What the hell? Your own big brother matters less than your professor. Miss this chance and there won't be another one. Mayu looks at him at this moment. She gently offers a suggestion. Lin Yifen, would you like to take a walk with me for a bit? There's something I'd like to discuss with you as well. After walking a short distance, Yifen seems to suddenly remember something and asks, Oh, right, aren't you heading back to campus with Zio Ning? She pauses briefly and replies, My parents arrived in Hangcheng City. I'm going to visit them tonight. There hasn't been a single response since last time. A man who acts like that probably isn't interested. I wonder if he finds me annoying. Maybe I should just come clean and stop bothering him from now on. Yifen suddenly turns around and makes a request. Oh right, there's actually something I'd like your help with too. Mayu stops in her tracks and immediately asks, What is it? He's still holding Mayu's media response report. He proposes inviting her to work at his company. Your abilities speak for themselves. How about coming to work here part-time? She is taken aback by the offer. Part-time, seeing she doesn't seem inclined to refuse. He continues laying out the role she'd be taking on. Investment management, risk analysis, risk control, strategic planning. You are going to take over the family business eventually, right? Everything you want to do, you can test drive it all at Fanai. Mayu thinks it over, then asks a very important question. But what about the investment direction? Yifen has always been extremely easygoing about such things. No limits, just do what you think is right. She hears this and mistakes his appreciation for talent as some kind of ambiguous romantic concern between a man and a woman. Is he looking out for me, worried I won't have enough experience to lead in the future? Even though Toshi never says it out loud, he really does care about me. Meanwhile, Yifen is fiddling with an abacus, beads clattering away. The compensation package is quite generous. What do you think, classmate Sue? Planning a few steps ahead never hurts. Gotta watch out in case that damn system suddenly decides to screw me over again. Misunderstanding his intentions, she lunges forward, wraps her arms around him and agrees. All right, I accept your offer, but I have one condition. Caught off guard by her sudden embrace, Yifen asks, stunned, what condition? She presses her soft chest against him and shyly makes her request. From now on, call me Mayu, stop calling me classmate Sue. Seeing her flushed face exactly like that time at his place, he thinks in confusion. Wait, is she drunk already? She barely had any plum wine. Since she's drunk, he has no choice but to take her home. Looking at the massive sofa in the living room, he can't help but marvel rich people really do have villas everywhere. Well then, I'll be going. Just then, Madame Sue hears the commotion from upstairs and comes down, blocking his path. Hold on, you are Mayu's driver, aren't you? Thank you for bringing my daughter home. Seeing her misunderstanding, he clicks his tongue. Driver, whatever, it doesn't matter. Then I'll leave Mayu in your care, auntie. Hearing him address her so intimately, her expression shifts instantly. Mayu, that name is for the likes of you to call. Mayu, in her drunken haze, feels her throat go dry and calls out to him like a petulant child. Yifen's water, I want water. Madame Sue sees her calling him so intimately too, and the situation suddenly clicks into place. So that's how it is. Mayu has always been wary of men. I wonder what tricks a poor brat like you used to make her lower her guard. There's 1 million no on this card. Take it and stay away from my daughter from now on. Suddenly being offered money to leave, Yifen is baffled. 1 million nah. I'm not accepting that. Mayu and I just signed an agreement. If I take the money and leave now, what kind of person would that make me? A part-time work agreement is still an agreement. Fair point, but Madame Sue ignores his mention of an agreement and continues drowning in her own assumptions. Young man, I advise you to be more realistic. Whether you have genuine feelings for Mayu or you're eyeing something about her, you must understand that to step through the doors of the Sue family, even as a son-in-law, you must hail from a prestigious lineage. At the very, realizing her misunderstanding has gone completely off the rails, he speaks up to cut her off. No, ma'am, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. He smiles, turns to give her a deep, meaningful look, then turns to Mayu sleeping on the sofa in a gentle voice. Delivers words that hit like a thunderbolt. What I mean is Mayu is incredibly important to me. You need to add more money. His words are no different from confirming Madame Sue's suspicion that he's only with Mayu for the money. I can't believe Mayu ended up with a scoundrel like this. Fine, name your price, how much do you want? But Yifen reveals a number completely contrary to Madame Sue's expectations. 100 yuan. I just need 100 yuan, that's enough. Hearing this astronomical figure, she exclaims in shock, 100 yuan. Are you out of your mind? That's 100 million nah. Do you have any idea that's robbery? Seeing she can't even part with 100 yuan, Yifen scoffs. My apologies, but 100 million nah for freedom of action is still quite a bargain. Since you refuse to pay, whether I approach Mayu or not is entirely beyond your control. Madame Sue is so infuriated by his audacity that all she can manage is scoundrel. You're nothing but a scoundrel. If we didn't have a VIP guest arriving soon, I'd have called the police on you already. Mayu, woken by the noise, stretches with a long yawn, gently rubs her eyes and asks Madame Sue, Mom, where's Lin Yifen? She snaps angrily, he's gone, don't worry about him. Mayu, go freshen up. Your father is bringing a VIP guest home later. If this deal goes through, our Sue family will have a brand new turning point. Get ready and come down quickly. A while later, the VIP guest Madame Sue mentioned arrives. Mr. Sue looks at Chen Mo before him and warmly instructs, Come, little Mo, have a seat, have a seat. Dear, pour some tea for little Mo. She pours him tea and says with a gentle smile, I think I'd better address you as CEO Chen. Please have some tea. Chen Mo, without taking his eyes off the Yabat screen, waves them off. President Sue, there's no need to be so formal. I'm not used to it. His distant demeanor puts Mr. Sue in an awkward spot. Don't say that. After all, you were once part of Sue Corporation. You contributed so much to the group. That's why we have the chance to meet again today, isn't it? Mentioning this seems to strike a nerve with Chen Mo. He looks at Mr. Sue with cold eyes and drags up the past. That's right. When I was at Sue Corporation, I had to beg you to approve budgets and greenlight projects, but you flat-out refused every single time. With no other choice, I left Sue Corporation and struggled on my own. Only after meeting a benefactor did I get to where I am today. Isn't that right? Little Vi Anna hears his voice and immediately responds in a tender tone. That's right. Little Vi and Master went through so much to get where we are today. It was no easy feat. Noticing her outfit has changed, he asks curiously, why the change of clothes? Vi Anna pouts and explains, Has Master forgotten? Little Vi can track Master's emotions through body temperature and vocal tone to gauge what kind of little Vi Master wants to see at any given moment. Her words seem to hit exactly the right nerve with Chen Mo. He leers at Vi with a depraved gaze, speaking like a man possessed. Tempting me again, are you? When we get home, I'll pump your data full until you're completely satisfied. Hearing this, she coquettishly scolds him. You're so mean, Master. Mr. and Mrs. Su, witnessing his deranged behavior, exchange uneasy glances. They silently clear away the tea set. Then he calls them out on the silent looks they just traded. I know exactly what you two are thinking. You look down on me, and you look down on the things I love. That's why you disdained me back then. But someone needs me. This era needs me. Vaiana has taken the world by storm, and now you come crawling backies at it. Cornered by his words, Mr. Su has no choice but to bow his head and apologize, no matter how unwilling. Chen Mo, back then I looked down on your virtual girlfriend project. That was my mistake. The success you've achieved today is entirely your own merit. But that doesn't mean we can't work together. But driven by the bitterness of the past, Chen Mo firmly rejects his proposal. President Su, let me be blunt. You can't keep up with this Araso. What benefit would I get from partnering with you? Just then Mayu, now fully dressed, descends the stairs and calls out softly, Dad, Mom, I'm here. She's changed into an elegant ensemblia long dress with a jade green belt, adding a distinctive accent to the soft, muted color palette. Seeing her appear, Madame Su's expression softens with a hint of excitement. Mayu CEO Chen, wait a moment. This is my daughter, Su Mayu. My husband and I may not understand the trends of the younger generation, but we do understand our own daughter. Chenmo looks toward her and asks, is that her? Vaiana, initiate data retrieval. Vaiana, now dressed in a different outfit, speaks up indignantly. Master is so ruffleways messing with my data streams. After reading through Mayu's information, a gleam flashes in his eyes. Just as I thought, Mr. Su sees his expression and carefully introduces. Chen Mo, my daughter is an elite graduate of Jiang University. Chen Mo, already aware of this, cuts him off. Let's not go into those details. If President Su has a daughter like her, many things will become much easier. Seeing him walk toward Mayu, Madame Su's face lights up with excitement. Old Su, could CEO Chen have taken a liking to our daughter? CEO Su, who truly loved his daughter, saw the expression on her face and immediately reprimanded her. Keep business as business. I'm discussing a business deal here, not auctioning off my daughter. Chenmo walked up to Mayu and crouched down to ask her. Miss Su, I have one more thing I'd like to ask you. Seeing his strange demeanor, she hesitated and asked, what are you trying to do? CEO Su saw his posture and immediately jumped to conclusions he about to propose. That fast, Madame Su, with her inherently vain nature, grew even more excited at the prospect. Chenmo was handsome and dashing, and this project could keep the Su family afloat for another 10 years. This is a good thing. Besides, this way those deadbeat losers won't have any chance to pester Mayu anymore. Su knew Chenmo's true character all too well. Hearing this, he immediately objected. Absolutely not. I will never allow someone like that anywhere near Mayu. I've been around the block. You think I can't tell what's going on in that kid's head. But right then, Chenmo stood up and leaned in to whisper something in her ear. CEO Su instantly twisted the image in his mind into Chenmo bullying his daughter. Yes, just like that, Mo perfect. But reality was nothing like he imagined. Chenmo was actually asking her about the fireworks display from not long ago. Miss Su, I've already seen the news about you. A mysterious tycoon confessed to you at midnight. It was Lin Yifan, wasn't it? Today's hottest headline. Mayu looked at the article he showed her and asked, confused. Lin Yifan, so that's what you wanted to ask about? Chenmo suddenly grew excited, stepping forward to make his request. Could you do me a favor? I want to meet him. Right at that moment, CEO Su thought he was about to do something, but Mayu grabbed a plate and hurled it at him. He roared in furibender to let his daughter choose the man she loved, then hand her over to someone like that. Mayu shook her head and looked at him, trying to explain. Dad, CEO Su froze at the look in her eyes. Wait, wasn't he just about to propose? By then, Yifan had already been called over by Mayu. He looked at Chenmo lying unconscious on the ground and said helplessly, I'm telling Yao you called me to rush back and help out, but you never mentioned anything about hauling a body. That's not the same rate. She looked at him apologetically, unsure where to even begin explaining. Lin Yifan, just hear me out first. Madame Su was oblivious to the situation. Seeing him appear only reminded her of the earlier humiliation. She sneered the moment she opened her mouth. It's that deadbeat loser again. Did CEO Chenmo send you here? Looks like you've already pissed him off. Let me tell Yao you'd better get on your knees and apologize to CEO Chen properly. CEO Chen's attitude is the Su family's attitude. Right then, Chenmo stirred awake, clutching his head, groaning. Ow, that hurts. Mayu hadn't noticed he'd regained consciousness. She was still scolding Madame Su under her breath, "Mom, stop making things worse." The moment Chenmo opened his eyes and saw Yifen, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Is it really you, my idol?" "My idols?" Seeing his expression, Yifen asked curiously, "Have we ever met before?" Chenmo crawled forward and knelt before him, gazing up with eyes full of reverence. "Mr. Lin, perhaps you've forgotten at the charity auction. You spent 20 million to purchase a Lingbai stone." Yifen still couldn't connect the dots. "And then what?" Chenmo suddenly threw his arms around Yifen's leg and wailed. "That Lingbai stone, it was me who sold it. You saved me, you saved Viana. You're our benefactor." Madame Su's face drained of all color when she heard him call Yifen his benefactor. What? Here's how Chenmo recounted the story. Under the blinding stage lights, the stone was brought up to the podium. The placard bearing the number 17 rose like it was radiating a halo of light. And with it came a deep, resonant voice. Yifen's voice rang out across the auction hall. 20 million. Chenmo, on the verge of despair, heard the price called out for the stone and froze. 20 million. That's wonderful, Zairovai. We're saved. My benefactor, I was at my wit's end. I used the last of my savings to buy a ticket to the auction, praying someone would recognize the stone's true value. Without you, I'd have had no choice but to sell Zairovai. Jingyao Tech would have wiped her entire emotional core clean. She'd become nothing more than a tool that could only say, "Master is amazing," and nothing else. It was your 20 million that extended her life. Now she can even change outfits for me based on the temperature. She can remember I love Cilintrol thanks to you. Viviana synced. Her emotions are wonderfully vivid now. She displayed an expression of excitement and gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor, for helping me become a complete person. Now Master doesn't have to worry about me being formatted again." CEO Su was utterly stunned by the amount Yifen had spent on that stone. 20 million Evan, at the peak of the Su Corporation's golden era. That figure represented the entire net profit of 3 full months. Madame Su finally realized he was no ordinary man. Her earlier sharp-tongued demeanor did a complete 180-ish, eagerly carried a bowl of soup over. Bowing low, "Yifen, this is the bird's nest porridge that Mayu loved most when she was little. I had the chef prepare it for a full 3 hours. Yifen looked at the exaggerated expressions plastered across her face, raised an eyebrow, and declined. "Mrs. Su, porridge this expensive, I'm afraid I can't accept it." Madame Su saw him refuse and forced a smile. "Yeah, Fan, you and Mayu are so close already. No need for such formalities between us." Right then, as if seeking revenge, Viviana suddenly spoke up and played back Madame Su's earlier words verbatim. "That deadbeat loser CEO Chen's attitude is the Su family's attitude. Master, shall I set this recording as Mrs. Su's phone ringtone?" Chenmo watched Madame Su's expression flip faster than a pancake and found the whole thing hilarious. Madame Su was truly impossible to figure out. Since things had come to this, he had only one thing to say. CEO Lin's attitude is the attitude of Lingmo technology. "Benefactor, do you think we should collaborate?" Mayu, trying to salvage the tense situation her mother had created, quickly interjected. "CEO Chen, my father, has told me about you before. I've researched Lingmo intelligence extensively. Here are a few proposals I'd like to present. CEO Chen, your dream synchronization device requires custom charging stations. The Su Corporation's supply chain could reduce costs by 40%. As you know, we've long-standing partnerships with new energy fast-charging manufacturers." Chenmo gestured for her to continue. Seeing his interest, Mayu grew even more confident. "Second, Lingmo's user profiles show that 60% of your paying customers are concentrated in the Hangcheng Delta region, yet your warehouses are located in the Northwest. If you use the Su Corporation's cloud warehouses, delivery times for your devices could be cut in half. Furthermore, the Su Corporation Mall's membership system could provide a seed user base for Viviana. Their consumer habit data is more accurate than any market survey on the planet." After hearing her plan, Yifen smirked. "Looks like you don't need my opinion anymore. You already know exactly what to do." CEO Su placed the contract forward and said carefully, "This is the Su family's contract. Zairo Mo, take it home and review it." But Chen Mo picked up the pen without a moment's hesitation. "No need. Viviana's already scanned the whole thing." Only now did Mayu have time to ask her mother about what she had said to Yifen. "Mom, what did you say to Lin Yifen earlier?" "I caught something about 100 something. Madame Su certainly didn't dare repeat that conversation. Nothing, just small talk. But Mayu was far too curious to let it go. What was it exactly? Madame Su quickly deflected, with a teasing remark to smooth things over. About your dowry, dear. Mr. Lin was just joking around. Mew. Yue heard that and somehow took it seriously. Lin Yifen's asking for 100 yuan dowry weight. 100 million. Could it be that Lin Yifen did this on purpose, wanting his parents to see it's too hard and back off? So he still doesn't like me. But if that's the case, then I need to prove myself to him even more. It's only 100 yuan, isn't it? Just you wait. Lin Yifen sees her acting crazy again. Yifen got so scared he bolted. What is this girl grinning stupidly about? Seeing his expression, Mayu quickly explains, "It's nothing, I was just thinking of something pleasant." 3 days later, he recalls Chen Mo's urgent call, and still can't figure out what the guy wants to show him. Bro, I've got something new, come check it out. When he steps out of the elevator, what hits him is a group of bizarrely dressed people. The cat-eared girl sees him dressed plainly, and shoots him a look of contempt. Where did this country bumpkin crawl out from? He didn't even prepare a character design, and he still wants to show up for an interview. Seeing their bizarre get-ups, he thought he'd gotten off on the wrong floor. Did I go to the wrong place? No mistake here. The guy in combat gear walks over, frowns, looks him up and down, and warns him. Hey buddy, if you're here for the interview, you're supposed to submit a virtual avatar design, you know. This isn't a place for you to copy someone else's homework. Hearing this, Yifen finally understands why they were all looking at him strangely. So you all thought I was here for the interview, dressed like this, and you call that interview attire? King, who had been silent until now, speaks up to explain. Today is Lingmo's virtual avatar, Open Day of Rion dresses in character, to match the company culture. When we come for the interview, we also roleplay as the characters we designed ourselves. He points toward the elevator doors, his tone somewhat arrogant. Do you see the logo right at the entrance? Lingmo Chen Mo's Dimension Breaker. Isn't what you're wearing basically the rebellious office worker look? After King's explanation, Yifen finally understands why their outfits looked so familiar. So that's it. A warrior, a fox-eared girl. I've seen these before, that's the singer, right? The girl role-playing the singer hears this. Dark lines drop across her face, and she retorts. There's nothing new about it either. They call it avatar design, but it's all just recycled characters with minor tweaks. What would you know? We focus on breaking barriers between dimensions. The cat-eared girl, convinced she's right, criticizes his sense of style. Please, people like you are relics of the old era zero aesthetic sense, zero vision. How could you possibly understand the most cutting-edge, trendiest tech ideas of today? Is that all you can do? Then don't even dream of setting foot through Lingmo's doors. King picks up a pair of cat ears and offers to help, putting on a kind face. If you haven't prepared anything, you can use my spare cat ears. The warrior sees this and angrily intervenes. Don't waste your effort. If CEO Chen actually picks him, I'll crawl all the way down from here. At that moment, Chen Mo appears looking like a demon has sucked the life out of him, half alive, half dead. The whole group spots him and swarms like chicks spotting their mother, chattering non-stop. CEO Chen, you're finally here. CEO Chen, I'm the one your neighbor's friend introduced here. CEO Chen, I send you a private message online every single day, and you still haven't replied. Thanks to his sharp eyes, Yifen notices a dark aura swirling around Chen Mo. Resentful energy? He's never seen anything like it before. Chen Mo immediately rushes past the weirdos and sprints up to him, eyes sparkling. My idol, you're here. Why didn't you call me? Yifen looks at him and replies flatly, I did call you, didn't pick up. Only then does Chen Mo notice the missed calls on his phone, been stuck in an exam the whole time and didn't check. Come on, my idol. Oh right, no interviews today. Everyone go home. Yifen pauses, casually runs a hand through his hair and says to the warrior, almost forgot your crawling promise still stands. Don't forget to crawl back next time. Want to come in and take a look? King freezes when she sees him looking at her and asking, yes, I want to come in. Outside Chen Mo's company, the sky already shows it's well past noon. Chen Mo glances at King, then instructs his subordinate, go help her with the interview assessment. Sensing his boss's clear favoritism, the secretary respectfully complies. Understood, CEO Chen. King is so thrilled she could jump for joy she actually got in. After handing off the task to the secretary, Chen Mo turns and heads straight inside. Bro Lin, this way. The entire walk over. Chen Mo says nothing about the company, which only makes Yifen more curious, such mysterious theatrics. What is it already? Chen Mo leads the way, glances into the room and grins proudly. Bro Lin, this is our memory resonance pod. Before them is a spacious room. in the center of which sits a sleek, futuristic-looking chair. Chenmo slowly explains how it works. Zio Wei reads the user's key memories through neural sensing. For instance, someone who regrets never properly saying goodbye to a loved one, or someone who wants to see a deceased pet agonal of them, can use the resonance pod to relive those moments. As he speaks, he guides Yifen into the chair. Once Yifen is settled, he continues explaining the machine's purpose, leveraging the interplay between reality and simulation to alter the past and mend regrets. That is the memory pod's primary advantage. Hearing its purpose, Yifen raises an eyebrow and teases, "Something this heartwarming doesn't quite fit." "Your style does it." Chenmo picks up a pair of 3D goggles and grins. "Of course, we also cater to some of our users' special requests. In here, I guarantee every single real-sim interaction is absolutely lifelike. You'll understand soon enough, Bro Lin. Bro Lin, during the test, the central lab will be all yours. If anything comes up, just say the word." Yifen replies, "Got it." After Chenmo leaves the room, Mayu appears in a long dress. The two seem to have reached some kind of agreement. Chenmo flashes her an OK sign. Yifen, seeing nothing else happen, grows confused. "Has it started? Why isn't anything happening?" 1 hour earlier, Mayu was the first to try it. After using it, she seemed to have a flood of ideas about this technology. "Thank you, CEO Chen. After that immersive experience, I have a wealth of outstanding ideas for our collaboration plan." Chenmo is overjoyed to hear this. "Wonderful. Miss Su truly lives up to Bro Lin's endorsement. I'm confident you'll bring plenty of brilliant ideas to the table." "Oh, that's right, Miss Su. Bro Lin will be coming to try the memory pod shortly as well. Why don't you wait here for a bit?" The moment she hears he's coming, her expression shifts. Lin Yifen is coming to experience this too. Her expression darkens, a glint flashes in her eyes, and with a spark of anticipation she makes a request. "CEO Chen, could you do me a favor?" And that is exactly why Mayu appears here when Yifen arrives. She presses play on the scene from the day she visited his home. The image instantly projects before Yifen. His face flushes red as he stammers. "Why is it playing this scene?" Mayu is thrilled to see the memory resonating. "That's right, I saved this memory in the resonance pod so Zio Wei could recreate it. I want to know if you could do it all over again, Lin Yifen. What would you ultimately choose? When you rejected me back then, were you truly being loyal to your own heart?" Before you stands Yifen, reaching out his hand. Mayu happily spreads her arms wide, baring herself, gazing at him with anticipation. "There's no one else here now, it's just me. Tell me your answer." Just like that, Yifen's hand lands on Mayu's chest. As he needs it, he murmurs, "Weird, I thought the memory chamber was stored up north. I didn't expect it to be this precise. Even the fact that Su Mayu deliberately bound her chest was reproduced. Wait, Anna, you're this meticulous. Then again, that makes sense. It's reading from my own memories, after all. I knew that girl was faking it. If Wanwen Anna is reconstructing it, this is exactly how it should be. The sensation is incredibly realistic, so why isn't there any response? Could it have crashed? Oh, right, to keep him from removing the VR glasses. Mayu chose to let go of all restraint and lunged in to kiss him. Yifen feels fragrant breath brushing past his nose and soft warmth pressing against his lips, nearly plunging him into bliss. Incredible beyond the tactile sensation, even the scent is fully simulated. After the boldest act of her life, Mayu's voice comes out slightly stammering, "SHH, don't think about anything. Just follow my rhythm." A while later, after Yifen finishes savoring the pleasure, he still assumes it all came from Chen Mo's device. He sighs in satisfaction. Technology truly is a gift to humanity. This simulated interaction is pretty damn good. But wait, could everything just now be the desires buried in my own heart? Right at that moment, Chen Mo's voice cuts through his thoughts. "CEO Lin, looks like the experience was pretty good, huh?" Yifen suddenly feels a pang of guilt. "It was all right." Chen Mo grins knowingly. "Glad you're satisfied." He has no idea what happened in there. But honestly, this husband and wife duo really knows how to play. Just then, a secretary rushes over from the mainframe department. "CEO Chen, Wanwen Anna has been offline for 30 minutes and still hasn't recovered. Were you running some kind of high-frequency operation?" Chen Mo immediately asks upon hearing this. "Little Vi crashed. Have you contacted maintenance?" The secretary replies anxiously. "I sent Little Na to check 15 minutes ago, but we still haven't gotten a report." Yifen senses something is off. His face suddenly flushes red. Wait, if Wanwen Anna was offline, then who was simulating all of that just now? Kinking speaks up, seemingly offhandedly. Wanwen Anna has self-recharging and frequency-switching technology built in. Even under high-frequency use or a power cut, it shouldn't stay offline this long, right? Chenmo eyes her with suspicion, How does she understand Wanwen Anna's operating principles so thoroughly? How do you know that? Kinking calmly explains, CEO Chen, I've read your introductory treatise on simulated emotional algorithms 3 times over. I believe Wanwen Anna's design must be even more rigorous than your original concept. Her words catch him off guard. You're right, Little Vi does have some emergency backup protocols. Damn it to the server room. When he arrives at the server room, he finds Jingyao's people already inside. The man looks up. CEO Chen, what took you so long? Isn't this your precious wife? Won't it look bad if she gets exposed in front of outsiders? Chen Mo's expression twists into a snarl the moment he sees the man. You're from Jingyao's tech division. You've broken in illegally. What the hell do you want? The man shoves his hands in his pockets, looking utterly arrogant, and makes his demand, 150 million. Transfer the AI algorithm to us. Be smart about it. Jingyao can offer her a much bigger platform. The secretary takes one look at the situation and calls the police. After relaying the details, he steps forward to report. CEO Chen, police have been notified. ETA 3 minutes. Hearing this, Chen Mo regains his composure and issues a cold warning. Let me tell you something, stop dreaming. None of you are leaving here today. The man hears the threat. Not only does he show no fear, he actually laughs. Leave? Of course I'm not leaving. Your wife is still waiting for us. It's all over. Lingmo's Kinking suddenly screams in panic. No, they're going to format Wanwen Anna. With that, she lunges forward to block the man from inserting the USB drive. She plants herself in front of the server rack, standing firm with unyielding defiance. As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on Wanwen Anna. The man backhands her and snarls. You lunatic. This was just a warning. Go up against Jingyao and even the police can't protect you. Let's go. Chen Mo stands with his phone in hand, watching them with a cold smirk. Is that so? The moment they step through the doorway, a high-voltage surge blasts them clean off their feet. As all 3 crash to the ground, the backs of their pants mysteriously rip wide open. Behind them, a machine bristling with tentacle-like appendages emerges from the shadows. Its mechanical voice rings out, deploying capsaicin injection system deterrent protocol against homewreckers. The tentacles tipped with needle-like nozzles extend toward their upturned rears, locking on target. Just like that, the whole squad gets violated and pepper-sprayed all at once. The group howls in pure agony, screaming their lungs out. Give me ice. Give me a damn ice pack. Chen Mo addresses the machine. Little Vi, can't you hear the user's request? Wanwen Anna receives the command and immediately complies. Understood. Master, may I ask, would you like this ice cube or this one, or all of them? The man takes one look at the array of diabolical instruments and screams. No, don't. The server room fills with the anguished shrieks of the Jingyao crew. Chen Mo watches the Jingyao thugs convulse in agony until they pass out, then says smugly, You got one thing wrong. At Lingmo, the police are here to protect the intruders. Maybe don't be so reckless next time. Wanwen Anna's connection ports have built-in security protocols. Not exactly easy to breach. Kinking hears this and her face goes pale with worry. CEO Chen, did I cause trouble for you? I just didn't want anything to happen to Anna. She once kept me company and made me feel like warmth still exists in the world. Chen Mo turns away and leaves her with one line. Report it to HR as a workplace injury. Once you've recovered, come straight in for onboarding. Hearing this, Kinking breaks into a delighted smile and bows repeatedly. Thank you, CEO Chen. I can come as early as tomorrow. After settling the matter, Chen Mo turns to Yifen with an apologetic look. CEO Lin, sorry you had to witness that spectacle. Yifen, however, is brimming with curiosity. Little Vi has that kind of function too. Speaking of which, Chen Mo puffs up with pride and boasts. That's right, security operations are Lingmo's core business. We've even got a government project reaching out for collaboration. I'll be heading over to study it soon. Hearing that he has a meeting to attend, Yifen decides not to overstay and prepares to leave. Go handle your work. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Chen Mo waves goodbye and thoughtfully adds, Sure thing, CEO Lin. If you're interested, I'll have a unit custom built for you tomorrow. Yifen takes the elevator down to the first floor. The doors slide open. Right then, the system issues a warning system. Host has not yet completed the main quest. Upgrade your subordinate enterprises into a Tier 1 national team. System as your coordination function has been refined. Keep pushing forward. Reading this reminder, Yifen, who had nearly forgotten, snaps back to attention. Almost slipped my mind that this headache still exists. System, if I grit my teeth and buy up a company like that, would it count as completing the quest? But life is never that simple. The system coldly rejects his request. System, that doesn't count. The host must be self-reliant. Any direct transactions will only count as the system earning MVP. The host score will be 3. Hearing the system's demands, Yiffen nearly dies of rage, but can't do a damn thing about it. Is this thing deliberately screwing me over? Who's calling? Director Shen on the other end of the line hears him pick up and immediately blurts out, Senior, please hear me out. We have an urgent matter that requires your intervention. The Jiang City Bureau of Culture and Tourism. Yiffen stares at the massive building looming before him, wondering is this the place. Chenmo pulls up in his car and spots him, visibly surprised. CEO Lin, what a coincidence running into you again. Yiffen gives a slight hum and explains, someone called me here for something. Chenmo doesn't pry, just marvels at the timing. Well then, let's go in together. The two of them head inside. The two walk into Fugui's office. He glances at Chenmo and gestures for him to sit. Chenmo, have a seat. I've already reviewed your proposal. Director Fugui of the Cultural and Tourism Promotion Division speaks up. But Lingmo's core business focus is virtual modeling. What we actually need is a top-tier security system for cultural relics capable of handling an exhibition hall, spanning 300,000 square meters. Can you pull that off? Hearing his requirements, Chenmo responds with confidence. Director, rest assured, 3-tier biorecognition system developed by Lingmo is world-class, the absolute best in the industry. We can implement digital identification for every single cultural artifact. Halfway through his pitch, Fugui cuts him off. All right, that's enough. Stop right there, none of that matters. What matters is that the people upstairs aren't convinced. You'll need to show a little sincerity, won't you? If you can show me sincerity, then I can show the higher-up sincerity. That's how it works, right? Chenmo takes one look at his expression and immediately understands the situation. This old fox changed his tune at the last possible moment, most likely angling for a kickback. Yiffen, standing off to the side, can't help but sneer. Director Fugui, demanding a bribe out in the open like that, aren't you afraid of getting exposed? Those words hit like a slap. Fugui immediately flies off the handle. What did you just say? Don't you dare slander me. Seeing the old man blow his top before even being properly called out, Yiffen smirks coldly. Slander. I think you know the truth better than anyone. Fugui, unable to retort, redirects his fury toward Chenmo. Chenmo, is this the person you brought with you? What do you think you're doing? Seeing the old man turn and berate Chenmo, Yiffen responds coolly. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm just a passerby. I don't know him. Fugui realizes Yiffen isn't someone Chenmo brought along, and his rage only intensifies. He bellows, a passerby. Someone with no business here just waltzes into my office. Security, get this clown out of here. And you, Chenmo, as well. As for this project, I, on behalf of the Bureau of Culture and Tourism, will need to reconsider. Chenmo has already seen through his true colors. At this point, he couldn't care less about the partnership. Well, that works out perfectly. To be frank, Lingmo never wanted to enable such corrupt practices anyway. Fugui's jaw drops. What did you just say? Chenmo has no intention of arguing further. He calls out to Yiffen, let's go, CEO Lin. Fugui can only watch, seething with frustration as the two of them walk out. At that moment, Shi Ming is in the hallway chatting with Director Shen. Old Shen, are you really able to invite that legendary expert? You have to understand our budget isn't exactly generous. He isn't sure about this either, so he can only force a smile and say, let's give it a shot. In any case, I've already called him over. Look right over there. Senior, where are you headed? You came all this way, but didn't even call. Me. Yiffen takes one look at him and immediately recalls that wretched Fugui. Irritated, he snaps. Where am I headed? I came at your request, but the person inside kicked me straight out. Shi Ming hears this, and a string of question marks pops into his head. Kicked out? At China's Cultural Bureau, Bureau Chief Tu Min and Director Shen furiously swing the door open and scream, Gu Fugui, do you even want to keep your damn job? Get your ass out here. He sees that two high-ranking officials have come to his office and turns ghost white. Deputy Director Shen, Bureau Chief Tu Min, what happened? Director Shen points at Yiffen and roars, what happened? The man we specifically invited to restore the Dragon Vein Cauldron was treated as an intruder and thrown out by him. Knowing these two are the highest-ranking officials present, Yiffen seizes the moment to lodge a formal complaint. Your director here is quite the piece of work. Not only did he kick me out, but he had the audacity to solicit a bribe right in front of my face. Shi Ming immediately rounds on him. Director Gu, is this true? Gu Fugui is so terrified his soul nearly leaves his body. Like a man drained of all life, he mumbles to himself. It's over, I'm done for. Director Shen takes Yiffen's complaint seriously and lays out a course of action. Regarding the disciplinary violation committed by that despicable traitor, we will deal with it harshly without exception. Master, shall we discuss the restoration of the dragon vein cauldron now? After that, the two of them lead him into a dim, secluded room. Ming directs his gaze toward the dragon cauldron resting on a pedestal, then begins explaining its origins. Mr. Lin, this is the dragon vein cauldron from the Western Zhou dynasty. 3 years ago, when it was first excavated, unidentified inscriptions were discovered on the interior walls. However, upon exposure to air, the engravings suffered severe oxidation. As for a full restoration, all 17 of our nation's leading experts have thrown their hands up in defeat. Even a partial repair demands costs so astronomically high that the city simply cannot foot the bill. Director Shen steps forward, his voice earnest and pleading as he begs Lin Yifan for help. Master Lin, this cauldron originates from Wuchang City. If it could be displayed at next week's exhibition, it would fill a crucial missing piece in Wuchang's historical record. Wuchang has been officially recognized as a city of cultural heritage. The entire trajectory of our cultural tourism development could hinge on this single cauldron. I am a native of Wuchang City. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I cannot bear to watch it slip through my fingers. After listening patiently for a while, Yifan grows weary and distills the whole matter down to its core. I get it now. You want the horse to run without feeding itis, that about right. Don't look at me like that. I can't do it either. Seeing him refuse, Director Shen asks in disappointment, Master Lin, even you can't manage it. Ming sees that his stance is firm and realizes there's no point pushing further. Nothing can be done then. Let it go. Old Director Shen gazes at the dragon cauldron with deep regret and lets out a sigh. Then just leave it on display. Maybe there's still a sliver of hope. Yifan sees them giving up before they've even tried and cuts in. Whoa, what's the rush? The technique is no problem, and I won't even charge a fee. The real issue is the restoration materials. Hearing that, a glimmer of hope flashes in Director Shen's eyes. Master Lin, you mean to say? Yifan glances at him and slowly lays out his conditions. If you want it restored to its original state, you need samples of Roman-era salt patinate kind from over 2,200 years ago. Get me those, and I guarantee it'll look factory new. Director Shen hears the requirement and falls into deep thought. Roman-era salt patina. Ming, standing beside him, lights up instantly. Yes, eyes, we actually have it. Back at the museum, Ming had mentioned that the nation possesses a number of unpublicized vault artifacts. The fragments are held in trust and managed by banks. Following Ming's instructions, he heads to the bank. Before he leaves, Ming carefully hands him a certificate of authorization. Mr. Lin, I've drafted a certificate. Take this and you can go to the bank to retrieve the items. The staff, who had already received the heads-up, immediately approaches to guide him inside. Mr. Lin, right this way, please. Director Zia, Mr. Lin is here. Zaya rather. Deputy Director Zia doesn't even lift her eyes from her phone upon hearing a visitor has arrived. Her attitude radiates pure arrogance as she flatly refuses to receive him. Sorry, we're off the clock. Come back tomorrow. Her attitude catches him completely off guard. Watching her grab her handbag and prepare to leave, Yifan raises an eyebrow and speaks up. You've got to be kidding me. Never mind the fact that I've been doing business on behalf of City Hall regardless of anything. I'm a Black Diamond VIP client of this bank. You girls don't even remember that much. Seeing that it was him, she put on a calm face and said, Oh, it's Mr. Lin. Of course I remember you. If it were during business hours, I'd absolutely assist you with the utmost care and attention to detail. But unfortunately, working hours are already over. I'm about to clock out. She started to leave. Her attitude was so arrogant that he pulled out his phone, ready to call Yaoqian. That confident are we? You don't think I can get all your bank's business accounts pulled? Not only was she unfazed, she even taunted him. That's your right to freedom. Go right ahead. Right at that moment, Yaoqian appeared, looking completely flustered. No, please don't. I apologize, Mr. Lin. There's been a slight misunderstanding here. Please give me a chance to explain. Director Chuo, why don't you come along with us for a meal? It would mainly be to apologize to Mr. Lin. Hearing that, she asked with visible displeasure, A meal. Fine, I suppose, but I'll still drive my own car, okay? After all, the director's car is way too old. I can't sit comfortably in that thing. Her domineering, arrogant attitude nearly gave Yaoqian a heart attack. This woman Chuo Zioxia, good lord, my heart, the pain. Seeing that Yaoqian was completely helpless against her, Yifan said with a confused look, Director Hao, aren't you being way too spineless here? A mere vice president of a bank, and she's already got her nose pointed at the sky. Also, haven't I met this VP Chu somewhere before? Yaoqian's face was clouded with vexation as he answered, "It's not just that you've met her, Mr. Lin. It's because of you that she became this arrogant in the first place." Yifen was baffled. Why? Only then did Yaoqian slowly explain a few years ago. Xiaoxia had been nothing more than an ordinary teller. After Mr. Lin processed his business through her, her promotion speed shot up like a kite in a gale. In no time at all, she pulled off 3 consecutive jumps in rank. Everyone assumed she had some special relationship with Mr. Lin, and they tried to get on her good side to curry favor with you. Yifen never expected this whole mess was connected to him. He protested with a wronged expression, "What the hell? I just picked her at random, so if anything, I'm her benefactoriate. She doesn't show me even a shred of the respect she owes me." Yaoqian glanced at her flashy car not far away and sighed. You can know someone's face, but never truly know their heart. Even now, VP Chuo's earned enough in commissions from your business alone to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Nothing can be done about it. After that, the 3 of them headed to a restaurant not far from the bank. Xiaoxia looked at the table already covered in dishes, but still didn't stop. She ordered even more stir-fried shark fin with goji berries, leopard coral grouper, braised goose feet with dried abalone, and black truffles steamed with fish maw. Yaoqian saw her ordering recklessly and tried to stop her. "Director Chuo, there are only 3 of us. We don't need this many dishes, do we?" She twirled a lock of her hair and said with a feigned enthusiasm, "It's not too much, not too much. Mr. Lin is our honored guest. We should treat him properly. Besides, it won't go to waste. I have takeout boxes to bring the leftovers home." Yifen spotted the takeout boxes already in her bag and smirked. Quite the preparedness, huh? Seeing the expressions on their faces, she seemed to enjoy herself even more. "Can't stand me, can you? If you can't stand me, then fire me. I'll happily take the severance package enough to keep a few pretty boys and travel the countryside. I'm going to the restroom for a moment." Just then, a restaurant staff member walked in. "Director Hao, as per the usual arrangement, the complimentary gift has been prepared here." Yaoqian's eyes lit up. "Excellent, Mr. Lin. Did you know? The pastries from Huyun Tower are a time-honored brand in Wucheng City, and they're extremely hard to get. Our bank has a partnership with Huyun Tower. They prepare pastries periodically as gifts for our VIP clients. I'm sure you've received some before, haven't you?" Yifen looked at the gift box in front of him, and an idea struck him. Well, the gift had conveniently arrived, hadn't it? "Director Hao, do you want to see Xiaoxia get what's coming to her?" Yaoqian froze for a beat, but immediately composed himself and said, well, although VP Chu does have her shortcomings as her superior, I truly don't wish to see a subordinate of mine commit a serious offense." Yifen's face darkened at the act. "Cut the crap, tell me what you really think." Instantly, Yaoqian's expression did a 180, and he asked eagerly, "Really? Mr. Lin, are you saying there's really such a golden opportunity?" Xiaoxia returned from the restroom to find the table untouched, and without a shred of shame, started packing the dishes to take home. "If Mr. Lin can't eat any more, then I'll just pack these up and take them with me." Right then, Yifen reached out and grabbed her wrist. He raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk forming on his face. "Director Chuo, aren't your hands a little too quick?" Blocked by him, Xiaoxia asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He glanced at the pastry box on the table, a glint of meaning in his eyes as he asked, "For example, the Huyun Tower pastries. It seems I've never received a single box." Xiaoxia flinched with a guilty conscience and let out a strained sound, trying to explain. "Oh, well, it's just a trivial matter. If Mr. Lin likes them, I can have someone deliver them to you every day." But Yifen had already made up his mind to teach her a lesson. There was no way he'd let her off that easily. Pastries are one thing, but what about the rest? Xiaoxia was intimidated by his stare and asked nervously, "What do you mean?" He glanced at Yaoqian sitting beside him and said, "I've already confirmed with Director Hao. The gifts the bank prepared for Muheather, they were supermarket vouchers, or commemorative gold bars. I never received a single one. The total value exceeds 100,000 yuan. That constitutes serious embezzlement. Isn't that right, Director Chuo?" Seeing her crimes exposed, her face went deathly pale in an instant. She looked at Yaoqian in a panic, begging for help. "Director, please explain it for me. Those items, I couldn't reach Mr. Lin, so I was keeping them safe for him. I never dared to touch his things. I can return them at any time." Hearing her flimsy excuse, Yifen furiously called her out. "Couldn't reach me. You have my phone number. You even have my home address. Couldn't reach me. Or maybe you simply didn't want toned. You know that better than anyone. I'm preparing to file charges. You can talk to my lawyer." Yaoqian stepped in right on cue, trying to defuse the situation for Xiaoxia. "Mr. Lin, could you please not press charges? Consider it a personal favor to me." Hearing him speak up to save her, Zioxia was moved to tears. Director How, you're the best boss I've ever had. I admit my attitude before was truly inappropriate. But at that very moment, Yaoqian's expression shifted. With a stern face, he laid out the resolution for the matter. Please leave it to me to handle internally. I will report this to the Disciplinary Inspection Committee for a thorough investigation. I guarantee Mr. Lin will receive a proper explanation. Hearing this, Zioxia screamed in terror. "No, please don't. Director." After Zioxia was dealt with, Yaoqian's attitude toward Yifen grew even more reverent. "Shall we go, Mr. Lin? I've already had someone retrieve the shards you requested. They're waiting for you back at the bank." Hearing this, Yifen smiled with satisfaction. "That's great, saves me another trip, but Director How, that was truly ruthless. This way, not only will her assets be seized as public property, she'll be looking at decades in prison." Watching Zioxia trudge toward her car, Yaoqian said without a shred of sympathy, "She reaped what she sowed." Just as Zioxia was about to get in her car, a rock came flying from out of nowhere and slammed into the vehicle. Kinking appeared in a completely different look, flanked by what appeared to be a whole crew of toughs. She bellowed, "You scratched my car and you're trying to run? Smash it." Zioxia watched them trashing her car and shrieked, "What are you people doing? This is a brand new car." Kinking reached out and grabbed her by the back of her hair, then shoved a phone in her face, forcing her to look at the images on the screen. "What am I doing? Some rinky-dink piece of junk worth a few $100,000, and you can't even park properly. You scratched my car, got that?" With her hair yanked painfully, Zioxia burst into tears and shouted in anger. "It hurts, Al. Let go of me or I'm calling the police. I'll pay whatever it costs, just let me go." But Kinking wasn't about to let her off. "Pay? And what exactly are you going to pay with? My car is an import. The cross-border logistics alone to get it repaired costs 500,000 yuan. The moment she heard the repair cost, Zioxia's face turned ashen. 500,000 yuan. Seeing the look on her face, Kinking's smirk at her mind was already made up. "Can't pay, can you? Then this car is mine now. What happens to it is my call. Keep smashing." On her command, the thugs she brought along swung their clubs and caved in Zioxia's car. Yukayan watched through the car window. Seeing the scene unfold, he could only sigh. "I knew it. That cocky attitude of hers was bound to run into someone tougher eventually. Mr. Lin, you're not seriously thinking of helping her, are you?" He wasn't looking at Zia, was looking at Kinking, who was perched on the hood of a car in the distance. System skill activated, my eyes are the benchmark. Facial feature comparison complete. Match probability 100%. After confirming she was Kinking from Lingmo Corporation, he opened the car door and asked Yukayan for a favor. "Nothing that dramatic. I've stumbled upon something interesting. I need you to look into someone for me." A few days later, at the Wang family villa, the sound of congratulations fills the air. It was old man Wang's 60th birthday celebration. Lin Yifen looked at the villa and asked Manting in confusion. "This place is practically on the outskirts of Wuchang City. Why would Uncle Wang choose to live here?" She jogged to keep up with him and explained, "The old man likes the suburbs, says it's quiet out here. Besides, it's already too late to head back, might as well stay the night." Hearing that, Yifen said helplessly, "I've still got people pushing me to get back to work. You told me your dad wanted to see me. I'll just say hello and head out." Manting hugged his arm tight and urged, "Come on, just go inside first." As they stepped inside, a crowd of people surrounded Tianfeng, showering him with flattery. "Department Head Lu, for you to grace us with your presence today truly adds luster to this birthday celebration." Department Head Lu, how is his health these days? He replied with practiced humility, "You honor me too much. Just call me Zio Lu. On the contrary, I should thank you all on my master's behalf. It means so much that you still remember him." The man beamed. "What are you talking about? Old Wang and I have been close for years. Show. Could I possibly not come?" The man beside him chimed in with praise. "Exactly right. Old Wang really did raise an outstanding disciple." At that moment, Old Wang walked over and lightly scolded him. "Tianfeng, didn't I tell you there was no need to come? It's not a big deal. Don't let it interfere with your work." Tianfeng saw the unmistakable glimmer of joy in the old man's eyes. "Master, how could I possibly miss your birthday celebration? Don't worry, I already got permission." As he finished speaking, both of them heard a noise and turned to look behind them. Manting, arm linked with Yifen's, walked over and called out, "Dad, we're here." Yifen shook his hand and said calmly, "Uncle Wang, long time no see." Old Wang took one look and recognized him. "Lin Yifen, isn't it? Good of you to come, young man. This kid hasn't changed one bit after all these years." Yifen hadn't expected the old man to remember him. Hearing his own name recalled so easily caught him slightly off guard. I remember meeting Wang Manting's father once before. He still remembers me. Sensing the threat, Tianfeng quickly asked her, Manting, who is this guy? Manting clearly didn't care much for Tianfeng. When he asked, her tone turned distant. Instructor Lu, Yifan is a guest I invited. Her cold address made Tianfeng clutch his chest dramatically. Instructor Lu, you're calling me Instructor Lu now. You used to call me Brother Lu. Manting, even if you're looking for a boyfriend, you can't settle for someone who'd keel over from a light breeze. How is he supposed to protect you? Manting didn't take kindly to him trash-talking Yifan. No need, I can protect him myself. Having been mocked, Yifan fired back with a veiled tone. A wall of muscle, must be rock solid for sure. In my opinion, that's not necessarily the case. Tianfeng frowned hard at his words and asked sternly, What did you just say? Tianfeng, convinced of his own superiority, challenged Yifan. Fair warning, in this little contest, I won't bully you. I'll only use 30% of my strength. If you can't even handle that, you have no business standing beside Manting. Yifan, fed up with the non-stop yapping, picked at his ear and cut him off. Quit talking. Just come at me already. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Tianfeng charged forward in a rage. Then don't blame me for not holding back. Indeed, his strength was far from ordinary. His striking speed alone was proof enough. Even Yifan was genuinely surprised by how fast the man moved. Tianfeng didn't expect Yifan to dodge that strike. Shock flashed across his face, then his entire body seized. A bone-deep agony erupted inside his skull, nearly bringing him to his knees. What's happening? My head is splitting open. Seeing Tianfeng suddenly collapse, Yifan jumped back and shouted, What are you trying to pull? I told you don't even think about scamming me. I'm not falling for that. Two men saw what happened and rushed over in a panic. Department Head Lu, what happened to you? Department Head Lu, are you all right? The man in the blue tie assumed Yifan had pulled a dirty trick and bellowed, You little punk, you dare pull a stunt like that? Do you have any idea who he is? Falsely accused out of nowhere, Yifan was both indignant and furious. Dirty tricks. If your eyesight's that bad, go see a doctor. I haven't even touched him. Tianfeng still wanted to continue the fight. He used the support of the two men to slowly stand back up. Help me up, I can still go. But when Tianfeng suddenly vomited on the spot, the white-haired man stepped back and advised, Department Head Lu, you really should rest for a bit. Blue tie was still dead certain Yifan was behind it. Rest assured, if we find out this punk played dirty, I guarantee he won't get away with Itvan. Old Wang's face won't save him. Tianfeng may have had feelings for Manting, but he wasn't truly shameless enough to sabotage a rival like that. He forced himself to speak. It has nothing to do with him. Come on, let's have a fair match one more time. Seeing his condition, Yifan smirked coldly and reminded him, I'm fine, I just doubt you'll last more than 30 minutes. Tianfeng stared blankly. What do you mean? At that moment, his system skill triggers. System skill, my eyes are the benchmark activated. System analyzing. Once the analysis was complete, Yifan casually pointed a finger at his own temple and said, There's a parasite burrowed into your brain and you don't even know it. And you're still here trying to play the tough guy. If you keep stalling, that worm will send you straight to the king of hell. The two men's expressions shifted to disbelief and anger. A parasite, a worm in his brain. Young man, why would you curse someone like that? Tianfeng, of course, didn't believe a word of this nonsense. Stop trying to scare people. I get a full physical every 3 months. There's nothing wrong with me. Seeing his skepticism, Yifan shifted tactics. Don't believe me. Have you been to Yunqing in the past 2 years? More precisely, up in the Tianlao Mountains, at the border between China and Vietnam. Seeing Yifan nail the exact location of his deployment, Tianfeng was stunned. How do you know that? Seeing that reaction, Yifan grew even more certain of his theory. That confirms it. Everyone says deep in the mountains of Yunqing, there's a band of ancient Gu masters, every single one a specialist in insect cultivation. In ancient times, they'd be biochemical weapons specialists. His stuff comes from there and it's an invisible Gu, one of the hardest varieties to cultivate. Colorless, formless, you think a little beam of light can expose it. At this point, Elder Wang could no longer hold back and spoke up to confirm. Little Lin, what you just said, you're not trying to scare him, are you? Yifan couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply replied, whether it's the truth or nod's the one who knows best. The Gu's venom spreads through every crevice between his bones, a searing agony like needles piercing bone marrow. His heart burns as if on fire. His bones feel punctured. His muscles get sliced apart layer by layer. Right now, even breathing sends stabbing pain through his organs. That he's fought this long, that's sheer grit. Manting may dislike Tianfeng for his relentless clinginess, but she can't just stand by and watch him walk through death's door. She urgently asked Yifen about the treatment method. Coach Lu isn't a bad person. Do you have a way to help him? Naturally, our man has a way. He told Manting to fetch a basin of water, then guided Tianfeng into the room. Driven by curiosity, everyone else filed in to watch him work. Manting found it a bit puzzling that all he asked her to do was hold a basin of water. Yifen, is that really all you need? Yifen wasn't entirely sure himself, it was just winging it. After all, this is my first time. Let's give it a shot. What? I'm telling Yao you really don't need me to give you anesthesia or a sedative. This is going to hurt like hell. Tianfeng, desperate to prove his iron will, shot back, no need. How can a real man flinch at a little pain? No matter how much it hurts, Lu Tianfeng won't even flinch, even as the patient with the other guy as the doctor. He had to prove to Manting that he was the real man here. Seeing Tianfeng had said his piece, Yifen wasted no more time and drove the first needle straight into his left waist. All right, starting now. His hands moved at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen needles adorned Tianfeng's body, arranged in a precise acupuncture pattern. As he inserted the needles, Yifen thought smugly colorless, formless a puzzle for anyone else. Too bad it can't escape my eyes. At that moment, Tianfeng hurled up bile once more. The onlookers shuddered at the gruesome spectacle. Is it just me? Or does getting needled by that kid hurt more than the goo worm eating you alive? He's not using this as an excuse to settle a score, is he? Seeing Tianfeng writhing and vomiting in agony, Yifen felt helpless. I told you to get an anesthetic. You refused to listen. But I've pinpointed the goo's location. The final needle, Xuanhu's 7-star needle, was driven into a place far too private to mention. Tianfeng's eyes rolled back. He clutched his manhood, legs trembling so violently he could barely stand. After the last needle was placed, Yifen smiled with satisfaction and declared, done. At this point, the blue-tie guy saw no worm crawling out and assumed Yifen was exploiting the situation for revenge. I'm telling you there's no worm at all. You're telling me this isn't a scam. Suddenly, Yifen stepped forward, swatted the man's hand aside, and with one quick motion, the blue-tie guy looked down at his bleeding hand. Trembling with fury, I've lived decades on this earth and you dare sneak attack me. I'll sue you for elder abuse. Seeing him getting more and more hysterical, Yifen lifted the man's hand up, forcing him to look at the black, foul-smelling goo worm skewered on his palm. Look closely. What is this? Colorless, formless, it feeds on your blood and chi, then stains itself crimson. Get it now. Only when they saw the worm pinned on his hand did everyone finally believe Ithies was real. A genuine goo worm. Elder Wang, still worried about Tianfeng, approached and asked hesitantly, little Lin about Tianfeng. Seeing the anxiety on the old man's face, Yifen quickly assured him, don't worry, he's fine now. Elder Wang, even among those who know goo crafting techniques, creating an invisible goo like this is extraordinarily difficult. Each one is priceless. You mean? Yifen placed the goo into a vial and said, let this one keep the goo for research. Let him understand exactly what kind of person he messed with. Elder Wang accepted it. A goo containment vial, approval shone through in his voice. Very well, little Lin, I'll gratefully accept on his behalf. With the patient saved, Yifen had no desire to linger. I have business to attend to. Excuse me. Manting immediately walked over, hooked her arm around his, and said softly, Yifen, let me see you out. After witnessing Yifen's ability and the affection burning in Manting's eyes, Elder Wang finally had to admit his daughter had excellent taste. Tianfeng, I'm not playing favorites, but this girl Manting really does have impeccable judgment. Time flies. The sky had turned pitch black. From inside the villa, Tianfeng's mad cackling echoed. He didn't speak up. Good thing he kept his mouth shut. Sure, I have to thank that punk Lin Yifen, but I'm still more of a man than him. Compared to him, I'm more responsible, more worthy of Manting. Say sweet nothings a little more. When you miss me, look my way one more time. Elder Wang heard his laughter and came over to check. Tianfeng, what's wrong with your voice? Tianfeng, completely unaware of his own transformation, answered in a shrill voice, Master, I'm fine, no wait. What Thuy does my voice sound like a woman's? His movements too. Meanwhile, Yifen was already seated in Yukayan's car. He gazed up at the dark sky and suddenly felt like he'd forgotten something. Come to think of it, that final needle to pinpoint the invisible gudidant, it also hit some other acupoint. Could there be some kind of yin-yang reversal effect? Back at Elder Wang's villa, upon learning he'd been turned into a woman, Tianfeng wailed in fury. Lin Yifen, I will never forgive you. Meanwhile, Yifen still had to fulfill his promise to restore the dragon vein cauldron. He picked up the brush and gently swept it across the dragon vein cauldron. Ximing watched as the cauldron gradually revealed its true colors, a look of awe flashing through his eyes. Master Lin truly lives up to his title as the contemporary saint of restoration. Restoring the dragon vein cauldrons surpasses a millennium of effort. To think I'm witnessing something from 3,000 years ag. Just then, Yifen clamped a hand over his mouth. Don't speak, Mr. He. Come over here, humidity needs to reach 50%. The cauldron is repaired. It still needs one more night for curing. Keep the humidity and lighting in this room exactly as I've configured. If there's even a slight deviation, I can't guarantee the restoration quality. Realizing he'd nearly ruined everything, Shiming bowed his head in remorse. Forgive me, Master Lin, that was careless of me. In front of Yifen lay a table covered in tangled wires and cables. Yifen couldn't help but stare in curiosity. What's all this wiring for? Shiming immediately explained. The dragon vein cauldron is of paramount importance. Its defense system has to match accordingly. We chose the Lingmo intelligent platform that Master Lin is familiar with, and built the entire system from scratch. Just then, a staff member carrying supplies walked by and bumped into Kinking's ladder. She let out a terrified scream. Help me! Yifen, who happened to be walking past, instantly became the landing pad. And wasn't that Kinking sitting right on top of him? Her face twisted in pain as she cried out. Ouch, Brother Lin, are you all right? Yifen, pinned flat, said wearily, Get off me! Only then did Kinking remember to stand up. She sheepishly reintroduced herself. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Lu Kinking. This time, Lingmo is responsible for the exhibition's defense system and I'm here to oversee the construction. Thank you, Brother Lin. Suddenly receiving a Good Samaritan card left him bewildered. Thank me for what? She grabbed his hand tightly, gratitude written all over her face. I got into Lingmo all because Brother Lin recommended me. Yifen pulled his hand away and replied flatly, I only opened the door. Whatever you've achieved is entirely your own effort. Kinking slipped into an innocent girl act, her tone resolute as she argued back. How can you say that? Brother Lin, your help was absolutely crucial. I'm just a bookworm who studies all day. Socializing isn't exactly my strong suit. If it weren't for Brother Lin's help back then, I probably wouldn't have even gotten the interview. Yifen found her act a bit too over the top and cut right through it. It really wasn't that big a deal. You know, when you were playing the delinquent girl and threatening people, you were pretty smooth about it. Hearing this, Kinking froze on the spot. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Feeling his warning was sufficient, he turns and walks away, unwilling to exchange another word with her. It's nothing, I've got business to attend to, I'm heading out. Kinking doesn't dare ask any more questions. Her expression stiffens awkwardly as she sees him off. Yes, Brother Lin, I know you're an artifact expert. I hope to learn from you in the future. Once everyone has left, and only Kinking remains in the room, she irritably strokes the braid resting on her chest, their previously innocent expression, now cold as ice. This guy's guard is higher than I thought. The moment he steps out of the museum, Yifen immediately calls Yaoqian. Director Hao, how's the investigation on Lu Kinking going? Yaoqian had been about to call himself. Mr. Lin, we already have the results. Lu Kinking is most likely the illegitimate daughter of Chen Jingyao, chairman of the Jingyao Technology Group. Hearing that name, he immediately recalls the encounter with their subordinates at the Lingmo company. The Jingyao Group's so-called selfless rescue of Xiaoi was nothing but a staged act for Lingmo's benefit. At this point, Yaoqian finishes reviewing all the information and continues. Mr. Lin, Lu Kinking's intentions may not be entirely aimed at Lingmo. Intrigued, Yifen asks, what do you mean? Yaoqian brings up Jing and says, Chen Jingyao has a younger brother, Chen Jing, the boss of the Jing group, the one who previously framed you. Chen Jing? Yifen immediately connects the dots, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. So that's how it is. They want to put on a grand show, huh? Then I'll graciously help you set the stage. A few days later at the museum, Shiming leads the appraisal team and guests to where the dragon vein cauldron is on display. Ladies and gentlemen, the exhibit before you is the most precious treasure of this entire exhibition. A composite masterpiece representing the craftsmanship and 3,000-year historical depth of the Huaxia civilization. Under the restoration of Master Lin, its patterns are now crisp and vivid. Please take a look. But when the display case of the Western Zhou dragon vein cauldron is opened, the cauldron inside looks like a pile of scrap metal. Shiming freezes on the spot. Master Lin, how did this cauldron turn into junk? Yifen lets out a long yawn, his expression utterly nonchalant. Is there a problem? Not enough maintenance time, and this is what happens. Shiming, who had seen the cauldron during its restoration, quickly whispers in his ear. Master Lin, yesterday it looked far better than this. Reporters from every country are watching us right now. We absolutely cannot lose face. When the onlookers see the dragon vein cauldron looking like nothing more than a heap of scrap, they immediately begin to ridicule it. Is this supposed to be Huaxia's craftsmanship? Huaxia claims to have the finest restoration techniques in the world, and they end up displaying a pile of scrap metal. This headline is worth more than the original artifact itself. At that moment, Qingqing rushes in, looking flustered. Director Shi, something terrible has happened. Shi Ming was already irritated hearing this. His tone turns openly annoyed. What happened? She reports the situation with a grave expression. We just verified the markings. The one in the display case isn't the dragon vein cauldron, the real one has been swapped. Shi Ming panics upon hearing this. Swapped? Who did it? What about the security and surveillance systems? Qingqing replies in a hesitant voice. The surveillance footage has been completely wiped. We've just finished running a recovery and confirmation process. Brother Lin, why did you swap the dragon vein cauldron? Shi Ming is stunned to hear her pin the blame on him. Falsely accused of theft, Master Lin shows no panic whatsoever. He calmly asks back, "Oh, it was me. You sure about that?" Qingqing puts on a helpless act, pulling out her phone and playing a video that shows him at the scene. I don't want to say this either, but the surveillance footage is right here. At that moment, police officers burst in from outside, barking. Everyone move aside. Shi Ming looks at the one leading them and exclaims in shock, "Captain Zhou, what's going on?" Zhou Ning, brows furrowed tightly, steps forward and lists Yifen's charges. Lin Yifen, you are suspected of smuggling first-class national artifacts and colluding with overseas profiteering rings. You are now officially under arrest. Even after hearing this, Shi Ming refuses to believe he is a thief. Arrested? Isn't there some kind of misunderstanding? This is Master Lin we're talking about. Zhou Ning holds up the complaint report and the arrest warrant. No misunderstanding. Someone has filed a report accusing Master Lin of swapping the dragon vein cauldron and attempting to ship it overseas for sale. Fortunately, we intervened in time. The shipping identification code matches the engravings on the stolen dragon vein cauldron. The evidence is irrefutable. Come with us. Seeing the police produce an actual arrest warrant, the onlookers all believe it without question and begin criticizing him. Master, what master? He's nothing but a traitor and a thief. Throw him into the Hacheng River. He's shaming the entire nation. At this moment, Yifen smiles with satisfaction, pulls out his phone and says, "Oh, is that so? I also have something I'd like everyone to see." One day earlier, Skinny Monkey approaches a red car and says, "Boss, we've arrived." Jinghe steps out of the car, grinning smugly. Lin Yifen, in the end, I'm the one who wins. You'd never guess, not even on your deathbed, that Lu Qingqing is the daughter of my brother, Chen Jingyao. What a coincidence, huh? Right at that moment, Skinny Monkey suddenly betrays him, landing a devastating blow from behind. Jinghe is struck so hard he nearly topples over. He roars in fury, "What the hell? Why did you hit me?" The man scratches his head apologetically. "Sorry, boss. I just kept thinking about how we're gonna rise to the top, and I got too excited." Jinghe lets out a cold snort and asks, "Where's the dragon vein cauldron?" Skinny Monkey follows behind him and replies respectfully, "Boss, just as you planned, the fake has been pinned on Lin Yifen. The real one is right here on our ship. Once we get it out successfully, everything we lost because of Lin Yifan we'll take it all back." Hearing that everything is in place, Jinghe praises him with satisfaction. "Well done, Skinny Monkey." The man puts on a humble, flattering act. "It's all thanks to you, boss." At that very moment, Jing draws a weapon and stabs Skinny Monkey in the chest. The man stares at him in utter disbelief. Jinghe looks down at him with vicious eyes and speaks his final words. "You've worked hard all these years. You won't need to anymore. Rest well." With that, he kicks Skinny Monkey hard, sending him toppling backward. With the sea stretching out behind, Skinny Monkey plummets from Jinghe's kick splaws into the vast open water. The man still manages to surface, struggling to question Jinghe. "Boss, why?" But he can only flail weakly. Jinghe flashes the classic villain's smile, sinister and cruel, and explains, "Skinny Monkey, you've been with me all this time and you still couldn't see this coming. That dragon vein cauldron is worth hundreds of millions. Even splitting a fraction with you would be too much for me to bear." Seeing him step away, Skinny Monkey begs desperately for him to save his life. "Give me one chance, boss." But when the man tries to climb up the ladder, Jinghe stomps down hard on his hand. "Go on down. When I get around to it, I'll burn some paper offerings for you." The ship sets sail. Just like that, Skinny Monkey is left behind in the vast, open sea. His mistress, seeing him finally arrive, pouts and complains coquettishly, "Baby, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you forever." Having dealt with Skinny Monkey, Jing is in an excellent mood. "Don't rush, my dear. Good things are worth the wait." Seeing him like this, the mistress blushes and says seductively, "But I just can't wait anymore. What am I supposed to do?" Already in high spirits and now being seduced like this, Jing has blood boils beyond control. Then let's get to it. What follows is a classic SM senior writing crop, comes cracking down on a round, upturned backside. The mistress, crop in hand, plants her foot on his round behind and commands sternly, "Call me mistress." Now, being degraded like this makes Jing lose himself in pleasure. He let out a cry of ecstasy. "Master," as if to reward her efforts, she bore down on Jing's body even harder. After dishing out several lash marks, she sat back in the chair and said excitedly, "Good boy. Now admit you want Master to punish you with that big, thick thing, don't you?" Jing had his face ground underfoot until delirious, pretended to refuse. "Master, I'm afraid that wouldn't be right." Seeing him dare to refuse the reward, she whipped him several more times, cursing without pause. "This stupid pig's mouth is so stubborn, you just want to trick me into hitting you more, don't you?" Jing He, whipped until his entire body burned with pleasure, cried out, "Fine, I'll say it." A moment later, lights suddenly blazed on, accompanied by applause. Chenmo looked at Jing He, trapped in his own fantasy. By the devising, couldn't stop laughing. "CEO Chen, you've truly given us quite the performance." Only then did Jing realize something was very wrong. "Where the hell am I? What the hell did you people do to me?" When Skinny Monkey appeared with his subordinates, he gave Jing a casual nod. "Boss, it's all right, I'm right here." He immediately lunged forward, grabbed Skinny Monkey by the collar, and demanded answers. "Skinny Monkey, wasn't I supposed to be at the docks? Damn it, you betrayed me." Skinny Monkey had already seen the images buried deep in his heart. He pinched Jing's face hard and sneered. "Same to you, boss. After you connected with Zio Wei, everything you saw was the fantasy your heart secretly craved the most. What right do you have to lecture me? But Mr. Lin really did help me purge the dark energy from my hand. So tell me whose side should I take? I'll leave him to you, Mr. Lin." After Jing's video finished playing, he smiled and asked, "Everyone saw that, right?" Lu Qingqing, unable to accept reality, screamed, "How is this possible?" At this point, Yifen dropped all pretense and exposed the woman's true identity. Lu Qingqing is the illegitimate daughter of Chen Jingyao. She helped her uncle, Chen Jing, steal the Dragon Vein Cauldron and frame Methan pinned the negligence charges on Lingmo, crashing its stock price, so that Jingyao could swoop in and acquire it for pennies. Kill two birds with one stone, truly a masterful gambit. Too bad you miscalculated. I've known your true identity for a long time now. Captain Chu, take her away. At that moment, Chu Ning, who should have taken Qingqing away, suddenly seized Yifen and refused to let go. "Lin Yifen, the evidence is irrefutable. Don't even think about using fabricated proof to weasel your way out." Yifen was stunned. "Didn't you all just see everything? It was Chen Jinghe." At that moment, Chu Ning and Shi Ming exchanged a covert glance. Seeing this, Yifen finally realized he'd been played. "It was you, wasn't it? You were the one pulling the strings all along. You made me restore the Dragon Vein Cauldron from the very beginning. It was all a trap you set." Shi Ming showed no fear of being exposed. He brazenly heaped all the blame onto Yifen. Grandmaster Lin may have skill, but who knew he was so selfish and corrupt even stole the very artifact entrusted to his care. "Captain Chu, take him away and process him under the law." Yifen saw they were dead serious and tried to buy time with a threat. "You dare cover up something this massive? Aren't you afraid I'll report this to your superiors?" Shi Ming, far from afraid, declared with absolute confidence, "I've already investigated your background. Sorry to say, but at my rank, there isn't a single friend of yours who can help you." Two officers drew their weapons and aimed at him. "Come with us." Shi Ming watched everything go according to plan and broke into a smug grin. "If you dare resist arrest, dying here would be entirely on you." At that exact moment, a special ops team descended from the building rooftop, every single one armed to the teeth. Assault rifles at the ready, Tianfeng rappelled down and barked the order, "Arrest them all." The special ops team surged forward and pinned the two officers to the ground. Yifen was visibly stunned, but Shi Ming, seeing the special ops team, screamed, "Captain Chu, they're terrorists. Request backup immediately." Tianfeng, rifle in hand, warned in a cold, authoritative voice, "The only terrorists here are those who dare defy me." Bureau Chief Chu Ning took one look and immediately recognized who Tianfeng was. They were the Central Guard Regimenta unit within the personal security detail of the nation's top leaders. Tianfeng strode over, his tall, imposing frame radiating a pressure that could not be underestimated. He gritted his teeth and glared at Shi Ming. "Why don't you take a good look at your own rank before daring to touch him?" After dealing with Shi Ming, he glanced over at Yifen. "Lin Yifen, I finally found you." But it was his gesture raising his pinky finger that caught Yifen's attention. Realizing he'd instinctively made that gesture again, Tianfeng burned with both shame and embarrassment. Seeing this feminine mannerism, Yifen finally realized which acupoint he'd accidentally struck, and the memory came flooding back. Last time, I carelessly administered a yin-yang reversal needle on him. Tianfeng, seeing Yifen's pitiful gaze, erupted with fury born from shame. What are you staring at? Hurry up and fix this for me. Yifen glanced at the special ops team behind him and broke into a cold sweat. I didn't do it on purpose. Did you really have to mobilize the entire squad just to find me? Shi Ming, still in disbelief, stammered, Are you really? The Central Guard Regiment. Seeing him still questioning at this point, Tianfeng sneered and asked in a razor-sharp tone, What about it? You think anyone would dare impersonate us? Hearing his tone, Shi Ming's mind began racing with calculations. The Guard Regiment is just a special duty posting. In terms of rank, they might not even outrank me. I'm warning Yao, no matter what personal connection you have with this man. He's a suspect in a major theft and smuggling case. He must be arrested immediately. I am Director Shi Ming of the Cultural Heritage Bureau. I've met top national leaders myself. Release us immediately, or if you obstruct this investigation, I'll have your entire Guard Regiment dismantled. Tianfeng, furious that he dared issue orders, slammed his boot into Shi Ming's gut without hesitation. Get on the ground. Knocked to the ground, Shi Ming demanded through gritted teeth in pain. What the hell do you think you're doing? Tianfeng responded with contempt. Personal connections. Tell Muho's personal connections do you think could deploy the Central Guard Regiment? Shi Ming's expression slowly twisted into despair. What are you saying? At that moment, Vice Chairman Wang Huogyu appeared, speaking in a deep, hoarse voice. Little Grandmaster Lin, you've been wronged. Vice Chairman Wang, Cultural Heritage Bureau's abuse of power. Their secret collusion with corporations to steal national treasures. Even their conspiracy to harm him. We have thoroughly investigated and verified everything. Tianfeng, who had been acting arrogantly just moments ago, immediately snapped to attention and greeted him respectfully. When Shi Ming saw old Wang, his face turned completely ashen. Vice Chairman Wang Huogyu ignored him and walked straight toward Yifen. Little Grandmaster Lin, on behalf of the Cultural Heritage Bureau and the Guard System, I sincerely apologize to you. I can't believe it's really the Vice Chairman from TV. As for these people, leave no one out. They must be severely punished. Tianfeng watched the two of them shake hands and responded sternly, Yes, sir. Shi Ming, as if going insane, began screaming, It's fake. It has to be fake. How could a street rat like him know the Vice Chairman? You're all frauds. I should never have trusted any of you. After that interlude, inside Tianfeng's residence, Yifen spoke gently for the first time. Last time I drew from the left side. This time I'm worried it can't handle it, so let's do the right side instead. You really don't want anesthesia. Let's begin. The moment his needle pierces down, Tianfeng screams in agony, his face twisting into a vicious grimace. Huogyu doesn't even spare a glance at Tianfeng, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, and looks at him with nothing but deep gratitude. Master Lin, you've worked hard. Please have a seat. I invited you here this time for another important matter. Someone needs your help. Yifen immediately replies, Chairman. Please go ahead, sir. Tianfeng sits up at this moment, barely catching his breath as he asks him, How much do you know about the worm in this vial? Though confused, Yifen still answers, the formless parasite aside from being extremely difficult to refine. The rewards it yields are enormous. The moment he finishes speaking, the skill activates automatically. System skill analyzing. All data uploaded to host's consciousness. He slowly recites each detail when triggered mildly. It causes the target's death at its worst. It can even seize control of the target, turning them into a puppet of the worm cultivator. Furthermore, the formless parasite's queen body will continue splitting, and the spawned bodies will use a pheromone trail to seek out a second host for parasitization and infection. Hearing him provide this level of detail, Huogyu is thoroughly impressed. As expected of Master Lin, exactly what our specialists reported. At this moment, Yifen connects all the facts together with Huogyu's identity, and a bold hypothesis springs to mind. Wait, Lu Tianfeng is the bodyguard of a senior leader. That means the enemy is targeting the Vice Chairman. Skill activated, my eyes, or the measure status all clear. The Vice Chairman shows 0 traces of goo worm infection. Huogyu nods slightly, his expression brimming with self-assurance. After Tianfeng reported this, I got examined right away. Only with Master Lin's confirmation can we truly rest easy. Master Lin, given the significance of this matter, calling you a national hero wouldn't be an exaggeration, but the current situation is delicate, so the nation can only offer you a few rewards instead. Hearing the word reward, Yifen perks up with unexpected enthusiasm. Really? Elder Wang, then I won't hold back. Whatever rewards you've got, just toss them my way. The events gradually settle. Walking down the street, he can hear an MC on a television broadcast talking about Yifen's company. Recently, the Dragon Vein Cauldron, a heritage artifact restored by Fanai Group, has been successfully exhibited. Fanai Group has also become the first domestic enterprise to obtain cross-national cultural heritage trading qualifications. Yifen naturally doesn't miss the chance and turns on the TV to watch. Seeing his own name flash across the screen, he lets out a gleeful chuckle. Ruyan sees him like this and is rendered speechless. Just look at how happy he is. Happy to that extent? Huh? Yifen remembers the consequences of failing a quest and sighs in frustration. You wouldn't understand. If you guys mess up at work, worst case you don't get paid. For me, I lose basic functions. Thank goodness now I can rest easy. No sooner does he finish speaking than the system drops the next quest. System main quest issued within 1 week. Recruit 3 top-tier industry professionals. Within 1 month, elevate your enterprise to a national first-class team. System main quest complete. Opening rewards. Seeing a cup of water with a few goji berries floating in it, Yifen cautiously asks, "Hold on. What is this?" Ruyan buries her face in her hands and lets out a groan. "Geez, someone noticed you've been running on empty lately and wants to help you recover." Okay, being doted on out of nowhere sets off every alarm bell in Yifen's head. This thoughtful, Ruyan lets out a soft laugh, her words dripping with casual nonchalance. "Of course, if you collapse, who's going to approve next quarter's budgets for the company?" Just then the secretary outside announces, "CEO Lin, someone's here for you." The moment shatters. The force awkward smiles on the spot. Her face flushed pink, she shoots him a coy, lingering glance. "Come to my place tonight so I can test the medicine's effectiveness on you. It'll help me fine-tune the dosage." As she walks out, she curiously glances at Tianfeng. He strides into the room and cuts straight to the chase. "Lin Yifen, I've got good news for you." Hearing that there's work involved, Yifen groans. "What now?" Tianfeng smiles. "Naturally, Elder Wang wants to reward you. He's decided to gift you a number of cultural artifacts. Let me tell you, these are all one-of-a-kind, world-class treasures." Hearing this, Yifen's face lights up as he accepts immediately. "Really? Where are they? I'll head out right now." Hearing this, Tianfeng glances at the person behind him before continuing. "However, you'll have to go retrieve them yourself. The items are in Country T. We'll even assign you a translator." Hearing this, the alarm bells in Yifen's head ring once more. Why does this feel anything but simple? Tianfeng breaks into a pleased smile and says something loaded with meaning. Greater ability demands greater responsibility. Country T's territory, Beiheng sits in the car, gazing outside. Through the window, the beauty of this place captivates him so completely he can't look away. The climate and environment in Country T really are something else. "Brother Lin, look at that. The water's so white it's practically glowing." Yifen sees that he's only staring at the women and sighs in exasperation. "That's what you call looking at the water. I'm too tired to call you out on it." Beiheng turns his head, excitedly defending himself. "Brother Lin, haven't you ever heard that saying? Beautiful women and water, they're one and the same." Zhao Shangyi, who's driving, chimes in with a suggestion. "Brother Lin, our handover with Country T is the day after tomorrow. Since we have free time, let me take you all downtown for some fun." Beiheng, thrilled at the prospect of sightseeing, agrees instantly. "Of course we're going. Country T has this many gorgeous women, wouldn't it be a waste not to get acquainted?" But Yifen feels exhausted and wants to head back. "I'm not going. I'll take a walk around the hotel, rest early, and take the chance to familiarize myself with the system's new rewards." Beiheng sees him wanting to leave and assumes he's afraid of the lioness at home. He teases, "Brother Lin, what are you afraid of?" "I'm not going to tell Miss Su about it." Yifen closes his eyes and rebuts flatly, "Not interested. Don't assume everyone's like you." Beiheng just thinks he's putting on a brave face. "Whatever you say, Brother Lin." After returning to the hotel, he wanders around the nearby area, buys a meat skewer, and gives it a try. This skewer is actually pretty good. Right at that moment, an argument erupts nearby, catching his attention. "What the hell are you doing?" A man with a ferocious look is yelling and cursing. "I hired you to watch the stall. And what do? You go and bully customers." A middle-aged woman steps forward, jabbing her finger in accusation. "She's the one. It was her. I made a couple of comments, she lost her patience and poured water all over me." The accused woman panics and explains, "I didn't. I handed the drink to her properly, she spilled it on herself." But the man won't listen and even threatens to use force. "Stop talking nonsense. Why would a customer frame you? Pay up now." Lin Yifen had walked past earlier and saw the woman deliberately pour water on herself. He thought she was staging the whole thing. This girl is way too easy to bully. Gets hit up for money from a distance, and now she's thinking about her siblings back home, doesn't want to hand it over. No way, that money is for my siblings' breakfast. Seeing her keep stalling, the man raised his voice and bellowed, "Not going to pay, huh? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson." That's when her two younger siblings appeared. Big sis. Lin Yifan couldn't watch any longer and stepped in, blocking the man's violent move. He pulled Sha toward him, then held out a bill and said, "You want compensation, right? Is this enough? How about this?" The middle-aged woman saw the money fall and screamed excitedly, "Dollars? That's a huge amount of money." After settling things with money, Lin Yifan led Sha away. "Come with me along the shore." She stammered for a long time before finally managing to voice her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Noticing she could speak fluent Chinese, he asked in surprise, "You can speak Chinese?" Seeing him ask, she finally opened up. "I lived in China for 3 years. That was the most beautiful time of my life." Hearing her say that, his sharp instinct caught the undercurrent. He asked, "Are you sick with something?" Sha sadly recounted her illness, a severe liver disease, contracted through an injection. "Poor people here don't deserve good medicine. If you die, no one cares, but if you survive, it means working for them your entire life to pay off the debt." When she turned around from a distance, she spotted someone chasing after them. Sha didn't want him to get dragged into more trouble, so she urged him to leave. "Sir, you're a good person, please go now." The man rushed over and slapped her, then bellowed, "Go. Without my permission, where the hell do you think you're going? And Yao, you touched my people. Hand over 500,000 bucks. Seeing them armed to the teeth, he smirked coldly. "Trying to extort me." The middle-aged woman appeared and spoke with contempt. "You stupid, loaded Chinese punks. What if we're extorting you? No one in this place is going to protect you." Lin Yifan showed no fear. He even taunted them. "Is that so? Then go ahead, pull the trigger." The man grew furious, seeing him still provoking. "You think the Black Elephant Gang is just bluffing? I'll cripple your legs first." Sha lunged forward, trying to shield him. "Sir." Lin Yifan immediately activated the system-rewarded skill. The void Volta dollar bills stored inside the man's body suddenly materialized in a burst of golden light. And the notes, sharp as blades, slashed across his face. "What the hell happened to your face?" Lin Yifan was utterly satisfied with his new skill and broke into a grin. The skill information popped up. System main quest reward void vault. System, the host acquires the spatial rift point in the palm. Within a 50-meter radius, the host can precisely absorb non-living objects into the void vault and launch stored items at any target. Lin Yifan watched the man writhing on the ground in agony and sneered. "All you wanted was money, right? I tossed it to you, and you couldn't even catch it." The man, driven mad with pain, barked an order. "Damn it, waste him." Instantly, two subordinates raised their guns at him, fingers on the triggers. Lin Yifan glanced at them and snapped his fingers. Both handguns exploded on the spot. He looked at the two idiots collapsed on the ground and said with irritation, "Black Elephant Gang? More like Black Pig Gang. What a pain in the ass." Sha, despite witnessing his overwhelming power, was still deeply worried and urged him. "Sir, the Black Elephant Gang's reach is enormous, please go now." Lin Yifan stepped on the men and cut her off. "Enough talk, come with me. I can cure your liver disease so you don't pass it on to the kids." Hearing he could cure her, Sha could hardly believe her ears. "Sir, are you joking?" Noticing the doubt in her eyes, he smiled. "You lived in China, haven't you ever heard of Huaxia medicine?" He then brought her back to his hotel. Sha, her upper body exposed as his chi penetrated her, felt as if she were being placed on a scorching brazier. She cried out in pain. "It's burning!" Lin Yifan channeled his chi but was gradually losing stamina. He tried his best to calm her down. "The treatment is complete. Your liver disease is fully cured." After the agonizing session, Sha wept with joy and whispered, "Huaxia medicine, it truly is miraculous." At that moment, Beiheng returned to the room carrying bags of food. "Brother Lin, I brought you something good to eat." When he saw Sha, his jaw dropped in shock. Before him stood Lin Yifan, cradling the unconscious Sha, whose face was flushed and unnatural red. Beiheng covered his face and gave a thumbs up. "Brother Lin, I'm still too naive. I actually believed you." Seeing him misread the situation yet again, Lin Yifan panicked, stamping his foot. "Don't leave. Get back here and let me finish explaining." A few hours passed and a new day arrived. The children looked at the lavish spread on the table and cheered. "Can we really eat all of this?" Zio Shangi looked at the children warmly and said, "Go ahead, eat up. Don't be shy and no one's going to charge you extra." Overjoyed, they said, "Thank you, miss." Lin Yifan, after failing to make his case, finally lost his temper. "Now do you get it? I genuinely felt sorry for them, so I helped cure her illness. But Beihang still didn't believe him and even spoke in a mocking tone. Sure, Brother Lin, anything you say, we believe you. It's just an act, right? I won't tell Miss Su. All three hadn't had a decent meal in ages. Everyone was eating non-stop. Lin Yifan watched the little boy stuffing his cheeks until they puffed out. Afraid he'd choke, he reminded him, take your time. If you can't finish, you can take it home. Sha suddenly heard those words, and her whole body went still. That's right, everyone has already helped us so much. We can't burden you any further. Hearing her words, he fell silent in thought for a moment, then turned to Zio Shangyi and asked, is there any reputable employer near the Zai River area? Something to give them a proper livelihood? Caught off guard, Zio Shangyi paused, then recalled a place. A reputable one, yeah, I know one place. A film production crew. The manager looked at Sha struggling to carry the equipment and called out to remind her. Work hard and do a good job. In this Zai country, it's still best to work for fellow Huaxia people. Same-day pay, no skimming. Loads of people are competing for this gig. If she didn't have someone to vouch for her, she'd never have gotten in. Lin Yifan smiled faintly and thanked the man. Thanks, brother. Consider it a favor I owe you. When you go back to the country, come find me if you ever need anything. The manager, having no idea who he really was stunned by his words. This guy's a driver and talks this big, but overall, seems like a decent person. Just then, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, dripping with irritation. Where's Ahui? Get over here now. Hearing the call, he immediately responded. Young Master Chen, I'm on my way. Oh right, bring that table over to this side while you're at it. Sha heard the order and quickly replied, yes, sir. Lin Yifan kindly picks up the table and gently reassures her. This film crew wraps in 2 months, but in the meantime, you'll at least have some peace. Use that time to reconsider your future path. Here, let me carry the table for you. Just remember not to overexert yourself. Sa hears this and feels a wave of warmth. She quickly says, thank you, Brother Lin. After carrying the table around for a bit, he sets it down on the sand, muttering uncertainly, here, right. Just then Xiaoxiu appears. Hearing his voice, she freezes mid-step. She lights up with excitement and asks, Lin Yifan, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you found out my new film is shooting in Country T. So you came all this way just to visit the set. If you wanted to come, just say so. Why the surprise ambush? Honestly, running into you out of nowhere like this, I still haven't even had time to process it. At that moment, Wu Yanfeng shows up and asks, Xiaoxiu, is this a friend of yours visiting? Damn it, has he got no manners at all? Can't he see we're in the middle of shooting a scene? He's completely ruined my emotional build-up. Seeing his disrespectful attitude toward Yifan, Xiaoxiu snaps back furiously. Wu Yanfeng, you met a bunch of fans just yesterday. Why can't my friend come visit the set? Yifan strolls over slowly, standing face to face with him. With an imposing aura, he asks, with my status, do you really think I'm here just to visit a film set? Wu Yanfeng is momentarily stunned by his sheer presence. Your status? Yifan suddenly slaps the table with a grin spreading across his face and replies, I'm a stagehand. Seriously, no joke, I'm just here to scope out the pay and conditions for stagehands. Wu Yanfeng realizes he was just intimidated by a mere stagehand. Shamed into rage, he explodes. What the hell? A stagehand acting all high and mighty. Someone get over here. Drag this guy out and throw him off the set. The crew members immediately appear on cue. Yes, Brother Feng. Xiaoxiu sees him about to use force on Yifan, and immediately steps forward to shield him. Wu Yanfeng, even if he really is just a stagehand, you can't just throw him out like that. Wu Yanfeng's fame is massive enough that he grows utterly. He says arrogantly, of course I can. This entire production is riding on me. Without my fans' support, the viewership numbers would drop by at least half. Just then Jiban appears, his voice dripping with irritation. I could grab any random person off the street to act opposite you. Do you really think you're some kind of irreplaceable VIP? Don't want to shoot? Then get out. And don't expect the breach of contract penalty to be waived by a single cent. Seeing him go all out, Wu Yanfeng quickly backs down. What do you mean? Young Master Chen, if I've done something wrong, I'll reflect on it myself. Please don't replace me. Jiban then turns to Yifan and speaks up. Whether he gets replaced or not, that's up to CEO Lin. One word from him is all it takes. Why don't you ask him yourself? Wu Yanfeng hears this and looks toward Yifan in confusion. CEO Lin? Yifan sees the look on his face and grins slyly before suggesting, no rush on the replacement. You've always claimed you're a top professional, haven't you? I'd like to see for myself. Let's start with the death scenes. Wu Yanfeng throws himself into an all-out performance for the sake of his role. Mr. Lin, is my expression right? Mr. Lin, is my posture correct? Mr. Lin, Yifen watches Wu Yanfeng perform flawlessly without a single gap to exploit and feels a flicker of frustration. He'd planned to find fault and deliberately push the guy's buttons. Why isn't this working at all? Xiaoxiao chuckles softly and says, in his eyes, you're basically a mountain of gold. Who dare get angry at a mountain of gold? Jibin, seeing Yifen's irritation, steps in and offers a suggestion. Brother Lin, if you really want to deal with him, I've got ways. Yifen doesn't want to push things too far and waves him off. Forget it. Being that thick-skinned is a talent in itself. Let him keep shooting. He pauses, then asks, but why are you all filming here of all places? He hasn't been bullying you, has he? Jibin hears the question and quickly explains. Brother Lin, what are you saying? Miss Yu is your friend and you're my benefactor. How could I possibly bully her? Right, Miss Yu. Please say something on my behalf. Xiaoxiao sees his panicked expression and sighs, confirming his words. It's true, he really didn't know. I actually thought Jibin noticed your interest and snapped up the whole film just for you. Brother Lin, Miss Yu's role is about a woman tricked by a scumbag into coming to country tea, where he exploits her and tries to get her killed. Then she turns the tables and kills him. I think this role suits her perfectly. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao gets an idea. She leans in and whispers, CEO Lin, you already tested the male lead's scene, want to try the female lead's part 2. She opens her big, beautiful doe eyes and gazes at him expectantly. Seeing no objection from him, she parts her lips, aims for his collarbone, and bites down hard, making him yelp. Ow, what are you doing? Xiaoxiao finishes biting him, then turns away as if nothing happened and says, dealing with a scumbag, obviously. Yifen, suddenly labeled a scumbag out of nowhere, is completely bewildered. What the hell just happened? Jibin, watching from behind, gives him a thumbs up in admiration. Brother Lin, I have to hand it to Yao, you really know how to play the game. Scene cut. The scene transitions to a wooden cabin. Noron salutes in military fashion and introduces himself. I am Noron, the designated liaison from Country Tea for this handover. The items have been prepared and are ready. Please inspect them. Thanks to his appraisal eye, he quickly identifies the origins of every piece. A head-on style river vase, an elevated foot glazed tray, a Champafunen-era Japanese tomb relic. These are all priceless treasures. Rewarding me with all this, there's no catch, is there? Zio Shangyi, seeing that only these items are on display, immediately asks, Noron, isn't there one thing missing? Noron looks at him and smiles. The most important item isn't kept here, of course. Please follow me. Yifen watches as the group has to trek on foot under the blazing sun for quite a distance, baffled. What kind of treasure requires stashing it deep in the mountains? After walking for a while, Noron stops at the mouth of a cave. Gentlemen, it's just up ahead. Yifen glances inside and asks, confused, a mine. Two officers bring over an iron crate filled with blue-green stones and explain, this is the first batch of production. Please verify. Yifen takes one look, and his expression shifts. Instantly his skill kicks in, triggering analysis mode. Skill activated, appraisal eye, analyzing composition. Thanks to the appraisal eye, Yifen immediately recognizes what this substance is. Blue shell crystalliths is what every nation is researching as the core material for third-generation synthetic batteries. Zio Shangyi is impressed that he identified it with just a single glance. Brother Lin, now I understand why the vice-chairman chose you. One glance to weigh the heavens, truly nothing ordinary about that. Indeed, blue shell crystal is of critical strategic importance. Due to international tech embargoes, our nation cannot openly import it. Country Tea, for its own reasons, also cannot directly sign a resource export agreement. Yifen hears this, and finally realizes the real reason he was assigned to come along. So I've been turned into a salesperson, huh? And they're entrusting this to a complete amateur like me. Elder Wang really is generous with his trust. Zio Shangyi pats him on the shoulder and laughs. Doesn't that just prove how much faith he has in you? Brother Lin. Elder Wang has never misjudged a person in his life. At that moment, someone appears with an overbearing tone. Finally caught up with you, brat. We told Yao on this turf. The Black Ivory Syndicate runs the show. I don't care who's backing you. The ringleader fixes Yifen with a threatening glare and flashes a vicious grin. Kneel down right now, and we might still leave you in one piece. Otherwise, don't blame us for using the cruelest methods to deal with you. Noron hears the syndicate's name and their threat, his eyes widening in surprise. The Black Ivory Syndicate. Mr. Lin, do you have a grudge with them? Yifen has offended too many people to bother guessing. He replies lazily, who knows? There's always a few blind fools lurking around. Hearing this, Noron's expression suddenly darkens. A cruel smile spreads across his face, catching Yifen off guard. Then I have you to thank for that. Lin Xiansheng. Two soldiers appear from behind on his command, shovels in hand. The ringleader hears the commotion and shouts in a panic. "Who's there?" The two officers waste no words and charge straight into the gang. Niu Long watches them beat the men senseless and quickly steps in to explain. These brothers have been hauling ore and cutting grass for so long. They're practically rusting from the lack of exercise. His words barely land before the two officers lock eyes, as if they've just found free labor. They bark out orders immediately. "Now go cut grass for us. Standard height 70 centimeters. Anything more or less gets deducted from your rations." The ringleader, caught by the military, is now regretting it so hard his guts have turned green. "If I'd known he had the government and military backing him, you couldn't have paid me to touch him." The officer standing nearby glares at him and snaps. "Black Elephant Gang, huh? Screw up again and we'll rip out the most important tusk you've got." Yifen notices they keep bringing up the grass and grows curious. "Lieutenant Niu Long, is all this grass meant to cover the mine entrance?" Hearing the question, the man lets out a weary sigh. "That's right, Mr. Lin. I won't hide it, this grass situation is driving me up the wall. This is only mine number 1. Next we'll be opening mine number 2 and number 3. By then we won't be doing anything productive, just cutting grass all day long. I can't even tell if we're soldiers or farmers at this point." Yifen seems to think of something and speaks up. "In that case, I have a suggestion. Lieutenant Niu Long, from now on, let them handle the grass and crop maintenance on the mountain. What do you think? Of course, I'll cover the protection and investment costs." Niu Long, thrilled that someone's volunteering to solve his grass headache, agrees on the spot. "Brother Lin, that would be absolutely wonderful." After getting his approval, Yifen turns gently to Sha Jia. "What do you think? If you're short on hands, you can hire people yourself." She does a quick calculation and nods. "Steadier work and better protection than scraping by as extras on a film set. Plus, the dried grass we cut can be sold down the mountain for cash." Seeing her eyes light up, Niu Long chuckles warmly. "Of course, do whatever you want with it." Overjoyed at having a real livelihood, she throws her arms around Yifen. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. You've given me a chance to live with dignity. I swear I'll guard this pasture for you." Yifen smiles and pats her head, promising he'll visit next time. "If I get the chance, I'll come back to see you." Sha Jia gazes at him with lingering affection and replies, "I'll remember that." While they're talking, Niu Long clears his throat twice. "Brother Lin, there's one more thing I need to tell you." Lieutenant Zhao Shangdi stands under the blazing sun, his expression dead serious as he lays out the current situation. "Brother Lin, we can't transport this blue shell crystal directly back. We'll have to route through Country Y and return via the South China Sea. It could get dangerous. You need to be mentally prepared." Yifen frowns at this. "Dangerous? In my experience, Country Y is more developed and safer than Country T, isn't it?" Zhao Shangdi closes his eyes and shakes his head. "It's not about surface-level security. It's about my junior disciple Lu Tianfeng. He was hit by a goo worm. You know this already. The place where he was carrying out his covert mission was Country Y." Tianfeng's name makes Yifen's eyes widen. "You're saying someone's deliberately targeting Huaxia's special operatives?" Zhao Shangdi confirms with a grave tone. "Exactly. We'll resupply in Country Y for 1 day. Brother Lin, we depart tomorrow on the dot." Yifen watches Fu Beihang tailing him like a lost puppy and sighs in exasperation. "I told you it's dangerous. Why aren't you heading straight home, instead of following us on this detour?" Beihang flicks his hair with an exaggerated, cool guy pose. "Brother Lin, what are you even saying? In a moment of crisis, if I, Fu Beihang, abandon my brothers, then what kind of man am I? Besides, Country T girls are petite and cute, but Country Y women, they're the fiery, head-turning type sculpted by sea breeze and blazing sun. How could I possibly miss that? Hey, beautiful, don't be shy, come say hi." Seeing him already hypnotized by the local women, Yifen facepalms in disbelief. "I knew it. When things go south, I'm leaving you behind." Still, the sea breeze of Country Y really is something else. He turns his head and one woman catches his eye. "Check out that queen." He stares, sizing her up internally. Not bad, actually. Tall, slender figure, skin smooth as porcelain. Wait, is she smiling at me? A gust of wind sends fabric fluttering, and Yifen District Head spots the woman snatch up a scarf and dash toward him. She presses her lips to his collarbone in a quick kiss, leaving him too stunned to react. A little too forward, don't you think? Having executed her escape plan, she glances back with a triumphant smirk at the men in black sunglasses searching for her in the distance. Deciding that's not enough, she looks at him and says with an air of command, "I'll give you a chance. Help me with something." Her domineering attitude irritates him. This girl asks for help without an ounce of courtesy. Wait, something feels off. The trap is way too obvious. She acts like she's certain he won't refuse, pressing her entire body close. "You're from Huexia, aren't you?" Hearing this, Yifen raises an eyebrow in surprise. "How did you know?" The woman lets out a soft laugh and drops the pretense of politeness. "It's obvious, of course. How convenient, just play the tourist and stroll around with me. I'm looking for someone. My sister said a mage would appear today. Let's see if it's true." But contrary to the woman's expectations, Yifen turns her down flat. "Sorry, I've got business to attend to. A woman as gorgeous as you? Plenty of guys around here would be tripping over themselves to help. Goodbye." A hug feels great in the moment, but once you fall for the trap, it's too late for regrets. Like I'd fall for something that obvious. Seeing him about to leave, the woman suddenly lunges forward and clings to him. She pants, her voice choked. "It's bad. I can't believe it's flaring up already." Seeing her in obvious distress, he asks with concern, "Are you okay?" "Hey, that trick doesn't work on me." "Wait, a goo worm." She's been hit by a goo worm too. He carries her back to his room. The woman's entire upper body is exposed to the open air. Yifen channels the chi within him to help the woman. Sweat beads across his forehead. This worm is even harder to extract than Lu Tianfang's. The danger level isn't as high, but Hei's already committed to helping this fool. The system should throw me a reward for this, right? Wait, the resentment chi seed hasn't weakened at all. "Hey, system, are you broken or something?" As if hearing his question, the system surfaces with an explanation. "System host, the system is functioning normally. Rewards can only be claimed through direct physical contact with the target." Hearing this, Yifen furrows his brow and runs his hand along the woman's back. What does that even mean? Could there still be a goo worm I missed? No way. Right at that moment, Zio Shangdi unable to find Yifen anywhere rushes back to his room to remind him. "Brother Lin, what are you doing in there? We're about to head out. Just came to give you a heads up. Sorry to intrude." Seeing the scene before him, Yifen is too exhausted to even bother explaining. "I knew it." Zio Shangdi steps outside and turns to Beiheng with a sigh. Who would have thought Brother Lin was such a man of passion? Hearing him say that, he couldn't help but complain. "Look, he's even lecturing me now." He himself is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yifen came out after removing the goo worm from the queen, heard this, and cursed in annoyance. "If you don't speak, no one would think you're mute." "Sorry about that, Brother Zio. She wasn't feeling well earlier, so I brought her here for treatment. We'll find a nearby port to drop her off soon." Zio Shangyi had already formed a deep misunderstanding. Hearing this, he just smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Brother Lin, I understand completely." The queen glanced back shyly, looking at him. She hadn't expected him to help her remove the goo worm. The goo worm had been deliberately planted by her older sister, with the purpose of attracting a mage to come rescue her. Could he actually be the person her sister had divined? That can't be right. How could such a great cultivator be from Huexia? He even looks very young. Right at that moment, a massive wave struck the running boat, shaking the entire vessel violently. Beiheng was thrown backward by the jolt. Panicking as he asked, "What's happening?" the captain rushed out to report the situation up ahead. "Brother Zio, a massive whirlpool has suddenly appeared ahead. All equipment has malfunctioned. We can't avoid it. We need to prepare to abandon ship." Beiheng's face drained of color at the mention of a whirlpool. What were they supposed to do now? "Are we going to die?" The queen steadied herself and spoke up with a suggestion. "There might be Coast Guard from Country Y in these waters. Let's try contacting them." Zio Shangyi, frantic with worry, spotted a large ship in the distance and immediately issued orders. "Is that it over there? Send a signal immediately. Tell them to come closer." The interpreter immediately grabbed the red flare. Country Y's Coast Guard spotted them through their binoculars, but they flashed a smile that was utterly inexplicable. Then suddenly, their ship's bow veered away, heading in a completely different direction instead of coming to their rescue. Yifen watched them turn their ship around, bewildered. Why are they leaving? The interpreter translated the signals they sent back. They claim the whirlpool situation is unstable. With their current equipment, they're not confident they can rescue us. They're heading back to request reinforcements. Beiheng erupted in fury and cursed. "What the hell? Isn't this just abandoning us here to die?" Yifen suddenly stared into the distance for a moment before speaking. "Something's off. Those whirlpools ahead aren't natural. You could even say this is a deliberate murder setup." The queen sensed his certainty and grew confused. "Why would you say that?" Yifen didn't explain. He simply stepped forward, his voice dropping cold. "In that case, don't blame me. Let's try using the Void Vault to move us." Instantly, Country Y's Coast Guard ship was struck by an unseen force and began violently shaking. Though he managed to destabilize their vessel, This came at a steep cost for Yifen. The displacement was too massive. His spiritual energy had been drained completely. The queen watched him manipulate the ship, shock crossing her face. That technique earlier was that the ocean manipulation art. Could he really be the great mage my sister said could help us? Xiao Shangyi noticed his pale complexion and grew anxious. Brother Lin, are you all right? Yifen managed a faint smile and directed his gaze toward the Coast Guard ship. I'm fine. Right now, they're the ones who need rescuing. In the distance, crew members were leaping overboard to escape the whirlpool. Xiao Shangyi witnessed the scene and gasped. It's true. Their propeller seems to have completely seized up. Several of them had already fallen into the water. Beiheng watched their predicament with bitter satisfaction. Serves them right. This is what you call divine retribution for scum like them. Forget about them. Let's get out of here fast. But the queen suddenly asked if Lin could help them. Beiheng stared at her in disbelief. Are you serious? Did you not just watch them abandon us to die? The queen lowered her head and spoke evenly. You have every right to refuse. This is what they deserve. But if there are actual casualties, it could bring us a lot of trouble. Yifen considered her words and realized she had a point. He agreed to help. Fine, according to maritime law, we genuinely can't watch people die without helping. But if we get too close, we'll be putting ourselves in danger too. Brother Xiao, let's anchor about 3 nautical miles from their position and let them swim to us. Xiao Shangyi let out a sigh of admiration at this cunning move. Brother Lin, that's a clever play. Making them swim 3 miles will leave them completely gassed. Eventually, the Coast Guard crew members were pulled aboard. Beiheng chewed his meat skewer deliberately, smacking his lips as he watched them. Want some? Sorry, there's none for you guys. While they were sailing, someone spotted a ship closing in from not far away and shouted, Everyone look, something's closing in on us. Beiheng watched them shouting and grew confused. What are these people yelling about? The interpreter translated their exact words. They're saying they apologize now so that later they might suffer less. Yifen watched the dark ship advancing, his guard immediately up. Brother Xiao, what's going on? Xiao Shangyi examined the insignia on the vessel, his expression darkening with gravity. Brother Lin, that's Countrywise Maritime Surveillance shipped their ace card for defending these waters. I'm afraid they've come specifically to deal with us. The enormous ship surged forward, churning massive waves in its wake. Amid the crashing waves, Yifen stared at the ship with cold eyes. First the whirlpools, now they're deploying a full military force like this. Countrywise is being pretty brazen. Xiao Shangyi frowned, puzzled. Brother Lin, what do you mean by creating whirlpools? It's exactly what it sounds like, Yifen replied flatly. Sonar devices planted underwater, the disrupted ocean currents around here, the communication equipment on their ship being jammed. All of it is the work of sonar. The queen's eyes widened with shock. Is what you're saying actually true? Sensing her doubt, he looked down at the surface of the sea and replied, The device is still down there. Have Countrywise send people to check. They'll know right away. Xiao Shangyi processed this but remained skeptical. But Countrywise and our Huaxia are still cooperating. If something like this really happened, what benefit would it bring them? If it was to stop us from getting the blue shell crystal, there's no advantage for Themanly risk, wouldn't you say? Yifen couldn't be bothered to think through all that. He studied the 2 officers on the ship with a knowing look. What benefit? Probably only they themselves would know. The queen standing nearby felt her expression shift, her demeanor turning ice cold. When the dark ship pulled alongside, they extended a boarding ladder and slowly crossed over to Yifen's vessel. Xiao Shangyi watched the line of officers approaching and immediately tensed, his guard skyrocketing. Brother Lin, these people mean no good. If we can't hold on to this shipment, I'll find a way to get you back safely. But Yifen remained completely at ease, reassuring him. Stay calm and observe the situation first. Let's see what their reaction is. When they stood before them, Countrywise officers snapped to attention and barked a command. Everyone present saluted. The commanding officer, hands jammed in his pockets, radiated arrogance as he addressed them. You must be Mr. Lin from Huaxia, correct? I'm the commanding officer of Countrywise Maritime Guard. If you have the time, we'd like to invite you ashore for a visit. Xiao Shangyi's instincts immediately screamed that something was wrong. Ashore, I'm warning our Huaxia citizens with full legal rights and protections. Don't even think about restricting our freedom. The commanding officer looked genuinely hurt, as if he'd been wrongly accused. Restrict you? We're grateful to all of you. Why on earth would we restrict you? Xiao Shangyi glanced at Yifen for guidance. When Yifen said nothing, he stepped aside. The commanding officer moved forward and shook Yifen's hand, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Lin, you chose to let bygones be bygones and intervene to help. On behalf of my men, I thank you. His courtesy made Yifen suspicious that his reaction was completely different from what he'd expected. Beiheng swaggered over with a triumphant grin. "Brother Lin, when it really mattered, you still needed me. Check this out. I recorded the entire thing on video once the signal came back and uploaded it. That's why they don't dare lay a finger on us." The governor appeared at that moment, his attitude overwhelmingly warm and enthusiastic. The interpreter noticed Yifen's confusion and jumped in to explain. "This is the governor of Country Wise capital. He says he wants to bestow upon you the title of honorary citizen. You'll be able to visit the country anytime you wish." At this moment, the mayor and the commander ascend from the upper floor, gazing down at Yifen, surrounded by reporters snapping photos. The mayor speaks up, unable to accept the situation. "Commander, wasn't our plan to drown these Huaxia people in the bay? How did it end up like this?" The commander, fed up with the mayor's incessant rambling, erupts in fury. "You brainless fool. Is eliminating people all you know how to do? Tell Muhat was the purpose of disposing of those Huaxia people." Cornered, the mayor glances down below and reluctantly reveals, "It was to pin the blame on that woman. If Huaxia comes looking for answers, she takes the Fal and conveniently clears the path for the general to climb higher." The commander shoves him to the ground and roars, "You knew full well our maritime surveillance vessels had already been deployed, and you still dared to make a move on them. Did you think the satellites wouldn't capture it? Isn't this practically handing the general's head on a platter? You pig-brained idiot." The mayor, thoroughly berated, can only sit on the ground and take the blame. "Yes, sir, but we've missed our window now. How are we supposed to act again?" The commander regains his composure, a calculating gleam flickering in his eyes. He speaks with confidence, no rush. "Didn't Gu Zhang succeed last time? Sooner or later, Huaxia will trace it back to her. The opportunity still exists." After drifting across the sea, Yifen is brought to a stately, antiquated villa. He stretches wearily and gazes outside. "Didn't expect things to get this complicated." The queen appears in a seductive outfit and asks him, "Lord Scholar, are you about to return to your country?" Yifen, as if he didn't hear clearly, asks back, "What did you just call me?" The queen chuckles softly. "Nothing. It's just that you turned out exactly as she predicted, and once again, you've saved me." Her hand lands on his shoulder. His instincts compel him to follow her gaze, only to be ambushed with another forced kiss. His face flushes red as he screams internally, "Again? Listen here, you can't just keep taking advantage of me because you're gorgeous, have a killer figure, and your mouth smells like tropical fruit." The queen steps back, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Lord Scholar's compliments are truly one of a kind. I'll graciously accept. I very much look forward to our next meeting." "No, that's not right. I believe destiny has already decreed it. We are fated to meet again." Her flirting makes his ears burn. He mutters under his breath, "What nonsense is this woman rambling about?" Following the plan, he boards a flight and heads back to his homeland. Gu is already waiting. Upon seeing him, he greets Yifen warmly. "Little Lin, welcome back. I heard your trip was fraught with peril. It's no small feat that you returned safely." Yifen furrows his brows slightly, reproaching the old man for deceiving him. "Indeed, Elder Wang, but you never mentioned that I'd be thrown into a boiling cauldron by whoever set me up." Guo, hearing this, excitedly leads him into a room. "Little Lin, it was arduous. Sure, but this trip of yours brought back one heck of a gift for us." Yifen's eyes light up with anticipation. "A big gift, is it cash or gold?" "Elder Wang, you know me pretty well. I'm a practical man. I like things direct and straightforward." Guo has him take a seat, then speaks with an air of mystery. The other side has suddenly expressed willingness to concede portions of their economic policy benefits. Hearing this, Yifen hurriedly covers his ears. "Stop, Elder Wang, stop right there. State secrets, classified commercial intelligence, don't force me to listen. You'll turn around and charge me a confidentiality fee." Tianfang, seeing him like this, sighs and explains, "Relax. This sort of thing shouldn't have reached your ears to begin with, but the other party specifically requested to thank you. So we brought you in." He presses a button, and a video plays. On screen, the queen appears in an exquisitely elegant gown. Speaking gently, "I believe our recent actions may have caused certain misunderstandings for your esteemed nation. Therefore, as the representative of our nation, I hope this economic policy adjustment will convey my sincerity." Yifen, spotting her on screen, gasps in shock. "That's..." Tianfang, catching his rude outburst toward the queen, quickly reprimands him. "What are you pointing at? That is the queen of their nation. Don't embarrass our country's dignity." The queen notices his stunned expression and chuckles softly. "The Scalarno, I should say, Mr. Lin, as fate would have it, we meet again." Yifen stares at the queen, dumbstruck. Every fleeting moment they shared together nearly overwhelms him. If she's the queen of their nation, then all those things before, was it some kind of trap or scam? His mind involuntarily conjures a scene of the queen turning public grievance into personal vendetta, using him as her outlet for rage. Distinguished representatives of Huaxia, the person you dispatched showed me great disrespect. Either you provide me with an explanation or he stays here. The more he thinks about it, the more terrified he becomes. Yifen turns to Huo with a pleading gaze. Elder Wang, I've rendered meritorious service. I've bled for Huaxia. You can't sell me out. Contrary to his fears, her demeanor proves remarkably courteous. First of all, I owe the representatives of Huaxia an apology. Yifen is stunned. An apology? She proceeds to explain the current political situation with an apologetic tone. I have only recently ascended to the throne. It was inevitable that certain opposition factions would exploit the gap scheming in the shadows, sowing discord between my nation and Guo nation. I must thank Mr. Lin for his warning, which led me to uncover the evidence. Yifen asks in surprise, opposition factions. So that's what it was. The opposition factions of that nation wanted him dead, using it as a pretext to overthrow the queen, who would have thought fate would intervene, and she'd catch them in the act. Just then, the system issues a notification: host has resolved an incident involving a pawn manipulated by schemers. The resentment aura accumulated from this encounter has been credited to you. Once sufficient aura is accumulated, you may unlock the reward. Seeing that he nearly lost his life over this, and still receives no immediate reward, Yifen furiously protests. Hey, system, you're way too stingy. Something this huge isn't enough for a reward. The system, sensing his displeasure, chimes in to reassure him, host, do not worry. The generosity of the reward corresponds to the price you have paid. Hearing this, his frustration eases immediately. Fine. Arguing with you is pointless anyway. Ning, what's up? Lin Ning, sitting with Mayu, relays the message. Bro, Dad called and asked you to come home for a bit. Suddenly called back, Yifen panics. Did something happen at home? Seeing his worry, Lin Ning pouts and explains. Nothing major. It's just about paying respects to Grandma's grave. I want to come along too. The lotus seeds in the lake are so sweet right now, but my professor won't give me time off. Mayu, hearing this, volunteers to help. It's all right, little Ning. I'll have a word with your professor for you. Lin Ning's face lights up with delight. Really? Senior Su. Mayu nods with certainty. Rest assured. From Yifen's phone, Lin Ning's gleeful laughter rings out. Awesome, the king of Lin family village returns. Wait for me, bro. Yifen is utterly exasperated. What nonsense are you spouting now? Following the plan, Yifen, Lin Ning, and Mayu return to the siblings' hometown. Zheng lays flowers on the grave, then kneels. He lights 3 incense sticks. His voice chokes as he gazes at the tombstone before him. Mother, your unfilial son has only managed to return after all these years. This is your grandson, Lin Yifen, and your granddaughter, Lin Ning. They've both grown up now. Mayu stands beside them, equally reverent, and murmurs softly, Grandma, this is our first meeting. I'm Su Mayu. I may one day be your granddaughter-in-law. Lin Ning, seeing her kneel beside her, is baffled. Senior Su, why are you kneeling? Get up, please. Mayu chuckles softly. It's fine. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Only now does Yifen notice that Lin Ning brought Mayu along. He flicks her forehead in annoyance. Little Ning, this place is remote and dusty. On earth did you drag her out here? Lin Ning rubs her forehead and protests. It was Senior Su who insisted on coming. Mayu, seeing the siblings about to quarrel, interjects, it's perfectly fine. Visiting the countryside for fieldwork counts toward my community service credits. Father. Yifen hears this, walks over to Mayu and says gently, if you wanted to come, you should have. What a good girl you are. Instinctively, the words slip from her mouth, thank you, father and mother. The 2 elders are stunned speechless by her sudden address. Mayu's own parents stand frozen in place. She hastily corrects herself. I mean Father Lin, Mother Lin. The 2 elders hear her explanation and laugh without suspicion. Oh, is that so? To change the subject, Mayu turns toward the grave and asks, speaking of which, only Grandma has a tomb here. He's grandfather still in good health. Zhengda's expression darkens instantly. He speaks coldly. A man like that doesn't deserve to be mentioned. Mayu, intrigued by his strange reaction, wonders to herself what happened. Yifen notices the curiosity on her face and explains the reason. Our grandfather took a concubine long ago, fathered a son with her, and abandoned Grandma and my father. Over all these years, there hasn't been a single word exchanged between them. Mayu, not expecting this, flashes a look of surprise. So that's how it was. Zhengda stares at the grave and his thoughts drift to Yifen's uncle. This grave has always been tended by your Uncle Fu, Jen, all these years. Look, let's go over there and check it out. When they arrived at Fu Jen's house, they saw a group of men wielding wooden clubs, shouting and cursing. Lin Xiaolai, get the hell out here. If you don't pay up, we'll tear your house apart. Hearing the name being shouted, Zheng De froze in shock. Isn't Xiaolai Fu Jen's son? Let's go over and see. Xiaolai stepped out from the house and cautiously tried to negotiate. Could you give me a few more days on the payment? Hearing this, the man with the toothpick sneered coldly. No money. Simple enough then. Brothers, find the house deed. Xiaolai was pinned down, forced to watch helplessly as two thugs barged into his house. You can't do this. Seeing this, Zheng De rushed over and bellowed. Stop right there. Seeing the elder, Xiaolai called out in surprise. Uncle Zheng De. He furrowed his brow and asked, Xiaolai, what in the world is going on here? At this point, Xiaolai could only recount the truth had borrowed money to pay for his father's medical treatment. Last month, I borrowed 20,000 yuan from them. They seized our piglets, claiming it was to cover the interest. The thug with the toothpick slammed his palm against Xiaolai and roared, Don't spout nonsense, pay up. Hearing that the debt was only 20,000 yuan, Lin Yifen decided to settle it for him. I thought it was something serious. 20,000 yuan, is it? Hera 25,000, that enough for you? Xiaolai looked at this man who appeared like a wealthy tycoon and asked curiously. This young man here, seeing that Xiaolai didn't recognize him, Zheng De spoke up to introduce him. Xiaolai, this is Uncle Lin's son, Lin Yifen. You two met when you were little. He smiled and stared them down. The thug with the toothpick, seeing that Yifen could produce that kind of cash, felt greed stir in his heart. This bastard looks loaded. Scarface, standing beside him, urged, Hurry up, think of a way to bleed this guy dry. They immediately reverted to their street thug playbook, screaming that 25,000 yuan was now 100 times 250. What do you mean? Looking for trouble, multiplying by 250, you idiots. Lin Yifen looked at them with amusement and laughed mockingly. It's not like I'm your father. What's the rush? A dog only barks when you hit it. I haven't even touched you yet. The thug spat out his toothpick and roared in fury. Quit with the math, Lesance. This old man doesn't give a damn about numbers. All I know is the money ain't enough. Lin Yifen's face went cold. How much do you want then? Thinking Yifen was scared, the thug immediately held up 5 fingers and bellowed. At least 50,000. Lin Yifen didn't even let him finish. He slapped the thug square across the face, sending him flying backward like a kite with its string cut. How dare this trash try to extort him? You really are courting death, aren't you? You wanted a slap. What a strange request, but fine, I'll oblige. Behind Xiaolai's house, Lin Yifen proceeds to unleash a thorough beating. He swings his palm over and over, slapping the debt collector so hard the man starts questioning his entire existence. Between slaps, Yifen asks, Earlier you said this much or that much, which is it? How much exactly? I can't remember anymore. With one final, devastating swing, he sends the man sprawling to the ground, unconscious on the spot. At this point, he yanked the tape off the man's mouth and asked in a frigid voice, You want to say something? Speak. Feeling the stinging pain, the thug jolted awake, his face twisted in terror. Enough! Stop hitting me! Lin Yifen, however, wasn't about to let him off so easily. How am I supposed to know if you're satisfied or not? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't even let him speak. Lin Ning watched him bully the thug like this and muttered under her breath, Give me a break. Yo clearly taped his mouth shut. After getting beaten half to death, he grabbed his buddies and ran for it. Let's go, hurry. Yifen's mother asked worriedly, Son, wasn't that a bit too violent? Yifen glanced at her and replied, It takes a devil to put a devil in his place. Otherwise, they'll just come back for more. Grateful that Yifen's family had come to his rescue, Xiaolai immediately went to slice up a stick of Chinese sausage to serve everyone. Uncle Zheng De, Brother Yifen, thank you all. The smoky aroma made Su Mayu exclaim in surprise. It smells incredible. Seeing her enjoy it so much, Xiaolai puffed up with pride. This is our homemade Chinese sausage. Please try some if you'd like. Lin Ning took a bite of the sausage and trembled with delight. So delicious, it tastes exactly like the sausage back home. Hearing this, Zheng De laughed and scolded her fondly. Silly girl, the sausage we have at home is sent to us every year by your Uncle Fu Jen. He then turned to Xiaolai. By the way, Xiaolai, I heard your father's sausage business has been booming lately. Xiaolai smiled modestly. It's been all right. Last year, the county chief came to town on an inspection and stopped at a restaurant. He tried our sausage and loved it so much he downed several plates in one go. He pulled up the live stream replay from that day to show them. On screen, the county chief ate with relish, savoring every bite. His mouth never stopping and called for yet another plate of sausage. The viewers watching the live stream saw him like that and nearly died laughing. The county chief has already eaten 3 plates. Looks like this sausage is the real deal. Which family makes these? I want some too. Scrolling to this point, Zioli said proudly, the sausage at that restaurant was supplied by my family. After that, word started to spread. Now several restaurants in town come to my family for their sausage supply. Some shop owners even want us to do live stream sales. Seeing that Sumayu hadn't taken a bite yet, Lin Ning eagerly picked up a piece and offered it to her. It's incredibly delicious. Sister Su, try it. Lin Ning held up an entire stick of sausage. Sumayu stared at the massive piece, not knowing how to even open her mouth. Who eats a whole stick like that? It really is delicious. The rich aroma of rendered fat and smoky flavor melded perfectly in her mouth. Seeing that Sumayu enjoyed it just as much, Lin Ning beamed with joy. See, eating the whole stick at once is way better than eating it slice by slice. Seeing that Zioli had a livelihood, Zheng De felt somewhat relieved. Zioli, seeing your family doing well like this makes me happy. If you ever run into any trouble, just let me know. At this, a shadow of worry crossed Zioli's face. Honestly, I don't ask for wealth or luxury. A while back, someone came to our house, offering 200,000 yuan to buy the recipe. Dad refused. It's a craft he spent 30 years learning from Grandpa. Ever since then, our family hasn't known a single day of peace. Lin Yifan heard this and immediately grasped the situation. You're saying someone is jealous of your family's sausage business and is deliberately causing trouble. Meanwhile, over at Zheng Xing's place, he flew into a rage when his men returned empty-handed, unable to obtain the recipe. What? You're telling me that kid Lin Zioli called someone Uncle Zhengde? The leader of the thug squad raised his head, revealing several broken teeth, and confirmed through gritted words. That's right, he called him that several times. Zheng Xing scowled at the confirmation. He had nearly forgotten that Lin Fujian had a very close relationship with his half-brother. Buying the recipe just got a whole lot more complicated. Lin Zhengxing, Zhengde's half-brother, sharing the same father but a different mother. Boss son, the Lin family refuses to hand over the sausage recipe. Don't you think it's time you came up with a plan? Sun Jianyu hears this and acts as if it's none of his concern. What could I possibly come up with? If you can't get the recipe, that won't stop me from setting up the district chief sausage brand. I'll just go find Lin Fujian, same difference. Zhengde sees him about to wash his hands of the matter and quickly speaks up. Boss son, think about it. The scale of your live stream sales is massive. The volume going out is enormous. If Lin Fujian is the only one producing, how many sausages can his family churn out in a day? Wouldn't that bottleneck your entire operation? Sun Jianyu is struck by this. He mulls it over. The man has a point. Seeing him waver, Zheng Xing stares at him with eager expectation. Boss son gives him a meaningful look and says, if the district chief sausage brand can expand aggressively, that's a good thing for me, and even better news for your entire village. Fine, call them over. What can I say? I'm a businessman with a conscience. Zheng Xing couldn't care less about the empty fluff up front. All that matters is the end result. Hearing son agree to help, he beams with delight. Thank you, boss son. The scene cuts to Zioli's house. The villagers stand before his doorstep like madmen, shouting for Lin Zioli to come out. Zioli knows exactly why they've come. He walks out and speaks bluntly. Auntie Wang, Uncle Zheng Xing, I already told you. My family is not selling the recipe. Auntie Wang frowns at this, trying to pull emotional strings to force his hand. Zioli dear, we all live in the same village. Your family's sausage recipe is famous. You can't just hoard it all for yourself. Zheng Xing piles on, threatening Zioli. Exactly. Hand over the recipe. We'll form a cooperative. Boss son said it himself. As long as we get the recipe, every household can rake in tens of thousands of yuan by year's end. The others hear this and greed surges through the roof. Calculating glints flash in every pair of eyes. The government itself says we should get rich together. Zioli, what you're doing is wrong. That's right. At most, we'll give you the bigger cut. Zioli listens to them spout one line about village kinship and another about years of goodwill, and finds it laughable beyond belief. Now you want my help? Last year, when my family's pigs caught the plague, and I begged every one of you for aid, which household lifted a finger? Auntie Wang, last year my father was hospitalized. I went to your house to borrow 4,000 yuan for the deposita. Man's life was on the line. What did you say back then? The woman is caught red-handed. She forces a desperate smile, scrambling to explain. It's just that back then I had no idea your family was going to strike it rich. It's different now. This is about making the whole village prosperous. At this moment, Sun Jianyu puts on the airs of a tycoon, ready to crush the problem with money. Young man, broaden your horizons regarding the recipe fee. Name your price, whether it's 500,000 yuan or 1 million yuan. I'll pay it. Ziola hears the figures and feels his heart waver. 1 million yuan. Auntie Wang and Zheng Xing hear the sum and praise him in awe. Boss Sun is truly generous. Boss Sun is a man of righteousness. Sun Jianyu turns back with a magnanimous laugh. It's nothing. Consider this recipe fee a loan from me to all of you. Hearing this, Zheng Xing and the others freeze in their tracks. A loan? Auntie Wang realizes he's only offering a loan, not paying out of pocket, and speaks up. But Boss Sun, I don't have any money. Sun Jianyu smiles with feigned nonchalance, luring them in. No money, no problem. We support all kinds of collateral-based lending. Don't worry once you produce the district chief's sausage. You'll recoup the costs in no time. Young man, I heard your father is ill. With this money, he could get treatment sooner, right? Lin Yifan steps out from the house and speaks up. His medical bills are on me. Ziola looks at him in surprise. Brother Yifan. Lin Yifan gives him a gentle smile, as if reminding him, this workshop belongs to you and Fu Zhen, there's no such thing as a free ride. As for this recipe money, Ziola, you can take it or leave it. I only hope your choice isn't made under duress. With Brother Yifan backing him up, Ziola's confidence surges instantly. Thank you, Brother Yifan. I'm not selling the recipe. Sun Jianyu's face darkens. Have you thought this through? Ziola draws a deep breath and makes his decision. My father told messing the recipe would destroy our brand. This is the legacy of generations of my family. I won't let it be ruined. Everyone, please leave. Zheng Xing sees him flatly refuse and erupts in fury. Lin. Ziola, fine, you win. Auntie Wang puts on an indifferent act, turning her back. It's just some worthless recipe anyway. Whatever seasonings your family uses, we already know them all. What we make won't necessarily be worse than yours. Zheng Xing, rage boiling over, storms off in a huff. Exactly. With our craftsmanship plus Boss Sun's promotion, who knows who'll come out on top? Su Mayu steps out of the house to assess the situation. She analyzes they have a point. With Sun's promotional power, even if the taste is slightly inferior, clever marketing tactics could make them sell like hotcakes and rake in a fortune. Lin Yifan hears this and merely sneers, strike it rich. All he sees are rows of lush green chives, a metaphor for people being herded like lambs to the slaughter. Su Mayu doesn't understand the slang. She asks puzzled chives. In Lin Yifan's eyes at this moment, everyone except Sun Jianyu, Zheng Xing, Auntie Wang, and all the other shis, a dark aura of resentment coiling around their bodies. He has absolute faith in the ability the system granted him. So much resentment aura, and only this man has none. If this isn't a trap, what is? The next day, Zheng Xing and Auntie Wang go live together to sell their products. Zheng Xing handles the sales pitch, introducing the flavors to the audience. Everyone, please take a look. This is the authentic district chief Chinese sausage from our Lin family village. Decades-old traditional flavor. District chief approved, safe and delicious. The people in the livestream room hear this and immediately crowd in, asking curiously, is that the kind of district chief sausage where you can eat 3 in one sitting? Just looking at it makes my mouth water. I want to order 100. Wait, I live in a nearby town. That other sausage brand is completely different from this one. Zheng Xing sees the crowd hooked and excitedly announces the price. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, let me give you one number. 99 yuan, take home 3 sticks of authentic district chief Chinese sausage. At this moment, Auntie Wang feigns panic and cries, no way. At 99 yuan, we'll take a loss. Zheng Xing, playing the righteous man, shouts back, isn't this so that every citizen in the nation can enjoy Chinese sausage? Their little performance immediately wins over the crowd, and orders come flooding in. These sausages aren't cheap, huh? Hey, what do you even know? They're made with pure wild boar meat. This price is fair enough. Whatever, I'll take 6 sticks. The other investors are also watching the live stream. They watch the orders multiply by the minute and shout in ecstasy, 2,000 orders, 3,000 orders, we're trending. We've gone viral. Auntie Wang watches the sausages fly off the shelves at breakneck speed and is thoroughly convinced of Sun Jianyu, just as Boss Sun promised. At this rate, we'll pay off the debt in no time. Serves that heartless brat right for hoarding the recipiency a single cent. Poor for life. Lin Yifan stands beside Ziola and asks quietly, little brother Ziola, seeing them blow up like thistos, it make you feel uneasy. The young man couldn't care less about any of it. On the contrary, he is deeply grateful to his brother Yifan. Brother Yifan, you and Uncle Zheng already paid for my father's treatment. I'm already beyond grateful. As for the sausage business, how much they earn has nothing to do with me. As long as I can go on living, that's enough. Su Mayu walks over with her phone and says, "No wonder I kept thinking that Sun Jianyu guy looked familiar." Yifen, take a look at this. Zhang De and his wife walk over. Hearing Su Mayu address him so intimately, they freeze on the spot. Yifen, after reading what she shows him, a sharp glint flashes in Lin Yifen's eyes. Just as he suspected. "Xiaolai, can you do me a favor?" Xiaolai, hearing the gravity in his brother's voice, asks with a slight start. "Brother Yifen, what's wrong?" At that moment, Aunt Wang's group storms over and kicks at his front door. "Lin Xiaolai, open this door." Roused from sleep by their pounding, he demands irritably, "What do you lot want now?" The moment they lay eyes on him, they adopt accusatory postures and shout, "Lin Xiaolai, what do you think you're doing? The whole internet is tearing apart our county chief Chinese sausage." Bewildered, Xiaolai asks, "What does that have to do with me?" Aunt Wang, her face twisted with fury, rounds on him. "Don't play dumb, you little brat. Aren't you the jealous wretch who hired people to leave one-star reviews? Take a look for yourself." The screen is flooded with scathing reviews of their sausage. "Disgusting sausage I received was rotten and absolutely inedible. The pork reeks of gamey stench. Never trusting a livestream sales pitch again. Never buying this garbage again." Zheng Xing, never once blaming himself, still self-righteously berates Xiaolai. "Lin Xiaolai, after what you've done to us, do you still have the face to call yourself a villager of Lin family village?" The villagers, their wallets bled dry alongside Zheng Xing's, erupt in furious howls, "Get out of Lin family village," surging toward Xiaolai's house. Seeing them this agitated, Xiaolai feels a chill creep up his spine. "What do you think you're doing?" Yifen strides forward, his expression thunderous, and roars, "Let's see who dares lay a finger on him." Zheng Xing spots him and demands furiously, "It's you, isn't it? You helped Lin Xiaolai pull off this stunt." Yifen sees the man refusing to look inward and blaming him instead. He sneers coldly, "I'm not that bored." Mayu, seeing this mob blinded beyond all reason, points them toward a single exit. "Things have come to this. I suggest you all go ask Boss Sun exactly what he's been up to." Aunt Wang hears this and immediately rushes to his defense. "Nonsense. Boss Sun is a businessman with a conscience." The others, manipulated into sheer stupidity, rally in unison to defend their benefactor. "That's right. He charges the lowest commission and even lent us money for piglets and feed. He wants us to expand our sausage business as fast as possible." Lin Ning watches this deluded crowd and can only shake her head in disgust. These idiots are being swindled and still counting money for the swindler. Someone hears her and snaps, "You little brat, who are you calling an idiot?" At that moment, Sun Jianyu's bodyguards appear, shoving the crowd apart. "Move aside, all of you." Zheng Xing sees him arrive and calls out, choked with emotion, as if seeing his own mother, "Boss Sun, you're here." Aunt Wang, equally overjoyed, clings to him like a child to its parents. "Boss Sun, someone's slandering us online. You have to set things right for us." Sun Jianyu raises his hand for silence and declares in a booming voice, "I've read every last one of those online reviews. Under the circumstances, we have no choice but to dissolve our partnership. The county chief Chinese sausage brand is finished." The words strike Zheng Xing and his group like a bolt of lightning. They stand frozen on the spot. "Boss Sun, what do you mean?" Sun Jianyu shakes his head with an air of helplessness. "I was planning to help everyone get rich. I never expected you'd cut corners with inferior sausage. It's truly disappointing." Aunt Wang hears this and can scarcely believe her ears. "How can that be? Even if our seasoning doesn't match the Lin family's, we use nothing but quality meat. How could it go bad? How could it rot?" The woman standing beside her agrees, but she sees the bigger picture. "That's true. But Jianyu is a swindler through and through. Now that you've lost your usefulness, he wants to cut ties and run. Enough, the county chief Chinese sausage brand is in tatters. In short time done. Go find whoever you want, I'm out." Zheng Xing panics and cries out, "You can't do this, Boss Sun. We borrowed money from you to buy piglets and feed all gearing up to produce more sausage. If you pull out now, what happens to that debt?" The others, equally panicked, scramble to grab his legs and beg, "That's right. Boss Sun, you're a kind man. Please help us." Seeing these weak-willed people cowed by just a few words, Sun Jianyu's lips curl into a satisfied smile. His trap is sprung. "In that case, I suppose I can give everyone one more chance." At precisely this moment, Yifen can't take it anymore. He hurls a sausage straight at the man's head, sending his meticulously arranged toupee flying clean off. The man clutches his head and roars in fury, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Yifen looks at this crowd of fools still groveling before Jianyu and decides to spell it out for them. "Haven't any of you figured it out yet? The county chief Chinese sausage was a scam from start to finish. This conscientious businessman has been luring every one of you into his trap. The woman gasps in shock. A scam. Sun Jianyu hears this and panics, desperate to shut him up. Young man, don't you dare smear me with filthy lies. Seeing them still confused, Yifen presses on yesterday. All of you sold over 3,000 sausages, but the number you actually produced doesn't come close to that. Where did the rest come from? Didn't Boss Sun tell you he'd ship the remaining stock once production finished? Realizing he's hit the nail on the head, someone answers in shock. That's exactly what he said. Yifen picks up the sausage from the ground to show them. This is the sausage I bought during yesterday's live stream. Look at where it was produced. The man takes it and peels back the label. The moment he sees the place of manufacture, a massive question mark pops above his head. Yishan District. That's not from around here. Yifen, seeing they still don't get it, kindly explains simple. That's Boss Sun's own factory. He's been secretly palming off these rotten sausages under your brand. After hearing this explanation, the man's fury nearly blows his lungs apart. Rotten to the core, exposed yet still defiant, Sun Jianyu bellows. What nonsense are you spouting? What benefit would that even bring me? Mayu steps forward now, peeling back the final layer of his scheme. Plenty, actually. First, he profits faster. He exploits the villagers' live streams, then floods the market with counterfeit goods to pocket the price difference. The crowd is now 70 to 80% convinced. They stare at him, grief and rage warring on their faces. Is this true? Sun Jianyu sees their accusatory looks and frantically denies everything. That's absolutely not true. Don't listen to them. Seeing him still refuse to admit it, Mayu calmly continues. Second, he uses the pretext of expanding production to trick everyone into signing contracts and borrowing money from him for piglets and feed. That's yet another revenue stream. The pieces finally click into place. Everyone starts nodding in agreement with her words. It really does seem to be true. Yifen now steps in to expose the final trick, of course. There's still a third point, and the most critical of all. Sun Jianyu panics and tries to cut him off. What exactly are you trying to say? But how could anything stop Yifen now? He holds up a photograph and reveals nearby Taishan has just tapped into a natural hot spring. If Lin Family Village develops it into a hot spring resort, it's a business that can only profit. That's why he set this trap to use the villagers' debts to force them into selling their land for pennies. That's his true endgame. Seeing Yifen lay bare his true intentions, Sun Jianyu can't believe his eyes. How does a penniless brat like him know all this? The crowd's faces twist with shock. A hot spring, really? Yifen tosses the photograph to them so they can see for themselves. Take a look. The man grabs the photo and recognizes it instantly. This is Taishan, all right. I can tell it really does have a hot spring. Seeing them recognize it, Yifen turns to Sun Jianyu with a broad grin. There'll be an official county announcement any day now. Why else would he be in such a rush? Now 70 to 80% convinced, yet clinging to a sliver of hope, they turn to him. Boss Sun, don't you think you owe us an explanation about all this? That contract you tricked us into signing it has to be annulled. Sun Jianyu hears this demand and immediately recoils as if stung. Annulled? Do you think this is a children's game? Black ink on white paper you all signed of your own free will. It cannot be annulled. Someone can't hold back any longer. She snatches up one of his rotten sausages and slaps him hard across the face with it. Struck across the face, Jianyu can't believe it. What are you doing? Zheng Xing, realizing he's been duped, can no longer contain himself. He roars at the top of his lungs. Damn it all, he's a con artist. Beat him. The crowd descends into a frenzy, swarming him at once, pummeling him half to death with sausages. Beaten half to death, he screams for his bodyguards. Bodyguards, get in there. What's the point of keeping you lot if you won't fight? Seeing the state he's in, none of the bodyguards want to step forward. A few thousand yuan a month, who'd risk their life for that? Come to think of it, our village has had scammers like this before. Not kicking him a few more times is already showing him a hell of a lot of courtesy. Beaten into a swollen pig's head, the wretched Sun Jianyu weakly threatens. I'll sue every last one of you. Who knows when that'll even happen? If you don't sell your land to me, just wait for the court summons. Zheng Xing, having broken free from the psychological manipulation, sneers coldly. You think we're that ignorant? The one who'll be rotting in court is you, old man. Auntie Wang chimes in from the side. Exactly. At worst we just drag things out. We can wait. After dealing with Sun Jianyu, Zheng Xing and the others put on airs. Once the tourism village is built, even our family can open a business. Who could have expected such good fortune? Lin Xiao, we won't hold the sausage business against you anymore. Lin Ning, hearing them speak so shamelessly, spits in disgust. What kind of nonsense is that? Won't hold it against us? They should be thanking us. You should have let them get scammed. Hearing this, Zheng De gently pats her head and corrects her. Don't say that. The villagers may be a bit selfish, but that bastard Sun Jianyu is the truly wicked one. We can't let him get what he wants. Saying this, he glances at Sun Jianyu, beaten and sprawled on the ground. Secretary Cheng arrives at Xiaolai's house. Seeing everyone gathered here, he asks in confusion, "What's everyone doing here?" Lin Xiaolai says, "The county magistrate wants you to come over." Seeing him appear here, everyone is stunned. Isn't that Secretary Cheng from the county party committee office? Someone can't help but approach and ask about the situation. "Secretary Cheng, is it true our village is going to be developed into a tourist destination?" He pauses, looking at the man in confusion. "Tourist village? What tourist village?" Seeing his bewildered expression, the man hurriedly continues. "The hot spring tourism village. They found a hot spring at Taishan. We all know about it already." Secretary Cheng realizes what he's talking about and sighs. "Yes, a hot spring was found, but it's been sealed up, and there won't be any tourism village." Upon hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces shift instantly. "Is that really true?" "Why, Secretary Cheng, you can't be scaring us like this." Secretary Cheng, seeing they don't believe him, explains further. "Why would I scare you all? The geological structure around Taishan is unstable. Exploiting the hot spring could trigger a landslide. The county party committee finished their assessment yesterday and decided to seal it." Upon hearing this, everyone collapses to the ground, wailing and weeping. Sealed, it's all gone. Secretary Cheng now approaches to speak with Xiaolai. "Oh right, Lin Xiaolai. Regarding the development and promotion of Lin Family Village's sausage brand. The county magistrate wants to discuss the specifics with you." Though slightly surprised, he agrees immediately. "Understood." Sun Jianyu, lying on the ground, hears Secretary Cheng announce the plan is cancelled and bursts into gleeful laughter. "Sealed, just as I thought. Poor people will always have a poor person's fate. Thank heavens the heavens are watching over me. A blessing in disguise. I'll only take a small loss. As for the rest of you, just wait for the lawsuit. I'll sue every last one of you into oblivion. If you can't pay up, I'll take it to your children and make a scene they'll never forget." The despairing crowd, seeing his unrepentant arrogance, immediately channels all their hatred toward him. Sun Jianyu, seeing their hostile glares, starts to lose his nerve. He scurries over to Secretary Cheng to tattle. "Secretary, sir, you have to protect me. You can't let these ruffians bully me." Xiaolai steps forward like a hero. "I'll pay their debts for them. Piglets feed, livestock, put it all on my tab." "Sun Jianyu, give me your account number." Seeing him declare he'll pay everyone's debts, Sun Jianyu can't believe it and demands, "Lin Xiaolai, where the hell did you get that kind of money?" "Lin Xiaolai, where the hell did you get that kind of money?" Xiaolai turns to Yifan and asks, "Brother Yifan, is that okay?" Yifan smiles, respecting his decision. "This is your decision. If you want it, then so be it." Seeing that he's genuinely willing to pay, suspicion appears on everyone's faces. "Xiaolai, are you really willing to help us uncles and aunties? You don't have some ulterior motive, do you?" Xiaolai frowns at them and speaks seriously. "Brother Yifan has invested in me, hoping I can make the Lin Family Village sausage brand famous. Relying on just one household isn't enough. If you want to make sausages, I can teach you how to select the meat, clean the casings, and source your seasonings. But the exact ingredient ratios will remain a secret. You'll all experiment on your own. Whether they turn out good or bad, that's your own credit." Seeing such kindness, everyone feels deeply ashamed. "Before, it was we uncles and aunties who wronged you, Xiaolai. You shouldn't take credit upon yourself." He looks toward Yifan in his voice. "There is nothing but deep respect and gratitude. The person you should all thank is Brother Yifan. Without him, none of us would have this opportunity." Being praised so lavishly, Yifan feels a bit embarrassed. "I bear the Lin surname after all. I can't just stand here and watch this trash tarnish our village's reputation right before my eyes. As for this one here, Secretary Cheng, he's suspected of fraud, selling counterfeit goods, and predatory lending. Please escort him to the police station." Secretary Cheng casts a cold glance at Sun Jianyu. Terrified, Sun Jianyu falls silent. Without another word, Cheng firmly grabs him and drags him away. "Let's go then." Defeated and cornered, Sun Jianyu shows no remorse and threats. "Lin Yifan, very well, I'll remember this. You've beaten me this time, but just you wait. I'll be back." As the rural interlude fades away, Yifan returns to the city and immediately receives a message. He stares at his phone and says to the two girls, "Someone needs me. You two head back to campus from here." Lin Ning, hearing this, doesn't insist on following him. "See you later then, brother." Sumayu feels a pang of reluctance at the parting. "Is it over already?" Seeing her standing there in a daze, Lin Ning speaks up. "Let's go, Sister Su." The incident back home has only deepened Sumayu's admiration for Yifan's abilities. He spotted Sun Jianyu's deception. Right away, a business acumen, she can only dream of matching. She really wishes she could stay by his side a little longer. Oh right, there's something I forgot to tell him. Spotting Yifen, Zio-Ki rushes over in a panic. Brother Fan, you're finally here. Seeing her so panicked, Yifen grows worried. What happened? Zio-Ki explains the situation as they walk. Sister Ruyan suddenly collapsed and she vomited blood. Please, you have to save her. He sees Ruyan lying on the bed, immediately strips off his shirt and tells Zio-Ki, let me examine her. Wait outside. Yes, Yifen quickly examines Ruyan and reaches a conclusion this is a case of accumulated illness. Qi fire has attacked her heart. After he unblocks her meridians, her qi and blood flow gradually stabilize, but her complexion remains pale and wan. She is surprised to see him appear here. Yifen, you're back. I owe you an apology. Seeing the guilt written all over her face, he gently reassures her. Whatever it is, we can talk it through slowly. She has built up internal heat. Just lie down on the couch, and I'll help you clear the stagnant qi. Take it easy. Ruyan turns toward him and methodically explains the current situation. Yifen, our recent shipment of collectibles has been blocked. They won't let it ship out. The foreign clients are demanding a massive compensation payment from us. On top of that, the factory was hit with a wave of inspections. They claim it fails fire safety standards and ordered it shut down for rectification. Rectification. Every time she thinks about how this was a responsibility he entrusted to Herand, she let it all fall apart. Her head spins. Yifen sees how distraught she is over this and feels nothing but heartache. She is Fanai Group's greatest contributor. A trivial matter like this isn't worth her anxiety and distress. Even so, Ruyan still wallows in guilt. Seeing her hung up on it, he changes the subject. Besides, it's obvious at a glance that someone has their eyes on us. This has little to do with you. Who could it be that has their eyes on us? Since things have come to this, we just face them head-on. The fox's tail will show itself sooner or later. Just rest your eyes and take the chance to give yourself a vacation. Ruyan hears this and suddenly feels strangely reassured. She relaxes her body and lets him massage her eyes for her. She has to admit Yifen's massage technique is truly comfortable, so much so that she feels herself drifting off to sleep. Hearing this, he smiles lightly and gestures. Come on, stand up and lift your leg. The meridians here need to be opened up too. Ruyan places her hands on the table and arches her hips back following his instructions. Like this. At this moment, Zio-Ki chases after Mayu trying to stop her, but she pushes the door open and walks in anyway. Ms. Su, you can't go in. Seeing the compromising scene inside, Mayu freezes on the spot. Lin Yifen, sorry, I'll leave right away. Sorry for stumbling upon your relationship. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Just now, he was in such a hurry to leave. Ruyan has already noticed the sorrowful expression on Mayu's face. Knowing her all too well, Ruyan immediately speaks up to set the record straight. Sis, don't overthink it. I wasn't feeling well, so I was just using the chairman's massage voucher. Mayu hears this and asks in confusion. The chairman's massage voucher? Ruyan, seeing her bewildered expression, widens her eyes and continues the lie. You didn't know. This is a merit-based reward from Fanai Group. As long as you accumulate enough contribution points, you can receive a personal massage from Chairman Lin himself. Chairman Lin's massage technique is inherited from a grandmaster. It's absolutely heavenly. Don't you think so? Yifen, hearing her suddenly spin this tale, looks at her in confusion. What nonsense are you spouting? Ruyan sees him about to rebuke her and stomps on his footard. She covers her mouth and whispers fiercely, Don't talk nonsense. Just go along with what I say. Mayu, seeing that he doesn't deny it, naively believes it right away. So that's what it was. Yifen doesn't want to linger on this topic and smoothly changes the subject. Oh right, Mayui, did you suddenly come back? The question snaps Mayu back to attention she nearly forgot. While investigating other companies under Sun Jianyu's umbrella, she uncovered a new lead. Sun Jianyu used the same scam tactics he pulled on Lin Village to defraud countless people across other provinces and cities. Most of the village land plots were swindled by him, and afterward roads and bridges were built. Yifen takes the phone and reads through the information on it. Mayu asks curiously, in your opinion, where does he get so much insider information? Yifen smiles faintly, a sinister gleam crossing his face. You already know the answer. What else? There's a big fish behind him and it's no small catch. Mayu glances at him and cautiously asks, if we go after Sun Jianyu, won't it tip off the other party? Yifen leans back and replies, I'm afraid it's already too late for that. He picks up the phone to see who's calling, and the person on the other end cuts straight to the chase. Is this Lin Yifen of Fanai Group? Come to the provincial government building. Team leader son of the Capital Inspection Squad wants to see you. After saying that, the caller hangs up immediately. Mayu, sitting beside him, also catches every word the man said. She asks urgently, "Is it them? What do we do now?" "No matter how grand the conspiracy, this one harbors no fear," he says with absolute confidence. "The big fish devour the small fish. Nothing strange about that. What a pity you are the fishing hook." He heads to Wan Cheng's office. Jianyu, on the other end of the line, furiously tattles. "Uncle Lin Yifan cost us a fortune. You absolutely cannot let him off." Wan Cheng, hearing how badly his nephew has been tormented, agrees to settle the score. "Relax, nephew. Your uncle has arrived in Wucheng. Lin Yifan still has a long way to go. I guarantee he'll be on his knees apologizing to you." The secretary finishes making a phone call and approaches to report to Wan Cheng. "Team leader son, Lin Yifan's company holds Huaxia's sole cultural relics import-export license. Could he have some kind of backing?" The old man shows no anxiety whatsoever. Instead, he brims with supreme confidence in his own authority. "No matter how powerful his connections, they're limited to Wucheng and the Cultural Relics Bureau. They're nothing before me. Look, I've had his businesses blockaded for days, and he hasn't dared so much as fart, has he?" The secretary immediately chimes in to butter him up. "Yes, sir, you're absolutely right." A moment later, a staff member approaches to report, "Team leader son, Lin Yifan has arrived." Wan Cheng, hearing that he's already here, puts on a smug expression. "See, in less than 10 minutes he'll be groveling for forgiveness." Yifan strolls in leisurely, and his very first words drip with sarcasm. The Capital Inspection Squad actually graces this humble little Wucheng with its presence. This nephrite jade must be a genuine Song Dynasty piece. Tasteful, but it must have cost a pretty penny, no? Wan Cheng watches him toy with his antique and seethes through gritted teeth. "That cost me tens of millions. Knowing that, get your filthy hands off it this instant. Don't be ridiculous. This is a knockoff. A piece like this is only worth a few thousand yuan at most." Yifan asks as if unconvinced, "Oh, really?" He casually glances behind him, then sits down with the air of the master of this place and questions the old man. "So what brings you two to seek me out today?" His arrogant attitude drives Wan Cheng into a frenzy. "Lin Yifan, I won't beat around the bush with you. I know your Fanai Group has the connections to secure the exclusive cultural relics. Import-export license. Here's the deal from now on. All your authentication work will be handled by Director Zhang's Huaxia Cultural Relics Appraisal Center. The service fee will be calculated as a percentage of revenue." After saying this, he settles into the chair beside him. He rests his chin on his hand, his eyes swimming with greed and malice, and proposes a 70-30 split. "How about it?" Yifan hears this number and sneers coldly. 70-30? You mean if the cultural relics are worth 100 million, you slap a stamp on them and walk away with 30 million? That's some easy money, isn't it? The secretary speaks up to correct him. "Young brother Lin, there's something you've got wrong here." Yifan pauses and asks, "What exactly did I get wrong?" The man adjusts his glasses with a sinister grin and corrects him. "The 70-30 ratio means I get 70 and you get 30. Yifan, as if he's just heard the joke of the century, asks back, "You get 70 and I get 30. I bust my ass back and forth, and all I get is 30%. What do you take me for? Am I supposed to kneel and beg?" Wan Cheng presses his advantage, speaking with biting sarcasm. "In my opinion, kneeling and begging wouldn't be such a bad deal. You should know that countless people have begged before me without even getting this opportunity." Yifan is not one to back down when faced with such arrogance. Sorry, but this guy couldn't care less. Wan Cheng sees his refusal, rises calmly, and speaks. "Young man, let's be frank with each other. I know who's backing you. And who might that be? Director Shen Tianji, am I right? A mere director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Somion looking to climb higher wouldn't dare go against me. Sometimes one must know when to yield. What do you think?" His next move, grabbing the old man by the collar, turns the man's face sheet white. He shoves the old man back hard and growls. Group leader Sun, hoisted off his feet, is utterly terrified. "Put me down, what do you think you're doing?" Yifan narrows his eyes. He fixes a dangerous, predatory gaze on the old man. "If you've got the guts, go ahead and revoke my qualifications." Provoked, the old man roars, "Don't think I don't dare." Enraged, Yifan slams his fist into the table, shattering it to splinters on the spot. Yifan stares him down and snarls, "Then stop wasting words, show me what you've got." At that moment, the old man's antique teapot rockets into the air along with the chunks of shattered wood. He snatches the teapot midair and smirks. The craftsmanship is quite something. Better keep it safe. Wan Cheng scrambles to catch the teapot in a flustered panic. "It's safe, hot, too hot." And just like that, the antique teapot slips from his grasp and shatters on the ground. Wan Cheng watches his fortune disintegrate into pieces, wanting to scream at the top of his lungs. He erupts in fury, cursing, "You little brat. This is all your fault. You owe me a sheep-fat jade teapot." Having gotten under the old man's skin, Yiffen is thoroughly pleased with himself. "Group leader, son, you're the one who couldn't hold on to it. Though it's only worth a few thousand yuan. I can certainly understand how precious it is to you, group leader, son. Here's 10,000, go buy yourself a new one." Seeing him toss the money like alms to a beggar, Wancheng is so furious he nearly has a stroke on the spot. "You surnamed Lin. Just you wait, I'll deal with you at the city administrative office." Hyugyu reads the incoming report and slams the desk in fury. Who the hell approved this proposal? He hurls the report down onto the desk. The title reads, "Proposal to revoke Fanai Group's cultural relics import and export qualifications." The secretary picks up the document and carefully begins the briefing. It was proposed by Vice Minister Sun Wancheng. He is the head of the capital inspection team, currently on assignment in Wuchang. Hyugyu immediately pulls out his phone upon hearing this. This is absolute nonsense. "Get Lin Yiffen on the phone, now." After a tense wait for him to pick up, Yiffen appears on the line with an agonized expression, crying so hard he can barely breathe. "I'm so disappointed. Vice President Wang. I entered the cultural relics field only to promote Huaxia's culture. I never imagined it would become a tool for certain people to exploit for profit." Hyugyu knows full well he's putting on an act, and is rendered utterly speechless. "What kind of show are you putting on now?" Yiffen ignores him completely, fully committed to his performance. "If that's the case, I'm done with this industry. I can't win this fight, so I'm walking away." Seeing him throw such a tantrum, Hyugyu's head is splitting open. "All right, little Lin, calm down already. We will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. If anyone in our ranks has violated the rules, they will be punished without exception." Yiffen's face instantly brightens as he asks, "Really? Old Wang need any help over there?" At this moment, Jianyu hears that Wancheng has already submitted the proposal to higher-ups. He rushes over, pouring wine and currying favor. "Uncle, it still takes someone like you to get things done. That Lin Yiffen didn't. He start trembling the moment he saw you." Wancheng, having been humiliated by the young man, how could he possibly admit it? He can only cough awkwardly and lie through his teeth. "Of course, the proposal has already been approved. The official revocation order will come down in a few days. Now, even if he kneels before you and begs for forgiveness, it's already too late. By the way, who is the person you brought with you?" Jiguo reaches into his pocket to pull out his business card and replies, Minister Sun, I am Zhou Jiguo, Director of Public Infrastructure in Wuchang. The urban rail project that Wuchang is preparing to launch is under my humble charge. Here are my credentials, please have a look." Wancheng examines the information on his department ID and asks with suspicion, "An intercity rail project? What does that have to do with me?" Jiguo smiles obsequiously. "Minister Sun, you are the most authoritative figure in this domain. Naturally, I came seeking your wisdom and experience." Jianyu, having been enlisted for the task, chimes in to lend his support. "That's right, Uncle. Director Zhou heard you'd be in Wuchang and insisted on speaking with you." Flattered beyond measure, Wancheng asks with newfound interest. "Let's hear it." Jiguo immediately presents the plan and begins to explain. "According to our preliminary plan, the layout and construction will be completed on the plot of land in Luojia Town, East District. What do you think?" Wancheng is immediately intrigued. He turns to Jianyu and says, "When it comes to land acquisition, Jianyu here is quite the expert. Little Zhou, what's your take?" Jianyu snatches up the report, eyes gleaming with confidence. "Brother Zhou, leave it to me. I'll have everything cleared out within half a month. It won't delay a thing." Seeing him agree to participate, Wancheng chuckles softly. "As for the approvals, I can put in a good word for you as well." Sensing things moving in his favor, Jiguo continues, "With both of you stepping up, I knew this project would be smooth sailing. It's just that I have one more request. Minister Sun, look, I've already reached this age. To advance in my career, I naturally need a noble benefactor to point the way." The old fox Wancheng studies him for a moment, then gives his assurance, "Rest easy. Once the project is completed smoothly, all three of us benefit." After Jiguo departs, Jianyu begins fantasizing about the wealthy future ahead. "Uncle, how much can we make from this urban rail project? After subtracting the capital costs, couldn't we rake in 8 to 10 times the investment?" His words stir the greed within Wancheng as well. But having held a high position for years, the old man knows matters like these cannot be handled carelessly. He warns carefully, "Remember to keep things discreet." Jianyu grins wickedly and assures him, "Relax. The villagers have no idea this is for an urban rail line. I'll buy the land at rock-bottom prices and resell when the time comes. Won't the contractors be falling over each other to buy? Oh, Lin Yifen, don't you just love throwing your money around? Let's see what you'll have left to compete with me when that day comes. Luogia Town, General Affairs Office. The staff at the office welcomed Sun Jianyu with beaming smiles and open arms. Boss Sun, we've long heard of your great reputation. Here, please try our town's specialty oil tea. Sun Jianyu catches a whiff of the rancid stench, rising from the cup and freezes. Why does this tea smell so foul? Hearing his reaction, the staff immediately explains. It's a local specialty. By the way, Boss Sun, you've come to Luogia Town to expand your business, haven't you? Sun Jianyu doesn't suspect a thing and jumps straight to the point. I'll be blunt, I want to buy up all the land in your town. As for the price, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The man seems genuinely surprised by the offer. You want to acquire our town's land too? Sun Jianyu immediately catches the key word in that sentence and asks back in surprise. The man awkwardly confirms and then explains the situation with the land acquisition. That's right. Yesterday, a company came by and was also discussing this with the town chief. Right now, they're already in the village negotiating with the farmers. After taking a sip of the foul tea and hearing this, Sun Jianyu's face darkens with rage. He roars. Someone dares to snatch business right under my nose. Seeing tea splatter across his hands, the man asks awkwardly, Boss Sun, are you all right? He waves his hand dismissively and snarls, I don't care who's pulling this stunt. Take me to see them. Meanwhile, in the village, Yifen is presenting an urbanization plan to the gathered villagers. Dear villagers, these amenities will be especially convenient for all of you. Seeing that it's Yifen, Sun Jianyu's fury doubles. He demands, Lin Yifen, what are you doing here? Yifen doesn't show the slightest surprise at his appearance. He asks with perfect composure, Well, if it isn't Boss Sun. What a coincidence. What brings you all the way out here? Sun Jianyu is infuriated by his nonchalant attitude. This Lin Yifen must have caught wind of the Taichang news. Lin Yifen, answer me honestly, are you trying to buy land in Luogia Town? What exactly are you scheming? Yifen isn't foolish enough to answer. He deliberately emphasizes each word, trade secret. Nothing further to say. Seeing him like this, Sun Jianyu's blood boils even more. He puts on an act. We know exactly what you're really after. We see right through you. At that moment, the village chief steps in to back Yifen up. Boss Lin is a good man. He said he wants to invest in public facilities for us. Public facilities? The other villagers chime in one after another to defend Yifen. He also wants to build a factory to create jobs for the villagers. That's right, even promised to build a brand new clinic for us. After hearing everyone shower Yifen with praise, Sun Jianyu suddenly bursts into loud laughter. So that's how it is. Lin Yifen, I thought you were a decent person. Turns out you're just here to grab land and you're even stealing my playbook. Dear villagers, let me tell you the truth, your boss Lin is a liar. The interprovincial railway is planned to pass near Luogia Town. He talks about convenient infrastructure, but in reality, he's exploiting your ignorance of market conditions to buy your land at rock-bottom prices. Someone asks curiously, is the railway really coming this way? The villager turns a suspicious gaze toward Yifen. Mr. Lin, is what he's saying true? Do you actually know anything about the railway system? Caught off guard by the question, Yifen appears flustered. Well, seeing that look on his face, Sun Jianyu immediately regains his confidence and reveals. If he didn't know about it, why else would he come all the way out here from so far away? Building factories and clinics. It's nothing but a smokescreen. Dear villagers, what do you all think? Should we continue working with this Mr. Lin? Hearing they've been deceived, the villagers erupt in fury. Cooperate my ass, tell him to get lost. If he dares show his face here again, we'll break his legs. Yifen doesn't waver in the slightest. With a meaningful look, he asks Sun Jianyu, aren't you afraid that by revealing this, the people of Luogia Town will hoard their land and refuse to cooperate with you? He couldn't care less. He snorts contemptuously at Yifen for butting in. The Sun family has plenty of ways to get things done. You don't need to worry about it. Town chief, let's move somewhere else to discuss business. The town chief sits down, looking servile. Our town's facilities are humble. We hope you'll bear with us. Sun Jianyu takes one look at his groveling demeanor and furrows his brows, his tone laced with ice. Town chief, I know exactly what you want. The interprovincial railway will connect to Luogia Town. If you hold on to your land, you'll make a fortune when it's built. But there's always the risk of a route change. If the railway doesn't come this way, wouldn't that be a massive loss? As for me, fortune favors my side. I have an elder in a high position. Working with me means you'll have a voice in the planning of urban railway routes. The town chief doesn't hesitate for a second and immediately agrees to cooperate. Since Boss Sun is so sincere, we're willing to cooperate. The only condition is the land price must be this amount. Once we receive the deposit, we can sign the contract right away. Sun Jianyu stares at the number the man presents and is stunned speechless. 2 million, that's a hefty sum. But drag things out and the price could shift in our favor. I'll do as you say. Let's transfer the deposit and sign the contract now. At this point, the town chief brings out another cup of that rancid-smelling tea, just like the one from the office earlier. Boss Sun, to celebrate our successful cooperation, you absolutely must try our town's signature oil tea. The foul stench nearly knocks Sun Jianyu out cold on the spot. This stuff again? Why is it so pungent and revolting? The town chief, seeing his reluctance, practically forces the cup to his lips. The stronger the aroma, the richer the flavor. It represents our utmost respect for our guests. Don't worry, just drink it. It tastes wonderful once it goes down. But Sun Jianyu takes one whiff and vomits on the spot. He roars furiously, "What the hell is this? It tastes like dung. Are you people out of your minds?" At that moment, the doors burst open. A crowd of villagers floods in, gongs, drums, and horns blazing in a raucous celebration. Yifen emerges from the crowd and announces, "Congratulations to Boss Sun on acquiring the land in Luojia town. Truly a cause for celebration." Seeing him appear, Sun Jianyu suddenly senses something is very wrong. "What do you want now? Are you planning to grovel and beg me for a piece of land?" Lin Yifen, if you kneel down, kowtow 3 times and say, "Grandpa Sun, I was wrong," then I might just grant your request. Yifen looks at his smug face and immediately sneers, "I'm here to cooperate with Yao, but not on land. I'm talking about the urban railway project." Hearing this, Sun Jianyu freezes on the spot and demands, "The urban railway. The urban railway is a national-level project, as if someone like you would have any part in it." Seeing that he doesn't believe it, Yifen calls Zhou Zhiguo over. "Old Zhou, show Boss Sun the plans." Zhou Zhiguo appears with the casual bearing of a local farmer and greets him. "Boss Sun, we meet again. This time, I'll give you a more detailed introduction. We can design a sunshade here, a resting bench over there, and a boardwalk in this area. What do you think?" Sun Jianyu doesn't understand a single word of it. He cuts in irritably, "Hold on, what nonsense are you spouting? The urban railway is supposed to be an interprovincial rail project, isn't it?" Hearing this, Zhiguo calmly denies it without missing a beat. "Which railway? Can ordinary people like us really pull off something like that? This urban rail transit project's official name is the Urban Rail Convenient Access Project." Hearing this, Jianyu leaps to his feet, jabbing a finger at him. "Aren't you the project director of Wucheng Public Services?" Irritated by the accusatory finger, Zhiguo corrects him with a frown. "To be precise, I am the technical department director at Wucheng Public Services. A quintessential private enterprise, I might add. And this gentleman here is our company's chief associate and the project's mastermind." Mr. Lin Yifen takes in Jianyu's stunned expression and grins brightly. "My apologist, that would be me." Jianyu can't believe his ears. He screams, "A convenient road for the people. A private enterprise? You dare use a fake project to swindle me? That's a crime. Just you wait, I'll call my uncle and have him throw every last one of you behind bars." "Uncle, there's an emergency. Get over here right now." Seeing him call Wan Cheng to report the situation, Yifen steps in to set the record straight. "Boss Sun, this project may not be exactly what you imagined." He lifts the teapot from the table and holds it out before Jianyu's face, beaming. "But my sincerity in presenting this pot of oil tea to congratulate you is absolutely genuine." The pungent stench wafts toward him, and Jianyu recoils in horror. "Stay away from me. What the hell are you trying to do?" Yifen ignores him completely and orders Zhiguo, "Old Zhou, pry his mouth open." Instantly, Zhiguo and the villagers pin him down. "Yes, boss." Yifen watches Jianyu get restrained, thoroughly pleased with the sight. He presses the spout against Jianyu's mouth and pours the foul concoction down his throat. "Now that's more like it. Go on, task the very products you created." Forced to drink the entire pot of tea that reeks worse than rotting fish, Jianyu's stomach churns violently as waves of nausea overtake him. "Lin Yifen, what the hell did you just force me to drink?" Yifen raises an eyebrow, regarding him with amusement. "What's the matter? Can't remember? Let me jog your memory. In there is the Chinese sausage you produced in Lin Family Village, the stinky tofu from Wang Family Village, and the jerky from South countermade from dead cats, passed off as donkey meat. Every single ingredient comes from the vile workshops you built with your own hands." Hearing this, Jianyu can't hold back any longer, dry heaves uncontrollably. Yifen, disgusted, shoves him to the ground. "Now you feel disgusted. You flooded the market with counterfeit goods and raked in filthy profits. So why didn't you feel disgusted when you stripped these villagers of their reputations and their very livelihoods? Thank you, Boss Lin. I've finally gotten my revenge. Jianyu forces himself to his feet, putting on a fierce front to threaten him. Lin Yifan, you'd go to war with me over a bunch of farmers from this godforsaken backwater. They were destined to be poor their whole lives. Better to let me put them to some use. Let me tell you, Lin Yifan, just you wait. Wait until my uncle gets here. At that moment, Wan Cheng is tossed in like a ragged sack. The old man cries out in alarm, Jianyu. Seeing his uncle, Jianyu rushes over in wild delight. Uncle, you're here already. Perfect timing. This swindler dared to scam us. Find a way to throw him in prison. Lock him up for 10 years, 20 years. Yifan watches him turn arrogant again and sneers coldly. Son Jianyu, why don't you open your eyes and take a good look? Your uncle can't even save himself, and you still want to frame me. Jianyu naturally doesn't believe a word. He shouts back, bullshit. My uncle is the Minister of Construction, a nouveau rich country bumpkin like you has no idea how much power that carries. At that moment, Hyugyu appears and speaks in a stern voice. And just how much power does that carry? Not yet knowing who has arrived, Jianyu answers arrogantly on instinct. More than you at any rate. Spare me your nonsense. But the moment he sees it's Hyugyu, every trace of color drains from his face. He's so terrified that his legs buckle, drops to his knees on the spot. Jianyu stares at Hyugyu standing before him, unable to believe his own eyes. Vice President, Uncle, is this real? Wan Cheng anguished shouts at him, stop talking. Yifan is impressed by the thoroughness of it all. Elder Wang, how do you like my move? Caught them red-handed and froze the accounts of every last corrupt official to prevent them from transferring their assets. From behind, Secretary General Liang steps forward and offers a greeting. Young Lin, I've long heard of your reputation. I owe you a sincere apology. Having never seen him before, Yifan finds the man somewhat unfamiliar. He asks, and this gentleman is? The man extends his hand for a handshake and introduces himself. Son Wan Cheng is my subordinate. All of his actions are a result of my ineffective oversight. Secretary General Liang, the nation's deputy leader. When the man steps out from the shadows, a sharp glint flashes in Yifan's eyes. He clasps the man's hand and abruptly asks, Secretary General Liang, do you have late-stage stomach cancer? Secretary General Liang asks in astonishment, how did you know? Seeing that expression, Yifan knows his diagnosis was spot on. He says with confidence, perhaps Elder Wang has already mentioned there are certain things I can identify at a single glance. Secretary General Liang looks down at his own body and sighs. That's correct. I don't wish to use my health as an excuse, but my negligence has indeed allowed certain officials to act recklessly, bringing suffering to the people. Hyugyu also feels a measure of sympathy and pity for his condition. After old Liang learned of son Wan Cheng's dealings, he dragged himself out of his hospital bed, insisting on handling the matter personally. This is only a small measure of atonement. More importantly, I wanted to meet you. Little Lin, you are talented and full of character. There are certain matters I'd like to entrust to you. Yifan immediately replies without a moment's hesitation. Allow me to decline. Rejected to his face, Hyugyu snaps angrily. You little brat. Secretary General Liang, seeing his refusal, sighs with regret. At precisely this moment, Yifan speaks again. However, in exchange, I will cure Secretary General Liang's illness. I hope you will continue to serve the people wholeheartedly. Hyugyu is stunned. Kid, do you even know what you're saying? Confident in his own abilities, Yifan asserts, of course I'm confident. I have only one condition, Secretary General Liang. From this moment on, this sanatorium is under my command. Your diet, exercise, everything must strictly follow my instructions. Only then can I guarantee a full recovery. For the sake of his own life, Secretary General Liang now sees Yifan as nothing short of a savior. Naturally, he will follow his instructions to the letter. Very well, I'll follow your instructions. Seeing him comply, Yifan cheerfully leads the way. Good, then follow me. At that very moment, Liang Qing bursts through the door. The instant she arrives, she furiously brands Yifan a swindler. Grandpa, I understand your condition perfectly well. Why would you leave a top-tier medical facility for some remote backwater like this? It's this swindler who's bewitched you, isn't it? Convinced of her own righteousness, she begins rattling off everything she's researched to persuade him. Grandpa, according to Western medical data, your condition can only be managed with maintenance therapy to keep it stable. Yet this man claims he can cure you with outdated Eastern medicine. How is that even possible? Being doubted like this, Yifan's anger flares considerably. His words shed all pretense of civility, dripping with nothing but sarcasm. Some people are frogs at the bottom of a well. Blind to the wider world, that's one thing. But to parade their own ignorance and think themselves brilliant, that takes real audacity. I identified Secretary General Liang's condition with a single glance. Without your machines and equipment, what could you even diagnose? Liang Qing is left completely stunned. Grandpa, this swindler must have dug up your information beforehand. For all we know, he's planted speech could even be a foreign agent. Secretary General Liang, seeing her going too far, speaks up to stop her. Enough, Zhao Qing. He has decided to let Lin Yifan take charge of his treatment. Your grandpa Wang supports this too. Just stand aside and observe us, set aside all your prejudice. At the mention of Hua Guo, she freezes. Vice Chairman Wang. At that moment, Lin Yifan suddenly speaks up against Liang Qing's presence. She cannot stand by and watch. Secretary General Liang, per the regulations, this entire sanatorium is under my jurisdiction. On my turf, I don't want any unauthorized personnel hanging around. Stung by those words, Liang Qing nearly loses it, snarling through gritted teeth, unauthorized personnel. Who the hell are you calling unauthorized? Secretary General Liang hears him out, then immediately orders Tian Fang. Zhao Lu, escort Liang Qing out. He obeys without hesitation. Yes, sir. Just like that, Liang Qing gets slung over Tian Fang's shoulder and hauled away. She thrashes and curses at Lin Yifan without end. That fraud is going to fail for sure. Just wait, I'll expose you. Lin Yifan watches Liang Qing being carried off and grins with satisfaction. This isn't going to end well for you. I'd advise you to watch your mouth and your step. Once Liang Qing is gone, Lin Yifan pulls out his toolkit. Tian Fang is still haunted by what happened last time. At the moment he sees that bag, his face drains of color. Secretary General Liang notices and grows uneasy too. Young Lin, these needles aren't going to hurt much, are they? Lin Yifan picks up a needle noticeably thicker than the rest and smiles. Only the first one is excruciating. On that point, Lu Jingwei has first-hand experience. His curiosity piqued, the old man asks, "Is that so?" Zhao Lu, so it won't hurt after the first one. What are you laughing at? Tian Fang realizes he's laughing way too hard and quickly covers his mouth. My apologies, Secretary General. I just remembered something funny, that's all. Lin Yifan steps forward, grips him firmly, and says, "If you can't take it, feel free to scream." Before the Secretary General can even brace himself, Lin Yifan drives the first needle in. A searing pain pierces straight to his core. Secretary General Liang lets out a scream. The agony is so intense he can't stop cursing. Lin Yifan, you heartless, dishonest bastard. Didn't you say only the first needle would hurt? Then why does every needle after that hurt even more than the last? It feels like my organs are about to be punctured. Lin Yifan sits at the hot pot table with Tian Fang, casually marveling at the old man's willpower. I thought Secretary General Liang would pass out after the first needle. Didn't expect your willpower to be this formidable. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Eventually it won't hurt at all. Those nonchalant words nearly make him blow a gasket. I'd like to wring that kid's neck. Tian Fang looks at Secretary General Liang. Even he is stunned to see the normally composed Secretary General reduced to screaming and swearing. Among the 4 elders of the National Congress, Secretary General Liang, the most refined and gentle of them, all has been pushed by this brat Lin Yifan into swearing like a sailor. You won't see a scene like this anywhere else. He decides to let go of their previous grudge. After enduring the agony of 1,000 needle pricks, Secretary General Liang finally manages to sit up. Still, those acupuncture needles really do work. I didn't have any appetite before, but now watching you eat it actually looks delicious. Premium lamb hot pot, huh? Let me have a taste. But just as he's about to grab a piece of meat, Lin Yifan stops him. My apologies, Secretary General Liang. You can't eat this. I've prepared a special nutritional lunch just for you. He presents a lunchbox devoid of any trace of meat. The old man takes one look and loses all appetite. Lin Yifan gives him a cheerful thumbs up. Eat up. Strictly following a Western medicine nutritional regimen goes a long way in treating your condition. Tian Fang nearly bursts out laughing at this stunt. Lin Yifan is one devious bastard. Lin Yifan sets another lunchbox in front of them and says, Lu Jingwei gets one too. Tian Fang can't believe it. I have to eat this stuff too. Lin Yifan takes in his shattered expression and grins reassuringly. Relax. Yours is a bit different. It boosts physical strength and sharpens mental focus. Perfect for keeping the Secretary General company. Today's treatment session is over. In 2 hours, someone will take the Secretary General for a full checkup. Secretary General Liang clutches his all-vegetable lunchbox looking green, and on the verge of tears. Pale-faced and crying rivers. This kid, he's deliberately getting back at us over the Liang Qing situation, isn't he? Tian Fang nods with tears of anguish streaming down his face. No doubt about it, that's exactly what's happening. Time flies. The sky has already turned pitch black. On the rooftop of the hospital building, two dark figures appear. Shenya looks at Liang Qing and asks with a smile, "Miss Liang, what brings you all the way to Wu Cheng?" She starts complaining to Shen Yi, the head of surgery, about this morning's events. "My grandfather insisted on coming to Wu Cheng to find some unknown charlatan for treatment of garbage TCM fraud." Shenya frowns at her blanket dismissal of traditional medicine. "Miss Liang, not all TCM practitioners are frauds, you know. Look, even though I'm a Western medicine doctor, my family has practiced TCM for generations." Liang Qing realizes she went too far and quickly backtracks. "I wasn't talking about you, senior. I mean that TCM guy, you can tell he's a fraud at first glance." Shenya sees how certain she is and sighs. "You have a point. Plenty of people use TCM as a cover to scam others. That's why its reputation is in such a sorry state." Liang Qing seizes on his agreement. "I've asked Lu Jingwei to send me the daily test results. The moment I see any abnormal readings, I'm shutting the whole thing down. The test results came back today. Let me check. All the critical level indicators have been cut in half. How is that even possible? Could he have used some kind of banned substance, manipulating short-term data to fool my grandfather? But that would place an enormous strain on the body. Damn it, I have to stop this treatment." A helicopter descends. Someone aboard drops a rope down, voice urgent and commanding. "Chief Shen, the Lu family has an emergency patient. Critical condition. We need you on board immediately." Half an hour earlier, Wan Wan, dressed in an adorable fox costume, goes live with her viewers. "What's up, everyone? We've got a special program today." Her fans flood in the moment they see the notification. Finally streaming. Don't get too close, Spooky. LV5 Cute Man Zioku has joined. LV3 Zyro Huo Pan started following the stream. LV6 Vast Cosmos Zyro Woo Woo cheered. LV5 Cute Man Zioku cheered. LV9 Deep Love Gaming cheered. Follower LV8 Indifferent Cosmos has joined. LV6 Mighty Cuckoo has arrived. Wan Wan shifts aside, revealing King Yi standing behind her and excitedly announces, "Look who I brought. The most elegant beauty in the world, me auntie." Everyone flood the comments. "Auntie, say hi to everyone in the chat." King Yi looks at the screen, startled, and asks, "You asked me to stay, and this is what you had in Minda livestream." The moment the chat sees her, compliments start flooding in uncontrollably. "Damn, she's gorgeous. Is she really your aunt? Why do I feel like she could be your sister? Miss in the fancy dress, could you step aside, please? You're blocking the streamer." King Yi's eyes land on the pile of plushies stuffed into the corner. Disdain flashes across her face. How messy, no sense of order whatsoever. Wan Wan knows her aunt's temperament well and doesn't mind, focusing entirely on today's stream. Today's stream is all about the duel mode in Glory of Origins. Who wants to see it? We know you're a fairy descended from the heavens, auntie. Just bear with it for a bit. King Yi sighs, giving in to her niece. "I really can't say no to you." At that moment, a red comment appears in the barrage, drawing attention. "Dad's out." Her aunt's name is Lu Qingyani of the nation's top-tier art curators, and the only one to have won the award 2 years running. Her book has even been incorporated into the art history textbooks at Yilu University. That's genuine elegancy, no pretense whatsoever. Hit those 8888s, boys. Time to pump those numbers. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic about King Yi, Wan Wan said, "Auntie, look. The viewers absolutely love your reading. How about you respond to their heartfelt support?" King Yi didn't understand any of it and asked curiously, "Respond how?" The endless stream of comments kept popping up, catching her attention. An elegant auntie like Harris Wan Wan, going to drag her into a mess. "Auntie, please stop scolding Wan Wan. If you want to scold someone, scold me instead. I really, truly want to be scolded by an elegant auntie like you. The ones above are way too creepy, me. I'm different, I just want her to step on me in high heels." Reading the comments one by one, King Yi couldn't help but sigh. "This is far too improper." Wan Wan handed over the phone and said, "Come on, log in. Auntie, however many points you lost yesterday, your niece will definitely win them all back for you." 10 minutes later, Wan Wan saw herself losing again and flew into a rage. Her Thunder General ults a damn chicken, and she still misses the target. She's been jungling for 20 minutes and she's still just farming. Are you collecting soul mushrooms in the forest or something? How can you win in glory with skills like this? Seeing her lose at the game, King Yi stood beside her and commented with clear displeasure, "This is far too lacking in grace." She went to pour herself a cup of hot tea. Seeing her about to leave, Wan Wan hurriedly called out, "Auntie, don't go. The viewers are definitely just messing with us on purpose. Next round, I'll definitely help you crush them." At that moment, King Yi's entire body suddenly seized. She went completely rigid and collapsed against the wooden door, unable to move a single muscle. Seeing this, Wan rushed over in a panic. "Auntie, what's wrong?" King Yi was in so much pain she could barely breathe. She choked out, "My back. I suddenly can't move." Seeing King Yi's deathly pale face, she panicked. "What's happening?" King Yi fought to hold onto the last shred of consciousness. Finally, she whispered, "Help me," called Dr. Shen. Half an hour later, Wan asked Shen Yi with a worried expression. "Dr. Shen, why did this suddenly happen to my aunt?" He stared at the test results, questioning his very sanity. "Miss Lu, King Yi is my patient. She has mild blood coagulation issues, normally very well controlled. The CT scan and MRI show no abnormalities whatsoever." "So why did this happen?" Liang Qing pressed along her body for a moment, then asked, "What about here? Can you move at all?" By now, King Yi was in such agony she could barely speak. She choked out, "No," seeing her stroke-like symptoms. Liang Qing's face drained of color. "Senior, the patient's condition is deteriorating rapidly. The paralysis has spread from her back to her neck in under half an hour. If this continues, she'll be completely paralyzed." Hearing the prognosis, Wan's face went white. Total paralysis. Shen Yi couldn't diagnose the condition. His head pounded as if it were about to split open. He questioned himself relentlessly, trying to pinpoint King Yi's condition. With symptoms this severe, at least the equipment should have shown some reaction. But what exactly is this disease? Why can't we detect even the slightest trace of damage? At that moment, they locked eyes, same diagnosis flashing through both their minds at once. Liang Qing immediately voiced her assessment. "Senior, it's a spinal epidural hematoma. That's the only possibility. Spinal epidural hematoma is characterized by sudden, violent pain in the back and neck, accompanied by spinal cord compression. The disability rate is extremely high. It frequently results in permanent paraplegia. Administer the medication now, senior. Every minute of delay pushes the patient closer to the point of no return." Shen Yi wanted to do exactly that, but one thing stood in his way. For a normal patient, the medication might work, but it won't have any effect on Miss Lu. Because of her blood clots, I had already prescribed anticoagulants for her. The anticoagulants will accelerate the hematoma's growth far faster than any treatment can counteract it. Even if she survives, there's a high probability she'll suffer partial paralysis. She had hidden symptoms all along. If only I had known sooner, I never would have prescribed those anticoagulants. Miss Lu had a full comprehensive examination. Could I have missed a report? Just then, Wen Bin received word and burst through the door. The moment it opened, he was already shouting, "Shen Yi, what the hell have you done?" The vice director of Wucheng's first hospital, seeing that Shen Yi couldn't treat King Yi, he erupted in criticism. "I entrusted a patient as important as Miss Lu to you, and you had the audacity to be this reckless. Do you even deserve to be called the top surgeon in Wucheng?" Shen Yi was overwhelmed with indignation. "Vice Director He recalled that he had reported King Yi's health status to Wen Bin. Yet it was clearly Wen Bin who was the primary physician responsible for her treatment, not him. Unable to hold back any longer, he fired back. All of Miss Lu's comprehensive examinations were personally overseen by the deputy director. "There's no way I could have overlooked any report. You deliberately hid this from me, didn't you?" Seeing him dare to raise his voice in accusation, Wen Bin's face turned black with fury. "Shen Yi, don't you dare try to shift the blame. Let me make this crystal clear. The Lu family has poured tens of billions into Wucheng Hospital. If anything happens to Miss Lu, I will erase you from the entire medical system." By now, Shen Yi understood everything. Wen Bin's sudden appearance here, the attack on his professional competency, all served one singular purpose. Wen Bin had deliberately orchestrated this entire situation to take him down. He had intentionally concealed Miss Lu's test results, ensuring the prescribed medication would worsen her condition. Seeing King Yi's suffering become unbearable, Liang Qing cut in urgently. "Senior, if the medication won't work, we need to schedule emergency surgery immediately. Have you figured out a plan yet?" Her words snapped Shen Yi back to his senses. He told himself now is not the time to dwell on this. His gaze fell on the medical kit nearby. Surgery was necessary, but the exact location of the spinal cord damage remained unidentified. One wrong move could result in permanent paralysis. With that, he opened the medical kit, revealing silver acupuncture needles and surgical instruments. One could say Shen Yi was truly a rare medical talent, equally proficient in both Western and Eastern medicine. He ultimately chose the acupuncture needles path of traditional Chinese medicine. There was only one way forward. Liang Qing saw them and asked in surprise, "Silver needles, senior. You want to use traditional Chinese medicine?" Behind them, Wen Bin saw the needles, and a smug smile spread across his face. This is exactly what I was waiting for. Shen Yi, think very carefully about this. You were trained in Western medicine. Your family's acupuncture techniques were learned entirely through observation and practice no formal certification whatsoever. A single misplaced needle could destroy your family's centuries-old medical reputation. Destroying you, Shen Yi, means nothing to me. But crushing the Shen medical hall, that means my people take control of the entire market. That's what really matters. Liang Qing paid him no attention, focusing entirely on Shen Yi. Senior, how confident are you? He grimaced and uttered a number. Less than 30%. Liang Qing couldn't believe it. 30%? Even knowing the odds of success were devastatingly low, Shen Yi refused to abandon even the slimmest thread of hope. If I don't use the needles, Miss Lu's chances of survival are virtually nil, and I will not stand by and watch my patient waste away. At that moment, Lin Yifen's voice rang out from behind Shen, carrying an unmistakable rebuke. You hold the needle with no strength. Your legs tremble beneath you, sweat pours down your face like rain, and your vision blurs. You can't even identify the acupoints anymore. Isn't that so? Will that needle save a life or take one? Shen Yi froze, stopped in his tracks. He asked in shock. You? Who are you? Liang Qing saw him and hostility surged instantly. You fraud! How dare you come here and cause trouble? Wan saw him and her eyes lit up with relief, as if beholding a savior. Brother Yifen, I wanted to ask, do you know any experienced doctors? Did you bring it? Lin Yifen looks at her delighted expression, smiles gently, and replies, I brought it. Isn't it right here? Wan asks innocently, why can't I see it then? He rolls down his sleeves and declares confidently, I can save her. Go get me a basin of water. But Liang Qing never had a favorable impression of him. Hearing this, she immediately retorts, are you kidding me? You're ordering me to fetch water for you. Lin Yifen looks at her with irritation and reminds her, is saving a life more important? Or is your pride more important? What a waste that she's a doctor, can't even grasp something this basic. Hearing it was about saving a life, Liang Qing dared not delay any longer. Fine water is it. Just you wait. Wen Bin eyes the young man who appeared out of nowhere and declared he could save King Yi. Suspicion written across his face. Could this kid be the one Shen Yi called from the medical hall? You are not to treat Miss Lu. She is the most important patient in our hospital. I know every renowned physician in the province. Tell me, which hospital are you from, or whose esteemed lineage do you follow? Lin Yifen doesn't even bother lifting his head. I'm not a doctor, and I've never studied under anyone. Wen Bin hears this and exclaims theatrically, not a doctor. Shen Yi, you brought in some barefoot quack barely out of diapers to put out a fire. I won't allow it. Shen Yi immediately steps forward to deny it. Vice President Wen, he wasn't called by me. Hearing this, Wen Bin looks at Lin Yifen with even greater displeasure. He glares coldly and orders him expelled. All the more reason he cannot lay a hand on her. Get out now. I've already contacted the provincial hospital's expert team. Miss Lu, rest assured. Although this incident was Shen Yi's fault, I will do everything in my power to make it right. We can't let some unknown quack interfere with the patient's condition. Wan hears this and is about to say something, but the next sight freezes her in place-ish. Sees a silver needle hurtling forward at blistering speed, striking precisely at his critical acupoint. After enduring the man's insults this entire time, Lin Yifen is no statuette, won't take it lying down. I'm not a doctor, and you call yourself one. Wen Bin, struck at the yin-yang transformation acupoint, shrieks in a shrill, feminine voice. What nonsense is this? This madam is one of the 10 famous physicians of Jiangcheng, the vice president of Jiangcheng Hospital. Wait, does my voice sound like this? Lin Yifen looks at King Yi, lying unconscious on the bed. His expression gradually turns grave. By the time the provincial hospital's people arrive, her spinal cord will have been crushed beyond repair. With a character that wretched, you make a better eunuch. Wan, I can treat your aunt's illness. As for these fleas, throw them all out. As for Wen Bin, Wan naturally trusts Lin Yifen far more. She stands firmly at his side and replies, I understand, Brother Yifen. Sorry, Vice President Wen. Immediately, 2 security guards rush in and drag Wen Bin away. Hauled off like a sack of grain, Wen Bin screams like a shrew. You insolent brat, you're the one behind this. I won't let you off. Shen Yi doesn't even glance at Wen Bin being dragged away. He only stares at Lin Yifen, deep in thought. Just now, when Bin was struck by the silver needle he fired, that's why he ended up like that. Within the hanging pot 7-star needle technique, there is a needle method called yin-yang reversal that produces a similar effect. Could he truly be a hidden master? At that moment, Liang Qing returns with the water she was sent to fetch. She slams the basin down in anger, causing the water to slosh and spill over the rim. Lin Yifen, here's the water you wanted. If you turn out to be a fraud putting on airs, I'll settle both old grudges and new debts in one go. Lin Yifen walks over, his tone hesitant. This basin of water. Liang Qing panics at his hesitation. Is there a problem with the water? I thought what you said sounded important, so I specifically went to get purified water. Yifen scoops up the water and says, then it's fine. No wonder you took so long. Regular water would have been enough, honestly. I was just feeling a bit drowsy, so I splashed some water on my face to wake up, that's all. Realizing he's messing with her again, Liang Qing flies into a rage and curses. You surnamed Lin, are you messing with me? Do you believe I'll fight you to the death? Senior, let go of me. Shenyi grabs her with force, holding her back as he advises. Qing, don't get agitated. Saving the patient comes first. After splashing his face to shake off the drowsiness, Yifen picks up his tools and gently speaks to the unconscious Qingyi. Then I'll begin. He flips her over and without the slightest hesitation, drives the acupuncture needle into the acupoint on her lower back at the sacrum. The instant the needle pierces in, Qingyi, who had been completely unconscious, screams in pain. Liang Qing sneers mockingly when she sees where he's inserting the needle. Just as I thought, a total fraud. Even I know the blood clot from the accident sits between the neck and upper back. But your needles are going into the waist. How could that possibly have any therapeutic effect? Fed up with her incessant blabbering, Yifen snaps, shut your mouth and just watch. Shenyi, far more knowledgeable than her, immediately grasps what's happening. His eyes light up. So that's it, high blood pressure. Low blood pressure, why didn't I think of that? Liang Qing notices the stunned expression on his face and asks curiously, Senior, what did you figure out? Gazing at Qingyi's back bristling with a constellation of needles, Shenya steadies himself and begins to explain. One of the greatest challenges in treating a stroke is pinpointing the exact location of the vascular blockage. Mr. Lin inserts the needles into the area behind Miss Lu's waist, creating a zone of low blood pressure. Then, using silver needles to seal off the upper back, he establishes a zone of high blood pressure. With high pressure above and low pressure below, the blood flow naturally surges downward. Wherever the circulation becomes sluggish, that is precisely where the clot is. Yifen is genuinely surprised that Shenyi could deduce this much, but he still needs to correct him. You actually know this. Unfortunately, you're only half right. Let me ask you, what are the characteristics of a blood clot in its earliest stage of formation? Shenyi answers without a moment's hesitation, acute, small, and not yet calcified. Seeing that the man isn't entirely clueless, Yifen kindly continues his instruction, which means it possesses a slight degree of mobility. I don't need to pinpoint exactly where the clot is. I just need to let it follow the path I've carved, flowing downward to a region that's far easier to control. Which is right here. Qingyi has regained consciousness by now. Feeling the warmth radiating across her back, her cheeks flush red without reason. That hand. It's so warm. Wan notices and rushes over with concern. Auntie, are you feeling unwell? Qingyi takes a moment to assess her body, then replies, no. On the contrary, the heavy pressure she'd been feeling in her back has noticeably diminished. After Yifen's guidance, Shenyi has an epiphany. So that's it, the nerves in this area are far fewer compared to the upper body. Dissolving the clot here is much safer. Liang Qing, still deeply skeptical of Yifen's TCM abilities, challenges dissolving the clot. But there's no ultrasound equipment or laser emitter here, is there? Yifen continues needling Qingyi without so much as a glance upward. I don't need any of that. Liang Qing finally notices something abnormal about his technique. The needles move impossibly fast, rising and falling in perfect rhythm with Lu Qingyi's breathing. Shenya stares with growing recognition and exclaims, that technique, it really is the hanging pot 7-star needle, your family's ancestral art. Having been Shenya's companion for years, Liang Qing knows exactly what that means. She gasps, the hanging pot 7-star needle. Senior, isn't that the Shen family's treasured heirloom? How does he know it? How could Shenya possibly know about it? He glances at her and replies, even I'm not sure about that. Besides, the ancient text in my family is only half a book. Some of his needling patterns don't even appear in it. After nearly 15 minutes of continuous, meticulous needling, Yifen finally finishes. He lets out a weary breath and says, Miss Lu, try moving now and see if you can. She rises at his instruction, cautiously testing a slight turn of her body. Her eyes widen in surprise. I think I can move. There's no discomfort anywhere. She looks at him softly. Thank you. Wan, seeing that Mr. Lin could actually cure her aunt, gazes up at him with even deeper admiration. Bro, you're amazing. You're incredible. Liang Qing immediately throws another tantrum, charging over to confront Yifen. "You're a con artist. That hanging pot 7-star needle you just used, you stole it from the Shen family, didn't you?" He stands up, casting her an annoyed glance before casually fabricating a lie. "The 7-star needle. I happened to meet an old man who saw I had a good heart, so he decided to teach it to me." Shenyi, however, doesn't buy a single word of it. He lightly pushes up his glasses and says with a serious expression, "Mr. Lin, I'm extremely grateful for your help, but I must ask you not to spout nonsense. Our family patriarch passed away several hundred years ago. How could you possibly have met him?" Liang Qing, hearing his blatant lie, becomes even more convinced he's a fraud. She turns to Shenyi. "Senior brother, just ignore that scoundrel." Yifen, hearing her trash-talk him, grows irritated and warns her, "And you've already seen my skills with your own eyes. From now on, stay out of my treatments, will you?" Liang Qing is absolutely livid at his attitude. She jabs a finger at his face and shouts, "No way. That was just beginner's luck. Your needle placement was all over the place, some too deep, some too shallow. If you'd slipped up and driven one in too deep, damaging the spinal cord, wouldn't that have been a disaster? Or do you think you have X-ray vision and can hit the mark perfectly every single time?" Seeing she won't shut up, Yifen can't be bothered to argue with an idiot and simply ignores her. Come to think of it, the hanging pot 7-star needle he obtained from the system was supposedly written by someone named Shen Changguang. "Oh right, cousin Shen, I have the complete version of the 7-star needle technique. Would you like to learn it?" Shen is stunned. I can learn it." Yifen doesn't really care either way, leaving the decision entirely to him. Liang Qing, terrified that her senior brother would be lured onto a crooked path, immediately jumps in to stop him. "Senior brother, don't fall for this conman's trap." But Shenya's face suddenly lights up with sheer delight. He rushes over and clutches Yifen's arm, exclaiming with excitement, "I just remembered in the ancient texts left behind by our patriarch, there was mention of a junior marshal surnamed Lin. So that's you, Grandmaster Lin." Liang Qing is utterly dumbfounded by this sudden 180-degree turn. Later at the villa in the suburbs where Liang Qing resides, she leans in close to Shenyi, desperately seeking answers. "Senior brother, have you forgotten everything our teacher taught us?" He immediately straightens up and pledges his loyalty. "Our master's teachings are engraved in my heart. I would never dare forget such kindness." Liang Qing desperately wants to believe him, but seeing him literally clinging to Yifen's leg and refusing to let go, she says helplessly, "Then, look at the way you're acting right now. Teacher always said that above all knowledge and skill, the most important thing is dignity. Where is your dignity?" Despite feeling deeply humiliated, Shenyi is dead set on holding on to Yifen, his golden thigh, no matter what. He rebuts her with a completely straight face and impeccable reasoning. "Teacher also said that a doctor's learning is endless. As long as one can learn something of value, what does it matter if I call someone my ancestor? Don't you agree, sir?" Yifen, who had just been addressed as Tianzu, patriarch, suddenly finds himself promoted to elderly ancestor and is completely frozen in place. Shenyi, utterly oblivious to the awkwardness on Yifen's face, gazes up with nothing but reverence and explains, "You are the Marshal Junior of our patriarch. Doesn't that make you the granduncle of the Shen family?" Seeing Shenyi cling to him with no intention of letting go, Yifen is completely at a loss. All right. You're way too into this role. I really did just stumble upon the hanging pot 7-star needle by chance. Leave me your email. When I have time, I'll compile the complete version and send it to you. Consider it returning the treasure to its rightful owner." Seeing Yifen so casually offer him the supreme art of a lifetime, Shenyi is moved to tears. "Patriarch, how noble and magnanimous you are. You saved my patient. You saved me, Shenyi. You saved the Shen Medical Hall. And now you even bestow upon me the ancient texts. You are a man sent by heaven to aid the Shen family. You deserve the title of the greatest benefactor." Yifen can only think helplessly, "I'm only doing this because of the resentment aura on your body." Liang Qing, meanwhile, is absolutely seething with indignation. She still believes he's the kind of high-level con artist you see on the news. That this Lin Yifen actually managed to trap senior brother Shen proves he's not to be underestimated. After finishing his conversation with Shenyi, he finally remembers to leave instructions for Wan Wan. "Wan Wan, your aunt just needs a few more days of rest, and she'll be fine." She listens attentively to his instructions, then gives him her assurance. "Yes, Brother Fafen, I'll go take care of her now. Next time I'll properly repay you for your kindness." Just then, King Yi emerges from the room, looking somewhat hesitant. "Dr. Lin, there's one more thing I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask." Yifen pauses and waits for her to speak. "Ms. Liu, please go ahead." His casually handsome pose instantly makes King Yi's gentle heart flutter on the spot. Despite feeling terribly embarrassed, She has no choice but to speak up. I've been feeling something off in my lower abdomen. I've been running to the bathroom non-stop. Yifen hears this and suddenly recalls, I completely forgot about that. Here, sit down first. King Yi does as he says, but still looks puzzled. What's wrong? Dr. Lin. He crouches down, gently lifts her foot, and explains calmly. Earlier, when I used the needle technique to break up the blood clots for you, I also activated the subfoot acupoint conversion to help dissolve clots, so they'd be expelled through bodily fluids. But I forgot that for a young lady, constantly running to the restroom is terribly inconvenient. How about this? I'll massage the Yonquin point on the sole of your foot. That should reduce the number of trips. King Yi has never let a man touch her body before, especially not her feet. Such a sensitive place. Her face flushes a deep, unmistakable red. After a moment, she finally can't take it anymore and stops him. There's no need. What I mean is, if it helps flush everything out faster, then that's actually a good thing. I'll just head to the bathroom. With that, she bolts out of the room, leaving Yifen standing there in bewilderment. Once inside the bathroom, King Yi collapses onto the toilet seat as if all her strength has drained away. What is wrong with me? Why is my heart beating so fast? Lu King Yi, where are your manners and composure? You should have politely asked Dr. Lin while maintaining your dignity and calm, not acted like that. But the memory of the warmth of his fingertips, she immediately loses all composure. Snap out of it. He's Wan Wan's friend, a junior far younger than you. Wan Wan sees him off at the door of the villa, taking on the role of host. Brother Fafen, my aunt should be fine. You should head home and get some rest. Yifen, having treated her himself, naturally knows this, but he still carefully reminds Wan Wan. All right, if anything comes up, just call me. Back in the bathroom, King Yi still hasn't shaken off the trembling in her heart caused by Yifen. After a long internal struggle, her rational mind gradually surrenders, allowing these feelings to take root. If you develop those kinds of feelings for him, it's hardly ladylike at all. Time flies and the next morning arrives. Yifen stands before his company building, dark circles rimming his eyes. For the first time, he questions his life choices. Was all this backbreaking labor right or wrong? During those days slaving away as an employee, he worked like an ox and a horse, desperately crunching documents through overtime. So why is it that now, as the boss, he's still pulling overtime to compile documents? Mayu automatically ignores his complaints and tosses out another piece of intel. You asked me to handle investment analysis, President Lin. The analysis reports for 10 potential projects are all here, awaiting your decision. Hearing there are even more mountains of paperwork, Yifen's face turns as green as a banana leaf. 10 of them, that many. Mayu, seeing him about to launch into another round of complaints, says, I've already filtered out the unreasonable ones, but there's this Wanhui Plaza project. I still think we should leverage your connections with Lingmo to secure free equipment rentals. Seeing she's already drilled down into this level of detail, Yifen hurriedly says, These kinds of things still need my signature. Didn't I give you full authority over everything? If there are losses, I'll bear them. Su Mayu naturally didn't want to bother him over this sort of thing, but she had no choice. Had to come to him. I'd love nothing more than to leave it all to you, but these projects need to be verified by those big shots you know. Last time I tried to schedule with Professor Chang, his assistant said he only meets with Director Lin. You rarely show up at the company. Today, you're finishing this review for Menno excuses. Lin Yifen picks up the mountain of documents on the desk, wanting nothing more than to abandon everything and go be a salted fish. But in the end, his sense of responsibility wins out and he restrains himself. Mayu, get in touch with the professor's assistant and set up a date. I'm stepping out for some air. I'll be back soon. Seeing him about to bolt again, Mayu is so furious she nearly blows a lung. Lin Yifen, wait. Meanwhile, down in the lobby, Liu Ruyan is being scrutinized non-stop by her own mother. Mom, you could have just told me over the phone. There was no need to come all the way to the company. Her mother looks her up and down, as if checking whether she's lost a single pound. Hearing her daughter didn't want her here, her voice takes on an edge of irritation. If I didn't come, you'd end up treating the company as your home. Our family background isn't shabby, you know. Why not find a good man early and marry into his family as a proper madam? Wouldn't that be better? At least you wouldn't be getting bullied at work. Listen to me, Auntie Zhang's son runs a whole chain of stores. Marry him and you'll be the boss lady. Seeing her mother trying to matchmake her yet again, Ruyan is so disgusted she doesn't even want to speak. What's so great about being a boss lady? Hearing her daughter dismiss the title so casually, her mother snaps and scolds her sharply. What do you mean, what's so great? Ruyan, back at your father's company, you barely managed to become the legal representative. After the company got merged, you struggled all the way up to director at Fana Group. but at the end of the day, working for someone else is still working for someone else. At that moment, Yifen walks in carrying a tea tray and addresses her chairman. Chairman Liu, your tea is ready. Chairman Liu, I've prepared the investment report. It's awaiting your seal. Ruyan is puzzled by his entrance. What are you doing? Ruyan's mother notices the way he addresses her and asks in surprise, what did you just call her? Chairman, isn't she a director? Yifen smiles, his tone firm and assured. Of course, this is Chairman Liu of Fanai Group, 100% genuine, guaranteed. He then turns and begins briefing Ruyan on her schedule for the day. Chairman Liu, I've already declined the dinner invitation from Director Chen of Jinda Group on your behalf. Additionally, you mentioned shoulder and neck pain. Last week I've booked a therapy session for you tomorrow. Mrs. Liu is extremely pleased with his professional demeanor and praises him generously. Your assistant is quite the diligent worker, isn't he? Receiving the compliment, Yifen humbly accepts it. Of course, ensuring Chairman Liu works in the best possible condition is part of my duties after all. Hearing this, Mrs. Liu takes an even greater liking to him. Very good, come here for a moment. Fairly well-proportioned features, a bit on the thin side but very capable. Seeing her mother groping and feeling Yifen up, Ruyan is both embarrassed and baffled. She tries to stop her. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing her daughter keep interrupting, Mrs. Liu scolds sharply, quiet, will you? I'm inspecting him for your sake. Well, such a fine young man has been right by your side all along. Let me ask you, young man, if something unexpected happens, can you protect my Ruyan properly? Yifen glances at Ruyan briefly, then nods. I should be able to. Hearing this, Ruyan's face flushes crimson. She thinks in embarrassment, where is this coming from all of a sudden? Seeing his less than confident answer, Mrs. Liu slaps his shoulder hard and says sternly, you're a man, how can you lack even a shred of confidence? Say it again. Struck on the shoulder, Yifen immediately shifts his tone and declares with full conviction, I can. After chatting for a while, Mrs. Liu grows even fonder of this prospective son-in-law. She happily invites him over for a meal at her home next time. Very good, I think very highly of you. I'm entrusting Ruyan to you. Come home with her sometime. I'll make soup for you. Seeing her mother already reeling him in, Ruyan flushes and tries to intervene. Mom, what are you saying? He's just an assistant. And besides, visiting our home already, that's way too fast. Mrs. Liu sees nothing wrong with it at Allen, even conjures up a perfectly legitimate reason. Exactly. That's precisely why it works. He's your assistant, so it's perfectly convenient. Little Lin, Chairman Liu has to pay a visit to the main residence. You need to accompany her. With you by her side, I'll feel at ease. Ruyan can't believe her mother is already trying to sell her off. What? Mrs. Liu ignores her entirely and looks straight into Yifen's eyes with earnest trust. After all, my daughter is a board member now. Those bootlickers and bullies won't dare push her around anymore. All right, everything that needs to be said has been said. I'll be on my way. He smiles and sees her off. Take care, ma'am. Seeing her mother finally leave, Ruyan lets out a sigh of relief. Board member, my foot. I can't believe you actually said that with a straight face. Yifen sees it as no big deal, it's just a title. If she wants, he can make it real at any time. Even so, Ruyan doesn't dare accept such a title. Forget it, I know my own capabilities. She grabs his hand. Yifen freezes, caught off guard. The atmosphere between them shift-charged with an unbearable intimacy. She wraps her arms around his neck, pressing her entire body close, her voice soft as water as she whispers, if I can just hold on to the legacy my father left me, I'll be more than satisfied. A massive corporation like Fanai Group could never take that on. Thank you, Lin Yifen. I thought you were just saying it to be nice. I never expected you to actually come home with me. Yifen watches the villagers offering prayers in the temple and chuckles softly. I already promised your mother, so I figured I'd come take a look. Wanjia village, aren't you surnamed Liu, Ruyan? Mentioning this, Ruyan's expression darkens. She explains slowly, Wan is my father's surname. He remarried and married my mother. All these years, the Wan family has never accepted my mother and me. Years ago, the two sides had a vicious falling out. My mother was so furious she had me switch to her maiden name. Only my grandmother ever treated me well. She's gone now. I want to come back and pay my respects. With that, she enters the ancestral hall, lights 3 sticks of incense, and bows reverently before her grandmother's memorial tablet. At that moment, a man seemingly from her father's side of the family appears, his tone dripping with hostility. Liu, Ruyan, what are you doing here? Seeing him, Ruyan's expression turns icy as she replies, I'm here to pay respects to my grandmother. I'll leave once I'm done. Hearing this, the woman beside him sneers with undisguised contempt. Pay respects for what? pretending to be filial just to split the family assets. Before she passed, I never saw you show a shred of filial piety. Now that she's gone, you come crawling back. Liu Ruyan, you're quite the dutiful granddaughter, aren't you? The man sees her words growing more venomous by the second and speaks up to rein her in. Stopped in her tracks, the woman screams in fury, "Am I wrong?" Back then, grandmother's jade pendant went missing. After months of interrogation, she finally admitted she'd secretly given it to this wretched girl. You're the spitting image of your fox spirit mother, nothing but sneaking and scheming behind people's backs. Utterly shameless. Do you even deserve to stand here? Don't you dare taint grandmother's place. But before the woman can raise her hand to slap, Ruyan strikes first. She clutches her face, staring at Ruyan in utter disbelief. "You dare hit me? Have you lost your mind?" The man sees the woman get slapped and strides forward, intent on disciplining Ruyan. "Liu Ruyan, you've gone too far. Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of the Wan family's ancestors." How could Yifan possibly allow his woman to be struck by another? He strides forward and seizes the man's wrist in a vice grip, his face darkening with menace. "Before you raise a hand to strike someone, you'd best take a good look at yourself first." With Yifan backing her, Ruyan's confidence surges as she confronts the bitter-tongued woman head-on. "What right do you have to lecture me about any of this? Years ago, when the clan wanted to renovate the ancestral home, I contributed 200,000 yuan out of my own pocket. And what was the result? I discovered not a single brick was ever laid. When I asked grandmother, she said she'd given the money to Wan Zooming for his business. As for that, Tai haven't even come to settle accounts with you people yet." The woman, still utterly convinced her family had done nothing wrong, not only refuses to back down, but actually argues it was Ruyan's obligation. So what? Wan Ming's business needed working capital, and she was willing to lend it. What's the problem? Besides, we already paid that money back. And over all these years, have any of you ever lifted a finger to look after grandpa and grandma? You think 200,000 yuan is some kind of fortune? Ruyan, seeing the woman grow more absurd by the second, no longer wishes to argue. "Let's go. I'm done dealing with these people." The moment they reach the door, a young boy blocks their path. "You're not going anywhere. You dare hit my mom, you wicked witch, you are not leaving." The woman, emboldened by her son's arrival, and refusing to concede to Yifan, demands they call the police. "Good boy, no, your mother will. Call the police and have them arrest these two shameless dogs." Hearing her threat, Yifan sneers coldly and flicks her hand away with a taunting air. "Call the police on me? You should worry about yourself first." Suddenly, the woman convulses as if struck by poison, blood streaming ceaselessly from her mouth. She sniffs the scent in the air and lets out a horrified cry. Red petals, white branchosone bite, and you drop dead. Her husband sees her crumple backward and rushes to catch her. "Honey, what's wrong? Let's go." Yifan casts her a cold, clinical glance and delivers his judgment, likely hemiplegia. "I'll warn you, if she's not rushed to the hospital soon, the damage could be permanent." After leaving the village, Ruyan finally dares to ask him. "Yifan, was what happened back there your doing?" He shakes his head in denial. "No, perhaps her shameless behavior was too much, Evan. The ancestors of the Wan family couldn't bear to watch any longer." Ruyan obviously doesn't buy this flimsy explanation. She puffs her cheeks out in a pout. "You think I'm a child?" Suddenly at that moment, Xuan Lun appears, blocking the two as they prepare to leave. "Hey, don't go." Hearing someone call out to stop them, Yifan assumes it's more Wan family troublemakers and says irritably, "You Wan family people are still looking for trouble." Xuan Lun, having sprinted nonstop, is completely out of breath. He stares at Yifan, unwavering determination blazing in his eyes. "I can't let you leave. Please listen to me, Boss Lin. If you walk away, I'm dead for sure." After successfully stopping Yifan from leaving, Xuan Lun hurries forward to introduce himself. "Boss Lin, I'm a researcher at Origin Technology Biotech Company. Our company is about to be sued. Please, I need your help." Hearing that the man's company is headed to court, Yifan grows even more confused. "Sued? I'm not a judge. Why come to me?" Xuan Lun, seeing Yifan willing to stop and listen, hastily pleads, "Boss Lin, please just give me 5 minutes to explain everything." Yifan, finding himself somewhat intrigued, gestures for him to continue. "Let's hear it." After being given permission, Xuan Lun immediately explains the situation. "Our company, Origin Technology Biotech, has spent 5 years and 3 billion yuan researching a leukemia treatment. We're only 6 months away from bringing it to market and saving countless patients. But Shenghui, the overseas pharmaceutical giant, suddenly sued us for patent infringement, claiming we stole their technology. They're demanding 1.2 billion in damages and forcing us to halt all research." Yifan asks the critical question, Saw did you steal it? Xu Lun hesitates. Technically, in terms of patent registration dates, theirs came first. Ruyan immediately draws her conclusion, so you did steal it. Xu Lun rushes to explain, no, their patent expires in just 1 year. If we can hold out until then, the drug can hit the market legitimately. Boss Lin, I've already sent an investment proposal to Fanai Group. I'm begging you please invest and help us weather this storm. Hearing that he'd already sent a proposal to his company, Yifen immediately thinks of Mayu and finds it strange. Why have I never seen it? Even if we do what you suggest, this investment will most likely be a loss. Why should I help you? Before coming here, Xu Lun had done his homework on Yifen and learned of his conflict with Zooming. He blurts out, Wan. Zooming, I can help you deal with Wan Zooming. Their advertising company only thrives because of me. Without my connections, they'd be nothing. Boss Lin, 1 word from you, and I can bankrupt that man anytime. Ruyan, hearing that it could help them deal with Zooming, grows somewhat interested but still finds the situation suspicious. These are just 2 ordinary people. They're hardly worth a multi-billion yuan pharmaceutical investment. Xu Lun, seeing Yifen remain silent, grows increasingly desperate. Boss Lin, our medicine costs half the price of imported drugs. If Origin collapses, patients will be left fighting over those absurdly expensive foreign medicines. Seeing the man clutching his leg and sobbing, Yifen's head throbs with exasperation. Enough, stop it. I do have money, but I'm no fool. Crying and pleading won't work on me. Xu Lun, hearing this tone, assumes he's being rejected. His face drains of color, overcome with despair. Fortunately, Yifen has been moved by the man's humanitarian vision. He says, send me the materials again. I can't guarantee I'll invest, though. Hearing Yifen agree to consider it, Xu Lun nearly weeps with joy. Boss Lin, I knew you were different from the rest. Seeing the man crying before he's even agreed to anything, tears and mucus streaming everywhere, Yifen says helplessly, hey, let go. I haven't agreed to anything yet. The next day at the hospital, Yifen walks into the room and greets Lu Qingyi, who sits on the bed. Miss Lu, you were looking for me. Her face flushes crimson the moment she sees him. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for making you come all this way. Yifen smiles gently, his voice warm and reassuring. You're Wan's aunt. This is the least I can do as a matter of customer service. Qingyi takes out a hair tie and sweeps her hair up into a bun. She turns her back to him and says shyly, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Lin. Yifen reaches out and places his hand on her back, sensing the flow of her qi and blood before drawing his conclusion. No problem at all. The qi and blood circulation is good. Shenyi, did you actually bother studying the hanging pot 7-star needle technique I sent you? Or not? You can't even handle a simple diagnosis like this. Shenya seethes with indignation at the scolding, but there is nothing he can do. I can do it, but they specifically requested you to handle it. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for this Grandmaster to oversee your work directly? After examining her for a moment, Yifen tells Qingyi, relax, your recovery is going very well. Hearing this, she visibly relaxes, gazing at him with absolute trust. With Mr. Lin here, I naturally feel completely at ease. Mr. Lin, actually, there's one more matter I wanted to discuss with you. When Bin is summoned to the hospital director's office, disbelief washes over his face as he cries out, you're firing me. Miss Lu, what kind of joke is this? Qingyi brandishes a folder full of his dirty deeds and snaps. Vice President Wen, I may be ill, but I'm not stupid. You know exactly what you've done. He knows full well in his heart. You concealed the diagnosis results, causing the doctor to erroneously prescribe anticoagulant medication for me. Everyone present at the time heard it. Mr. Lin can also testify to this. In my capacity as the hospital's investor, I have already submitted your dismissal papers to the board of directors. The decision will come swiftly. Seeing things have reached this point, when Bin shows no fear. Instead, he sneers coldly and threatens her right back. Very well, Miss Lu. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being heartless. Fire me, and the specialists and head nurses under my command will all leave Wu City with me. Hospitals in Hangcheng and Zhengcheng are already fighting to recruit me. The Lu family burns bridges after crossing. Let's see who dares treat you then. At that moment, a hospital staff member enters and announces, Vice President, a Mr. Miller is here to see you. Miller strides into the room without so much as acknowledging the others. He fixes his gaze on Wen Bin and says, Wen, headquarters has given the green light, as long as you help Shenghui promote their new drug and shut out Origin technology through the Ren-Tongtong alliance. The commission we pay you will be 10 times your hospital salary. After hearing about Wen Bin's defection to Shenghui, Shenyi instantly understands why the man has been so brazenly confident. His face darkens as he stares at Wen Bin with undisguised fury. So that's it, Ren Tong is his operation. No wonder he's been pouring all his effort into sabotaging our Shenyi Tang. What is that exactly? Ren Hatong is a pharmaceutical distribution alliance. They repackage drugs from foreign companies like Shenghui, then force them into hospitals through backroom connections, pressuring doctors to prioritize their products when prescribing. King Yi harbors nothing but contempt for these people parasites who live solely to hoard profits. To think the Liu family was bankrolling people like this, though Wen Bin has been thoroughly humiliated. With his new position at Shenghui now secured, he no longer cares about any of it. Say whatever you want. I couldn't care less about this vice president title anymore. Do you even know what level Shenghui operates at? Their drugs are the real deal, nothing like those Huaxia companies that just plagiarize and defraud. Rest assured, Miller, the pharmaceutical companies left in Huaxia don't have any real RD capability whatsoever. A company like Origin Technology deserves to be sued into oblivion. Miller flashes a vicious grin, nodding in agreement. Exactly. Huaxia's market is vast. It should be directed by international giants like Shenghui. Suddenly, Wen Bin starts babbling as if he's been drugged. Then again, you guys should stop researching drugs altogether and figure out some deodorant first. The stench coming off you two is absolutely revolting. Miller freezes, stunned, speechless. What did you just say? It's not me talking. It's as if something has seized control of him, forcing out words buried deep in his heart. And that bastard Miller, I know exactly how much of my commission money you've been skimming. Once this is all over, I'll report you and have you thrown out on your ass. Never in his life has Miller been humiliated like this. He growls through gritted teeth. When this joke isn't funny at all. If that's how you feel, I'll have to seriously reconsider our partnership. Wen Bin clamps both hands over his mouth, desperate to explain. Miller, I swear I don't know what's happening, please. You have to believe me. Those words just flew out of my mouth on their own. Suddenly, a sharp pain stings his neck. A needle is embedded right in it. The instant he sees the needle, he knows exactly who set him up. It's you damn wretch, it's you again. Yifen readily admits it, not forgetting to give him a little education. The needle I inserted is called the truth needle. Everything you just said was nothing but the words buried in your own heart. Also, tell Wan Qinglan to pass this along to your boss. I will be investing in Origin Technologies project. We're meeting at a grand restaurant downtown. Liang Qing is guided by a staff member to the dining room. Your private room is this way, ma'am? But the moment she steps inside and sees him, she is utterly stunned. Lin Yifen, sorry, I think I've walked into the wrong room. Ors have I? Seeing her ducking in and out repeatedly, Yifen steps forward to explain first. I've arranged a meeting with Origin Biotech to discuss investment. You're not going to barge in and call me a scammer again, are you? Liang Qing is stunned to learn that the investor is him. You're the one investing in Origin. The two then return to the room and begin discussing the matter at hand. Liang Qing never imagined that the person she had always written off as a scammer would turn out to be the savior of Origin Technology. I can't believe the benefactor Wan Qinglan mentioned is actually you. After carefully reviewing her background information, Yifen expresses his own astonishment. I also didn't expect you to be the head of Origin Technology. Liang Qing, thoroughly embarrassed, quickly explains. I'm not exactly the boss, just one of the project's co-founders. When word got out that someone was willing to invest, all the project leads got together and discussed it. Since I was already in Wu City, I came straight here. Yifen reaches for the teapot and pours a cup, looking puzzled. With your grandfather being the Secretary General, Liang Qing, you still can't secure investors. Liang Qing nods lightly and explains the reason. Precisely because of my grandfather's status, I can't afford to lean on his influence. Too many people have their eyes on him right now. If I leveraged his connections, people would accuse me of taking the back door. But Lin Yifen, I have absolute confidence in the drug we're developing. The patent overlap isn't plagiarism, it's just a scope issue. All of our data was generated through our own hands-on experiments. Remembering how she had once called him a scammer, Yifen can't resist the urge to tease her. Funny, I seem to recall someone once calling me a fraud. Is it really wise to let a so-called scammer pour capital into such a critical project? Liang Qing knows she was wrong to judge so hastily. Embarrassed, she offers an apology. I was wrong to say you had skill but lacked integrity. I judged you before getting the full picture. Lin Yifen, I'm sorry for what I said. Are you satisfied? As long as you invest in Origin Technology, I'll fully cooperate on all future integration with the Fanai Group. Yifen still wants to tease her a little more, but his phone buzzes. These petty moves won't work on me. On the other end, Mayu's voice comes through, tinged with a sulky edge. Yifan, I've sent you the investigation report on Shenghui and Origin Technology. Making me rush like this out of nowhere next time, you owe me big. Yifan immediately opens the file she sent. After finishing the read, he murmurs in astonishment. So that's how it is. Liang Qing, I've made up my mind, cancel the investment in Origin Technology. Hearing him refuse the investment, she assumed he was still holding a grudge over her earlier words. Her face flushed with anger as she lashed out. I've already lowered my head and apologized, and you're still this petty. To justify his decision, he pulled out his phone and showed her the details of an ongoing lawsuit. From the documents I've just received, it's clear Shenghui has been laying the groundwork for this lawsuit for a very long time. Your side is guaranteed to lose. Liang Qing took the phone and read through the information. Her expression shifted as she gasped in shock. What? Yifan, I truly want to invest, but if the outcome is this, it'll be disastrous for you. The new drug will be banned from distribution. No matter how much I pour in, it would all be for nothing. Ruyan, arrange a meeting with Shenghui for me. Liang Qing heard his words and her face turned ashen. She asked stiffly, Shenghui, why are you reaching out to Shenghui? Yifan paid no mind to her deathly pale expression. He replied with perfect composure, to invest, of course. If they could prepare a lawsuit this thorough, then the scale of their new drug operation will only grow larger from here. Now that's a deal guaranteed to win. The bill's been settled, take your time eating. Liang Qing watched him leave just like that, and a wave of bitter disappointment washed over her. And here I had a fleeting moment where I thought he was a good person. HMPH. Without him, I can still save Origin Technology on my own. Just you wait. Right about now, when Bin is having a complete meltdown in his office. Lin Yifan, it's him again. Every single time he ruins my plans. If this man isn't eliminated, he'll obstruct the grand scheme sooner or later. At that moment, a website appeared on his screen adorned with a crimson skull, along with someone's personal information. The car carrying Yifan suddenly ground to a halt in the depths of an underground garage. He frowned, sensing something wrong. Driver, why are you stopping here? In an instant, the driver slumped forward, knocked unconscious by some unseen force. Yifan immediately detected a strange medicinal odor permeating the car. A sedative. The assassin empress watched as he still managed to step out of the vehicle, and a flicker of surprise crossed her features. I didn't expect you to still be conscious, but that may not necessarily be a good thing for you. Before Yifan stood a woman with an absolutely stunning figure, but her outfit was outrageously revealing, causing him to freeze mid-step. He furrowed his brows and reminded her, Miss, your zipper is undone. The assassin empress was not only unembarrassed, but replied with smug satisfaction, it's intentional. Beautiful. When it came to beauties, Yifan never refused. His eyes were glued to her body, yet his mouth remained stubbornly defiant. Sure is, but are you seriously trying to use a honey trap on me? Let me be blunt, that trick doesn't work on me. If you don't believe me, go bolder, or bring a few more. I can handle it all. Seeing his lecherous expression, the assassin empress erupted in fury and lunged. Dream on, her speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the blade swept across Yifan's throat. A scream tore through the air, then cut off abruptly. Seeing him crumple to the ground, she sneered coldly. I just feel that killing someone with no grudge and no enmity weighs on my conscience, so letting them have a little peek is only fair. My name is the Assassin Empress, 22 years old, single, occupation black market assassin, ranked second, success rate 100%, non-smoker, light drinker only. Every night before bed, I drink warm milk and guarantee 8 hours of sleep. A failed assassination disrupts my peace of mind. Therefore, I will use every means necessary to ensure the target dies. At that moment, Yifan, who appeared to be dead, suddenly stirred back to life and asked her a single question. Before we fight, could you zip that up first? From Yifan's current vantage point, every exquisite detail was laid bare before his eyes. His gaze gradually grew hazy, swaying with each rise and fall of her breathing. Seeing that Yifan still hadn't died, the Assassin Empress was startled but showed not a trace of panic. I must say, your choice is rather wise. Spend the final moments of your life on something beautiful, and you haven't tried to escape or strike at me. That part is quite clever. Hearing her praise, Yifan merely smiled faintly and presented his terms. Everything is negotiable. Who hired you? I can pay double. Seeing him try to buy her off, the Assassin Empress bristled with indignation. Are you questioning my professionalism? Seeing her fury, Yifan felt a slight chill and began spouting nonsense. Actually, I'm a magician. Let me perform a trick for you. If you're impressed, then let me go. But she had no interest in listening anymore. Right now, all she wanted was to plunge a blade into him. This time, I won't hold back. Sweet dreams. Indeed, thighs was the unmistakable sensation of a blade's edge pressing into flesh. Don't worry, the poison will paralyze the pain from the throat wound. The entire process won't be too agonizing. But after a moment passed, not only was Yifen completely unharmed, even had the leisure to tease her. Well then, you really do prioritize user experience, don't you? Seeing that the poison hadn't killed him, the assassin empress turned deathly pale with fear. How can you still be talking? Where's my dagger? Yifen had already seized her dagger and plunged it straight into her chest. How do you like this magic trick? Staring at the blade buried in her chest, blood seeping from the wound, the assassin empress screamed internally in disbelief. How is it in his hands? It's over. The dagger is poisoned. I can't move. Seeing her lying rigid on the ground, Yifen let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness this dagger was poisoned. Otherwise, even with the Golden Void Vault, I'd have had no way to deal with this woman. The Golden Void Vault. The assassin empress saw him standing motionless, and her heart sank into despair. She spoke in defeat. I was too careless. I never imagined Huaxia harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers like you. Go ahead, do it. Yifen saw her practically begging for death, and decided to oblige. Very well, as you wish. There, take a look. Glancing at the new mark on her chest, she roared with fury. What the hell did you just do? Yifen gazed upon his handiwork with immense satisfaction, and replied, just helping you fix it up a little. Didn't you say exposing your chest is essential for your line of work? Having it look ugly because of that scar wouldn't do, would it? Hearing this, the assassin empress's face darkened to a murderous shade. She wanted nothing more than to tear him in half. This man is humiliating me. At that moment, she pressed a button concealed in her hand. Hearing the explosion, Yifen instinctively turned toward the sound filling to notice she was already preparing to flee. And she had accomplices. Once out of his reach, she leaped onto her motorcycle, but not before leaving one final threat. Lin Yifen, letting me go today is the greatest mistake of your life. Next time I will make you pay. He had spared her life, and she repaid him with threats. Yifen scowled in irritation and muttered, is this a joke? Returning kindness with enmity. Well, I'll need to think carefully about how to make better use of her next time. A day later, Yifen donned a custom-tailored suit and strode confidently down a long corridor. Han Shen spotted him and immediately stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting. Mr. Lin, I've heard much about you. The capital strength of the Fanai Group truly lives up to its reputation. Yifen returns the greeting with proper etiquette. Greetings, Mr. Han Sen. He slightly steps aside, allowing Lulu Miller to stand behind him. I heard Director M mention that you were originally willing to support Origin Technology. So why did you suddenly decide to partner with Shenghui? Yifen picks up the glass offered to him and replies with a calm expression, I was deceived by them. But thankfully, it's not too late. I won't beat around the bush. My sincerity in this partnership is simple. I'm willing to pay 1 billion in exchange for a 1% stake in Shenghui, China. Hearing the figure, Han Sen's eyes widen in shock as he glances at Miller. 1 billion for just 1%. He's equally stunned. Yifen understands exactly why they're so shocked. He smiles and explains, at market price, 1 billion could secure me at least an 8% stake. But I only want 1%. That is a symbol of my sincerity toward Shenghui. In business, I never chase short-term gains. I value long-term profit far more. Following this, I have plans for a subsequent investment worth 20 billion. As long as we join forces to crush Origin Technology, wait for drug prices to surge, and distribution channels to expand, the value of Shenghui will multiply tenfold at the very least. Han Sen is immediately hooked and expresses his desire to cooperate. Mr. Lin's proposal far exceeds my expectations. First, allow me to discuss this further with Mr. Miller. Yifen waves his hand nonchalantly. As you wish. Han Sen thinks he's just met a moneyed fool. He leans in and whispers into Miller's ear. This Lin Yifen seems to be a fat sheep ready for the slaughter, but I can't shake the feeling that things aren't this simple. Have we verified his assets? Miller assures him with absolute confidence. Rest easy, Mr. Han Sen. I've already had someone check Fanai Group's escrow account. The funds are more than sufficient. Yet Han Sen still doesn't fully trust it. He remains deeply fearful that this is a trap set by their enemies. What if Huafang is behind him, using Lin Yifen to gradually seize control of Shenghui? Seeing Han Sen worrying over nothing, Miller sneers and reassures him. Han Sen, your biggest flaw is overthinking everything. I've done more business with Chinese people than you ever have. These cowardly lot only want to take shortcuts. They come to us seeking easy profit, nothing more. If this deal goes through, Shenghui China will return to its former glory. On that merit alone, you could go back to New York and run for mayor. Frankly, even if Huafeng is pulling strings behind him, with these investments locked in, we'll be sunbathing on a private island long before that ever becomes a problem. Who even cares who owns Shenghui? After Miller's analysis, Han Sen gradually lets down his guard. Now that you put it that way, it does make sense. Seeing him return, Yifen smiles and asks, "So, Mr. Han Sen, what have you decided?" Though Han Sen has lowered his guard, as a veteran of the business world, he still dares not agree outright without laying out terms first. Mr. Lin's charisma is truly admirable. May I ask what your conditions are? Yifen replies calmly, "There is indeed one condition: distribution channels for the new drug must be changed." The next day, at a tea house in the city, Wen Bin glares at the person before him and demands, "You're from Shenghui. What do you want with me?" Su Mayu slides a file across the table for him to review. "Vice President Su, please take a look at these documents first." Wen Bin stares at the contract, bewildered. "Shenghui wants to partner with me? That's impossible. Where's Miller?" Su Mayu answers his questions without the slightest fluster. "Director M has already made the decision on this matter. All the documents have been drafted. The formal notice will be sent to you tomorrow. If I hadn't warned you, you'd have been completely sold out before you even knew it." Her eagerness makes him suspicious. "Why are you helping me?" Su Mayu immediately slips into the role of a wronged woman, her voice dripping with seething resentment. "I hate him. He didn't care about the child in my belly and wants to throw me out of the company. So I want to find someone to help me deal with him. Vice President Su, these bank statements show every single cent he's skimmed from your share over the years." Her Oscar-worthy performance wins Wen Bin's trust without a shred of doubt. He glares furiously at the phantom contract in his hands and spits out, "Good. Good. That ungrateful wretch Yang, I've done all his dirty work for years, and he dares scheme against me like this." Seeing him fall right into the trap, Su Mayu covers her mouth and smiles with satisfaction. The next day, at Shenghui's headquarters, Han Sen brings a document to show Miller. "I've used my network to dig deeper into Lin Yifen. Take a look." Seeing that Han Sen is still having Yifen investigated irritates Miller. Han Sen still doesn't trust the man, but Han Sen knows he can't abandon his survival instincts just because of Miller's frustration. "My caution is the very thing that's kept me from being toppled all these years." Miller examines the photos of Yifen with Liang Qing and asks curiously, "If I recall, this woman is one of Origin Technology's key RD personnel." Han Sen remembers immediately. The footage clearly shows them arguing violently. They have obviously torn each other apart. After reviewing the investigation, Miller understands exactly what Han Sen is worried about. "Han Sen, I understand your concern. But if this is the only evidence, it may not prove he's fully abandoned Origin Technology." Seeing that Miller grasps his point, Han Sen smiles with satisfaction and signals to continue. "Exactly. For him, the deciding factor in switching to our side lies in what's behind all this." Only then does Miller flip to the final Peijian investment report. He speaks with the confidence of a man who's found Lin Yifen's Achilles heel, top-secret intel from Wall Street. Lin Yifen's new energy projects this year have caused enormous losses. 30 billion trapped. The shareholders are pressuring him to resign. Hearing the debt figure, Miller gasps in shock. 30 billion? That's half his entire fortune. Han Sen takes a puff of his cigar, glances sideways with a cold sneer. "Exactly. That's precisely why he's rushing to us. He can't afford to lose, so he needs a large-scale project that can quickly recoup his capital and restore his reputation. Otherwise, he'll be wiped out from the capital world entirely." After hearing the analysis, Miller smirks, so the kid has no way out. No wonder he's being so generous. He's terrified that if we refuse to partner with him, he'll go bankrupt. With this intel in hand, Han Sen is now utterly convinced he has Lin Yifen cornered. This is his weakness. We can agree to the partnership, but the initiative must remain in our hands. Moreover, the lawsuit against Origin Technology cannot afford a single mishap. Miller gives his assurance, "Rest easy." After finishing his talk with Han Sen, Miller leads his mistress down to the parking garage. She coos in his ear, "Baby, once this project wraps up, I'm definitely getting a promotion and a raise. Who knows, maybe the CEO position will even be mine." Hearing his mistress bring it up, Miller sneers and reassures her. "That depends on whether that old fox Han Sen is willing to step down. He'll definitely take the biggest cut of the spoils. You can't push too hard, or it'll backfire." His mistress juts out her ample chest and demands something else. "Then I want the latest Maserati convertible and a Hermes bag. Can I have them?" Miller is immediately bewitched and agrees. "Forget a sports car, even a private jet. Wouldn't be a problem, but my love, how about we take off right here first, What do you say? Seeing that he wants to get frisky right here, she exclaims in surprise. Naughty thing, we're still outside. Miller doesn't care one bit. He starts unbuckling his belt, completely oblivious to someone creeping up behind him with a stick. Isn't doing this just seeking a thrill. Backhang seizes the moment, while Miller is fumbling with his pants. He charges in and unleashes the one-finger sky rock strike, driving the wooden stick straight into Miller's chrysanthemum. Without question, this is a lethal blow. After making his chrysanthemum bloom, he cheers in elation. Magnificent! Struck out of nowhere, Miller screams in terror. Who are you? How dare you hit me? I'm the director of Shenghui. Backhang tightens his grip on the wooden stick and threatens him. You dare mess with brother too. You deserve every bit of this beating. Hearing this, Miller freezes, then a sudden realization dawns on him. Brother Tu Wenbin. Backhang, seeing that Miller has figured it out, drops all pretense and leans into the intimidation. Smart, brother Tu saved my life. You go against him, I go against you. Terrified, Miller scrambles for his phone. Wait, I have brother Tu's number, let me talk to him first. Tu Wenbin, pick up the damn phone. Tu Wenbin. Wenbin, who had been deceived by Mayu from the very start, erupts the moment he hears Miller's voice. Miller, so now you finally remember me. You swallowed my share of the profits and I haven't even settled that score. Now you want to kick me to the curb. Miller hurriedly tries to smooth things over. Brother Tu, don't get excited. Replacing you is just a formality. Once the matter with Origin Technology is wrapped up, I'll return the channel to you immediately. Wenbin, sensing Miller groveling, decides to play hardball. Don't pull this crap with me. Use me and then toss me aside. Fine, hand over 30 million. What? Did you hear me? 30 million in cash. Not a single penny short. I want it all by tomorrow. Miller never imagined Wenbin would demand such an astronomical sum on such short notice. This is a massive amount. You have to give me some time. Wenbin, on the other end, is completely unmoved. Cut the act. If I don't get the money, I'll blow the lid on every dirty trick you people pulled at Origin Technology. None of you will escape. Seeing him this ruthless, Miller's blood boils. Fine, I can pay you. But what if you send thugs after me again? Wenbin, naturally knowing nothing about this, flatly denies it. What thugs? Stop making excuses. Seeing him stubbornly refuse to admit it, Miller explodes with rage. How can you say there aren't any? You clearly sent that kid here. At this moment, Backhang having finished his role as the thug calls Yifen. The call connects. He immediately reports in. Boss, mission accomplished. Everything went according to your plan. The next day, at Yifen's company, Yifen puts on an incredulous expression and asks Miller, so you're telling me you want me to pay you right now to help you people sue Origin Technology? Miller composes himself and explains calmly, Mr. Lin, there's something you may not understand. Although we're very confident about the case, certain bribes are unavoidable. You wouldn't want any unexpected complications, would you? It's all that fool too, Wenbin's fault causing trouble at exactly the wrong time. After hearing Miller's explanation, Yifen furrows his brow. But why should I be the one paying? Miller explains matter-of-factly. Because you're not yet a shareholder of Shenghui, Mr. Lin. The funds will be routed through your channel. Even if there's an investigation later, it won't be traced back to us. Hearing this, Yifen feigns anger and growls. Don't forget I've already put in 1 billion. Seeing him angry, Miller softens his tone to placate him. Of course I know that. It's precisely because of your sincerity, Mr. Lin, that I came to you with this matter. I consider you one of our own at Shenghui. But if you're unwilling, then I'll have to find someone else. And with that, their cooperation would end at this moment. Yifen cuts him off. Wait, how much money is needed? Miller, thinking he's finally got Yifen cornered, smiles with satisfaction. Just as Han Sam's intelligence predicted, this man feigns composure, but his eagerness to turn the tables is his true vulnerability. Of the 50 million, 30 million must be in cash, and the remaining 20 million wired to a bank account. All must be done today, or complications will arise. As if reluctantly conceding, Yifen lets out a long breath and gestures for Miller to follow. Let's go. Come with me to get the money now. Seeing Yifen fall so effortlessly into his trap, Miller's contempt deepens. What investor-entrepreneur? He's nothing but a fool I can twist around my finger. The underground garage of Fanai Group. Looking at the suitcase of cash loaded into the car trunk, Miller gloats silently. This guy really is generous. This time, I can skim another 20 million off the top. Yifen holds up a black card and reminds him, everything you want is right here, don't disappoint me. Miller takes the black card and flashes a reassuring smile. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, with your contribution, I guarantee a decisive victory in this lawsuit. Origin technology is finished sooner or later. Yiffin gives a half smile and glances at him. Then get in the car. Suddenly a blade tears through the air. It shatters the car window right where Miller is sitting, leaving him rooted to the spot in shock. The assassin queen materializes, her voice frigid as ice. In such a hurry? Where exactly do you think you're going? Yiffin grabs Miller's arm and shouts a warning. Watch out, there's an assassin. The assassin queen, this time more fully clothed, speaks in a low, dangerous tone. This time I will finish the job. As they flee, Yiffin puts on a terrified expression and asks, Director Miller, have you offended anyone recently? Why on earth would an assassin come here? Suddenly called out, Miller is bewildered and fires back. Me, Mr. Lin, this is your turf. Isn't the assassin here because of you? Yiffin glances back cautiously at the assassin queen in pursuit and shakes his head. No way, I keep my affairs clean. I never leave loose ends. At this moment, a parked car blocks their path, forcing the assassin queen to vault over it and continue the chase. Seeing Yiffin sprint faster than a rat drives her into a frenzy. Lin Yiffin, I know you're fast, but no matter how quick you are, you can't outrun the flying blades in my hand. By cruel coincidence, her blade sails dangerously close to Miller and embeds itself into a pillar, scaring him half to death. The assassin queen, seeing that her blade struck neither target, is visibly disappointed. I missed. How is that even possible? Yiffin seizes the moment and uses the situation to intimidate Miller. She charged in here because of you? What are you standing around dazed for? Run. Seeing that she still can't eliminate Yiffin, the assassin queen's determination hardens to iron. I will not allow myself to fail. She hurls blades at Miller with reckless abandon. The final one is aimed with vicious precision right between his legs. Yiffin presses even closer to Miller in this moment, amplifying his terror tenfold. This ruthless fiend leaves absolutely no room for escape. Who is the enemy? He hasn't the faintest idea. By now, his mind has devolved into complete chaos, a bubbling porridge of panic with zero capacity to figure out who wants him dead. I've offended plenty of people, but none who'd go this far. Tu Wen Bin, could it be him? At this moment, Yiffin's driver receives the order and slams the brakes. President Lin, get in the car quickly. Yiffin approaches him and, putting on a kind face, ushers him away first. That assassin isn't going to be easy to shake. I've trained a bit in self-defense. I can hold her off for a while, you go ahead. His kindness nearly moves the man to tears. Seeing him still dawdling, Lin Yiffin raises his voice and urges, Stop talking. Hurry up and get the money to settle this. If the Origin technology case falls through, we're all finished. This only deepens Miller's gratitude toward him. He swears solemnly, President Lin, rest assured, Sheng Hui and I will repay this debt of gratitude. The assassin queen, meanwhile, still has no idea she has already been turned into a pawn to intimidate Miller. She stares at Yiffin, bewildered as he keeps muttering nonsense. Since the start, what exactly have you been babbling about? Seeing his plan succeed, Yiffin smiles with satisfaction. He decides to pay her off with cash. Your appearance fee isn't cheap, right? Name your price. Just say the word. Seeing him trying to insult her with money again, the assassin queen flies into a fury. Your life stays here. Seeing she refuses to cooperate, he raises his finger and flicks lightly through the void. The blade in her hand is instantly snatched away. Judging from the craftsmanship and materials, this knife is worth quite a fortune. Seeing the blade that was in her hand appear in his in the blink of an eye, she lets out a cry of shock. That was your doing. I had you dead to rights, yet every thrown blade veered off course for no reason. I thought you were just quick on your feet, but it seems you've got secrets hidden on you. Wait a moment, you mentioned an appearance fee. Was it you who contacted me on the dark web? Seeing she has figured it out, Yiffin chuckles softly and resolves her doubts. A Tier 2 assassin from the dark web. All someone had to do was give you Lin Yiffin's location, and you could carry out the investigation yourself. Realizing she has fallen for yet another trap, the assassin queen whirls around to flee. This is bad, I can't stay here. But there is no way Yiffin will let her escape a second time. He snaps his fingers, too late. High-voltage electricity crackles above her head with a sharp hiss, and from the ground beneath, a metal net erupts upward, snaring her in its grip. The assassin queen stares in horror at the net that has materialized around her. What? Like a stern teacher pointing out a student's flaw, Yiffin lectures her. You see, assassins have this weakness: they always carry something on them that jingles or gleams. Bound tight and unable to move an inch, the assassin queen is gripped by panic. What is the meaning of this? Seeing her completely restrained, Yiffin kindly reveals the truth. I retrofitted the basement ceiling into a giant electromagnetic device, and I even prepared this alloy net just for you. Seeing there is no escape, she demands through gritted teeth. What exactly do you want? He steps closer, his face cold, and looks her beautiful features dead in the eye. You won't abandon your mission, and I can't just sit here and let you kill me. So naturally, I'll find a way to set you free. Seeing him about to leave, she stiffens like a virtuous maiden being harassed and declares defiantly, "Don't think you can lock me up here forever." Yiffin strolls past her and says with exasperation, "It's nothing that extreme. I don't have any of those adult film fantasies. Just stay put and don't bother me. That's all I ask." With that, he slaps her hard on the backside, leaving the assassin queen torn between humiliation and fury. Yet beneath that fury, inexplicably, a wave of searing heat surges through her body. This man has humiliated her against. Why does she feel this strange sensation? At this moment, Miller has followed their agreement to meet Wen Bin. Seeing him arrive 2 hours late, Wen Bin rounds on him in fury. "Miller, you're 2 hours late. Don't tell me the money still hasn't arrived." He carries 2 suitcases of cash that Yiffin has prepared, smiling on the surface but inside. Because of Yiffin's intimidation scheme, his hatred for Wen Bin has seeped into his very bones. "Don't worry, the money is all here. That bastard doesn't just want the money, wants his life too. Count it yourself." Wen Bin's eyes light up at the sight of the cash-filled suitcases, but he still warns him cautiously, "You'd better not try anything funny." Just then the 2 men Miller hired appear, signaling him with an OK gesture. He gives them a subtle nod in return. The 2 hired men stare at Wen Bin, their faces twisting into sinister, venomous grins. Miller watches Wen Bin hunched over counting the money, killing intent and hatred flashing in his eyes. "Since you refuse to show respect, then don't blame me." That's all for now, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button and give the like button a little tap while you're at it. Thanks for reading all the way to the end. Bye-bye, loves.